Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killin' with a sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Big M in the bit. Yeah.
I was awake, only an hour had passed since you went. I hadn't noticed the note on the door. I was expecting to see you. I had a dream, we'd be together forever, I hoped. I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clear to it out.
see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Now I'm standing tall. I will never fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
Is this the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our leader, or just blinded by the lights. Or just blinded by the lights. Or just blinded by the lights. Is this the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. You're my little secret, my little secret. I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks.
I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips, showering ashes, going to explode down in every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over nights were long and the sky was painted black. Had a broken soul. Then you came along and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly, like a butterfly. Never been so high. Now I'm letting go. When I lost it all, no tomorrow, no way out. Couldn't take no more. No, suddenly you're here, and I never need to doubt. Nothing left to fear. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly, like a butterfly. Never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Oh, now I'm starting over. Gonna take it all. You're the one I've chosen. Never let you fall. You're my one and only. You're my one and only. I feel like I can fly, like a butterfly. Never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Now I'm letting go. Like a butterfly. Now I'm letting go. Now I'm letting go.
Hello and welcome to LPL Spring Split 2017, Week 6, Day 2. We're getting ready for today's games, and as are the teams, as Vici and LGD will be coming up first. But we do have a packed day of games, as we have a bottom of the table clash followed by a top of the table clash between WE and RNG. Should be very exciting to watch as the day unfolds, but you can see LGD looking to at least try and get a game at some point. Vici on the opposite side trying to shut them down once more. And Imp, he's just taking a nap. Imp's just doing Imp things, as Imp always does. And we're getting ready to go. My name is Richard Polscam. I'm on the analyst desk with my analysts, Froskuren and Raz. And Raz, you spoil the aesthetic because we're here today to mourn the passing of many of our junglers. We've lost MLXG, who is out as a last-minute sub. Hatong, Bengi, and Firelolly are all out today, but when we get to those games, we'll be seeing who will be replacing them. The biggest one to come in today, though, is Clearlove is finally back. We finally killed the storyline. We're like, we need to move on. This is the new generation of EDG. And then Clearlove just was like, you know what? I'm back. We're coming in.
Yeah, Clearlove just trolled us. He was on streams multiple times saying, you know what? It's all over. Retiring, I have to think about it now. And then suddenly, you know, they have that showcase video, Clearlove in the house. You quoted me on that one. It was a video that they put out there. And so, like, any month, they would, you know, at any point of this month he was going to come out. It looks like it's going to be today.
Yeah, pulled the Degrassi 2.0 there. We're like, new generation, new era, and Clearlove's like Drake, bringing it back.
Unreal. Anyway, let's talk about
that was a deep, deep metaphor.
I like the Degrassi. Got that Canadian touch in there.
Oh my god. Well, I'm going to move this conversation along. So talking about yesterday, we're actually bringing it back because we had IG going up against QG. That was just a 3-game series. Maybe it shouldn't have gone to 3 games if you're looking at IG and saying top of the table, these guys shut down many of their strong competitors. But still, a win was a win and they took it home. I guess the biggest thing was more about Newbie and Aime, where Newbie did manage to take it in the end, but he was really just a Swift show.
Yeah, it was. Swift showed up, and he had the team always behind him, but he just completely dominated Ben4 on that one.
And here's the thing. I'm going to double down. I said before that I thought that Swift was the big problem for Newbie until he fixed himself, that they would continue to find losses. And guess what? Swift fixed himself. There's no longer these random pathings where he's prioritizing the correct lane to gank. He's actually executing the gank. And he's also looking for these 1v1 jungle skirmishes and showing up big. Huge performance on his Graves. Right. And it's nice to see him return to form.
You just said you're doubling down on Swift being the problem.
He is the problem.
Is he also the solution, though? Because you just said he just all did these things to fix the team.
Yes, but if you look at Newbie's roster, even though they did swap out Sky, the top laner, for V, I don't think V was ever the problem. I think you got a very similar performance. They both play bruisers. Sky did go off on the Renekton game, so big props to him. It's nice to see another LSPL top laner performing there, but V has always been a standout for that team. Rotating bottom lane, I think that they have got 2 good sets there. It's nice to see that Moore is kind of the consistent, I guess, grounding force there, and the return of Coco. But ultimately, like, Swift was just dying 1v1, feeding first bloods in jungle, or not ganking the correct lanes, or not executing ganks. And once he like cleans up his own performance, suddenly it's like, oh, okay, now we have a jungler.
Get in there.
Here's the thing about this, because I've let this go on for too long. That man is carrying the team like Dandy did with Vici. And so a lot of the time, he's doing it. It just comes, like, whenever we talk about the team in Newbie, it was always just that they had individual star powers. They can get the MVPs, like in the mid lane, doesn't matter who they swap in, it would be fantastic. You go towards the top lane too. Every single one of these members, except perhaps the bottom lane, would be stars. And so the problem was just playing as a team, as a unit. So what I was really surprised about was Sky always double downing whenever Swift would walk into the enemy jungle. Same with Coco at the same time. So everybody was in on the same play, and that was nice to see from Newbie.
Yeah, but you know who like makes them play together as a team? That one position that connects all of them is the jungle position. Yeah. And so if that guy's not performing, then they don't go anywhere.
All right, time out. Let's go to standings. Let's take a look at what that actually meant for us as we move on here. So RNG and WE still at the top. We'll be seeing them go toe-to-toe later on today. And Raz, you were talking to me pre-game before we're heading into this one. Newbie will be taking on OMG as well later in the week.
Yeah, so I mean, when we talk about Newbie, remember we signed that flag before when Newbie were able to beat up the top people in the in their own group. There was just one game. If they take out OMG, then that tomorrow, then that could mean a lot for them, and we can see maybe perhaps an upswing, a consistent upswing.
Hopefully that is the case, and we see teams at the bottom as well also looking to make a big upswing. OMG, GT as well, moving up there. Well, we had a lot of problems at the bottom of the table. Don't look at me like that, Frostkuren. You're backing a team. I can back a team too. And talking of which, we're going to move on to our first matchup of the day, which will be Vici and LGD, the team that you are backing, Frostkuren. And just to update everyone on the bet as well, Froskuren made a bet saying that they will make top three.
Whoa,
top
whoa,
three.
whoa.
Hold on. Top three. And if
Pump the brakes.
if they make it to top three, then we will have to wear wigs of Froskuren's choosing. However, if she loses, then we get to choose Froskuren's wig.
Yes, but to be fair, the bet originally was playoffs, which no one believed that they would make playoffs. But then you guys were like, I don't know if I want to bet my dignity on that. So then we had to change it to top three. So I'm just saying, I'm the one who had the gall to say like, okay, top three, let's go all the way, all in.
Okay, so quick update on how it's going. LGD, they had their game earlier in the week. And how did that go for Froskuren?
That was a throwaway. So I've done the math. I have my secret spreadsheet. I've looked at the schedules. And the thing is LGD get to face 2 bottom of the table teams left. They've got to face Newbie and they get to face Vici. This game is very important for LGD to win. If they lose this, there's pretty much no error or no room for any more mistakes. So if they lose here, then I'll start to worry. But otherwise, that was a throwaway. That was a gimme.
Okay.
Yeah, and so bringing in Jinu here, just to run down that change that we kind of mentioned here. Funny's not coming up into the top side of the map. It's going to be Jinu, who was their sub-top laner, came in very briefly, of course, up against WE as their mid laner. Had a bad time because he's not a mid laner, so I'll give him that much. But now you're going up against Vici, and this is a big, as she said, this is a big lesson because Vici doesn't have Bengi. Now, if you lose to Vici, that does not have their main jungler, their star player. I don't know what to say about your bet there.
But they still do have their star player in EasyHoon. He's no longer playing support for the team, so he's back in that mid lane position. As Raz was saying, they now have Jinu in the top lane. Ocean is coming in and performing in the jungle position. So there really are no excuses left for LGD, but they're still not really playing their full tier lineup.
And just the one positive coming out of Vici, because this is a whole mess. If anybody watched the Vici versus Snake, I believe that was the set where you saw the big boom, and we're looking towards the top side of the map. The long Ocean, EasyHoon, Swan P, and that's right, that's Caveman in the bottom lane, and that's my biggest focus for me. Caveman's back, yeah, and it's nice to see him back.
It's also a bigger story point of, right, like the team had a big problem. We were like, where is it? Well, it was like, all right, let's put EasyHoon down there. Let's keep trying to smooth this over, but finally bring in Caveman. So hopefully he can rectify the problems that the team had.
But the thing is publicly Vici have said that there are communication problems with the team, that it was hard to communicate with Vici. Makes sense. He hasn't played on a foreign roster before. So now they're running pretty much an all Chinese roster, save for EasyHoon, who speaks Chinese.
On the opposite side, though, Jinu in the top lane and Godvi back in the mid lane now, while Intruder will also be filling out the jungle ranks of LGD. And, of course, the consistent bot lane of Imp and PYL. No reason to swap either of them out in this lineup.
So it's going to be interesting just to hop onto the Vici train, because we haven't seen Ocean. It's going to be interesting to see what his champion pool is, if he is a star play like we saw at World 6. World 6, of course, has competitive, he's played a lot of games competitively, so he's had that point. And so looking towards Caveman, actually, I think this is going to be a big change, because I was hyping up Caveman in the end of last split when they went into playoffs, and he was turning out to be a real engaged player.
And this is going to be one of the few things that Raz and I are actually going to agree on, is that Caveman has always been the support that Vici have needed. Again, we talk about what is the actual problem with this team. In terms of performance, it's the bottom lane. That said, I'm going to make a bold prediction that I actually think the iteration of Caveman support and Ocean jungle is stronger than Bengi jungle and EasyHoon support. Like,
yeah.
In terms of how we've put together these teams, I feel like this Frankenstein Vici will probably perform better than we saw last week.
I think that's a fair point. I think when you look towards this team, the ideal team would be Bengi and Caveman. I'm not too sure why they're not putting him in. It could be relationship. Who knows?
I would love to see that.
That would be great. Maybe they would take some wins here. They're in a 4-game or 4-set losing streak, so that's pretty massive. If they can take this win, that would be great for them. But it's going to be tough for them. Yeah,
I feel like to a lot of people that would be the final form of Vici, right? But Froskuren, why do you feel this is the best iteration?
Again, it's about communication. Vici just looked disjointed. We saw that Bengi and EasyHoon look like one team, and the rest of the Chinese players look like a completely different team. And at least on this roster, everyone can talk to each other. EasyHoon streams in Mandarin Chinese, so he is fluent with the team. You now have a Chinese jungler, and you now have a Chinese support in there. So there's no reason that they can't talk to each other.
And I remember, I think when Dandy was on the roster for Vici, it was said that it was Dandy who was teaching Caveman how to just be a shot caller or just like know what to make the right decisions in the game. And so this is a big point. If they can communicate with their jungler, mid, and everybody's on the same page, as you've mentioned, this could be great for Vici. So we need to see how they play out in the first set. It's going to be interesting just to focus on Ocean to see if he is getting stage nerves, because that's going to be a big one for him.
But then we have to look at the other side of the table. So like, if we know that Vici, even with this roster that should be able to theoretically communicate, their bottom lane is still kind of the weak point on the map. You look at LGD, where are they strong? It's in that bottom lane. We see LGD time and time again first rotating or second rotating a Caitlyn pick because they know everything is in on Imp.
Maybe they can exploit it. Let's see as we get into game. Lots on the line for LGD, Vici, and Truscurin coming into this matchup. So let's see how it pans out. First couple of bans will be straight at Imp. I think Vici have recognized the threat on the enemy team. Caitlyn and Cogmore over to him in the bottom lane, while Syndra and Ryze aim towards EasyHoon, so LGD want to shut him out.
Any means necessary. It means EasyHoon, of course, is going to be put in I mean, there are so many blind pickable mid laners EasyHoon should be comfortable on. He even showcased the Lissandra. I'm not too worried about that, man. But Imp has to play something that is, dare I say, you know, kind of meta. So Caitlyn and Kog'Maw is not going to be going for him, and he's played them historically. He's played the Caitlyn recently, so we'll have to see what he goes towards here.
We'll have to see indeed, maybe a Sivir, something like that. But Echo banned towards Godfrey. I mean, it's pretty much been his go-to in recent weeks, so remove that from the table, and that's pretty much just a straight-up target bans across the board from Vici. A lot left open, though. Malzahar was the final ban from LGD, followed by a first pick of Varus.
This is going to be interesting because this is Vici picking Varus first pick, which means that this is their priority towards bottom lane. There is so much up and available. Of course, Graves is still up there. That means LGD is going to be getting a great combination of Graves and Lulu. That means Rengar's still up, so maybe Ocean goes towards that. That would be a first game for him if he does go toward it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Ocean's champion pool is as of now, as we're only just seeing him come in. So we'll see about that one. And Graves and Lulu will be picked up here. As you correctly mentioned there, Raz. Let's see what the follow-up is from Vici now. May even look towards a flex pick, perhaps, of Rumble. But it's going to be the Rengar in the end. Seems like the best next choice.
So this is nicer for Vici because they can start to play towards bottom side. If they're going to be going towards a Varus comp or just like a Varus focus with that first pick, Rengar is going to have a tough time because it's a tough matchup against Graves. But if they play towards their bottom lane priority, I like what I see. I'd be interested to see what their support pick, but of course that's going to have to be in the second phase.
For sure. LGD, while they didn't get the priority of Caitlyn or Cogmore, they may look towards a priority pick for Imp in the first rotation of picks. I just threw Sivir out there randomly, but apparently I'm really good at predicting picks because it's going to be locked in here for Imp.
To be quite honest, he needed to do that, or else that would have been a lot more AD carry pinches coming from Vici. The Ezreal and Sivir perhaps could have been it, and then he would have a little bit of a difficulty in going towards other picks here.
I'll have to see what it is. LGD are taking all of the time to look towards their next couple bans. It will be Karma. They're looking towards mid lane and support right now, so kind of a double whammy on that one.
Okay. This is an interesting point that Vici can take away from this in terms of game one. They look towards and saying, hey, you know what? Imp is not comfortable playing Jhin in this sense. Most teams would be fine playing Jhin, Lulu up against Varus, but if they go up against, you know, if I guess Karma got banned, but with any real AD carry, that would have been Imp and PYL starting to struggle within the lane. So this gives Imp and PYL ability to shove out depending on what support pick comes out of Vici, or just like ability to, you know, contest the lane and help out the rest of the comp.
Yeah, big power pick that was still on the table that has now been removed from Vici, or by Vici, is Camille, and on the opposite side it will be Cassiopeia. So Godfrey did not want to lane against that, nor EasyHoon's mid lane of Cassiopeia. I mean, they've taken Ryze off the table, so it was likely to be a go-to.
And that's just a very potentially a 5 ban towards the mid lane, because EasyHoon has played the Karma before, and so the fact that he just does not have many options, it could just be Orianna, but he bans it himself.
Wow.
So EasyHoon's like,
bring the Azir, let's go.
Give me a champion, give me a matchup that I'm comfortable with.
Come on, EasyHoon. Azir's been back for a little bit. Pick it up. I want to see some EasyHoon Azir. But it's going to be Fiora into the top lane for Jinnu.
That's
up against Long here. So yeah, that is very interesting. Very rare we even see A, Fiora, and B, that like blind picked into top lane.
Yeah, so when Funny did play, he did go towards the carry top laners, is including Fiora. My image of Jinu would be towards playing a sturdy tank in the top lane to be able to deal with the rest of the map, but he knows what matchup he's going towards. He knows he's going up against a Rumble, so he's just going to pick the carry. I want to see what Intruder does to play towards him, or if he just leaves him on a bit of an island.
I mean, props to him if he can make it work. He's only won 1 out of 6 games currently in the LPL.
Yeah.
So good luck on that one. Vici going to pick up Vladimir into that mid lane, and he had a great run when it was only Doinby playing it, and then every other mid laner picks it up and ruins the pick and ban rate, or rather the win rate for everybody. So good job, mid laners of the LPL, but
Muddied
you ruined it.
Ah, this disgusting now.
Anyway, Nami picked up that, so we're not going to see the Azir from Vici, and there's the Hobbit right now from LGD, but I don't want to get my hopes up, because it's probably not going to be picked up. Instead, it's going to be Lissandra. Okay, so we saw it a couple times. I remember yourself and I were talking about Lissandra, and we were like, we should have said that on social media, because then the next day it was picked up.
Yeah.
But Godfrey is going to be picking up in this game for
And
LGD.
It's a good time to talk about LGD's composition, because Lissandra has been creeping its head up lately. And the question is why? Why is Lissandra a pick now of all times? Did her laning phase change? Answer is no to that one. Absolutely did not. The big question about it is simply because of her compositions. She fits in a great composition with Graves. Graves has been coming up, especially after the lethality changes. He's been creeping up for a while now. He's great into the matchup towards Rengar. And so if you have Graves and Lissandra, that is a wombo combo if I've ever seen it. You can really just set the team fight well if Lissandra is there. And of course, Saber, once she starts to get items under her belt, that is a good team fight composition that they've set themselves up for.
Lissandra and Graves as well is a nice kind of spin on the a modern twist, you could say, Raz, on the old Lissandra Lee Sin, where it's just like Lee Sin arrives, mixed down, boom, both of them pop ultimates, and you're dead. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, we used to, I think it was last year that we saw a lot of Lissandra Graves. So whenever people saw that Lulu first pick, you'd go into our Graves very naturally because it helps that man up. He does enough damage as is. And so then we see the Lissandra. It's essentially, I'll say, if you go back towards the VODs of 2016 spring, you'll probably be like, wait a minute, I remember this comp.
I've seen this before somewhere. Well, it's very strong. It has a proven track record. So let's see if LGD can make it work. They got their priority pick of Sivir, despite heavy bounce towards Imp as well. It's really just a question of whether they can execute now on the Rift.
Yeah, so both of these teams are kind of, I mean, we've mentioned it just a little bit. They are in a rough spot. LGD got blown away by WE, had a bit of a trouble against Xiaoqiu. And it all really started when they went up against Game Talents, EDG. You know, they went to 3 games with them. They could have very easily came out as the victors of those ones. So they've been in a bit of an unlucky rut.
The GT kiss of death.
Yeah, you go up against GT and everything just goes downhill.
I actually feel like that's something we should look into to see if like teams that have played against GT are just like all on a downward spiral.
It's just the moment you play up against Gimby.
The Grim Reaper.
He shakes your hand and it all goes downhill from there.
Well, that'll be something to look at next week, but for now, we're into LGD and Vici. Game 1 of this best of 3. We have a very packed schedule today, Raz. 3 sets of best of 3s. Lots of questions as well. They love coming in for EDG. WE, top of the table clash with RNG. So lots of questions to be answered. But for now, we get to enjoy a bottom of the table clash. A scuffle, perhaps. Is it a clash, really, if it's the bottom of the table? It's
I mean, it would not have been. It would have been something
fight.
It would have been a smack fight. But remember, you did mention these teams at their peak. Would they be performing a little bit better than today? Yes, they would. In fact, they would. These teams very recently were the best in their league. Not Vici. Vici has been at the very top, let's say 4th place. LGD, of course, have been battling for first with EDG, but now EDG they don't even see them. They're too high up.
They're in the clouds. At the very least, you can say that both these two teams, when performing at their maximum, are top-tier teams. You know, they are strong, clear playoff contenders, and you could say they could easily make top 3. However, from what we've seen, maybe you've got the LGD factor coming in there. They'll spin it up and get it rolling towards the end of the split, but we just don't really know.
Yeah, and honestly, if there's a start to it, it's this game. LGD's draft here was, I think, fantastic because Vici Gaming, they put themselves up a composition where they have to play through bottom lane because they really gave the priority to the Varus. but then they kind of got pinched out pretty hard when it came to the support picks, so they go towards Nami. Nami's not really a problem. She's great in terms of trading, but her shoving pattern doesn't exist. Unless if you're using bubble for the wave, you're just not going to be contesting shove. So Sivir and Lulu can just they have a lot of AoE. They can just instant shove the lane. So the one pattern, the one lane that Vici were looking towards and shoving in, I mean, now it's just the top lane in the Rumble matchup, because otherwise Ocean and EasyHoon are going to have tough times in their lane here.
Was there even a possibility, though, for the bottom lane of Vici to get a pushing lane or a lane that could go neutral? Because Malzahar was off the table, Karma was off the table. You don't have these traditional pushing supports outside of Lulu.
I think the Rumble pickup was just not good. I think they should have solidified the Karma, and the reason for it is just that, you know, Luong has a lot of champions towards his name. There's no real reason to get that Rumble pick. Rumble has been a big priority lately. We even saw it yesterday in the sets that, you know, pick up Rumble and you win the game. Oh,
here
Caveman!
Comes Intruder, big damage from end of the line. It's not going to be confirmed into a kill just yet, but Intruder is staying around. So hide your kids, hide your ADC, hide your support. We're not home. All right, Intruder's backing away, so he took the bait.
Yeah, you know, Caveman and Swanshampi are going to be a little bit happy that they have the Nami now to heal up. Soraka would have even been a nice one as well, just simply because they are in a tough period in this game. And so the rest of the team has to watch out. Looking towards Rengar, he's in the opposite side of the map, so Swanshampi and Caveman, and they're on their own.
Yeah, they're just, they switched off all the lights, they're opening the curtains. Oh, Intruder's still there. Hit him with some arrows and get him to head up river. And he may even look towards mid lane right now, because the only thing that's alive is the Scuttle Crab, which he is currently hitting. But there is a recall now from EasyHoon, so he'll go back to base and pick up a null magic mantle. So that's going to be his early game pickup, but already double Darren's to Godby, so he's hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, so that's going to be nice for Godby. I mean, the biggest point about Lissandra is that her laning phase, for the most part, is kind of difficult, especially going up against Vladimir, who's just going to stick to lane forever unless if you harass him out. Lissandra won't really be able to do that, so it's up to Graves to be able to help him out, push him through that lane, and if Lissandra ever gets priority in that matchup, if she ever has the ability to roam outwards, she is one of the better roaming champions.
Just looking towards bot lane once more. Constant shoving coming out from LGD.
Yeah.
However, that hasn't culminated into a CS advantage. Imp has been focusing so much on pushing the wave that he's actually down in farm against Juan P. That the jungler has been there. Ocean, I mean, he knew that he walked over the crab shrine.
Definitely knew that.
He knows he's been spotted out.
But you made the point about, yeah, they're not really winning in terms of CS. It's just that they've stuck Caveman and Swanshampi in a very tough spot. That if they do stick into this lane, they don't have pots. Meanwhile, Imp and PYL are doing quite well for themselves. Jinu! Oh, okay, he got out just fine. A little bit worried about the man. Yep, he's definitely not having a good time. But yeah, the bottom lane, they were doing quite well for themselves. Now they're going to have a good back timing to head out and out. But keeping Caveman and Swanshampi that low always creates a really large amount of pressure towards the rest of Vici to say, Ocean, does he need to go towards the bottom lane and help him out? Could the dive happen at any moment? So that is good now simply because Caveman and Swanshampi are back into the lane. Mostly Caveman. Swanshampi just hasn't backed at all.
Yeah, he is definitely not. But, I mean, that's part of it, right? Because he's constantly shoved under the tower, so he doesn't really have an opportunity to go back to base. And probably when he gets towards the mid-50s, he'll want to go back to base and start picking up his first items. And just right now, we're seeing PYL head up river, place down some deeper vision so they don't get ganked up river by Ocean. As the crab has now left us for a little bit. Ocean is on his way top lane, though. He was thinking about it, but has been pink warded out by Jinu, and he'll continue just to get shoved in by Long. He's not really having a great time.
Yeah, it's good that Vici at least have that one lane that they can use as a bridge towards the later portion of the game, and that Ocean's just saying, you know, I'm going to stick by you. If this is the winning matchup, I'm going to just be able to help you out in terms of just shoving down Jinu, and there seems to be a bit of a scuffle here.
Bit of a scuffle, bit of a trade in the bottom lane, but not going to result in too much. It's really just Imp CSing, and it was a disruption on the back from PYO as well.
Yeah, Swanshampi just wants to get a good back timing off. That's his number one priority. With that being said, with the smoke bomb coming out, they know that this red buff is getting contested.
Yeah, Ocean is all over it currently, and places down 6 assist pings. and say, Caveman, please, I need you to
Help.
help me. Help.
Help.
I require assistance. Jinwoo is heading down. He saw Long move towards the middle lane, but he's on his way back. And for now, it's just calm on the Rift, or relative calm, as we are waiting for both teams to scale up and get to a point where they'll start ganking. Intruder and Ocean hitting level 6, specifically Rengar. That will force the flash from PYL.
Okay.
Whoa, Ocean's going to jump over there. Imp's there with the ultimate. Has heal, has flash still, but both summoners burnt from PYL.
Ocean doesn't recognize this, but he essentially wants P that lane, mostly because that means that Imp had to stop his back to help out PYL. So Imp should have backed earlier. No, 100%. He was being way too greedy. He was just trying to get the shove into the lane. And then PYL was like, you know what, I'm going to help you too. I'm going to be in the worst positioning possible. So Ocean, not only did he burn the flash on PYL, stop the back timing. Yeah, sure, Sivir's coming back into the lane, so she was able to get that back. But they're just getting the shove in. Ooh.
Intruder looking to replicate on the top side. So many flashes coming down. Long is on his way out, but with the grand challenge being issued and completed, that's a kill to Jinwoo.
And that's going to be a disaster for Vici. So Intruder being able to impact that matchup is going to be great. The kill goes over to Jinwoo on the Fiora. So now Ocean's like, all right, that was my one winning lane. What do I got now? I mean, maybe the bottom lane, but then now this is going to be a really tough task for the rest of Vici.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Intruder was looking for the invade there as well just before it goes back to base. Ocean is getting his way towards his first item though, his warrior in chance. So when he hits that, he can start popping some of these squishies. That could be pretty good, but mid lane still has to be very conscientious of Godv and Intruder just appearing, hitting with the ultimate chain. Because he only has the null magic, so it's not going to help him whatsoever against Intruder if he takes any more damage.
The only thing EZHoon has for himself is the fact that he's just constantly harassing and healing up in the lane. Ocean,
He's on his way into the mid lane, but I mean, Glacial Path will get you out of most sticky situations.
yeah, and this is going to be crucial. Intruder's just going to bop him.
Gonna hit him a bunch with just dual 2 attacks, and end of the line doesn't quite tag him. Top lane, we get to see the continuation of Jinwoo having a bad day.
Yeah, what LGD want right now is for this blue buff to not be contested. Vici is going to be going for it. There we go.
Godv claims it. I
That
mean,
is
that's
good.
best case scenario for LGD.
Yeah, because Lissandra really needed that. If she didn't get blue, she was already running low in mana. She would have had a tough time against EZHoon. EZHoon would have overtaken this lane matchup and just being able to harass a little bit more. Godv would have a tough time. Now that he does have this blue buff, he can shove out this lane. And now you look towards this bottom lane matchup. If the trades go in favor of LGD, then this dive could be possible.
The farm is surprisingly good from both ADCs, actually.
Yeah.
At this stage in the game. They've not missed many CS. Caveman is taking a bit of damage there. Imp is going to get locked up by the chain of corruption. Ocean comes in here as well to look to confirm the kill. And indeed he does. Imp goes down.
Ew, okay, that was great from Ocean. He didn't even have the possibility, didn't let the possibility of LGD impacting this bottom lane. He's going to get there first. So now the rest of LGD are going to have to do something to stop this tower from going down. Good from PLL to just kill that cannon wave. Come on. They're going to be able to get this. Graves is far too away from this tower.
Lucian's going to take a beating, but they do have another minion wave on the way. So yeah, this is the tower going to go down. Intruder's going to try and clear the minion wave, but he didn't get it with both swings of end of the line. And first tower to Vici.
Yeah, LGD were way too slow on the punch. You know, sure, you lose out in that entire engage because Ocean was there first, able to get the kill, but Graves needed to be there as soon as possible to get the wave clear there. So they just lose a tower when LGD, after getting that blue buff, were in a power position. So I guess they're just going to go for this Earth Dragon and see what if they can just take that as a consolation.
Yeah, it'll be okay. And fairly easy to take as well. So Intruder's not going to take too much damage. So how are we doing across the board? Jinwoo, surprisingly, is actually ahead now.
Yeah.
It looks like he just killed Long in the top lane.
Oh, that was the gank. Yeah.
That was
the gank that happened earlier with Graves.
Oh yeah, that did happen, Raz. Yeah, thank you very much.
Gotcha.
I have short-term memory loss. Contracted it 10 minutes ago.
Goldfish in the flesh.
So yeah, 1 kill to him. Also a CS advantage. And Long is actually in the bottom lane, so he'll clear this out with the equalizer.
This is a smart play from Vici. Now they're just dodging the lanes, and the best way to do that, get Long to stop the waves coming in the bot side of the map, and look towards the top with, you know, Swan P and Caveman pushing that out. They are much faster in priority because of that Rumble ulti coming down. This is a great C from Vici.
Pushing the top lane as well. I mean, this is perfect setup. This is the Vici that we kind of like used to look towards and was like, look at, they're taking bot lane, they're running the opponents around the map. They can't even touch them. We're never seeing the champions interact because Vici are there first.
Yeah.
And we're going back to
Oh,
that
they
right
might
now.
actually look towards the fight here.
Has his ultimate, has all summoners. They may look to run Vici down, but with Ocean being in the wings and Intruder behind them, they will not do that. But that is so much damage onto top lane tower. That will fall in one more push.
Yeah, and I mean, just hitting back at your point, I mean, Frosker said it best on the desk. This could be the best iteration that we've seen from Vici this split. Bring Caveman on, bring Ocean on, and you can get a good, you know, communication if that's your issue. Then, you know, speak to your Chinese players.
Or Easy Hoon's just gonna run down Godby in the mid lane. Still has the ultimate, so he'll get the healing out. Easy Hoon charging up the flash as well. The kill with the transfusion. 1v1 outplay by Easy Hoon. Whereas has been all split.
That was just fantastic. He recognized the flash was up and available, the preemptive flash. He had Crimson Rush as well, so he just got the best burst he could possibly get it, and Godby couldn't run away
Can
from
we
it.
just talk about the timing as well? He knew exactly when he'd come out of the ultimate, instant flash as well. I mean, Easy Hoon was all over that play. Top lane's gonna fall down. We've got Talaway following after Imp and PYL. Gonna force a flash even. Vici getting so much from this passage of play.
Yeah, this is a fantastic early game from Vici, and you know what? We talk about how Vici have great early games. You know, they're the smarter teams. They get the play starting first. They move towards position first, but that's usually just one member. That's usually just Bengi going across the map. Bengi getting the 1v1 jungle outplay or just the 1v1 advantage for himself. This is Vici as a team setting up proper plays, and they're ready to fight. Easy Hoon is confident in the mid lane, and then you look towards Swamp P Caveman on the top side of the map, and they're like, yeah, we have 3 members, and we got this tower. Maybe we can get more out of it.
Hey, I think we need to go back and say, well, we're looking towards the best iterations of these two teams, and if that's the case, who wins? Well, actually, it was an arms race to see which team would even get there in the first place, and apparently it's Vici right now. LGD simply haven't turned up to play. We haven't seen anything, honestly, better from LGD in this match from previous games.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes down to it for LGD, they still have a good team fight composition, and Jinu has a lead in his lane. So right now, big question, now Long, if he can actually hold this lane down, if he continues to fall under this Fiora pressure, then yes, we will have a problem. LGD have a foothold in this game, but currently, it is the Vici show.
Great counterpoint, Raz. I think at the same time, you need to look at how the teams are playing. And I think that's the point, right? That Vici, the way that they've played this game, regardless of advantages gained, regardless of what we actually see on the map, the 2 towers that they have, the 1,000 gold advantage, it's the way that they got those advantages as Intruder will get away by the skin of his teeth. Seeing Ocean also having to swim his way out into the river and a push into the mid lane, the last outer tower remaining for LGD.
And you gotta believe that Vici are gonna be looking towards this one, especially since they do have range advantage with the Varus. The biggest problem is, of course, yeah, sure, you have Ocean, he's on the Rengar, it's gonna be a little bit difficult towards setting up this siege, but just because they have poke, just because the Yomu's Ghostblade is up on the Varus, then they can look towards it. We'll have to see if it does turn out to be effective.
Charging up the poke as well, and that will get more and more oppressive as items are starting to be picked up by Zhuang P.
And it's going to be a little bit harder because the Sivir has come through, so this is a lot of wave clear coming out of LGD. So if Vici are going towards this mid lane to try and get down this tower, they actually have to look to dive onto it. So that means they have to start focusing towards their side lanes. Lissandra's in the top side of the map. That's good, but she's just clearing out this wave. They need to be able to push her a little bit farther back. Same with Fiora. If they can keep 2 members away from that mid lane, then it is possible to shove them out from the mid lane and get that tower for yourself.
We do know that Easy Hoon can take Godby in a 1v1, and he's going to look for it once more. Human play comes down. Godby is ticking from it. He'll probably look to ultimate right now. In fact, no, he won't. He'll look to escape with the Glacial Path, but surely he'll ult. There we go. Crimson Rush is ready to go. Spam the Q button. Easy Hoon. They're both going to fall down at the same time. I actually can't believe Godby managed to turn that one around.
And they got witnesses across the board. Ocean and Intruder in awkward positions saying, I could have helped you, just wasn't in the position because I didn't see that one happening. But that was ridiculous from both Godby and Easy Hoon.
Perfect outplay. I mean, I want to say outplay, but can you call an outplay if he also died at the same time? Godby holding the ultimate. So many times I was like, he's going to ult now. No, he's going to ult now. Prevent the damage from Healing Plague. Nope, held on to it to the last possible second. Cut the healing from Crimson Rush as well with the Ignite. Could not have been played better from both sides, and that's why we got a 1-for-1.
Yeah, pretty good double KO from that one.
Yeah.
That was nice. So just like resetting position now, what does this mean? You look towards the top side of the map, and you just see Ocean. After all that was said and done, he's like, I guess I'm going to push the wave for you. So he shoved the wave out from the tower, moved it all the way up. That just means that now Vici can set up towards the mid lane once again. If sure, it's at a bad time because the next dragon's coming up, so all they really can do is not set up towards the tower, but perhaps now set up towards the dragon here.
Pushing down the mid lane, Easy Hoon forcing it in along with Jean P. And as you said, Raz, Dragon is up, and Imp taking a bit of poke damage there as well from those piercing arrows. His setup looks pretty clean so far from Vici.
Yeah, fun drive-by there, saying, you know what, Sean P, I'm gonna be going to this dragon here, but I'm not gonna leave you unscathed.
You're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this one alive. All right, Easy Hoon, Ocean, and Caveman all on the way over to this Cloud Dragon. Should be going down without too much of a contest from LGD. It's not the worst dragon to lose. And at the same time, they picked up the first dragon. So if this game drags on, not going to be too concerned about a massive advantage in terms of Elder Dragon prowess. But next dragon will also be Cloud.
Yeah, there we go. I was hoping for a little bit of an Ocean, the magic, you know, get the Ocean Dragon there. But that's, maybe I'll save that joke for another day. No, I can't because I've already burned it out.
It's fine. Delete the VOD. Delete all evidence.
Yeah, no one's known.
What's that thing in Men in Black?
Oh yeah, that flash. I have no idea what it's called.
Neuralizer. Thank you, producer.
Thank you.
Neuralizer. Neuralize the whole audience, right?
You see nothing.
Everyone who watches the VOD as well. What happened today? Who will know? Be good for Froskurin if LGD get wrecked in this game. Easy Hoon are pushing down bot lane now, and they have Ocean in the wings. So they may be looking for this gank to happen.
He's pressuring at the right places at the right time. He's enabling Easy Hoon at this point.
A lot of damage from transfusion.
Yeah, I mean, Easy Hoon,
okay.
He doesn't even have to worry about a 2v2 happening because Ocean is essentially his walking ward in the blue jungle.
And look at Easy Hoon going to walk up in with the Tides of Blood. God V misses the damage as Sanguine Pool comes up. And Jinnu was also on his way bot lane. So Easy Hoon makes the right call, backed away, has to use Ghost for the luxury, and Ocean is also going to actually continue to back up Easy Hoon. He's sticking around.
Yeah, and with the benefit of this one, you look towards it. This Ocean's positioning towards Easy Hoon is great because it's also towards the mid lane tower. With the Varus looking to set up once again, they can just stick here unless if they get shoved out, and it's within LGD's best interest to shove that man out of your jungle. Otherwise, he gets control of both the side lanes. Oh, here we go.
I'll take Wards Not to Clear for 600 points. PYL trapped, taken down by Ocean. Zhuangzhuang P with a kill credit. Could not have gone better. I actually think that was a Deathfire tick right there. But blue buff also over to Vici, and that could not have gone better.
And that is legitimately Vici just picking fights. I mean, week after week, we ask ourselves the question. You know what that question was?
What's that, Raz?
Oh, you know, do they know how to fight?
Oh,
well,
here
better
comes
know.
God-V. Oh, does he know how to blow up players, though? Yes, he does.
that was a good response from
On
God-V.
the floor.
He just heard our question, and he said, no, he's dead. Look at this man.
Alice is 1,000 for something. I have to assume kills, as he just killed a person.
Oh, yeah, very likely. That's probably what it is. I mean, they've LPL have done a great job of keeping track of, you know, the player accomplishments. We get the memo quite a few times of, you know, how many players. I think it was PYL's 1,000th kill. I have to be wrong about that one.
Probably assist.
Yeah, assist could be. I'll have to figure that out.
Because if he's killed 1,000 people, he is a bloodthirsty supportive God. V's only just hit 1,000
I'll
kills.
come back with you on that one later.
Oh, PYL. Yeah, you want to get out of there. You want to scram. And Imp, well, he's ascended to wave clearing bot, the ultimate vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, to be quite honest, that's the problem with Sivir right now. I mean, 20 minutes into the game, and her only task is to wave clear until 3 items comes in fruition. So he actually decided, I'm not going to go towards Essence Reaper. That doesn't do that much damage. So he's not going to be going towards it. He's got his IE here. Perhaps he gets it on the later portion, but at this point, it's probably too late. Get the Bloodthirster, and maybe even, of course, at some point, some attack speed. But right now, he's going for the Battle Sivir. That's his answer.
He is, and you still get a lot of wave clear from that as well, so still pretty good. We saw a nice little zoom in there from the observers, taking a look at good friend Skull Crab, eating some honey fruit, who was brutally murdered by Intruder. Like, come on, Skull Crab's gonna give you this shrine. You don't even let him have his lunch.
I mean, this Scuttle Crab has been bullied ever since he existed, so.
That's true. Well, enough about Skull Crab, more about Long getting murdered in the top lane by Jinnu. for the completion on Grand Challenge, but he does manage to get away, having to use his flash there. Ocean, probably not the route you wanted to take there, mate. He'll jump away, get hit by the riposte, and Jinnu will be unable to follow up as Intruder is lagging behind just a little as he uses the collateral damage.
And this is LGD saying, well, you know, this is our place. They're going to be able to take this tower 100%. Now, Vici are looking to contest it. They have no reason to. There we go. Tower down in favor of LGD. So, yeah, that was very questionable for Ocean. He probably just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time with PYL just trailing him at the same time. So, yeah, he's 0-1-0, and that's good because the lead that Jinnu was able to get early on in the game has not accounted to much. He's just been using his equalizer time and time again to clear out the wave and making Jinnu's, one job at just snowballing a lot harder.
Yes, he has. LGD, though, for all the flack that we've given them, are ahead in gold right now. Well, that may change as mid lane tower is being sieged in by Jean P and EasyHoon. But there is all of the wave clear, literally all of the wave clear on the side of LGD between Imp and Intruder and Godv. Can't discount him once he gets into a lane, but currently he's dealing with Long.
Yeah, so LGD have that gold lead just through minions alone. Right now, of course, Sivir's able to get... Sivir and Lissandra is actually getting a lot of minions. Oh, EasyHoon.
Hello there, EasyHoon. I challenge you to a duel.
Okay, he's fine. But yeah, the minions are coming in favor of LGD, and it's making it a lot easier. But you look towards the map pressure, and it's in Vici's favor. Godv, get out of there.
Oh, how's it going, Godv? Do you want a Glacial Claw away? Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to ult yourself, Caveman, providing fire support across the wall, and Long will pick up the kill.
But yeah, the pace of this game is in Vici's favor. Jinnu is the one that has to look to get these advantages. That's why Intruder's tagging right beside him, so EasyHoon has to watch out. He's at a 2v1 position. He doesn't know it, though. Doesn't know it
yet.
Oh.
But unless they burst him down before he hits Sanguine Pool, which isn't going to happen because he has no CC, then probably not going to happen. So Intruder backs away. Ocean, I'm going to take away this red buff. Imp's not very happy about that, but you have to deal with it because I have Smite. So see you later.
Yeah, and the heal too. So that was an interesting contest coming out of Imp and Imp alone. Imp was probably just praying to the gods to give him only crits. You know, just crit the, crit Smite the red buff, maybe crit the cat as well, try and get the favorite damage in his favor. But that was too much. He used his heal on that one as well, so he is at a very bad position for that contest. And
he's an atheist now.
Yeah, no, exactly. Believes in nobody.
Yep.
Never gonna be building crit again.
Just yep. We'll just go. We'll just sell the Infinity Edge and just pick a Cogmore build.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
It'd be a good time to do that next patch, not this time around.
Yeah, maybe. Had Cogmore Bantam against in this game. Godv gonna throw out a bit of damage, but EasyHoon's still on his way out. Gonna throw down the ultimate, and there's the combo. EasyHoon will not be getting away from this. Too much damage, too much CC, too much Intruder.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Vladimir that he used his pool a little bit too late, so he got stunned into position. He would have been fine off if he got out of there, but of course, nope, not gonna happen. So that's dragging over to LGD. Good pick for them.
Yep. Also, technically, his peel spell.
Oh, that's true.
That's correct.
Yeah, the peeling pool.
The peeling pool. Yeah, Vici will convert this into a mid lane tower, though. Cryo damage only clear at the back minions. There was a sneaky minion hiding between the legs of Rengar, so Vici will take that one away. But Godv is in the bottom lane, the classic split push Lissandra.
Ah, yes, and Godv.
No one is able to deal with.
Yeah, Godv, when he gets his leads, historically when LGD have been thriving, it's off these split pushes, so it's not too surprising that this is what he goes back to. And that's a lot of damage to the turret. No one's going to be there to help him out, or at least get him out of there.
Yeah, what even is this? It was like, this is a classic trade, Dragon for mid lane tower. No, well, Godv's just in the bottom lane taking your inner tower. What?
Yep. It's a lot of damage coming out of Lissandra's tiny shards.
Yeah, those things hurt.
So that's actually, he really did set up Jinnu just a little bit there. So being able to take that tower did mean that, Jin is going to be in position to shove that out. Sure, he's not going to be shoving for towers anymore. Objective's not really there, unless if he is confident enough to take down the inhib turret. No, he set himself up to take control of this red side jungle.
Well.
Long! Get out of there!
I feel like he almost knew because he went into the bush, but he was looking for a fight. Big equalizer. Zhonya's. Jinnu taking a lot of damage. He'll flash and return. Auto attack, lunge, riposte. forward lunge once more, and that will be a kill. Not really sure what Long was thinking there, but he'll go down and pay for it.
Oh, I'll tell you what he was thinking. He was pacing back and forth for a little bit, just checking out the risk and reward for this one. It's like, the wave is there. I mean, he could just be sitting in this one. Nah, he's not. I'll take that bet.
What's the humidity?
Yep, 50% chance of rain. I think I'll go in.
Oh, it didn't work. Well, there we go. Slight miscalculation there. But we'll try next time.
Yeah,
if you don't try, then you never get anything. If you don't just go out there, put yourself into the world, out there in the big wide world.
Yeah, now he's got tabs on Jinu. He recognized that, Jinu's going to be in that bush next time. I'm going to respect him a little bit. Maybe throw in an E or two. Electro Harpoon, definitely good for checking bushes.
But at the same time, the fact that Long is only just respawning now, Jinu will get a lot of damage onto this bot lane tower. So he joked about it, but actually he's just going to hit it.
So that's all down to Godby taking down that turret and giving Jinu the pressure to be able to do this. Now Jinu, he should never leave this tower. Right now he doesn't have mana, so he should just constantly look to go for the split push pressure. Vici are in a great position if they go for team fights and look for this Baron. There are a massive amount of pings happening in this general direction.
We are on our way. Assist me. On our way.
Come here.
Me. Get over here, Intruder. He's out. Quick draw.
Just look at the team communication here. This is the best we've seen in Vici in terms of playing as a team. But Vici,
on my way.
Oh, they're bringing in the Rumble, but that
on my way.
Now that they know where Rumble is, suddenly Fiora can just split push if she so chooses. She's going straight towards that bottom lane.
She's huffing it. Intruder
here we go.
on the front lines. I don't think he wants to be here anymore. Fantastic Chains of Corruption. That's going to spell the end of Intruder's life. And Long did use his ultimate, maybe a bit of overkill.
Yeah, awkward for Jinu, so he just decided to do the jungle camp instead. But he didn't have enough time if he did go towards the bottom lane. That's too many waves for him to clear. They have to play towards the Baron.
Someone's dying, Raz. I think it's going to be Godby. He's going to jump into the pit, though. Big ultimate on himself. Ocean going to be running away here. Chased down and slain by Jinu, who's going to turn it around onto Long.
God.
Big damage out from Godby. And Long, he's got the Zhonya's, but he's not going to be living for long. Jinu following after Caveman, and now EZHoon is the last one alive, but he is a big Vladimir. Both of those bot laners have to turn around and cheese it, while Jinu is thinking about a fight. He was thinking about the Blast Cone, but in fact, he's going to chase down EZHoon. Honestly, not sure if he wins this, though. EZHoon is a pretty big Vladimir. He's running away. Got the Tides of Blood Flash over the wall, looking for the kill onto PYL. Waits out the shield. The sidestep as a seal. He's a... another one. Another one.
Another one.
Oh, it's not going to happen. Jinu will shut him out, and it was there with a lifesteal as well. They'll turn their attention to Baron.
That was ridiculous. I cannot believe Vici lost out in that entire fight. That is props to Godby. He outplayed that entire scenario, and as a martyr, he died, but he died for a good reason. Oh, what the hell, Lulu? All right, they still get the Baron. It doesn't matter that Lulu goes down. Big win for LGD here. Just take a look at this. Look at Godby, because this is a 5v4, and just, completely just zones out SwampP and Caveman, including EZHoon, and just take a gander at the fact that Ocean dies, Long gets exhausted because he could not help whatsoever, and Godby just completely takes out SwampP. Nowhere to be seen, and so is Jinu and Imp from that point forward. Ridiculous fight from LGD.
Godby, what an absolute monster. Turned the corner, I was like, he is dead for sure.
Yeah.
Nope. There was like 5-6 seconds of zoning, takes out 2 members. Godby is an absolute beast. And I mean, there was a lot of criticism specifically from me, honestly, that he kept going for these 1v1 outplays, consistently losing out against the honestly stacked mid lane that we have right now in the LPL. Picks Lissandra. Maybe it was a good thing that he actually had Echo banned away from him, so he's not looking for the 1v1 outplays. He's instead just annihilating the entire enemy team. Yeah. He's level 18 right now, Rad. He's caught out in the enemy jungle. Please don't die, because I just took 40 seconds to compliment you.
Were you just saying something great about him because he's about to die? Yeah, but
he's fine. He's
all right. He's all right. So this is overall, this is a really high quality game from both teams. We're starting to see something different.
Getting chased out, but he has on the hunt, and he's on the way out. So Ocean heading over to the 3rd Cloud Dragon of the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, not being the best draw of dragons, and LGD will take it, but Vici not too upset about this outcome. They will look towards PYL though. Big CC chain. He's just straight up dead. SwampP, so much damage, and Jinu has to cancel out his TP. Not a fight that LGD could take, and that has for now, stalled on the Baron.
That was a smart play from LGD to recognize that, yeah, you know, PYL, he's a dead man. I'm not going to go towards this. Jinu knows that he has a tower here. He's not going to go towards it because that was a good response from Vici to look towards him now and stop that push. But overall, a good plan from LGD. They get themselves a dragon off of it. Now the next one is going to be an Elder Dragon. So that's going to be nice.
It will be nice. Specifically LGD, as they have 3 dragons so far, and have a pretty significant advantage. So 6,000 gold to that team, plus that 1 tower, but honestly, it's really just been off the back of Godby. And while Jinu was 5-0-1, survived the laning phase, now I look towards Godby getting... Oh, what?!
All right. M. Night Shyamalan made that happen.
I mean, I guess Long just dies? What was that damage? EZHoon getting chased down in the top lane. Jinu's going to back away from this one. He has too much peel for himself, but I thought... Actually, so many times, I think Godby's gonna die, and he just blows up whoever's facing him down.
Yeah, he has a lot of magic penetration. The Abyssal Scepter, along with the Void Staff, is kind of just blowing people up. At this point in the game, even with the Zhonya's, they can pick any fight they want now. The Baron is still up and available for them, but really, I think they just want people. They don't want minions. They don't want towers. They're gonna take a tower.
Him definitely wants to go in there, but man, LGD turning it on, and I was saying how well that Vici were playing. I think we were definitely both saying it in terms of just how they were communicating, how they set the early game. But LGD, once they take an inch, they will take a mile. And I've got to say, it's off the back of Godby in that mid lane. He's really just turned it on in this game. And while Jinu has been picking up kills, it's really just been off the back of Godby setting them up for him. So really, LGD... This is one of those games that one of their players just turns up.
Oh,
could be a good fight for Vici, big equalizer, but massive blast cone. And LGD all make it out alive.
Pretty good exit strategy. Find themselves a nice, blast cone. That being said, Jinu is just being left up top side. So that was a great look for Vici to try and get something going because they are so far behind. And that's why this matchup looks like the most misleading last place matchup as I've ever seen. So the fact that both teams are at 6th place, but now they really are trying to find that move that will make them a better team. You look towards Vici Gaming and they're starting to pick up skirmishes. The early game is just as good, better because they're playing as a team. But the skirmishes are nice and proper. It really did fall behind off that one decision off Baron. EZHoon.
Getting chased out is a fair bit of damage from Jinu, but Long is here to back him up, Ocean as well, and in fact the whole squad is here to wipe out Jinu. They finish out phase 1 of the boss fight, but we'll look towards the bubble, doesn't happen, but they're going to finish him off. Second form wasn't all that powerful.
Yeah, LGD is just going to be going towards this tower. They should get it down, but if they do, that could be a fight for Vici.
Ocean wants it, he's charging after Intruder, he'll surely be falling. Oh, flash away, big wild growth. Keeps him alive. Long coming in from the backside as well. He's got the flames bit of running, but all of a sudden, this is going disastrously wrong for LGD. Massive equalizer isn't enough to turn it around. Imp gonna finally get killed by Long. Ocean had to go back to base, and Godby and PYL will finish off that tower. Probably won't be ambitious enough to take this inhibitor, will they?
They should look towards it.
Went back to base.
They have a range advantage on Long and Ocean, so even though it is a 3v3, they're going to be popping it with the little damage that they can do.
One's coming in here, doesn't land the bowler, so should be good. Electro Harpoon, flash, and another flash in response.
So that was actually as good as you can get it for Vici. They went really hard for it. Maybe Long could have gotten an earlier TP if you could look at this, because this was a great play. They took down Jinu in the top side of the map. They were able to look for this fight. You see the TP coming on the backside, but Imp just goes in, and that guy tore them to pieces. They didn't expect how much damage he was going to be able to do. So you know what, if it wasn't Imp, maybe it would have been great for Vici. Maybe it would not have been a 3v3 trade. But overall, that was a great mechanical outplay from LGD to be able to take that.
Looked so good as well. Long laying down fantastic equalizer, and everyone having to separate themselves onto opposite sides of it, but it just couldn't finalize any kills. And yeah, Imp just kind of tore everyone a new one as well in the mid lane, so didn't see that one coming.
He has a lot of crit in his name now. With the crit on top of the Essence Reaver that came a little later on, he is doing a lot of damage, of course, and he's able to get a lot of... his cooldown got increased so much, so he's able to just spam out his W, get the ricochets going. So right now, he is a threat and a half.
LGD, all of a sudden, are just such a powerhouse, and it's just been objective after objective. It just happened in a whirlwind of of fights and skirmishes into towers falling. And honestly, after that early game as well from Vici, it seemed hard to imagine a world where that would happen. But it was just these team fights that were so well played by, I've got to say, Godby. If he doesn't get MVP, I'm going over to China, Raz.
Yep, get in there. Get in that plane.
Someone's getting these hands. But Jinu's pushing down bottom lane. It's just going to be another Baron setup. So, honestly, Vici in such a difficult position.
Yeah,
they can find a pick, then great, but the chances of it happening, going to say less than 10%.
This is going to be a little hard. And by a little bit, I mean Vici have no options here. The only option is really to get Strong-Strong-P to get a poke off, but that's not going to be even possible. Look how much pressure Jinu's creating, and the reason for that is because he has so much lifesteal for himself. So even though he took that much damage, auto attack, auto attack, auto attack, back to full HP. So it's really difficult. And the one option that Vici had that they took was just a 5-man play towards him. But it might not even be possible here. I don't even think they can actually take him in a 2v1.
No, Ocean decided to bail out of that fight for sure. I mean, Jinu knew he was coming from a mile away. And LGD are still hovering around Baron, looking for their own pick, while Vici just praying that PYL decides it's a good time to go off by himself and go for a solo expedition.
Yeah, but LGD don't have to do anything here because look at where Jinu is on the map right now. He has that inhib. He's very down close to it. No one is contesting it. That's just a free inhibitor turret if no one actually contests it.
Vici's making a power play.
They need to go towards this immediately. They need to take the fight as soon as possible to force Jinu towards them.
And it's just stalling tactics from LGD. Vici are aware of this, and they get cold feet.
That's a cannon wave that Jinu is on. He can actually look to threaten the Nexus turret. So Vici should not force the fight. They should back.
Oh, that's not what's going to happen here, though. Raz Ocean jumps in. He'll jump in once more, and Imp is on the front lines. He should fall. EasyHoon jumps into the breast of LGD. Gonna be very low. Someone needs to deal with Jinu. They're going to go in for the fight once again. Ocean jumps in. He'll back away. P preventing any additional assaults, and Jinu backing away now as long as approached the bottom lane. But
yeah, Ocean,
so much down.
Ocean is far too low right now. He's at a point where they cannot do Baron. TP is coming down. Jinu's looking for a fight.
Oh, he's looking for some kills.
Okay.
He's 1 versus 4. This is very deep, but PYL is behind him if he wants this to happen. Looking for the first kill. Gets the grand challenge down.
Jinu!
Has the healing. He's looking after K-Man as well. There's the second kill. Can he make more happen? That's a no to that as long. Brings down the equalizer.
They even brought down the equalizer when that man was already dead. They want him dead. They want him gone. They don't even want him going to the afterlife. That guy has to get out immediately. That's ridiculous. Jinu played like a man. And so looking towards what LGD has in terms of options, 2 inhibs down for Vici, and a Baron is up and ready. LGD can do whatever they want right now. 30 seconds on the clock. And do I have to look at this again? Do I have to? Do I have to check this out? Am I? Oh, this is... It looked like he was going down too. Exhaust happened, and then he was able to just carry it out, get Strong-Strong-P. The heal comes through, and at this point, someone has to stop the man. They even... Look at when the equalizer came in. That was unnecessary. That was the most unnecessary equalizer of my life.
As you said, they have to kill him dead. Make sure he doesn't come back to life. Make sure he doesn't go to the afterlife.
Yeah.
Make sure his ancestors die.
Yeah. His ancestors feel that way, way beyond the grave at this point.
Oh, Jinu. He's back alive, but he is an absolute monster alongside Godby, and it all just, like, honestly, these fights, so many kills went to random members, and even though it didn't look like they were doing much in the laning phase or even the mid game, when it got to this point, it's just like, oh, 400 farm, 7-2-1,
Yeah.
6-2, 6-4-2 in the mid lane, and all of a sudden they're full item them.
That is what's scary about LGD is because they did get outplayed in the early game. Every single lane of theirs were in a losing position except for Jinu. Jinu was in a tough spot because Vici was playing smart around it. But you look towards the gold lead, you even mentioned it, that's a 1k gold lead that was in for LGD, and it was just off of lane CS. The CS advantage coming out of Godby when he was getting pressured time and time again out of by EasyHoon. And then you look towards the AD carry position, of course it's Imp. But the fact he's able to do that when he was in a losing position as well is also crazy. And so they were able to get themselves to that point and were able to outplay team fights that they had no business winning. So LGD, it's a bit frustrating for Vici, but LGD right now playing pretty damn good.
Yes, they are. And they are pressuring Baron. They have full vision of Vici as they are approaching, and this is this is last chance saloon. But Godby has the flank on them. Oh, he's going for someone. It's going on to Juan P. He gets annihilated midway through this fight. Long goes down into the Zhonya's, flashes away, but he wants blood. So does Jinnu, but you're not getting my kill. 4 for 1. LGD, absolute whitewash.
Yeah, and you have to believe that game. Even though, like, Intruder is the one that died on that one, that's a 4 for 1 trade. They'll take it. Inhibs are down and available. Massive wave here. That's game for LGD.
They're just pushing it in, and that was almost anticlimactic with the way that fight was too easy for LGD. They'll look towards the Nexus. Ocean wants to pad out his stats, but instead, he's going to make him worse. Yeah, camp his corpse, make him pay. LGD finish him off. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. LGD finish off game 1 against Vici.
What a great game from LGD. And I mean, it was a great game from both teams, but LGD able to take those situations, positions, and that was the best Lissandra play I've seen this year.
Also, like the second time we've seen Lissandra. So
third time. This is the third time, all right? You gotta give me that. You gotta give me something.
So someone brings out Urgot. Best performance we've seen. Also Urgot the worst ever. And also the only.
Yeah. First new Galio play. You know what? I've never seen a Galio like this.
LGD taking game 1, and Fruskiran, I feel like you have the right to have a smug look on your face.
What happened? Who won that game?
You're breaking up there, Fruskiran.
It was nice to see you on the desk.
So Raz, take a look at this.
Man, look at that gold graph. That looks okay. Let's talk about this. Vici have a phenomenal early game. We expect this of Vici when they can communicate with each other. This is what was old school Vici. You know, when Bingy was put on the roster, suddenly they didn't look so hot in the early game as consistently. Makes sense. Bingy can't really communicate with the team. You eliminate that. You have Ocean. It's basically Puppet Master, Easy Hoon. You know, minions, I tell you to go here. They do it. They do as he pleases. The problem is that Vici still, pound for pound, is not as talented as LGD's players, and when it comes to a 5v5, they will fall apart. Sitting backstage with the producer, I was like, this is fine. We're going to go into a single 5v5 right in front of Baron. LGD are going to win. They're going to take Baron. They're going to win the game.
You know, the fact, you know,
right?
I just don't trust
Confirmed.
it. No, I don't even want to listen to the producer on this one.
I mean, you probably said that as well. I mean, like, okay, it was confirmed. But, like, I mean, you couldn't predict that Garvey was just going to get caught, but instead not get caught and kill 2 people by himself.
I could definitely predict that Godvi is a god at Lissandra because it's one of his Pocket 1 tricks.
Yeah, I'll give you that. LGD find themselves in really bad positions, and they always find a way to win out certain team fights. I mean, that's just one game. So, you know, we have at the most 3 games, or at the very least, and it would be sad to all of us involved, 2 games.
And I have no doubt that Jinnu will probably get the MVP on his Fiora performance, which should be a standout. They definitely needed him to kind of pop off. Wasn't perfect play, but the one replay that I do have is actually kind of showcasing one of the later 5v5s to really point out why Godby is such a big part of this team and why it's important for him to be on the roster. Check out where he is on Lissandra. Now, this doesn't seem like a big deal. He's going to go over the wall. He's going to pop Schwan P like a balloon. But this is what made Godby famous. This is why he was considered kind of the next coming of the big Chinese mid laners, is how he maneuvers around Fog of War and how he sets up and creates really pivotal picks at really key moments. He doesn't just do it like that's a really basic one, but it's just kind of like, of course Godby has swung around and is going to get the jump on them on Fog of War. He does it on Ahri, he does it on Varus, he does it on Lissandra.
On Diana. Yeah, it happens a lot. He is a 1-3-1/diving champion, I mean, or a player. That's what he makes his name for. And I mean, we don't see Lissandra a lot, so that's great to see him being able to play in that way. So it was a fun game. It was a fun pick. I really like to see this one, and I want to see what happens in game 2.
I think we leave up Echo. Just put him on Echo. He'll keep looking for those 1v1s against Easy, and it's to say, you can't beat me. Fantastic. Because I actually think he performs worse on his priority pick of Echo than the likes of Lissandra that we see him on.
Yeah, he definitely had to play disciplined on this one because he recognized he was constantly under threat by Vladimir, who was looking to dive him just for trades because he has sustain. And Ocean was always just behind Easy Hoon on that point. So, yeah, of course, it just feel like Wayless had to play really smart and had to play back and just had to wait for his time to shine, and he did that.
And if you kind of go back towards Vici's composition, is speaking of that Vladimir, the big thing is that they were struggling to deal with the Fiora getting into those backlines, and their composition really didn't have a lot to protect the backline from Fiora. You're pretty much just banking on the fact that can Vici be decisive enough to look for a 4v5 scenario and pull the trigger and kill the rest of the members, or when Fiora does decide to join the team, will Rumble sit back there with the Varus and make sure to burn him off. But they didn't have like the hard CC traditionally.
And it was about that Fiora, but look, yes, he had the bigger balls, but it's how you use them. And Godfrey, he set up the whole game. I still think Godfrey should have gotten this.
true.
But look, yes, he has gigantic cojones.
He
Look at him.
he actually misplays this too. So he hits key members before he finally decides to finish out Sean 1P. And right here, if he had just turned and hit Rengar instead of chasing after the support kill, he wouldn't have gotten bullied because he would have killed Rengar there, and he probably could have picked up even more kills. So there were like several key misplays just in that single fight.
Hindsight is 2020. I mean, yeah, sure, you're right. He could have definitely picked it up at the moment in time.
Yeah.
But it just showcases how beastly he was. Because at that point, he had built up so much lifesteal and damage that he was, yeah, sure, he was a damage dealer, he was a carry, but he was also a tank. Because you needed to deal with him. You needed to pin him down so he couldn't auto anybody. Because if he did, he would 100% be able to deal with you.
And that's the thing that I really want to underline. It's not just that Vici's composition wasn't necessarily set up to protect against Fiora, but Vici as a unit do not have the decisiveness to deal with a split pusher. They are not coordinated enough as a team to say, he's split pushing, we need to either catch them as a 5v5 or collapse on the split pushing member before the rest of the map is lost.
Yeah, and I want to see a little bit more of Vici because I think we saw more decisive plays, but maybe game 2 is going to be the one we see it.
I have to agree as well, because we did see a good early game from that once more. We'll see if that happens in game 2, as we are going to take a quick break, so we'll see you after this. Welcome back to the LPL. We're getting ready for game 2 of LGD and Vici. LGD took game 1, and that means a happy for us Guren at the end of our desk. And I mean, yes, they did take it in the end. And yes, in the end, Vici, again, it was another game where they had a really good early game, and then they faltered in the mid and late game. But it just felt different, Raz. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it did. And you know what? My first question was, what is the percentage chance
It's pretty low right now.
Okay. Bro, no. But yeah, Vici, that was a better game from them, much better than we usually see. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if there are any roster changes going into the next game because I do believe, I mean, Ocean, that was a great game from him for the most part. I do want to see what happens if you put Bengi into that lineup and see what comes out of it. But yeah, that was still a great game from him.
Yeah. Very true. Because we're talking about like the final form of this team, and is it maybe this the betterest iteration?
Bestest?
Is this the betterest iteration of this team? And for us, Gun, you said yes, but we were saying if we insert Bengi into this lineup, is that just even better?
My problem right now is that, again, publicly, the team has said that there's communication problems with Bengi. He's never been on a split foreign team before, so he's never had to try to communicate with people that he can't talk to and play around that. Like, right now, they're trying to build this beautiful IKEA wardrobe, but they can't read any of the directions, and they don't have any of the pictures when Bengi is in the roster. So I would say just run Ocean. It's actually probably a stronger iteration of the roster right now.
Yeah, and honestly, if it comes down to it, if it's just Bengi, because we did see pictures of him just in the back with the rest of the team, if it's just him just learning the language and just kind of coaching the team in the background, that's a great way for him to just kind of take time off and just be able to watch what's happening.
It's not like a week-to-week thing, though. It's just like, next week I will know fluent Mandarin. Excellent.
But, I mean, you have to think of, like, what a great experience it is for Ocean. You also have Pumandu, you know, in the coaching staff for Vici there. So there's a lot of, like, former SKT talent to kind of develop and invest into this young Chinese startup roster.
And in the long term, maybe it isn't even long term. Maybe Bengi just, you know, learning how to communicate with the team is the long-term play, and this is a short-term fix. But I'm not even sure if it is a fix, right? Because, yes, the early game was, like, slightly better, and even though they already have a really good early game, they still couldn't translate, and that's still the problem with Vici.
Yeah, but I think with them not translating here was much less frustrating than the rest. The rest were frustrating because there were multiple opportunities for them to look for an aggressive play to be able to get back into it. Maybe a Baron play, maybe a fight. There were multiple games where Dragon fights were just, they should have pressed for it, but they backed away from it.
Sure.
This time around, their team
went for
fights,
it.
exactly, their team fights or their skirmishes were much better. The only real loss was that game-losing moment towards Baron, and that was a big loss. But that was just Godvi playing incredibly well.
But there were also kind of these windows where, you know, you guys talked about it on cast, where Godvi takes a bottom inner tower and there's no response from Vici. And they had the ability to respond. They were actually just slow on the punch.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, not just that there are these big key moments, but also in little things. If it's Easy Hoon that's trying to play like the Reapered, you know, and puppet master around the map, you know, stepping up, being the new Mata. Then unfortunately he kind of dropped the ball there.
Yeah, you just have to take responsibility of who's calling towards taking that lane. People need to do it a lot faster, and I think as a general point, comes down to the shot caller, comes down to the individual, and I think that's just one mistake. Maybe it gets rectified in the next game.
All right, let's see if this is the final game and LGD can close it out and make it happy for us, Guren, or even happy for us, Guren. Already pretty happy, honestly.
Yeah, the happiest.
The happiest. Makes it sad because we'll probably have to wear wigs.
Yeah, I'll find a Rick James wig right now.
LGD and Vici going at it for the second time today. Well, the Rise and Malzahar banned away from Vici, while Kog'Maw and Caitlyn once again aimed at him. Vici are sticking to their guns.
Yeah, so that's it's interesting because they changed towards red side this time around, but they're not going towards the priority bans. This means they would leave a lot left up. Smart from LGD to just outright ban the Varus. That means the Graves could be something that Intruder looks towards, unless if Vici looked to ban it.
Varus is the final ban from LGD. It's pretty strong last game. Had some really nice picks in the early game. The final ban of Echo towards Godfrey.
Yeah.
I say just leave it up. He does a lot worse at Echo than he does with Lissandra, but I mean, that is the game plan from Vici. Do not want to have to play against it, so we banned out there, and now kind of pick up the litter. Maybe looking towards jungle here from LGD. Rengar, Graves open.
So I would say just pick up the Graves at this point in time, especially since the LGD made it easier for themselves to just ban out the Varus. Also Lulu. So if that's something they want to pick up, I mean, they don't have to go towards the Graves. They can just pick up the scraps if Ocean picks it up. Don't do that. Oh, no! The greatest first pick alive, everybody. Lock it in. There we go.
Well,
game over.
We have a remake.
Nah, LGD, they were thinking about that one for quite some time. They recognized that Sona was the pick here. You have to lock it in.
That's true. Priority pick of Sona, boys.
They just had to remake because that was just game ending right there. The moment the Sona gets locked in, it was like,
all right, game 3.
It.
Yeah. Cannot deal with this.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently it was a Lulu. So, I mean, You hit the nail on the head. You knew it. The team didn't.
It's just a very
Until the
long.
very end.
I mean, 30 seconds is not that short of a time. That was a difference between the last pick ban and this pick ban. I think it was 45 seconds before or 60 seconds, and they cut it down to 30. Now, I'm not making excuses for these people. You've been on this for a very long time, prepping for first pick. Very natural. You know, 5 minutes in the back. You should probably say, who do we prioritize in this situation?
If X is banned, what do we pick?
So this time around,
Sona.
they wanted the Lulu. They picked the Sona. I'm just gonna forget the Sona.
I mean, they got randomed into the Sona, to be fair.
Yeah,
so.
I'll give them that. But Lulu, just to have a discussion about that, because Lulu is great in the sense that now suddenly every pick is the right pick. For instance, if LGD, like they already go for the, they went for the Lulu. If Vici goes towards Graves now, then you know what? You have Lulu, Rengar. Lulu Rengar is a pretty good composition, and you can set up AD carry. Even though the Kog'Maw was banned, Caitlyn was banned as well, so that's the usual beneficiary of the Lulu ulti. It really helps out the mid laners as well. We saw Lulu Vladimir with Chowgu Reapers, and that was pretty threatening.
Saw Lulu Renekton as well. We saw Godzilla hit the Rift.
Yep.
That was great too.
So Lulu is becoming a greater pick here, and going into the next patch as well, she is just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, she's pretty insane. Yeah, if you go for W Max as well, which I've been talking to Froskurin a lot about this, because there's so many builds right now that are like lethality based and stuff. So if you don't have the attack speed, she supplements that. We tried that last night in solo queue. I got demoted.
How'd that go? Yeah, there we go.
So it's good, but I'm just bad at League of Legends, so we couldn't make it work. However, I'm sure in the very capable hands of the LPL players, they could make it happen. And we're back into picks and bans. We're only at the start though, so we don't have much to go off, but we did know that the first pick was meant to be Lulu. There you go. Snap lock it in, LGD. And now Vici. Probably looking towards jungle.
Yeah, if they're Vici, you go towards Graves anyways. It doesn't really matter too much. Rumble has been a larger priority, so I wouldn't be surprised if Luong picks him up. He's been a great Rumble player thus far.
It's really interesting that Graves' win rate is 38%.
Yeah.
Even though he is so strong and just
I always feel like the win rate for a lot of these picks are really low. And I've never caught somebody having a 60% win rate. When I take a look at it, at least 48%. Who's winning? Which champion has a high win rate, everybody? That's Ashe. Okay, Ashe gets locked in. I'm interested in that one.
Syndra has above 50% win rate. There you go.
All right.
Ashe locked in this early. All right.
Surprising, because I wouldn't even expect that to get banned in the second phase. But you know what?
Yeah.
With the 80 carry bans that did go through, that's the Varus, that's the, that's the Kog'Maw and the Caitlyn. It's good to get your 80 carry picked out here nice and quickly. You look towards Imp now. He didn't pick his Sivir this time around, so now he could just get 80 carry banned. It's going to be interesting what he picks. You would rather, at this point, if you're Vici, you just say, well, ban Ezreal. But you know, they're going to his top lane, actually.
Also an early Syndra from Godv. I would have liked to just see like a Lissandra again, to be honest. But I guess he doesn't have, like a Lee Sin or a Graves in the jungle, so doesn't have the same power, I guess. But like Godv had such a good performance. Final ban, or next ban rather, I should say, Fiora towards Jinnu, and he did have a good game.
Yep.
I'm still sticking to my guns. I think Godv should have gotten that MVP.
Yeah, you know what? That's when history will just leave you in the past. That's essentially what will happen. Yep. But you know what? I honestly am surprised it's the Fiora. I know she did do quite well in that game. Before that game-breaking moment near the Baron, she was not doing much. They actually, Vici were able to hold her down for the longest time. So I'm a little bit worried about that. It even goes towards the Camille.
Yeah, Camille ban finally there towards Jinnu once more. So really just don't want him on a top lane carry. But there's still plenty more. I guess not auto-attack based.
Yeah, a lot of top lane picks coming through in the sense that they're just getting banned. The Rumble ban as well, so that just means that Vici get priority in what top laner they want. They will much rather go towards that top laner pick immediately rather than going towards their mid lane. Unless if they're confident. I mean, at this point, you look towards the tanks up and available. They don't have to worry about the Rumble, the Camille's, and the Fioras. You can just pick up the Poppy or the Maokai even. Gragas is up and available.
Once again, EZHoon locks in Vladimir.
Okay.
I mean, he did great. He solo killed Godfrey and then went one-on-one with him, so it wasn't necessarily bad by any means from EZHoon.
Yeah, and historically, Vladimir has been a good pick into Syndra. We saw it in Worlds where people were like, you know what, Vladimir's great. It may not get the shove in lane. Syndra might bully you around a little bit, but you outscale, and if you roam towards the plays, you get that one kill, you snowball.
Yeah, pretty much. Nami was the final ban, by the way, from LGD, and will be a Ezreal pickup from Imp.
You know what's really fun about the fact that the Nami got banned? Because Karma was picked. And I mean, perhaps they thought that the Karma was going mid. We've seen a lot of mid Karma so far, but very easily they could have just said, yeah, well, of course we'll want Ashe and Karma in the bottom lane. So I guess that just gets, there we go.
Yeah, Renekton for Jinnu. I wanted to see some Renekton in this game. And it really does kind of suit him, I guess. You know, wants to be in the thick of things and getting in there. So let's bring that up. And then Gragas is the final pick from Vici towards Long. So stick him on the tank, give him a good lane matchup, and
I actually like the Renekton into that.
yeah, I was going to say, is that even a good lane matchup? Yeah. Like, Gragas, he's good into everything right now. Wait a minute, it's Renekton.
Yeah,
so body slam into me, I dare you.
Yeah, here's the thing about the Gragas. And so people have been talking about how Gragas has always had great lane matchups in the meta. You know, pick Gragas, blind pick him. We saw in the LMS, we even saw in IEM, just pick Gragas. You can't touch him. He's untouchable. He's going to have a great lane matchup into everybody, and you recognize that he actually loses to AD bruisers for the most part. So Renekton's going to be able to bully him because he has consistent AD damage, and even though he's kind of built squishy, so maybe Gragas can get a good trade-off. But looking to the next patch even, that's going to be harder for Gragas. You're going to see a lot of Blade of the Ring King top laners, maybe even just the Irelias even, and Irelia is just such a punishing matchup. So, you know, get him in now. We'll see how he does in the top side of the matchup. He's going to be picked for the composition. I just don't think he's going to do quite well into Renekton.
Yeah, good luck. Best luck in all honesty. However, if we just get ahead, then maybe we can just shut down the Renekton by virtue of just not taking damage.
Oh, you know what makes it harder for the Gragas, though? Syndra and Elise. So Syndra and Elise, usually you pick them up because that's just the end-all, be-all of CC control and the insta-burst in your mid lane. So Syndra, if she gets a stun, pick a member, kill the member. Elise gets the stun, pick a member, kill a member. That's usually before Syndra gets level 6. And then once she gets level 6, it's just that easy. Stun one person and they're dead. That's a lot of burst with those two. So that's just insta-control in the mid lane. So the Vladimir there, that's nice. But that just means they concede the mid lane early on. And so my big question, my focus now is how Gragas is going to survive and if Graves can help him out in the most part. And if LGD, honestly, can just decide to be cohesive enough in the early game to make that advantage felt in the top side of the map.
Yep. And when we take a step back, as we look towards Vici and LGD Game 2, we have to say that Vici, just convert your early game advantages.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than it is done. They were about to do it.
But it's still the problem that we see week to week, game to game from Vici. And we'll keep saying it until they fix it and they rectify it.
And it's usually like you look globally to bad teams. You look to bad teams, they get early game leads, and you're like, they're going to lose this one very soon. And the reason for that is because, you know, they can get the early game ganks. The ganks are really aggressive. Their aggression and usual 1v1 plays can get them leads. This is the opposite with Vici. Vici is getting advantages early on in the game because they are a smarter team. They are able to control the lanes that is necessary because they know what to do. They have the game sense. It's just when they go on, they recognize they just, you know, we don't have the individual.
We just can't push the buttons very well.
We just can't do it. It's just buttons are not being pressed in the right way, and so Godvi, Imp, outplaying you.
Yep, that's the bottom line, honestly, in that debate, and it just kind of sucks. You can't just say to a team and hashtag Korean advice them and say just play better.
Yeah.
I mean, that just doesn't happen. So like, change the players, play smarter, make sure that you never really interact, play a different composition. Like, there's got to be a solution in there because they're still not a bad team, you know. So it's such a peculiar position to be in as a bottom of the table team.
And to be honest, I'm gonna give them a little bit more time to breathe because with the bringing in Caveman, bringing in Ocean, this could be a very much a new team. Sure, they lost the first game, but how they lost it was much different from last. So I just want to see if this is the continuing problem with them. And I mean, we saw Swan P on the Ashe before, and it was not good. Maybe this time with the ability to set up with the rest of the team, he can get those Ashe arrows and can really set up for it. Communication can do a lot for your team, especially if it's relying on communication to get the CC through. So let's see if that happens.
Wasn't there the game where we were like counting missed arrows?
That was a pretty sad game.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if we can, like, we can give them a little bit of breathing room, Raz, but I'm not sure we can give them too much because we're well and truly past the midway marker for the spring split. So we are in a couple weeks going to be looking towards playoffs. And if Vici are still stuck at the bottom, losing games against LGD, we're going to have to say, well, when do you start getting better? Is this a summer split type of thing?
That's the thing. And here's the thing about it. It's a change in expectation. Expectation is always going to be a long-term deal because they're looking towards Worlds. So, you know what? If they can grow in the spring split, you know, work around Bengi, get his English or at least Chinese up in order so they're able to get to a point where they can communicate and learn from him and learn with each other to get to that point. You know, yeah, that's the end-all, be-all, end-game goal. Problem is now they have to change it and say, let's not get relegated. And that is a really big shift in focus here. I mean, if they don't get relegated, they can go back to that plan. But currently, they're in a dire strait.
They are indeed. Intruder's being spotted out by this ward, but the fact that he's here with Jinu side by side means that Ocean will not choose to go for this trade. Instead, it will be Krugs taken away.
This is damaging for Ocean. Remember, we said that Intruder and Jinu going to be working together to bully out Long. Long is already getting bullied out by just Renekton alone. But now Ocean's camps are being picked apart. And so, with that gone, you have to expect that Ocean's not going to be able to get... Oh, wait a minute.
Long's going to hit him with the body slam. We have a Vladimir on the way up, so LGD want to get out of here real quick. The flash comes out. Ocean should be able to finish off. Easy in with the flash and the tides of blood. Intruder not going to get away. Flash and the body slam for another kill. 2 early kills to Vici.
All right, you didn't have to flash for that long. He probably recognized that every member of his team got flashed down, and Intruder still held on to his flash. So to be honest, I'm going to give it to him. But overall, that was a great roam from EasyHoon. The fact that he was able to find the opening within his own lane to go over to his team was so crucial. The fact that Godby got out-roamed in that scenario was really, really good for Vici there. So they were able to get the situation going in favor of them when Ocean was the one getting counter-jungled.
Again, they're a smart team. They make plays like this, Raz. We see this in the early game all the time. I can be impressed all I want to be. But again, we have to wait for another 10, 12, 15 minutes even to say that are they still ahead in the game? Because the answer invariably will be no.
Yeah,
So
I don't want my heart to be broken. Every single time you see growth towards Vici, yeah, sure, it just doesn't look too good. But this time is the time. This is when your father comes back and says, this time we're going on a vacation. Now, I know I said that a few times before. This time is it.
pack your bags, get in the car, and please don't make a U-turn. This could be it, Raz.
Yeah.
U-turn could be coming. We'll check back in, though. There's plenty of time. And Vici still have the early game advantage. We cannot take that away from them. Creatively, they look for it once more. Easy Hood. There's a bit of damage, but Ocean is here in the wings. We'll get the end of the line, but not the reverse swing. And Easy Hoon carry on, just clear out the rest of this wave, and once you equalize some of this farm. We haven't even looked towards the bottom lane just yet. Just 1-1P up against MPSD. Very slight CS lead, but he's on his way back from base, so that will be equalized. And he got up perfect timing, so he'll pick up his BF sword, control ward, pot in hand.
Yeah, so Ezreal hasn't gone back to base, which is a big thing for him. He must be greening out to 1,800 gold, which is the gold mark in which you get Sheen and Tier. Most Ezreals are going back just for the tier,
Yep.
and then you go back to the lane and you're like, wow, I just lose. This hurts. But being able to go back for the Sheen tier makes it so you can actually trade in your lane, especially if you have Lulu. You're going to be able to go. Wait a minute.
Ooh, damage from Ocean, but that's a level 6 Godfrey. He's going to hit the R button. See you later, Ocean. I mean, you just got outplayed. Easy Hoon's waiting for the spider to come back down. He'll get a nice little auto attack off, but with Renekton getting there in front of Long, Ocean will just die.
So that was a great play coming out of LGD on that one, but Ocean did get cut out, of course. But yeah, this is a great point for LGD. Jinu. Look how hard that matchup is. Just look at it. It's not that bad.
Yeah, that's
No, it's not that bad.
of all the times to
Just look
make
at
your
it.
point, Raz.
Look at it.
Wasn't this time.
Oh well.
But Intruder's on his way up, so maybe that will be what will be the factor that will make it hard. Ocean probably just shouldn't have gone for that, in all honesty. Had he been level 6, maybe he could have just nuked Godfrey, but he was definitely level 5, and Godfrey definitely had mana for ult.
And that's just not recognizing the 1-2 combo of Intruder and Godby at that point, especially since he's level 7, was able to just knock him down. So if he's able to dodge out in one of the snares, that's okay, that's fine, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm fairly convinced even if Godby was by himself, he still would have died.
Yeah.
Maybe he just would have had to burn the summoner. But Intruder was right place, right time. So Ocean goes back and goes back to the drawing board. And he will look towards these buffs, probably look towards Crab as well. Infernal Dragon is the first dragon of the game, but I'm not really sure if he can take it by himself. He will look towards the bottom lane though to open up an opportunity. Intruder wander on over, and with the amount of pings going down, they're setting up for this 4-man dive. PYL is running away, so is Imp, Ocean. Long not in range to hit him with the ultimate. Cocoon also does not hit, falls short, and bot tower, they can pick this up.
Yeah,
It'll be
big
real
wave.
good for Vici.
Yeah, big wave coming in too, so this could just definitely go over to Vici. The contest is not happening. Syndra was looking to path towards the lane, but then decided not to when they noticed that the dive was not going to mean anything other than just the tower. So that's a cancelled TP, or at least no, not a cancelled TP. That's the TP from Jinu coming back up.
Jinu will not even get 50% on that tower, so pretty heavy win for Vici. Still has his TP, but outside of that, it's also a dragon over to Vici outside of a Miracle Steal. Nope, not gonna happen. Ocean smites it away. Godby, instant cleanse. Ronjo and P with a good ultimate. Unleash power. Caveman getting caught out. He'll flash away. Intruder looking to follow up, but it's a blue buff steal over to LGD in the end. This will be falling over to Godby. I'll be taking that one. Thank you very much. And LGD did come out behind in the play, but at least they got something from it.
Yeah, that's not too much of a victory for LGD. Sure, you get the blue buff. That's okay for you. What that just means that Elise can get her own as well. That's not going to be that big of an issue, especially since Izuhun doesn't really care about blue buff. Ocean as well as an auto attack and jungler, he's going to be okay for the most part. So overall, that's just a good win from Vici to be able to get the Infernal Dragon on it.
Yeah, pretty much. Vici, Infernal Dragon, and Tower, and First Blood Tower as well, so you're in pretty good shape. Advantage in the bottom lane, mid lane slightly behind him farm purely because of all the roaming Easyhoon's been doing. Top lane, advantage to Jinu, again because of the roam from long, so finding a bit back from LGD.
Yeah, what I want to see from Vici right now, Ashe is in the right position. She is starting to walk towards the top side because their lanes were not really that good. You look towards the bottom lane, sure, Imp and PYL, you can kind of look to abuse that. They got their mana muse, so they're kind of looking, they're kind of be fine with trading. But you look towards the top side, and you just want to make it harder for Jinu. And you want to look towards your next objective, which is going to be these turrets. But Jinu.
Well, it looks like the next objective is Caveman caught in the river. Nice knock-up from PYL, and that secures the death. This is a big Renekton heading towards Vici, but Intruder falling low. Godby with a follow-up. Jinu is absolutely massive, but here comes Easyhoon trying to turn the tides of battle. Using the follow-up from Transfusions. Ronjon P with a great arrow. Godby no cleanse. Easyhoon with a double. Goes down into Sanguine Pool, comes up for the Tides of Blood, and that just went the way of Vici in the end.
That was a great flank from Easyhoon, and he made the decision not to go towards Intruder, who is very, very low. He saw the two members of LGD, and he just took them down. So Jinu goes down, Godby goes down. That's a 2 for, I guess they end up getting it overall. Imp does get the tower in the bottom side, which means Vici has to look towards getting the top lane tower as well.
Yeah, Jean-Jean P does pick this up. It would be nice, but there's a TP out from Jinu. I mean, Karma's also here, but it's retrieved Jean-Jean P at this stage. And Jinu, and he had the leash around his neck. It means that he'll back off, run away from his owner.
That's LGD getting an immediate gain and being able to protect this tower, but that overall is a bad investment. Jinu doesn't have TP. Long is about to get his TP in about a minute. That's going to be Vici saying, well, we can set this up once again, look towards this tower again. We have TP advantage, and so we can just set up a position where we will get a dive in our favor, a tower, maybe even kills if Ezreal and Lulu look towards trying to defend. So Vici, they should have a very clear plan of going back top lane and double downing on this tower because they have a TP advantage. This is something that Jinu's going to have to regret.
And they're trending towards top side, so that may indeed be the case. Control ward falls to the hands of Vici. Ocean also heading up to the top side. But it is a response in the bottom lane. Long is still pushing real deep, and Jinu is trading in a minion wave.
Yeah, Long doesn't care. It doesn't matter how much mana he has. He did his job. He's just pushing in constantly. He has his TP up soon. It doesn't matter how much mana he has. He can just back whenever he wants and then TP immediately to the play. Meanwhile, Renekton, if he's sticking down here, it's going to be a much longer investment for him to come up top. So let's see if Vici can do this. This is the one play that they're setting up for. Imp and PYL have to watch out. This is something they should know about this right now. All right, Graves backs away. It doesn't happen.
Yep.
All right, they're playing safely.
It all fizzles out in the end. Go back to calm for a moment. Vici with the ever so slight gold advantage. And the Dragon Infernal to them in this game. Equal towers. A lot of gold on EasyHoon presently. Here's the man that we will look towards to see if he can carry Vici. And Godfrey, a little hard to shut him down in this game as he is playing Vladimir, so he can't click R and just win the game.
Yep. You could try.
Drive, and then
Make this
Sanguine Pool, then Zhonya's, and then get wrecked.
Yep. So at this point, most teams, when they find themselves in this position, it doesn't matter if LGD know that it's available. You just brute force it. Imp has to back away entirely once this wave starts to hit. It is a cannon wave. He's going to try and clear it. That's actually, yeah, there we go. He takes it down. But this is just Vici not just pressing the button. They should be in position to just shove him out. They don't know where Syndra is. That could be what the issue is, but they're just kind of holding out on it.
Longest
here we
TPing.
go.
Looking for this play to be set up. Rest of Vici around the area. EasyHoon's marching it over.
Don't mess
Ocean
it up.
is already on the front lines. PYL should surely fall here to open it up. Imp also under attack. The rest of Vici are closing in. I mean, Imp is a dead man. However, Neurotoxin finishes off Ocean. Just be a 1 for 2 for now. EasyHoon temporarily called out. CC Chain, ultimate unleashed power. I mean, LGD could not have played that better onto EasyHoon.
Yeah, and now it's just once again pure bad execution from Vici. You look towards Ocean, he didn't have much HP, but then he autoed to be able to take... he sees him too. Yeah, get out of there.
Get out of that bush. Show yourself.
Yeah, but you know, that just goes back to Ocean just literally killed himself because he took the tower aggro and was a sad man after that point because Intruder was able to secure the kill, and then you look towards the rest of the kill die. So overall, they were prepping for that so well. It just didn't come through because of bad execution on the dive. The tower is still up and available, so LGD did their job by trading kills and keeping the tower up.
Not only that, lots of damage onto the bottom lane tower from Jinnu. So if anything, it was just a major win for LGD. And they made the right play.
Yeah.
Just a misexecution from LGD. We say it all the time. I want to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But it's still true.
They're book smart, but you know what books can't do?
Teach you about the real world.
Yep. Real world, suddenly you go out for a job, it just doesn't work out for you because it doesn't matter if you know the concept. You just can't do it.
You didn't get the job. You walked outside. There was a guy in a dark alley. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I lost my wallet. And then it's just all downhill from there. They just do not understand. But they do understand. They just don't, they can't execute. And it makes me sad, Raz. It makes me so sad.
Well, that was just one opportunity. It doesn't matter that it went down. I mean, it does. But at the same time, they still have a lot of chances.
Well, jump on P. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was the mugging I was talking about. That was the dark alley. And Intruder was there. Well, top lane's going to fall to Jinnu.
It's the same issues once again. I mean, Jinnu's getting a lot of damage on these turrets because the execution that's coming out of Vici, technically it's fine. It's fine. It's like, especially the top lane play was a good play to make. When they lose out of it, they get punished heavily. So the tower almost going down on the bottom side of the map, the inner tower. And then, of course, you look towards the outer top lane tower. All of these towers are just getting chipped time and time again by Jinnu. And it's all because, you know what, the Vici, they're losing a lot by just committing to plays that they can't execute on.
We'll be pushing down bottom. Oh, Jinnu clearing out top. Slice and dice out of the barrel roll. And Ocean, he wants to set up this kill, but it's Renekton. So maybe they're just looking for the tower.
Yeah, he can just take the tower if Graves walks in here. It's going to be a little bit of a risk because they don't know where Elise is. They don't even know where Lulu is. So they're just going to back away on this one.
Yeah, we'll go back to base. Didn't show himself.
Oh, okay, we found him,
He's
boys.
holding on. They're closing in against Jinnu, but Jinnu has Slice. He has the rest of Dice ready to go. There we go, over the wall. Hit him with the Soul Flare, and he still had ultimate, so he wasn't even really remotely in danger of dying.
They were pretty optimistic about that one entirely. At this point, with Vladimir in the bot side of the map, okay, they're going to just, it just comes down to how persistent they are at the end of the day. because with Vladimir at the bottom side of the map, that means that they weren't going to have Vlad for this fight, so this could be an overextension from Vici.
They get the tower, but now it's about getting out.
Oh,
Jinu,
no.
it's a big crocodile, big gator ready to go. PYL finds Caveman and Juan P, but in fact, he is the predator in this situation. Imp chasing them down. Arcane Shift comes out. Jinu backs it up, 180.
All right, they
And Vici
saved,
get out alive.
they saved both Private Ryans at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They were able to get him out of there.
Successful extraction. Oh, Juan P, what are you looking for? Ultimate onto Imp, ultimate as well from Long, the wombo combo, is it good? Imp backing away, has already used his Arcane Shift, he'll be falling. Jinu with the double slice, and Dice will get out of here for now. Ocean is wanting the kill, does not have his ultimate, but Long on his way. Blast plant,
This is a bit
body
of a chase.
slam,
LGD
doesn't
are
have
pushing
his
through mid.
flash.
Okay, yeah.
So I think the Gator's out
Yeah.
of here. Yep.
Yep. So LGD made the proper response. They killed out the mid lane turret. That's something the observer didn't catch out, mostly because of how exciting that top lane skirmish was. That was fun from Long to be able to get the kill there onto Imp. But overall, yeah, I think that's still a win for Godby and the rest of LGD because they were able to get that mid lane turret, which means that Godby's been unlocked. He can just push out a wave and help the rest of the team now.
6 to 7 in kills, towers exchanged. And LGD are still in a fine spot in this game. Vici continues to look for plays, continuing to try and set it up. But we just need more from them because we hit mid game, we hit late game. Almost certainly LGD are just gonna win. Easy Hoon chasing after Godby. We're seeing Harold go down and passes off his buff to Intruder.
You know, the positive note for Vici is that they're scaling quite well. The Vladimir throughout team fights can be a problem to deal with. And you know what? At the moment, Easy Hoon is 3-1-1. Got a bit of CS to his name, even though he's just a bit behind Godby. And then you look towards the top side of the map, and Long is just as good. So the front line for Vici are pretty stacked. And they can help out Graves and Ashe in setting up fights. So far, one positive is that Swampstomp is landing a lot of ultis. He's at a good place. He's had a pretty good Ashe game so far. Don't get to say a lot about the man.
That's true. He has been landing him, and that could be a saving grace for Vici in long run.
Ooh,
Speaking of long,
he's got a rage bar too.
Do
so
a
he's
barrel
committing
roll.
to this. Yeah.
Jinu has ultimate. He has Dominus. I think Long's essentially just
Oh.
dead. Oh, slice and dice over the explosive cask. Well, that's not
Yeah.
safety. That's really just not safety. Intruder going down river, secures the kill.
High IQ from Jinyu on that one. He was able to get the kill. He flashed over, as you mentioned, to get Barrel to cut him off. That was great from him. So, yep. I guess paid for it.
Hey, arrow from nowhere. Easy Hoon, very happy to pick up the kill. And that was ambitious, but I mean, he was the squishier target there.
Why did he flash? I just don't understand.
He did flash.
He definitely
well, I think
flashed.
he did. I think he fat fingered.
He definitely had to fat finger that one. There was no reason
There was
to
zero
flash.
chance he was gonna
There
kill
was
Juan P.
Zero reason. All right, so that
well.
one's gone from the man. So overall, LGD, I mean, that was a great play. It turns into him just being overly aggressive towards the blue buff. Decided he was going to be greedy that day, and yeah, he definitely paid for it. So this is a nice game, and where Vici, they're making LGD respect them just a little bit.
They are, but I think a lot of this game has been punishing
Oh,
errors, punishing mistakes, like pushing too far in the lane when Godby's off the map and had all his abilities.
yep.
Scatter the weak, force of will. I mean,
Errors.
bish bash bosh, down goes the Ashe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much else to say about that.
That is definitely an error, I'll tell you right now. And the errors continue here. This fight will go on.
It will. Easy Hoon's gonna chase him down. He goes on and on and on. Caveman will finish. Wow.
Okay, you know
Ocean
what?
wanted to steal the kill. Easy Hoon will pick it up. Come on, man. I mean, he gets the assist, but
That was still a good response, but Vici keeps pulling themselves away from the mid lane to make these plays happen, and they're losing a lot of CS at the least in the mid lane turret. The mid lane's not actually getting chipped down, so the HP of that turret's still fairly high, but they're giving LGD the option to rotate from that lane. They're choosing this bottom lane.
oh, you got him, Long.
Got him.
Yeah, send him a message. Juan P looking to clear out this minion wave. Should be able to get it though. Long is also standing in front of him, but he is. Ooh, nice flash from PYL. Long is many CS down against Jinu. this is a very realistic Flame Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard. Jinu, yep, he picked the Renekton, and then the Gragas was picked into the Renekton. So, I mean, Vici probably recognized that they were playing towards team fights, and that's what they were looking for. But you're going to have a tough time, especially since Jinu showed in the first game, at the very least, that he is a very good player. So, he's been making his pressure felt here.
He is. 23 minutes on the clock, and we have Ocean Dragon up next. Easy pushing down the mid lane. He's got Sean Swampy here. So, going to finish off the tower. Imp's here in time. Intruder following after. Tides of Blood. Just poking back Intruder. So, tower not falling today.
Yeah.
They'll look for it on the next one.
Definitely trying to dissuade them. You mentioned it, looking for it on the next one from Vladimir and Ashe, who's trying to make it so they couldn't come back for it. Definitely could, because Ashe didn't get much damage at all. The True Shot Barrage missed on both of them, so they could have easily just walked back, but Ashe is going to back right now. She is sitting on, could be an Essence Reaver. Yep, there we go.
Is an Essence Reaver. So 2 items currently. He's in pretty good shape, but looking towards Imp as well. He's just been sat in the side lane farming forever. He's on 2 items. He's got a full Mirror Mana stacked up at this stage in the game with his Triforce. I mean, he's hitting pretty hard. He hasn't even picked up boots yet, so he's just gone all in for the damage. He's a pretty major threat that Vici have to be thinking about.
Yeah, he rushed the Mana Moon quite early, so I thought he was going for the Sheen and Tear early on, but he actually went for the Pickaxe, so he's just going to go straight into Mana Moon. So yeah, he got it really early on. It's good position for him. He can really look to pick fights whenever possible. An Ezreal pick is always fun to watch, especially in the hands of Imp, because when you see the team fights going forward, one of the biggest problems with Ashe is that it's very easy to zone Ashe in the background. So if, yeah, sure, you have Gragas and Vladimir just kind of reign supreme in these team fights, but if Imp is in a good spot,
he could just do that and take Caveman down to less than 50%. True Shot Barrage does not tag anybody. Everyone leaned left and dodged out of the way of the True Shot. Intruder hovering around, and it's all the vision being choked out from Vici currently. Ocean as well, just taking a big hit from Imp. Going to siege down this mid lane. Minion wave will be cleared out. Finding a Crocodile.
this is
poking away long.
Yeah, strong position from Jinu to be able to just walk up because he wanted to cut Gragas' entrance towards the mid lane. So they've essentially isolated it. But with Godby coming towards the bottom lane now, they're just playing that game and saying, hey, you know what, we actually choose this town.
Whoop. Ashour through the goalposts, long on his way out and on his way back to base. Sent in a body bag from LGD. Easy Hoon on the front lines, and Ocean just kind of holding strong. And this the collateral damage will knock himself back. So LGD, they get one, they get the tower. They got what they came for.
Yeah, but it's happening once again. LGD is in a fantastic position in this game. They have a strong team fight, or at least a good setup for that fight. So if the flanks come in from Easy Hoon, maybe if Long can get a great cast off, that's great. But LGD, they're remaining firm in these lanes. They're picking between bottom lane, mid lane. They keep using bottom lane as their power push because they've had control of it for so long. I mean, losing mid lane tower is so impactful in these games, and they were able to get it because Vici overcommitted in the top side of the map, went for a chase onto Jinu much longer back, and the fact that they made that decision means that now they can just use mid lane at any time they want to. Use mid lane to go towards top side now, because that top lane inner turret is still up and available for Vici, so now they can use the mid lane to go towards top. That's why Jinu right now is in the position just shoving this lane out, because you know that's another option for them.
So it's very slow going. We've had like one team fight, I want to say, this game, Raz.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the game has all been picks. It's been someone getting caught out underneath the tower, going a little too far forwards. I think overall that's why the game feels so weird. We've had 18 kills, but almost all of them have been picks. I mean, again, this is going to be a 1v1 in the top lane, you know?
It's mostly because neither of these players can kill each other. Easyhoon can't really kill a Renekton. You know, the top lane Gragas is always going to be able to get away from most situations. And for the most part, both teams have amazing pick. With that being said, you might want to walk away from this. They see you doing it.
Yeah. I mean, they know that they know. Vici start the Baron and back away. Intruder still around the area, and we've got Long down mid lane. Lots of pings coming down. This could be a fight force. Nope. all of the CC spells go wide, I think we just we go back to Farmville.
Yeah, and the best thing about the Essence Reaver coming out of Ashe is the fact that that cooldown is much, much lower. So now is able to spam out arrows. It's already almost halfway up again, so you can just start to use arrows just for that. The hitbox is not going to be that large, though, to get the Elise on that end. So yeah, it was a good look. Just an interesting trade, or at least a change for them to look to focus towards the Baron at the time.
For sure. Bottom lane push from Jinu. He's still shoving up, keeping all these lanes pressured. LGD have 4 towers currently.
Uh-oh.
PYR almost caught out. There was no vision from EasyHoon, so he didn't want to go face first into potential LGD squad. True shot barrage will not clear out the mini wave in time. Vici maybe paying
TP
for this
coming
for their
through.
lives. Godfrey over the wall, hits him with the unleashed power. Godfrey now backing away. EasyHoon jumps right into PYL. Arrow back up as well. Lands onto him. This should be a good fight for Vici. Ocean makes it out alive. Zhuan Drop P going down to Jinu, and he is running amok in the back lines, but all the back lines will rush forward, take down one target. Still not many people have died until Jinu finds 2. And now Long all by himself. He'll be falling. Who's going to be solidifying this kill? It's going to be Imp. A 5-0. LGD demolished Vici.
And you said it best in between. Vici looked like they were getting a good fight there. The Ashe arrow comes through, but the TP flank from Jinu really said it all. And Zhuan P just didn't have HP to deal with anybody at that point. So that is going to be Baron going on the side of LGD on it.
Wrap it up, Raz. I think we're going home. I mean, this was, the sidestep. I mean, you don't get the instant detonate on the AD carry. Vici, I thought they were going to get this.
And just take a look at Zhuan P in the entirety of this. So even though this looked great for him, there is no way he was going to reliably put down a solid amount of DPS. Ocean, at the same time, was not going to be able to do anything. So Jinu coming down with a fantastic flank overall. Bam, bap! Just blows them up. And at this point in time, it's over. LGD is able to take a fantastic team fight. And that's the difference between both of these teams, is that they're team fighting for LGD. It's just been great.
Gonna hand it to them. Froskurin said it herself. They have the star talent that Vici simply does not. They don't have the same caliber pound for pound that LGD do have. EasyHoon is probably the only member you can say this guy is challenging the best of LGD. And that's also mirrored in the stat lines, right? 4-2 and 2, big farm differential, but it doesn't matter if you're playing 1v9. And LGD are really just turning it up, and this is the game where I start saying, now I'm impressed with Jinu. Yes, he had a good last game, but I really felt that was set up by Godfrey. This time, Jinu's just being going off. Yeah,
and Funny has been with the roster for some time, since the very beginning, and he's been growing. He's made some actual growth, but the starting time with Jinu, just one game in it, and he's already shown himself to be really, really smart in the top side of the map, and really just like his intelligent TP plays have been fantastic.
Yep.
How he's been playing it through mechanically has been matching with the rest of his team for the most part. So he has showcased a strong play, and I would be hard pressed to find a reason to put Funny back on. That's a tough sentiment to make. It's a tough sentence, but
it is.
Jinu has been placing a really good game.
Really good game, and Jinu has made me genuinely excited to see more of him. He'll receive an Ashe arrow, a barrel, but that has only just given him an engage into the enemy team. Maybe he'll be falling, yes he will, but this should be a tower opened up. PYL caught out, EasyHoon chasing after. Nice scatter away, EasyHoon following after still. Tide of Blood does not hit anybody. Everyone will back away from the big scary Blood Mage. And that was just the one kill over and onto Jinu, and Vici will hold, but that was a big amount of damage onto that bottom lane tower, and it will start waiting away the middle lane tower. Everyone went back to base from Vici.
Yeah, every single person went out back, so right now Imp could just take this tower for free. Overall, just looking at that fight, I don't know about that one Long. Long thought they could just basically focus down Jinu and just shred him out, but he has ulti. And Jinu has, he doesn't even have to dash towards this Ashe on Zhuan P. So overall, that was just a free fight for him.
Just like, excellent.
That's exactly what I wanted. his team wasn't there for him because a little bit too much of a dive for them. But overall, they get the mid lane tower. They wanted the bot lane tower, but you know what? They got it. The present they got is the present they now want.
Yeah, I honestly think if LGD had known the damage that Jinnu was gonna deal, that they could have just gone for that fight.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because he almost killed like multiple members of Vici by himself.
In his last dying breath, he was able to get that last Q, and the moment that happened,
it was
I
like,
was like, ah,
okay.
yes, he should have been there with you.
But I mean, I can absolutely understand it. You just expect someone who's been knocked under an inhibitor tower to die relatively quickly. So hindsight 2020, of course. But LGD are still in a great position. They've broken mid tower. Bot tower is very low. Apparently, the Baron power play was 1,500 gold.
It's on the lower end.
It is. Yeah, that's pretty much just the cost of picking up Baron.
Oh,
ooh, that hit. Will cleanse out of it, but Long will tag him with the explosive cast, and Easy, who really wants him dead, comes up, hits him with the Tides of Blood, the transfusion as well. Long and Ocean, pretty low themselves.
Jinnu.
Here comes Jinnu. He's looking for some blood to flash. The Ruthless Predator, absolutely a ruthless Predator on the battlefield. He's coming back for more Raz. Imp will take down Juan P. He'll finish off his caveman. And 3 kills to 1 on the side of LGD. Intruders on the hunt for some Easy Hoon.
Yeah, just pushing him back, and that's all they need. They just want to get this next wave. That's 30 seconds death timer for Ocean, Swan P, and Caveman. You have to believe that they'll just look for the game, but actually they're just going to play it a little bit safer, play it a little bit smarter. So they're not going to end the game just yet. They're just going to take the second inhibitor down.
Well, the great battle between Intruder and Easy Hoon continues. I feel like Easy Hoon should not win this. Okay.
Wait a
well,
minute.
I guess
Oh,
Intruder just kills him,
Yeah.
and that means that LGD finished the game. Intruder at the very last minute pulls it out, and Long didn't even hit the minion wave. He's just an angry, drunken fat man at this stage, and LGD have no time for him. They want to finish off the game. They want to make it end, finish off this series. Jinnu versus the world. He's on to the Nexus. 1, 2, 3. He gets it. LGD 2-0.
And that's what you want to see from LGD. You look at their past 0-2 to WE, 0-2 to Chagu, taking a 2-game victory over Vici. Sure, it's Vici. And you look at them and say, yeah, they're in a losing spree right now, and it's only getting bigger for them. Haven't won since week 2, but they'll take any win they get.
We hyped them up, Raz, and they fell at the final hurdle once again. Not even the final hurdle. I would say like midway through the track race, they just fell over and just said, my nose is bleeding, I cannot carry on, help! And LGD just finished the race and just kind of walked over the finish line and just completely demolished them in the end. Well played to LGD, and as Froskuren was saying, and as you rejoin us, this was basically standing gold. They need to win this game, and indeed they did. It was a 2-0.
And again, if you look to LGD's path towards playoffs, they get 2 kind of, we're going to use the word quote-unquote free win or standing gold. The first one is Vici, and the second one is Newbie. So this had to be a game that they won. I'm glad to see that they did it in definitive fashion. Even more so, that they finally have a top laner.
Yeah, Jinnu was genuinely impressive. I am really excited to see more of Jinnu because we have such a stacked top lane in the LPL to see if he could actually break into the top echelon, whereas Funny, he was a consistent mid, maybe even slightly below average top laner.
Yeah, and even just focusing on one part of Jinnu's play, I haven't seen that good of a TP play consistently throughout the entire set than, well, I would say, Acorn. Something where he was just constantly right behind him. Sure, the setup was there and available, but he took it when he saw the chance.
And this is the thing. LGD for so long, if you go all the way back to their 2015 spike, you're like, okay, this is the best iteration of LGD, but if only they had, you know, a different jungler than TBQ. Then they get Intruder. This guy shows off really promising. They finally start him, but then they're starting Punish on the top side, this role swapped mid into top lane. Like, where has this iteration of the roster been all my life? Yeah, it's not Marn, it's not Acorn or Flame in the top lane, but it's at least a top laner, and it's at least a consistent jungler, and it shows just night and day difference when they have those role players.
Would you make any other changes for us, Kieran, then? Is this the best iteration that we could possibly have going into playoffs?
In terms of the members that they have currently signed to their roster, yes.
I want to see a little bit more because, as you said, Newbie's going to be the next free gold from them. They play them in week 7, day 3. I want that, you know, mark it on your calendar. because that one's going to be big. I mean, sure, Jinu had a fantastic first showing, his first set in the top lane position, and he played incredibly well. But we need to see if this is real consistency, because they haven't won a game in a very long time. And sure, they were able to showcase that up against Vici, but it is Vici. They are having troubles. So now I want to see them go up against a better team. They're going to have to climb themselves out of the hole they're currently in.
Concern is the consistency in terms of the strategy of how LGD are winning. Against Vici, it's fairly easy because you know that they're going to run into you 5v5. You know that you're going to be better than them 5v5. Game 2 was much cleaner from LGD in terms of like a macro setting. Their vision was much better, how they were absorbing a lot of Vici's plays. You called it, Raz. You're like, they have to make the teleport play top, and Vici were slow to execute, so it gave LGD enough time to kind of get into position and absorb a lot of it by pushing bottom wave and also backing off the tower and kind of trading kills 2 for 2 in the end. So, like, that's nice to see, but it's not excellent.
All right, who's the MVP of this game?
Jinu.
I feel like it has
Jinu.
to be Jinu, right?
Oh, wait a minute.
Just kidding. It's
Aw.
Intruder.
I wanted to see this guy sweep up the MVPs, but unfortunately, Intruder comes through. I mean, we didn't see a lot of Intruder, and this is why it's important, because he set them up to succeed. And it's not replay worthy. They're probably going to hype him up with certain elite plays, but he went and took that mid lane turret when the top side of the map, Jinu, was getting chased. He went at, like, there were a lot of times where he was just on the right side of the map at the right time. That being said, give Jinu the MVP.
I know, he deserves the 2-0 on
Give
this
it to
day,
the man.
Raz. What is this? At the same time, I feel like there might be a replay of him murdering EasyHoon, because that did happen and allowed them to finish the game. So maybe that was the deciding factor.
I mean, ultimately, Intruder was, like you said, the good setup factor, but even early game when Vici were running away with it, Intruder was actually on the wrong side of the map at the wrong time. I said this earlier when we saw LGD earlier this week and last week, that there seems to be a common problem between both Amy and Intruder, that they take really aggressive invades at really awkward times. And just as a former coach, if I'm looking at that, like, they do it when their jungle is clear. So you have like 3 options. Like, there's nothing in my jungle. I can either invade the enemy jungle, I can gank a lane, or I can go home. And this tells me that there's communication problems still between both Amy and Intruder, since it's consistent with both those junglers, of like the laners telling Intruder or Amy, like, you can come gank this.
Yeah.
We can do something here.
What does Coach Raz say?
I'm going to say that every jungler does this. I'm going to say every single jungler in the world will say, that's a juicy blue buff there. I just want to skirmish. I'm pretty damn fed. You know what? I'm going to take this blue buff.
But this isn't over blue buff. This is over Raptor camp. That
Okay,
they
that's
like.
fair too. I'm just saying as a general point, I've just seen this globally. And you know, you're right here. I do believe that both Intruder and Amy, they have their own issues. They have their own strengths. Like, Amy could really set up the rest of the team, but personally, like, certain decision making and mechanics don't go well for him. You look towards Intruder, that man is flashy as hell. But then, yeah, he also has the problem with certain decision making. But overall,
You know what you just said? You're
What?
just like, both these players have poor decision making, but one of them can press his buttons.
well, I mean, one of them is playing a lot more of supportive champions, so I'll give it to that one. But the other one is playing just more mechanical champions. That's that. I'll give it. So you know what? It's the Ivern versus the Lee Sin.
You know
Give him that
what?
one.
Raz won't have a hard line. I will. Intruder is the better jungler than Amy.
Yeah, you know, I'll agree.
I
with
didn't
that.
even know that's a hard line.
That
I think that's just
apparently
such
it
an
is.
easy
This guy's,
step.
like,
It is for
dancing
Raz
around.
apparently,
I'm
but I
just
think for
saying
everyone
the-
else who's an LPL viewer,
I'm
I
just-
think we just say Intruder's a better jungler straight up.
I'm just saying Amy has a very small, but he has a benefit to his name. He can do
Ivern.
something.
Ivan.
Is
Oh,
it-
we banned it out. Eliminated.
I'll
All
just
right,
say
there's a strength off
It'll
the
be a
board. Great, there
sad
we
day
did
in
it.
the LPL when Intruder plays Ivern. It's just gonna be a sad day for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's not an aggressive pick. All right, Fruskier, I want to ask you this question. So in terms of standing gold, we already went over like the teams who should be free wins for LGD. Who are the bigger game that they need to take down that you think they can take down, and which are the teams that they can't?
So the thing about LGD is you don't just look at OMG and Snake in front of them. You also have to look at IMA, especially because IMA just lost that match that they should have won against Newbie. So they're actually kind of my X factor. Like, this is who LGD actually need to beat to scrape into playoffs. Again, once we're in playoffs, Imp take the wheel. I got nothing. But in the back half, they now play Newbie, IMA, Snake, and OMG. So
Yeah.
fate is in LGD's hands. They can control entirely whether they get into playoffs. They don't need to be entirely reliant on, IMA needs to lose this game, Snake needs to lose this game, etc.
This was, with that being said, with the perspective of LGD, Vici are on a very tough road right now. Losing to LGD, that should have been a free win for them as well. I mean, both of these teams looking towards each other. This is our best chance to win it.
Yep.
Now, Vici have to go up against Invictus Gaming next week. That's the first game of the day. And then you look towards the next one is like RNG. So you know what? That's just hard for them. If they're
Yeah.
set to lose both of
It
those.
does feel like they are doomed, Raz.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the team that Vici are really competing against over in Group B is Game Talents, and Game Talents are on their charge towards playoffs, and the next team they'll face is actually IMA, who are looking fragile and brittle.
Yeah. So in that case, are we just looking towards a summer split for Vici? Is it say survive and don't get into the promotion tournament, or survive the promotion tournament, go into summer and look towards a world run, or just like write off the spring split? Because it feels like too late to say that they can be a contender now.
On a wider perspective, yes. I mean, that was going to be the focus for them anyways. But if they can pick up wins against IG and RNG, that would be a nice little Cinderella moment. They just shouldn't be expecting it anymore. Yeah, sure, play your hardest and see if you can get to
Yeah.
that point, because they are growing. We saw real growth in this set here. They probably played the best in this set than any other set. And that is sad to say because they had Bangi on that lineup.
Yeah.
But that's good for them. But of course, as you mentioned, yeah, it's going to be harder for them. And they just have to look towards summer and just perhaps like survive through this.
You're not
spring.
wrong, Raz, but I think we're in a situation where I think it's a very sad day when you can definitively say that GT has a better chance against RNG and IG that Vici has
Yeah.
if we were to go into a game right now.
I like GT's chances right now.
Exactly. Like, they could just run in there, just like randomly Gimgoon just appears bot lane, and it's just like, this doesn't make any sense. Why is this happening? And the top teams just don't understand what's going on. Vici, they play it smart and they just don't do it well. That is the end problem. But in the end, it will be a 2-0 over to LGD taking on the day. So congratulations for us, Goon. You win this round. We're going to head to a quick break before we set up for the match of the week.
Hello. Welcome back to the LPL. It is currently week 3 of our cross-conference, and we are ready to get into today's match of the week. The battle for first place is now. Team WE taking on Team RNG here on the hashtag LPL. My name is Dom. I'm taking over for Pulse, and joining me are, once again, our 2 lovely analysts, Raz and Frosco. How are you?
Boy.
Doing well.
Yes, oi, indeed. I
Yeah.
was expecting like we're doing good. I'm excited for the game, and then
Oi.
I got a sound effect.
I mean, depends where you are.
Exactly.
Australia.
But let's get into the matchup itself. Obviously, both of these teams doing excellent right now. RNG are at 7-1 in the standings. WE hot on their heels at I believe they're 7-2.
Yep,
Yep.
7
As
and
they
2.
have played one more game this week. And WE have not dropped a game, not a match, but a game in a month. It was February 18th was the last time they dropped a game. And it was to Vici Gaming.
Yep, I mean, they steamrolled Snake, IG, IMA, and LGD coming up to this point without even dropping a game. That is major. That is massive. And you look towards the side of RNG, and they have dropped a game to Game Talents, right? They've got
As well
dropped
as
a game
OMG.
to IG,
Yep.
right? So this is like a general point where both teams, we haven't seen RNG in quite some time. They had that one set up against Newbie last week. So we'll have to see if they got something else other than perhaps the Nocturne and Leona.
And that said, I mean, Team WE, yes, they're 7-2 in their series, while RNG are 7-1, but that loss against EDG in week 1 really shouldn't have happened. It was Scout
Yeah.
just going absolutely Super Saiyan and 1v9ing their way to victory. It was a really hard loss for Team WE to face off, but they've been ramping really hard, and this is literally clash of the top. These are the best of the best in the LPL currently.
Yeah, and our expectations have actually changed for EDG since then. In addition, our expectations for WE have changed since then. Of course, this was the team that was destined to go to Worlds. They were in 3rd place. They were clear-cut, and IMA at the last second swept out from under them and took it in that 5th game. But now, they've already played IMA and demolished them pretty handily. They are looking like nothing is going to stop them.
And this is the thing. They have viciously dismantled every team that they've come across. Team WE, they don't even look happy in their victories. They completely destroyed LGD. Condi was running around on Rengar like 10-0 at 12 minutes in the game. Like, that was disgusting to watch. And their faces are all just like another day in the office. Like,
Yeah.
we're looking at RNG. This is where our sights are set, and nothing else matters.
And so this is a big one because we're having a conversation now about WE being the best team in the league so far. Maybe they can take down RNG, and that would solidify that. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, like last year, the big ups were just them getting to Worlds, them being the 3rd place, and being able to get that much farther. It's pretty good for them.
I'm going to throw Raz the white flag, though.
Ooh.
So Raz threw down the gauntlet, and he said that Team W are the best team in the LPL.
Hashtag Team Raz. Get that in there.
Rusty and I are on the same team. We thought that RNG was the better team, but Raz actually gets a little bit of a break because, unfortunately, RNG are not starting MLXG.
Yeah,
It's-
MLXG is out today for personal reasons. It is a bit of an emergency coming up for him, but replacing him is Bebe in the jungle.
So we have seen Bebe come in earlier on this split. He showcased some Vi play. He is a good jungler, but remember, this is going to be key because one of the matchups we were looking towards was Condi versus MLXG, the 2 of the best junglers in the LPL currently. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that. It's going to be postponed for another day, but currently that's going to be a lot better for Condi.
It's not even just the talent matchup of Condi versus MLXG that is really disappointing to me. It's also the fact that MLXG is, if Doinby is the heart and soul of QG, I think MLXG right now is the heart and soul of RNG. When they're successful, it's when they're playing around him, when he's breaking it up, not making them predictable, ganking different lanes. He's not just, Uzi's snowball mechanic. Like,
yeah.
come, gank me bottom, let
Yeah.
me snowball into Tristana. He can go bottom and snowball Uzi, or he has the threat like Xiaohu, who's performing in the mid lane, or even Let Me now, who stepped up and started performing. So again, it's the fact that it's not just MLXG versus Condi that's sad. It's the fact that it really does take a lot of wind out of RNG's sails, losing their star player.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever we see MLXG, he's not always playing. I mean, rarely actually goes towards the bottom side. He goes and he really, because we saw Xiaohu getting a lot of MVPs. The reason for that is because we see him roaming a lot more with MLXG. He goes towards the top side. We see top lane ganks where Let Me gets a lot of pressure. Xiaohu gets a lot of pressure, and that really snowballs towards the bottom side of the map where, yeah, sure, Uzi gets a lot of priority in the draft to be able to get the good matchups, but that's because they're confident being on their own in the bottom lane.
And it really does create a big tragedy for WE. I mean, this is almost the plot of any sort of like fantasy or anime going on right now. WE playing at 110%, just mowing down teams left and right. Finally, they get up to the first place team, and they're sick. or they're not playing at 100%. So we don't get the massive clash of titans. That being said, of course, Bebe's still a very talented player, and RNG are definitely capable of putting up a fight.
And I mean, they're competitors at the end of the day. They want to be able to get the win regardless of what happens. So that's going to be a big point for WE. I'm calling them the best team right now, and they want to be able to clean this one up with a good victory.
I mean, ultimately for me, this does just tip the scales towards Team WE. But that said, now that RNG are kind of not at full capacity, not having MLXG, this means that for me, Team WE need to be much more decisive. Like, Condi should be running circles around Bebe. This guy has played, I think, either 1 or 2 series, maybe 1 or 2 games for RNG over the course of 2017 so far. He does not have the competitive game time to come in and take on, like, the best jungler in the LPL, which I think Condi is rightfully deserving right now.
And remember, a lot of the shot calling does go through Ming as well, so we might even not even see a big difference. We could just be seeing Baby go through essentially playing the same role, but just, playing around his teammates. So we'll have to see how that goes. We got a Ming fan right there.
I mean, a lot of eyes are going to be on the bottom lane because it's also Mystic versus Uzi, and I'm fairly certain for the past few weeks of our OP5, we've actually gone back and forth between like Uzi and Mystic because both of these guys are playing at absolute tens.
Yeah, they are by far the best AD carries right now in the league. Mystic and Uzi have been performing on their game since the start.
I mean, that said, a lot of AD carry talent left the LPL, so it's actually a weaker position than it's pretty much ever been before in the history of the region. But Uzi and Mystic are still performing well. That said, Uzi is Uzi. He will just win you a game because he can just do those miracle things. And I haven't seen that from Mystic yet. Yes, he looks incredible on the likes of the Ezreal, the Ashe, and now the Jin's really kind of entered his scope of play. But he's not just going to 1v9 a game.
So I've actually got a bit of a postulate for you. Are we starting to get to the point where we move the conversation from WE to they are a team of A-tier players playing as an S-tier team to they are a team of several S-tier players making an S-tier team?
I think we can make that discussion with Condi and Mystic. It's always a point of consistency. If you can have that one game, sure. But it looks like they're being able to do this consistently week after week. Mystic has showcased he can play a lot of champions, not just that Ezreal. And so he's showcasing a lot of great play on the Jhin, great play on the Varus. We'll have to see how he goes towards the next patch when Lucian is a major issue, and that's going to be down Uzi's wheelbarrow. But right now, you really nailed it. Condi and Mystic are playing really well, and they, in my opinion, S-tier players.
And yeah, they get to kind of upgrade to S-tier simply because their own individual performances have increased. But ultimately, again, a lot of talent has recently left the LPL. So it's not like you're competing with a lot of the big names like Deft in that same position that you once were. So kind of automatically you also get to upgrade in terms of your domestic pride.
To be fair on that point, I think it just comes down to rebuilding and just rebuilding names rather than your skill, because SMLZ showcased at the very least this week that he is doing very well for himself. And then there's Zet, who's just had consistent like laning phase dominance. So we'll have to see how the AD carry position comes for the region as a whole. But look at that banner. WE coming in hot right now for this set. So I think this is going to be great.
I'm actually really excited to see how the fan vote is going to split as well. Both of these are huge organizations in the LPL.
But one of them is the all-Chinese team. And it's these guys on your screen right now. So I'm definitely going to wait towards RNG. Again, that is not MLXG sitting next to Xiaohu. It is Bebe. MLXG will not be playing or starting today. But Uzi and Ming still kind of consistent in that bot lane.
Yeah, here you can see WE. Once again, another day in the office. They are looking prepped and ready. You can see Xie and Mystic getting all set to take on the #1 team in the LPL. Running through the roster, it's RNG. Let Me, Bebe in the jungle filling in for MLXG. Xiaohu in the mid lane along with Uzi and Ming.
And I want to see
bottom.
how the draft starts, because it's always been
Ezreal?
about that Varus show. yeah, the Ezreal as well. But like RNG, if they get the hand on the Varus, then they're going to be happy to go up against the Ezreal.
And across from them, it's their opponent's Team WE. 957, Condi in the jungle, Xie in the mid lane, and Mystic and Ben for AD carry and support.
Yeah, and Ben showcasing some great play now that, of course, we always talk about, is it going to be Ben? Is it going to be Zero? That's going to be Ben. He's been really showcasing a lot of good play with Mystic.
But the spirit of Zero is still with Team WE. You know, he's looking at his former duo teammate as well as his former team like, I know exactly how this guy plays. This is where you're going to get him.
And I think the amazing thing is that he's also playing Zero's champions as well. He's breaking out the Thresh and going for the crazy playmaker, like hook into the backline, flay forward sort of situations. And that really creates a lot of drive for Ben, because you know you have Zero hanging behind you, and then you're playing his champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's drive for both sides, right? Ben has always been the player with the most amount of drive. He spams solo queue. You can see it on his account. And he goes hard. He has a lot of aspirations, so that's going to be big for Zero because he's in the back just watching a young kid just kind of thrive.
Bebe was recently on your screen. He stole MLXG's position, stealing his glasses. What more can he take?
Oh, the madman.
He's wearing his shirt, using his deodorant.
Wait a minute.
There's always a line, Dom, and you always cross it.
Crossing it.
He just wants to fit in. He just wants to make sure that everybody feels comfortable. Like, I know MLXG can't be here today, but I want to make you feel safe.
I don't know if taking someone else's deodorant or at least making it known is going to make him feel comfortable at that point. She decided in her head, yeah, you know, that's the proper response right there.
He's trying to set up for the best team in the league.
Roofing
to take on
deodorant.
What? Okay, there was the line, and then we went past that.
No, always past it. I'll get us back on track. And it's Ming and Ben. That's what the conversation we were talking about. It's something that I'm really excited. The support position was a big question mark coming into the LPL. You know, we had a lot of talent, this influx of talent leaving, coming in, new talent rising up, and we didn't know what the support position would look like for LPL. None of these guys had any track record. And now you have two brand new supports who have kind of been through the gauntlet, have been molded, and now they get to really test themselves today against each other and decide who is actually the best rookie support in the league. And I think it is between Ming and Ben.
We'll have to keep an eye on their performance in this setup. Of course, a lot more on the stakes than just best rookie support, as #1 in the league is currently up for grabs. To be fair, though, if RNG lose, they're still #1 in their group, but they're just not going to be #1 in our hearts anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all about the power play for the most part. That's the beauty of the cross-conference that's going to come to an end very soon. But, yeah, we're just going to start up with Champion Select and see how we start this one off.
We have gotten right on into Champion Select. It's RNG versus Team WE. #1 versus #1, but only one team will survive this setup. As we can see, Rengar Malzahar taken away. Varus banned away from Uzi. You don't want him on that. Graves banned away from Bebe. Bit of an MLXG call out, maybe just a reflex memory.
But while the coaches are on the screen, I do want to give a shout out to both of these coaches. RNG's coach is Firefox. Team WE's coach is Coach Ohm. We've talked a lot about them over the course of the LPL. Firefox is incredibly hungry to prove himself. He's a very vocal, very active coach. You'll see him constantly animated behind the team. Coach Ohm, a long-standing reputation, a world championship underneath his belt, now looking for a domestic title in the LPL. These guys have a lot to prove today, and I think Firefox is very eager and chomping at the bit to get his hands on Coach Ohm.
Yeah, and I love the ban coming out of here from WE, Coach Ohm, banning out that Varus, and I mean, we keep emphasizing it. That's Uzi's ticket, get that first pick. A lot of teams usually go towards the Graves first pick, but WE saying, no, you're not going to have Graves, you're not going to have the Varus. They're going to take that, they're going to take the Spider instead.
Yeah. Elise taken away, really either targeting Condi, perhaps?
Well, this is the thing. MLXG is one of the only junglers in the LPL that has been really pushing towards Elise. Condi has played it a couple of times, but MLXG almost makes it a priority. That said, it's not MLXG, it's Bebe. So this tells me that this isn't just, you know, a player thing, it's a team thing, that they really prioritize and value that champ.
Yeah. So not only is he wearing his deodorant, he's also picking his champions. Bebe is just doing everything he can.
Why, Dom?
Always going to the
Jace
deodorant.
is now the follow-up for Team WE.
78% win rate on the champion. I mean, he's a very good champion, and I mean, Shie has shown himself to be a really great Jace player, so it could just go towards the top side of the map. But more recently, because of the changes, the nerfs to the champion, it's much better and safer to put him in the mid lane.
You would think at this point, though, that RNG, because Malzahar's banned and Lulu's taken, that they're probably going to go the Karma route. We haven't seen Zyra for some time. I wouldn't necessarily pick Zyra into a long-range poking champion like Jace, because a lot of her zoning tools don't mean that much, because he can just shoot over it. And she would also help supplement a lot of Ezreal's lackluster wave clear, because he doesn't itemize into the Iceborne Gauntlet anymore.
And as you can see, that Ezreal now locked in for Uzi as he's picking that away from Mystic. Try to deny him his signature namesake champion. And Rise is actually going to be the follow-up from Xiaohu. He has been stellar on Rise.
He was one of the most creative Rise players you see. Whenever he does get his hands on it and he's able to make roam across the map, he makes use of his ulti far more often than most teams.
It also makes the Baron threat at 20 minutes incredibly dangerous. So we'll see this all the time from LPL teams when they have the Rise, is look at these very cheeky early Barons, because they feel confident enough overreaching for the play, knowing that if they're collapsed upon and the ultimate from Rise is up, they can just ult to safety.
I love the brief hover from Xie before locking in the Kazakhs, swapping over to Nocturne. Bit of a call out towards MLXG saying, remember this? Well, you're not going to get it this time, as Kazakhs is now locked in for Xie, and we enter into our next set of bans.
You would think that the support pool or the bottom lane would be pinched a bit for Team WE if they want to set up a strong side of the map. So there's that karma that I was talking about. Like you said, RNG decided to go towards the Rise. We understand why. That's a big power pick for Xiaohu, but it does mean that they will be hurting and that Team WE can exploit them at least on one side of the map.
And if you look through the first phase of bans, mid laners didn't really get cut at all, and there are a lot of blind pickable mid laners at the point. So I understand why Xiaohu's going towards that priority, but at this point, just lock in your support, get your dual lane out there. Ezreal Karma is fantastic into most matchups. There's no real reason to prioritize the Rise.
Ashe ban is going to be the next follow-up, targeted towards Mystic, as WE are going to get their final ban in. Looks like it is going to be another support ban, so a lot of emphasis on the bottom lane this time. It's Varus taken away from Uzi along with 2 supports from Ming.
This almost forces RNG that if they want to continue to pinch Mystic, they have to look at the Jhin. Now that they don't have the Nami, you also then don't have kind of the long-range tidal wave to counter out Jin's ultimate. And we know that Mystic has been repeatedly going back to that champion recently. That said, he still has plenty of threats like the Caitlyn, like the Sivir if he wants to go more towards his comfort pick.
Oh.
And they choose to go that route.
Yeah, Caitlyn is the ban, and Jhin is still open. Knowing that top or mid could be open depending on that Jace, likely mid as you said, Raz. We'll see where that ends up going.
Yeah, we'll find out. It's going to be tough for Mystic. He could just go to a Kog'Maw. We have seen it just a little bit, and it works well with the Lulu. Lulu really does enable a few more champions out there, so he should be fine as long as he's comfortable in the champion.
I agree with you, Raz. I think because they decided to pick their top laner blind here when they could have left it for last pick, that they're debating whether the composition is safe enough for a Kog'Maw or a Jhin. Obviously, Jhin can stand all the way back. He's just pretty much there for his ultimate unless he wants to be on the front lines, whereas Kog'Maw still has a lot of safety with his range. He's more of in the thick of it. And by also then securing the Gragas, you deny a long-range displacement cask for both of those champions to knock them into danger.
And what better way to make a statement against Uzi, one of the best mid laners in the world, by taking Kog'Maw, the low mobility, high damage, mechanical outplay, into Ezreal. As it is though, so wow, that was tough. Kled is now locked in for Let Me. You look at the champion and it just auto-completes in your head.
Yeah, I mean, the Kled coming through. Wait, don't do it, buddy.
Oh, man.
Do it!
Kled,
2 seconds.
Leona locked in from RNG.
100% win rate because it got picked once by Ming.
But again, it's making both those picks of the Kog'Maw and the Jhin that much more dangerous because they're both low mobility, kind of stationary into the back line. Leona has great reach on that. That said, you have to play the lane and the 2v2 perfectly if you want to get away with it.
Yeah, and especially paired up with the Rise as well.
But this is forcing Mystic to pick. He's like, I see the Leona, I see the Rise. Like, do I think that I'm confident enough to go for the Kog'Maw? He throws down the gauntlet. He says, yes, I can do this.
Does it. It's time to duel. Kog'Maw on Mystic versus Ezreal on Uzi, taking his own champion against him. Who is the better AD carry in this set? Most of these team comps are set up around them. However, there still is a lot of opportunity for success elsewhere.
So this was a smart pivot from WE. Once they recognized the AD carry pinch came through, they were like, all right, we get the Gragas because it helps us our comp. Right now, all we have is Kha'Zix, all we have is Jace, and that makes it literally pretty hard for your AD carry to protect himself. So picking up the Gragas is great because it's bad in lane, sure. But of course, for the rest of the composition, it helps once you can go for the 5v5. So that was a great adaptation from home.
It also kind of forces the Kog'Maw as the last pick to come through simply because they don't have a lot of magic damage. They just have the Gragas. Otherwise, it's a Kha'Zix and a Jace in your jungle and mid lane position. So they needed the mixed damage from Kog'Maw to come through.
Very intelligent drafts from both of these teams could set them up for success in this match number 1, game number 1, between the two number 1 teams. WE taking on RNG. And right now, RNG, they might not be at 100% full power, but this battle station is still operational.
All eyes probably going to be on how Condi will exploit this early game. Again, it's Elise versus Kha'Zix. Bebe did get the priority pick, so he's definitely on a comfort champion. It's a champion that RNG have a lot of practice with, competitively working around, so making picks, exploiting those picks, but you have to give Condi the advantage here.
Yeah, and here's what's really tough about the Elise pick. Elise into Kog'Maw, it is so hard for the Elise player, mostly because if you don't get the ball rolling quickly, he has the Leona, so maybe they can make this go. They can get this going early on. But if Kog'Maw can get going, if the early game isn't punishing enough, this Kog'Maw will blow you up.
And I feel like that's the big statement for RMG, that they have so much punish. They've got mobility on Rise, pick on Elise, you've got a Kled to chase people down, and Leona, just in case you want to dunk on anyone.
And of course, the adaptation of Kled, I really want to highlight. The fact that they didn't have any hard engage. Leona was the last pick, so they insta-locked in last rotation, compensating for the fact that Ashe was banned, the Kled and Leona to say, like, once we poke you down, once we feel comfortable, we are going to run at you, and you will have to fight us.
There's not a lot to knock people away. Gragas Cask, perhaps, or maybe Xie on that Jace can hammer one person away, but that's one. There's going to be a Rise, Kled, Elise, and Leona all looking for one very important target, and his name is Mystic. However, they are currently going for a delayed invade just to keep an eye on Bebe and see where he starts.
Yep, just abusing the power of level 1 Jace because he has both hammer form as well as cannon form there. So getting a cheeky peek in, placing down some vision.
Yeah, taking a look at those masteries, looks fairly standard. Courage on both Xiaohu and Ming, so Xiaohu is expecting to take some hurt.
I do like the fact that Lulu, and we saw PYL do this last series, but specifically with Kog'Maw, is going away from Thunderlords and towards the Windspeaker's Blessing, just because the trading patterns in this lane are much more reliant on Kog'Maw with his W with help picks, rather than Lulu getting a Thunderlord's proc off.
And at the same time, for the Lulu looking into this matchup, it's going to be very, very volatile for the most part. You want to be able to keep Mystic up and going in the lane. He doesn't want to get poked from Uzi. He doesn't want to get all in done. And if it does happen, then he has that safety with him.
Yeah, immediately you can see Ben racing into the river for a quick ward, as they know that Bebe started off on that red side. So not going to be cheesed out by any sort of cheeky Elise plays as he heads towards the opposite side, whereas Condi taking a bit more standard path.
Did they see that Spiderling? That's the real question.
I don't believe they did. I think the Observer was trying to showcase the fact that Ben made a very big effort to go around Vision, which forces Mystic and Ben to play safer here because they don't know if a cheesy Elise could be walking down into their lane level 2.
That was a really smart play. Not only did he move around it, but he also used the blast plan to make him much faster so he's not slower in pace. So this is going to be really risky for the top side of the map because 957 for the most part probably won't be expecting it. That ward should usually catch the jungler in rotation towards that top side.
Yeah. And again, RNG, this is their first match of the weekend. You have to imagine that they've been planning for this for a while to take on the other #1 team in this, but he's actually making his way back towards the bottom side of the map. This could be an odd timing.
I think this would actually be ingenious because you would expect that Elise would be on the top side of the map, so you would expect that 957 wants to play cautiously, whereas Mystic and Ben, they have no idea where Elise is, and if he feels confident enough, just slip down underneath, get into that brush, and have Leona set you up.
And he only really loses out in the Scuttlecraft top side, and the Grump doesn't really give you that much in comparison to what, the Raptors can. So he's able to pick up the experience and come straight back bottom to the lane to get essentially, the Krugs as well, and has option towards going toward this bottom side of the map.
Uh-oh, Xiaohu?
Condi immediately leaps onto him, procs that Courage for some more sustain as red buff burns away. He's now running into the juggle, but here comes the chase from Xie. Flash, red buff slow, Ben is there as well. And Cocoon from Bebe zones them out, so now they see the jungler of RNG.
And all of the information that was manipulated by Bebe and RNG is now lost because Xiaohu was chunked out, forced to burn a couple of his summoners, as well as the fact that Elise has been revealed. So all of the pressure and kind of the conservativeness in Team WE has now all been released. They know where Elise is, they know that Rise is down, they know they can play aggressive.
Smart from Xiaohu to walk towards his jungler at that point. I think it's just a small criticism towards Bebe to just drop his camp and walk over, because that could have very easily turned into a kill had he not. He just kind of just stuck to his camp and just kind of moved towards him the moment he went towards the red buff area. So that was just a small response delay from Bebe here.
Yeah, perhaps a sigh of relief out of WE, knowing, okay, we know where this Elise is. We don't have to worry about any sort of cheesy ganks. We can get our first recall in, double longsword out of Xie. Condi going for vision focus first with that Ranger's Trinket.
Also, Xiaohu picking up 2 control wards on top of his tier. Not incredibly uncommon, but hold on mid.
Yeah, you can see Mystic getting chunked out. That's even
Oh.
Exhaust being burned as well, so he's going to heal up and turn it around before getting a little bit of damage back on the Ming. But Uzi's just trying to demonstrate
minute.
dominance. Flash snare on the Ben. He might have to burn his own as he's under the turret now. Ming is very far forward. One more auto, but Mystic forced a flash back from Uzi.
And they are not on the same page right there. Ming and Uzi targeting completely different members. You saw that Uzi actually went past the intended target from Ming, and it pretty much cost him the kill. In the end, they win the trade, they get the summoners, but it could have been so much more.
Yeah, because they could have at the very least gotten a kill on Lulu. Lulu did have to burn Flash at the end of the day, but Ming locked down Lulu. That would have been a great kill onto it at the very end of the day. Focus down the target, that does get CC'd. But regardless of that, they get control of the lane, and that's what they were looking for. They even were able to get Ben and Mystic's cooldowns. Sure, it's a 2-for-2 or 4-for-4 cooldown trade. Everyone blows cooldowns. But Leona's going to be much happier about that unless if she does shove out forward. But that's just going to be an easy target for Bebe to come towards the bottom side now.
Yeah.
Oh no, you have no one there with you.
Ming just eats a glitter lance to the face. I actually, while that was going on, keeping track of the junglers, Kandi, the moment that skirmish happened, he cleared out Krugs and then ran straight towards that bottom side of the map. So he could be prepping for a potential counter gank.
I mean, everyone is hoofing at bottom. You even saw Ming with the cute play, so this is something fairly common. No one really checks that brush, and so they expect that Leona and the Ezreal would back together, so instead the Leona stays because she has the hard CC, and then you catch them when they're positioned here. But good heads up from Ben to check the brush.
And honestly, Ming actually stalled out that play entirely because he was just faking as if Uzi was in the bush. So the hard shove from both Mystic and Ben was delayed until Ben finally face checked into the bush and realized, wait, Uzi's not even here. He backed. Let's get the shove going. But Uzi overall, he gets the entire wave because it was stalled out for the rest of them.
Yeah, Kandi actually just briefly ducked into the brush. Not entirely sure how, but RNG managed to get vision of him and pinged back, so they're playing very defensive. Ming, you can even see, using the Shield of Daybreak.
I mean, at that point, you don't even need vision. You just need to assume, hey, no one has summoners in this lane. The junglers are probably going to be hanging around. That said, with both of these teams kind of taking repeated backs, they're actually absorbing a lot of the time that their summoners are down, so safety will return to this lane soon.
And major win towards Uzi and Ming that they played out this incredibly well. That the fact that, yeah, sure, they got a second back for Uzi here because he wanted a little bit more. He got the cull on top of it, but he was able to absorb the entire wave that came in when Ben and Mystic were in the lane up just against Ming. So now they come back into the lane, and now he's able to get more CS because he's denying the waves on Kog'Maw, but at the same time, he was able to get more on his own.
Yeah, 5 CS lead is nothing to scoff at. That's a full control ward advantage. As it is, though, it is just some biscuits and a call picked up for Uzi. So he's going for late game Ezreal. Just taking his time.
Do want to point out, though, so in the second backs from both these bottom lanes, Ben has moved in and placed Deep Vision. He's got a ward on the brush right outside of Red Buff, as well as one right behind Dragon that was just cleared by a control ward from Ming there. So that was actually quite cute.
Yeah, so RNG, they're making it very well known. It's not obvious what their plan is. Bebe wants to come towards the bottom line. He wants to impact it as hard as he can, as much as he can. And at this point in time, Uzi and Ming have so much control because there is no real vision that really spots him out.
And exactly, they're trying to clear that Silk Road behind Dragon Pit to get Xiaohu or to get Bebe down there.
Oh, but they look to have found Kandi. He gets caught by the cocoon from the far side as Let Me collapses and Kandi goes down. First blood, RNG.
Da 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 da! It's Kled.
Yep, and you know what? At the very least, Kandi holds on to his flash for that one, so he gets spotted out, and Kled charges over them to get that kill. So the kill does go over to Bebe.
And Kled is so punishing in early game skirmishes just because of the mechanic of Skarl. It makes him so obscenely tanky that he can hop off of that mount, then get it back, get the health back. It just, early game, he's pretty much like Renekton on steroids.
And it's great, too, because they recognized that it was such a good matchup to put him in. So, yeah, Gragas comes through because he wanted to open up the teamfight composition for the rest of the team. But that we saw last game, the Renekton comes through. This time he was hovering in. But you know what? He gets the Kled, and now he's in a decent advantage for himself.
And take a look at the vision right now for RNG as Xie is just going to try to punish Xiaohu a bit.
No mana.
They have got wards all over the map. They completely see Kandi's top side of the jungle. They've got vision all over the front of Dragon. Interesting adaptation from WE to move their vision around that Silk Road you were talking about behind the Dragon Pit. So they do have some wards, but RNG are still controlling the vision in this setup, and perhaps they could be really focusing on trying to prevent Condi from popping off like he has been these past few weeks.
And this is the thing, it's really dependent on Condi. If you look at his lanes, he doesn't have hard CC here in the mid lane. Like, Xie is really about rotating on what Condi's already setting up and then helping support his team with long-distance missiles from Jace. Yeah, he can go top lane, but we already talked about how tanky and deceptively tanky Kled is particularly. So really, Condi's only option is bottom lane, and it's the Kog'Maw Lulu lane. Like, everyone just kind of wants to sit back in their lanes and farm out now that Condi is behind.
He's playing it really slow so far. Yet another recall for him, as he has not yet finished his Warriors Enchant and is working towards Boots. Bebe did just get his own recall and was able to finish off Runic Echoes before starting to transition towards a Ruby Crystal, so he could be taking a page out of MLXG's book, going for the Echoes, going for the Haunting guys before getting tanky.
They're looking to creep in here with Ming just to set down decent amount of vision, but Ben and Condi are here as well.
Oh, here comes Kled as well. Charge is almost up.
Realm Warp. Ming is actually going to be the person who's delivered. That's Teleport. Xie knocks him back, but that's a Zenith Blade first. He cleanses, but he's True Shot Barrage from downtown as WE turn this into a fully fledged fight. Somehow, Xie is able to get into the back, but Let Me follows him up before turning on to 957. That's yet another kill. 5 members of RNG show up to take up 2 kills for WE.
And that's the entire team, and you look towards the bottom side of the map, and that's the Kog'Maw farming up. So they had the numbers advantage there for them. It looked great from WE because they were setting up to counter-engage. Ben was in Lu along with Condi, but it doesn't work out for them.
And it was also how Let Me got down, the fact that he just walked, whereas 957 pulled the trigger on the teleport. So not only is this a bunch of pocket gold in the back of RNG, but it's also the fact that they have cross-map advantage because Kled is still strong with TP.
11.5 minutes in, the #1 team so far is RNG, a good 2,200 gold ahead. They've got 2 kills onto Bebe, their replacement jungler, and 1 0-1 on Let Me, who's now 22 CS ahead. Everywhere else it's pretty even, but we're starting to see some of this game open up for RNG.
Yeah, right now for RNG, every lane is opening up. They're doing quite well in terms of the CS department. Of course, Kled is because he has a proper matchup. But then you look towards Uzi as well. He picked himself up that Sheen, so he's going to be very comfortable looking to pick up trades. Usually look towards Kog'Maw and Lulu to be able to take those consistent trades once the W is up. But look at Let Me. He's going in for this one.
Yeah, once again, just pulls the trigger on the fight. Ming is chasing as well. Going to send them away from the turret. And RNG chase so fast!
Oh,
That Kled movement speed is huge, but WE are able to get Mystic and Ben out of there.
But the damage has been done. They've zoned everyone off the tower. They have a massive wave, multiple members, and Let Me still has TP. So if he feels comfortable and Xiaohu gets up here, he can TP, and Xiaohu and Let Me can try to hold top.
yeah, and sure, a 957, he's just free with this lane. And okay, he had to bring in CA because, you know what, Gragas is not a split pushing champion. Doesn't do a lot of damage to the turret. So they're going to take a long time, look towards the bottom side of the map. They're looking to actually go for the inner turret as well. RNG is not stopping.
Yeah, there's nothing to call this minion wave.
And you always have to respect the Elise and her pushing power. So they don't get to push through. Kog'Maw's ultimate clears it out, but they do get to reset the wave by bouncing it off the tower.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to continue with it. Bebe's still waiting in the wings, just stealing away the jungle. Mystic's trying to get onto these minions, but Uzi, Bebe, and Ming are controlling that side of the map entirely. Now pulling back, they fall onto that Mountain Drake as it spawns.
I actually think this is a mistake from RNG. Not necessarily taking Mountain Drake, but the fact that they just had Let Me sitting in mid absorbing farm when he had TP, or he even could have walked up because it took 3 waves for top tower to go down. RNG didn't need to lose a structure there.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Overall, though, that's just a big win for them because they had these waves shoved in. Now they're able to get the Earth Dragon as a major point off of that. They back, and they're not going to be able to lose much else now. Sure, you trade those objectives, but it's still a trade in their favor. That's fair.
That's another Mountain Dragon spawning soon as Xiaohu picks up blue buff. And suddenly this gold lead is opening up just a little bit more, 22,500 as that first brick was distributed amongst Uzi, Bebe, and Let Me. And now we'll have to see how RNG utilize their unlocked top, mid, and bottom lane.
You would expect that Ryze would be kicked down bottom and Leona and Ezreal will take over mid.
And it's the second attempt from Ben and Condi to be able to pressure towards this red buff. It won't happen. They're not going to be able to do it. The contest is there. Bebe is just going to be able to handle that on his own because Uzi is just pushing up this mid lane. So they should be able to collapse if WE push in.
Hold on, though. So I said Rise kick down bottom. Nah, I like what RNG are doing better. They've got the Kled who's got kill threat on Kog'Maw, because once his ultimate's up, Kog'Maw cannot be in that lane. He cannot be in vision of Kled.
There's no way he can make it back to the tier 2 if Kled chases.
It's such a great champion for punishing Mystic specifically. Mystic loves to sit back and farm.
And take a look at the fan vote. Despite the fact that WE are one of the biggest organizations in the LPL, it's RNG, the team with more prestige.
And RNG right here, they're just setting up a kill priority. Right now, sure, if Ezreal goes towards the top side of the map, then they're looking for the objective. That's the safer play. Of course, with Kog'Maw initially being on the bot side of the map, he cannot take that wave. If he ever does, that's a death on his end. Uzi, get out of there. Herald is coming over.
I feel like we've seen him do this before.
Herald has collectively done more damage to Uzi than Team WE so far this game.
Harsh, but true.
Yeah. He's done that with Dragon as well, where he just kind of hops over the wall into the pit for positioning, and then he just gets chunked to half.
Well, he was scared of Xie, who was making a collapse on him, so
Yeah.
he did dodge the shockwave, but I don't think he really intended
Still took a lot of damage, yeah.
for Herald to kick the crap out of him.
But this seems like WE. This doesn't seem like the WE that we've watched over the past 2-3 weeks that took first place in their group. Kandi is playing super passive, and WE are losing lanes.
There's not much you can do at this point, but they're going to go for him on this.
Yeah, let me zoning on the far side, flashes over the cask and buys enough time for RNG to break mid-tier 1.
But yeah, exactly. There's not much you can do about this if you're WE. Kandi does have to play on the back foot because they're setting up a Kog'Maw that's finding it hard to find a wave for himself.
And again, he's finding a hard time because Kled is the perfect champion against Team WE. Mystic can never be in a lane across from him because he'll just get run down. And the thing that Team WE love to do is slow down the pace of the game, specifically around their AD carry. As long as RNG are strong on their lane assignments, getting Xiaohu away from this guy, like, they shouldn't be able to stall this out. It should just continue to ramp.
Yeah, and honestly, Kog'Maw's going to be doing just fine up against Kled in the later portion of this game. It's just going to be hard to even get to that point and have that conversation. 16 minutes into the game, the 3K gold lead is in RNG's favor, and they're making all the right moves right now.
And you can see how tough this is for Mystic, despite the fact that he's at 140 CS at the 17-minute mark. Not too bad. All he has is a Phage. This Kog'Maw is going to take quite some time before he gets anything major completed.
RNG won a 5v5, so what they're doing right now, the reason why it's Xiaohu across and not the Kled is that the Kled has the TP. But this just tells me that RNG are waiting for Team WE to try to collapse on the overextended Rise and then pull the trigger.
With RNG getting that mid lane turret so early, this means that they don't have to wait that long to be able to get top lane. All they need to do is just shove that in second wave, but they're not going to wait that long.
Or perhaps force a fight onto Kandi that they find in the jungle. He leaps over. I think they were looking for Xie instead as True Shot Barrage chunks him out.
Okay, this guy needs to calm down. Stick to the plan, that is a very key ultimate that you just can't be using like willy-nilly off of the Kha'Zix next to his tower.
Yeah, and just reining it back because the major play is towards that top side of the map, right? They had the wave in the mid lane, so they could have just pushed in the second wave into the inner mid lane turret and then go directly towards the top lane tower.
And we talk about tempo all the time. Like, when you misuse cooldowns like that, this is when you lose these advantages. Like Raz is talking about, like, RNG, they're in the driver's seat right now to set up the play, and they're just kind of throwing the ball away or setting it up incorrectly and taking extra time, whereas that extra time just allows Team WE to continue to get gold on their necessary carries.
Oh, they're collapsing onto Xiaohu! An excellent knock-up disrupts the Realm Warp. WE pick up that kill.
And you know who else should have been there, Frostgaren?
Kled?
Yeah, the entire team has to. Kled should have been like on the opposite side. I mean, mostly because he has the TP, so he could be wherever he wants. It
But
doesn't
exactly.
really matter.
That was the play.
Yeah.
That was the play, and they missed it.
Yeah, and you know who was there? You know who was waiting for that train and just got hit by the train? It was Xiaohu. The train hit him. He was supposed to be on that train. He was supposed to be on board, and it just went up against him.
I'm on board, Raz.
Oh.
Ended up onto the tracks as Xie gets caught in his own jungle. Very cheeky play from Ming and Uzi to net that kill. So a kill for Rift Herald, I guess?
Back in the driver's seat, they're setting up because they're shadowing over Let Me, so seeing if anyone will collapse or walk towards to clear this creep wave. They pick up the kill, they then have the creep wave behind them, and they just transfer it to an objective. So overall, still a better win for RNG, but it's kind of a retroactive play versus a proactive play.
Because overall, it's just that you look towards what RNG is doing, and there is an optimal play overall. Sure, they didn't hit the optimal points, but they're still coming out ahead because they're zeroing in on these turrets. Meanwhile, WE, sure, they went for the investment with the Herald, but that's not going to net you the game.
And we're going to be using the word optimal a lot because, again, no excuses. These are the two best teams currently in the LPL. I want nothing but the best.
Well, so far, RNG is the besterer, the better, best team, as they are up 5,000 gold at the 20-minute mark. Mountain Drake has spawned, and once again, RNG have got the tempo. As you said, they're in the driver's seat. They've got vision all around it. And with Bebe and Let Me
sitting in this bush, he can actually look for this engage. Rise is not
Oh,
there.
the cocoon misses, and Condi leaps away. Immediately, WE collapse onto a fight. Ming goes way into the back, but lands a two-man stun. Mystic temporarily disabled as Let Me drops his ultimate to try to escape. But yeah, Xiaohu has finally joined up as he ghosted in. He's not able to do enough damage.
Yeah, so the reason that didn't work so well for RNG was because Rise was far back. He was not anywhere near the play. Sure, they did blow Lulu ultimate. That's going to be fairly crucial. Let's see if it does work for them. They're double downing on this one.
Yeah, they're bringing Let Me back in at full health. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he does have a lot of damage with that Black Cleaver Tiamat. 957 turns onto the Dragon. Bebe at half is going to have to go for a Miracle Steal. The Cocoon, he gets in. Condi, however, secures it. Let Me in the back line, pulls Ben forward, but will get knocked off the Kled as he drops Ben. They continue to chase forward. Mystic has been caught and will go down to Uzi, who continues to chase forward with Xiaohu.
Kled is ridiculously so tanky, and it's given enough time for Xiaohu to run away with
Whoa,
something.
957. At the cost of his own life, he gets one kill in revenge.
That was a major win from RNG. The entire play, sure. WE get the dragon. That is an Earth Dragon in their favor. But at the end of the day, RNG get it. A 4-for-1 play. They're pinging on to Baron.
Yeah, 21 minutes in, they continue to race forward. There's no tank for them, but they've still got single mountain. And Bebe is at half health with his smite on cooldown.
Remember that thing that we talked about in Champion Select when LPL teams pick Rise and it means that they're going to do an early Baron? Yes, they're not ulting off of the Baron, but this is kind of what we're talking about. Like, immediately, they will always turn towards this objective.
Ben is right there. He's still got no smite. Oh, but Ming over the wall chases and CC locks him down. Baron is secured, and they manage to kill Ben. RNG are 10-2, 40 minutes in.
Yeah, and we're not going to have a Lulu Baron steal in this region. Not going to happen. This time around, just taking a look at the replay, works out well for RNG.
And it was all set up by the Scarl here. Let Me made a fantastic teleport to kind of be the second wave, and then again, he gets into the backline. He is so ridiculously tanky, despite only having Black Cleaver and Tiamat because he has Scarl. Like I said, Renekton on steroids. It allows time for Xiaohu and Uzi to just clean up the rest of the fight. 957 gets a flashy one in return, but ultimately it's the Dragon, it's the team fight, it's the Baron.
And of course, RNG wanted to focus in on Mystic and get him down. They did exactly that. It took a little bit of time, but Mystic doesn't do that much damage at this stage of the game. Only had a Trinity Force to his name, so it was fairly easy to be able to do that. If Mystic and the rest of this team wants to be able to hold on to this game, they have to stall out with this crucial Baron that RNG has.
Yeah, Xiaohu, well, that's not going to help stalling if Xiaohu's going to break down the first turret. And here comes the rest of RNG. Let Me doesn't have teleport, but he does have pressure in the mid lane. It's a 1-4 split from RNG and WE. They've just finished Triforce on Mystic.
Yeah, so looking towards WE, they are in a better position because Gragas does have the TP advantage. Looking towards Let Me, though, he is pressuring up on that mid lane tower.
Uzi's firing these shots across the bow. Bebe's waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunistic cocoon, but Ming soaks that shock blast. No amount of lethality will penetrate that Leona's armor as Let Me brings a minion wave in, pulls 957's attention, but RNG are just continuing to swap back and forth.
He needs to get off that tower right now. Ming has his ultimate up, and Let Me is already underneath it.
Yeah, he's already trying to set up the dive. True Shot Barrage to clear out the minion wave, but Uzi and Bebe are working on it.
This is WE's best chance, actually, because Scarl's HP is fairly low, so with the tank line being down, yeah, backing Let Me is back at base, so if they commit to this, could be a mistake for him.
God bless Jace Acceleration Gate. Actually saved 957's life there by getting the rest of the team behind him fast enough.
Here comes the next minion wave. Uzi, 5-0-3. Absolutely massive. Burns through that turret's health. 2.5 items compared to the 1.5 of Mystic. The AD carry gauntlet has been thrown, and it is Uzi who is coming down victorious.
Yeah, also double Trinity Force. I want to quickly touch on the Trinity Rush. So there's been kind of two primary Kog'Maw builds going around. There's either the Rage Blade or the Trinity Force start. I like Trinity with Lulu specifically because she has the flexibility where she can either max the help picks or max the Whimsy. Whimsy gives 45% attack speed at level 9, and so it kind of compensates for not itemizing directly into the attack speed Rage Blade and going more for the power of Trinity Force.
I don't know what he's looking for here.
That's
He was
interesting.
looking for Xie.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
was
technically
ambitious.
he found him, but he also found the minion wave and will continue to keep pressure. They've still got Baron for another 20 seconds.
Back to your point on the Kog'Maw, though, of course, one of the best points about having a Trinity Force is the utility that comes along with it, the movement speed that you do get around it. Using your ulti quite often during team fights can really help you out. So if he gets, gets rolling, he can roll pretty fast.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lemmy's already working on that with that charge as much as he can. And RNG now maintain presence on the map. They have got a huge advantage. 12,000 gold, 25 minutes in. That comes out to just under 500 gold advantage per minute. Xiaohu does the Zhonya's Road Warp. I love that play. Brings the minion wave under the turret. They try to force it, but will get cast in. Suddenly WE look like they want to take this fight, but 957 drops regardless. Ben is firing shots as True Shot Barrage goes down, and the inhibitor will fall. Xiaohu forces this base.
No one gets more excited about minion manipulation than I think Dom Roamer. Like, that was intense.
I mean, they just broke their ankles at that point. They were able to move up, right, left. They go straight to the mid lane with about 6 minions on top of that. That was a cannon creep wave too. So. Yeah, they're going to go on towards this top lane tower, and I mean, it's going to be hard for WE to hold on to this.
Yeah, they're bringing those minions in. Uzi will break down that turret so fast. Shock Blast finds Ming, and he just walks it off as another inhibitor falls. And RNG, even without the Baron, are still pushing over WE's base.
Even without MLXG, RNG are playing the same playbook on Team WE. We saw this exact same game against Game Talents, a team that is vastly of a different class than Team WE. Bottom of the standings versus top of the standings. It turned into a bad 5v5 at Dragon, immediately into a Baron, and 2 inhibitors. RNG will then just continue to funnel the waves in, grab next Baron, and end this game unless Team WE can throw a curveball.
Yeah, this is very clean cut. 14k gold lead for RNG. This is ridiculous. And I mean, you look towards Kog'Maw as your last savior here. He doesn't have a Blade of the Rune King. He finally finished, of course, as I mentioned, the Trinity Force. That's all he's got to his name.
And
Rush in there.
The play. Here he goes. Brings his entire team. Uzi decides to go the long way around, so they're just zoning him away. All right, it's cool. They've got the minion wave prep. They've got Infernal Dragon and blue buff. This was all according to plan.
Yes, the zoning ultimate. Yeah, I know that one too well.
Wow. Swing and a miss, it's fine.
Yeah.
Infernal Blue, they got the wave push.
It
Zoning
was
ultimate.
Totally deliberate. RNG are still in complete control of this setup. And the reason I say that is because the only way WE could have stopped this, or at least slowed it down, take the blue away. Press some vision forward on that bottom lane so there's no chance for RNG to siege. But they don't have the vision. They don't have the blue.
Yeah, it's not even that they don't have the vision. They don't have the vision because they can't fight for the vision. That's the issue with it. Every single time they press forward, because they have been doing the same WE tactic with Ben and Condi looking for vision, but the issue is when they go for it, look at how strong RNG is. They cannot fight them under any circumstances.
The cocoon gets launched by Bay, but it will not find anyone, and now RNG are escorting the minions in. They've got super minions coming into the top and mid lane, and Xiaohu is even helping to break that with Letming.
But that's the key word, escorting. So RNG don't want to pull the trigger unless they know for sure that they'll win here, just because we're too close to the Baron spawn. They don't want to...
He did it again! Oh, I love this so much.
That's a super minion one too, actually.
Yeah, they're actually getting a lot of damage down onto Ming while Uzi fires onto the turret. Finally, with it down, he can turn onto the members of WE, but Letme is buying so much time. They drop onto 957. He goes down. Xie is snared and is able to escape with his life, but only just. But Uzi has turned onto the Nexus turrets. He's not even going to wait for that final inhib, which was cleaned up by Letme. The first Nexus turret goes down. The second follows shortly thereafter. This is going to have to be a heroic defense.
Mystic is doing absolutely no damage. Uzi is just going ham on the man. And that's game over for RNG. RNG takes game 1.
Yeah, that is the Nexus falling, and RNG have defeated the other #1 team. And Uzi, look at the calm and collected guy. He just smashed the closest thing to competition in the LPL, and he does not even look a little bit happy.
And I mean, why would you be? That was the longest. That was 30 minutes of them being confident about it. So I mean, it was one of those slow draw. I mean, he's suddenly he's laughing, so it makes me look like a fool. But overall, Uzi, that was an incredible play from RNG as a whole, and no other team in the world is picking up Leona with as much confidence as this team.
And we weighted this, or at least I did, towards Team WE. I know that Raz came in saying that Team WE were the best team in the LPL. They did this with a sub-jungler.
Yeah.
It's only game one. Let's
my
calm down
gosh.
here, everybody.
Game 1, that was a 28-minute, shellacking.
Suddenly the anime storyline intensifies. You've got WE like, oh, we want to fight them at their full power. You can't handle me at my full power. RNG are just backhanding the competition all up and down the LPL. This is a team with class.
I do want to quickly touch on Team WE's composition, however, because I think that it kind of undercut a lot of their ability. We're about to go to the damage screen. I'm sure the numbers will be sick, but just check out what Team WE have. Gragas, Kha'Zix, Jace, Kog'Maw, and Lulu. They've got a lot of powerful champions, but again, Team WE thrive in their early game through Condi. What is Condi supposed to do with any of that?
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the fact where both side lanes were really losing it hard. Top side of the map, they picked the Gragas early. Of course, it's going to get counterpicked. You look towards the bottom side of the map, and they want to be able to just hold it firm but not fall too far behind. And the mid lane was literally the only lane that they were hoping that would win it out early.
Exactly, and the thing is they spent so many bans and threw so much at sculpting at least one strong side of the map, which was the bottom side.
Yeah.
They banned away the Nami, the Karma. They've first rotated their Lulu. They got the AD carry that they wanted. That is kind of unacceptable to lose out that hard when you're throwing so much at it.
Granted, it is a good comp early on if they were able to get it going. So the real fear is if WE was able to stall it out, and now suddenly it's Kog'Maw with proper items going up a Kled that can only go front to back. Going for a side, he could flank. It is a possibility, but it's much more telegraphed in that sense. And then you look toward the Elise, who will not be doing anything 30, 40 minutes into the game. But with that being said, the game was just swept under from them. So that was big.
And I feel like even in the sense that if WE were to attempt to stall it out, RNG were still making plays. I think there was a grand total of 2 plays in that entire game that they tried that didn't succeed, and everything else just worked.
And that's the thing. Team WE, they have never really played an early game. Recently, they have been playing it just because Condi in particular has been stepping up. This time around, Condi hit a brick wall. He wasn't able to step up and carry that early game. So you're like, okay, Team W will go back to basics. They'll just bunker up, and we'll see you in 35 minutes. But RNG broke that. And this is what I'm I have been waiting 2 seasons for a team just to kick WE in the mouth and play an early game. They cannot get away with this. This is unacceptable. Yes, if everyone lets you walk into late game, you can be amazing. But if you never get there, you don't matter.
Yeah, and honestly, I think just looking at the pick and ban, they went to a point where they had to construct a Kog'Maw composition, and I think RNG had a pretty good early game advantage in terms of dealing with it. And so I think WE going into the back with home, trying to figure out how to deal with this one, is just don't put yourself in a position where Kog'Maw is one of the only champions you can look for. At that point, you just have to give yourself some early advantage, more bridges in the early game to get you to that mid-game point.
Yeah, here's that fight towards the Nexus once again, where they break in, escorted by Xiaohu teleporting the minions, and then rotating top to very quickly push a second inhibitor before WE can respond.
Yeah, and so people will look at that and what was the purpose of this replay? But it kind of missed it, and that's Ryze. Ryze did that a few times, honestly. He was able to just utilize his ulti to get minions towards one side to another. That happened towards the bottom lane. They got that turret. Happened towards the mid lane. They were able to get that one as well. Using super minions towards getting the next turret is a very snowbally style of getting the next turret. So overall, once they get an advantage with Ryze, they are probably one of the best teams in being able to utilize it.
Yeah, 100% agree. It will 100% be banned or taken away.
Yeah, huge priority for WE to take a look at their pick and ban in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that one all set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about ready to get into game number 2 between the two best teams in the LPL. RNG are taking on WE, and right now, RNG look like One Punch Man. I mean, they did not flinch, they did not break, they hardly made any mistakes whatsoever, and they made WE, the second best team in the league, look like children.
Yeah, and I mean, I looked at that sign, and I know there is a meeting towards open day, but that looked like an open mid-game for for RNG.
It was a tough one.
That was a little bit hard. That was a little bit more than tough. So going into the next game, I want to see a little bit more early game priority. I mean, going towards Kog'Maw is fine as long as they're not forced into it. But that's one takeaway from it.
And I want to quickly jump on the back of Kled. Apparently there was some confusion about what I meant by Kled being Renekton on steroids. I just wanted to clarify. Kled is deceptively tanky early game because of the bonus stats, or excuse me, bonus health that he gets from Skarl. And so he gets to build damage and then be super tanky for pretty much no reason. Renekton, in a very similar instance, can build damage because health or dominance scales out of health. So he's like Renekton in that sense, but on steroids.
He was also able to do quite a bit in that Let Me was all over the map. He was using his ult effectively on cooldown to enable RNG to make more plays. They were maneuvering him correctly to take objectives and pressure Mystic at all points in the game. Is there any chance that he gets Kled again?
And I think it's a good question to ask. I think it's just going to be a point where you don't ban the Kled, you don't look to pick it up, you just don't look to get that Gragas, because the Gragas is not a free blind pickable top lane anymore. That's not going to be the pick. People are more comfortable picking up Renekton into it. People are more comfortable picking up Kled into it. And so we've seen it just get punished time and time again. And if you're Let Me, then you can use Gragas to great effectiveness, and we can see him using it along with his team. But currently, I'm not seeing that with most other top laners here.
I don't know. Team WE are on blue side this time around, so they can be much more flexible with their bans, as well as the fact that they get priority picks. So we could see something like a Kled ban. Like, they can throw that away.
That's true.
Just to deny it, because they get the option to. I would assume that we won't see a Rise ban. It's also another possibility. I would actually expect that Xie would take it away.
I think that's a fair point, and it's mostly because when you look towards 957, he's not going to be playing a carry in the top lane. That's just not going to happen. You want to allow him to play the tank in the top lane without getting too heavily, beat down. And so that looks towards the Rumble. You say, okay, yeah, Rumble, maybe you bend that up. Maybe the Kled as well, and maybe that's all you need to do to make him comfortable in that top side of the map so he doesn't lose too much.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to take a look at this next pick and ban. Of course, WE, they pivoted well in Champions Select, and they put themselves in what looked like a good composition, but then once we got onto the map, we started to see some of the flaws in this when Condi couldn't do anything.
And just echoing kind of what Raz said earlier. Sorry, Raz.
I'm Raz. All right, go on.
It's just that, Team WE, they had a good comp if the comp ever got ahead of the clock or was on clock, but the problem was is they were put behind early game, and they had nothing to dig themselves out of that hole.
And I think the most teams going up against the Lulu Kog'Maw will have a little bit more of a breath of fresh air. They'll be able to deal with that lane, come up ahead, but they're not only are they going up against Uzi and Ming, but they're also going up against an all-in, very competent Leona play, and you won't see that in any other region for the most part. So looking at this, that's insane to see, and that's insane that Uzi and the rest of RNG are really confident in dealing with that. So that's fun.
She got it. Her sign was upside down.
Yeah, she had to flip it around. Support the team properly, of course, but RNG are looking so excellent right now. Last time we saw them play this composition was against Newbie, I believe, where they ran the Leona Nocturne Rise setup, which was a very similar three-man sort of chase, three-man diving thing. Yeah. But then they immediately swapped it into something significantly more standard in game number 2. Do they do that sort of same situation here, or do they just run what works against WE?
I think they're very comfortable when it comes to going into pick ban without having an actual plan. I mean, in the sense of just being very flexible, being very comfortable. They've shown themselves to be very comfortable in long engaged, long game team fights, and they're also very comfortable just closing it out early with very, very aggressive dives.
Already that Kled and Rise are banned away along with Varus. So WE are saying, no, I don't think we're going to let you take that.
That tells me that WE are looking for Lulu as kind of a priority pick. This is typically the route that they go, especially now that the Rengar has been banned away, although typically they take the Lulu priority because it dissuades you from taking Rengar in your second rotation, which then tells me that maybe they want something else. I thought it would be Kha'Zix, but it looks like it's going to be Elise.
It's fair that it's Elise. I mean, Elise and Kha'Zix are the only junglers that they're going to be comfortable with picking up. So it's a bit interesting that they went towards that Elise priority. That does mean, though, that, of course, Kha'Zix and Lulu. So that's why it's something that I'm gonna have to question. I'm probably gonna hammer on. It's interesting that Letme's hovering over the Malzahar because yeah, sure, that's been banned lately as a general point, and Ben has usually gone towards it. Ming has had a good time with the pick as well, but yeah, that's them giving up the. Actually, they should be fine with it because Kha'Zix could go 3rd tier.
Yeah. So what Raz is circling around is, why would you prioritize Malzahar when the counter Lulu is still up and available and so potent in the current meta? And I think it kind of fits to Ming as the shot caller of the team. He just played Leona. Like Leona, Malzahar just has a giant go button on his keyboard, and it is so much easier to shot call when your only responsibility is flash forward, hit the R.
Yeah, and with Uzi already hovering that, locking in that Ezreal to follow up, things are looking pretty good for RNG. So Lulu will fall down towards that 2nd tier and is now locked in for Ben. And WE, they're facing up against something similar so far from RNG. How do they change it up to answer?
I like the response with Ashe and Lulu because you look towards Malzahar and Ezreal, and that's sure you can win certain trades, and once you get level 6, you can all in. But they do get pushed in quite a bit, and that gives Condi a little bit more time to be able to move into the enemy jungler and see if he can get something going.
It also gives Condi a very clear lane to gank. Now, at least if there's no CC in mid or top lane, you do have that hard CC in the bottom lane. So again, that was the issue when all of Condi's lanes fell behind, including Condi himself. He's like, I can't do anything to snowball this back to even because none of my lanes have any lockdown.
Well, this time there's a lot more opportunity to get crowd control. Kha'Zix is the final follow-up from RNG as they set Bebe up in the jungle. A Camille ban towards 957 to prevent him from popping off. And we still haven't seen either mid or top laner from these two teams just yet. WE are going to have to pick theirs back-to-back, but that doesn't mean RNG can't cull the pool a bit.
And I look towards RNG, and they should be a little bit more comfortable here. You're going to be seeing the top lane bans come through. It's good that WE is matching the bans because right now you look towards Uzi, who has the the job of picking the top laner for Letme, and they should be a little bit more comfortable. I'm going to be looking towards perhaps a Maokai.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's what he goes for. Still got to run through this final set of bans as Karma is banned away. Interesting that they also want to try to disable Xie a little bit as well.
Yeah, that is quite unique. When Lulu's already picked, we have seen a couple of Karma mids.
Yeah.
Xie, actually, I don't think is one of them. I thought it was just Doinby and Easy.
He has played a Karma game, I believe, fairly certain. So going into this, it's
twice.
a good, so it comes down to it. They're not happy with him looking to pick up the Karma pick.
The double shield composition is a little bit too much. Syndra is the final ban, but RNG, they didn't receive too much in terms of bans themselves. Syndra and Rumble taken away from Letme, big enablers for their composition. But with how we've seen Kabe playing Shen, perhaps Letme could demonstrate a very aggressive style as well, or just get something that has point-and-click crowd control.
You look towards WE here now. They have the option of going towards a blind pick mid, and usually that turns into a Vladimir. So seeing Lulu Vladimir is always very scary, especially since you have the setup with Ashe as well. So we'll have to see if they go towards that.
Yeah, Gragas is now the follow-up top lane for WE. 957 taking it into Letme once again. But this time he's up against Nautilus instead of Kled, so perhaps a slightly better laning phase. And Xie hovering that Jace yet another time. That is a lot of physical damage on WE's lineup if he decides to lock it in.
And Jace has fallen so far through these pick and bans.
Yeah, it's coming in as a blind pick in the mid lane though, so Xiaohu should be fairly comfortable with this. And I just look towards the ease of execution for RNG. They have the hook from the Nautilus in the top lane. They have the ulti coming out of Malzahar. They have a lot of ways to be able to impact these team fights. So looking at it, it feels like Xiaohu, he knows he's going up against Jace. Maybe he goes towards the Zed. I haven't seen that coming out of him. But it looks like he can really do no wrong with the pick that he gets here.
Ooh, and Talia is the answer from Xiaohu. Very exciting to see that one picked up. Anytime Jace leaps at you, you just drop a minefield and he takes half his health and damage.
And you could tell that cross-map play was kind of in the conversation for RNG. They also previously hovered the Shen before going for the Nautilus, and so now following up their last pick on the Taliyah. Yes, it's not the Taliyah-Shen combo, but it's still kind of that same idea and same energy that RNG, obviously the coach is telling them, like, we are making cross-map plays, you are getting out into these side lanes.
And it looks like the cross-map play could very well, once again, easily be into the bot side of the map, because once Malzahar does get level 6, that is a very easy play for everybody involved. Nautilus can TP down towards it. You could really see it going, and the dives coming out of RNG consistently have been very well and very solid. Waiting on Home, who's trying to get the last word into his team. Get over there and shake the man's hand.
He's just got to walk out on stage. There he goes.
Okay.
He's like, guys, whatever you do, don't lose. We need to go to game 3, okay?
I mean, that is an interesting use of time from him.
Hashtag Korean coaching advice. All right, just win the game.
That'll put them over the
and
edge.
you won't lose.
This time around, though, it is nice that Condi has his own CC, so he doesn't have to have his lanes set him up. He can set up his lanes. Still has a lot of early game power on the likes of the Elise, even though he is facing across from Kha'Zix, which is always scary.
Yeah. And I look towards the composition. You mentioned the Elise. I look towards the Jace as well, and I see that they can, as a two-man, mid and jungle, can really impact it through mid. So if they can get the priority here and look towards the rest of the map, that can really make it easier for them. Getting the Taliyah behind is very impactful this game for them.
Yeah, and if you look at, or if you take an even further step back at just like the basic levels, Team W are running a pick composition. They have the Ashe, they have the Elise, they have good sieging pressure and potential when they approach a structure because they have Jace and Gragas as well. So make picks, rotate that number advantage into objectives, whereas RNG are looking for the 5v5.
Yeah, something that's actually pretty exciting is that Condi looks much more enabled in this game on that Elise. As you said, he has a lot of crowd control in bottom lane. He's got some in the top lane and mid lane as well. So perhaps this could be the game that Condi gets to pop off and be like, you know what? I don't get to play against Spicy Hot Pot, but Son of Baron is going to show up today. We'll see as we're getting into game number 2 between WE and RNG.
Ooh, this
and
is
as for,
That's
sit on the
rude.
far side of red.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for any member of WE who decides they're going to check in on Bebe, because Bebe could start this Raptor camp. But as a general point, we actually see a 5-point front coming in from WE, which means they're not looking to walk into the red side jungle at all. So their cute play is not turning into anything.
Again, like you said, just a little adaptation because everyone's trying to disrupt those Raptors.
So important to get that experience early on, but doesn't look like WE are going to fall for it. They're falling back, playing safe.
Okay, Raz, you're our resident Taliyah expert. Sell me on this champion right now.
Well, the best use here for Xiaohu, he did pick it into the Jace. Jace has a lot of strengths, of course, in terms of being able to hold the lane. And it's mostly because he's an AD champion. You know, he can auto-attack. His auto-attacks do a lot of damage, basic strength, you know, whatever. But he does get pressure and presence through the lane. But Taliyah doesn't even have to go for that at all. She can just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, just fighting through the minion wave entirely. That will work within her benefit. Bebe should not he should ward, help her out, but he cannot commit to a 2v2. So once Taliyah gets through the lane here, she should look towards a bot lane play, which should be fine, but that's 6 levels of just basically her playing safe here.
And what is your stance on Taliyah in the late game? Because historically, champions who don't have a damage ultimate will then fall off late game, or at least hyper late game.
Yeah.
Has her itemization shored up any of that, or is she still just going to be a mid-peaking champion and then...
Mid-game is essentially where she's at, but we see a lot of creativity that makes up for it in the late game. You look towards LCK, and you see a lot of Taliyah players that use their Weaver's Wall very effectively and being able to just pick one person out of the fight, say, you're not going to join this fight unless if you burn Flash. So that's going to be nice for them.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Xiaohu's Taliyah in this set and see if he will find success. He gets a very defensive ward to keep an eye on the red buff. As Condi, he's chasing over. He's going to get a ward over the far side.
He wants the blast cone so he can get over the wall.
Yeah. That red ward, that ward coming in from, there we go. Okay. So they even use Ashe Hawk Shot.
Sneaking around the
He's got
back.
a cocoon.
Cocoon into the black. He's found Bebe. Forces the leap and flash. Shock blast just a few seconds late for Xie.
How well coordinated was that? Yes, it missed, but I can't even believe Xie was in position to even try to throw that.
Yeah. That was ridiculous coming in from the rest of WE. It worked very well for them. Now Xiaohu has to watch out here. He used his ward to not only protect Bebe in the jungle, but also to protect himself from getting ganked from behind. But that ward proved ineffective because, you know, the blast point.
Yeah, and even though they don't get the kill, unfortunately for Condi, because he not wasted so much time, but took so much time getting in position for that play, it pretty much just equals the amount of time that Bebe spent going back to base, healing, and walking back into his camp. So we won't actually see a big difference open up between these two junglers.
Xiaohu trading back with Xie. He's still got 2 pots to the 0 of Xie, but he does have a Doran's Blade. If he gets the opportunity to auto-attack, which hopefully Xie can deny, or excuse me, Xiaohu can deny, Xie will be just fine. Bebe on the invade, looking for some revenge for what was done to him a bit earlier. Get some very aggressive vision.
Yeah, just trying to get some good vision to be able to catch where Condi is. He put a good control ward that no one tends to catch out, so that could just stick towards the map for a very long time. Bebe gets to get out of there, though.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Leap,
Oh.
blast plant. Condi, I see you. I see what you did there. So the junglers skirting around each other. Condi trying to exert dominance in this game, something he was not able to do in game number 1, but Bebe able to react and keep himself safe.
The pings that came through from WE from that old point, they actually pinged out that one bush that the control ward is in there. So they probably recognize that those bushes are warded. They're not going to take the time to go and clear it out, but they recognize where it is. They'll probably look to play around it, and when the time comes, if Condi looks towards going towards the Krug camp, yeah, he'll probably get it.
Yeah, forcing mid lane right now to probably help Xie get him back. Minor jungle tax here before he heads back into his own jungle, and Xiaohu will be happy to catch these minions.
And he gets a better back timing. You're looking towards Shira, he needs to back, and he gets that help, and you look towards Xiaohu, he backs now. It's just going to be a small, just a tiny bit of advantage. It's a good thing that Talia gets that movement speed bonus with her passive to be able to come back into the lane, so it won't mean too much, but that's something you have to kind of watch out for.
But we're inching closer and closer to this big level 6 mark. You know, Xiaohu probably going to be the first guy who reaches it. Will he use it to get out into the side lanes? And then for Team WE, level 4 on Ben and more importantly on Ashe. So looking towards that big level 6 for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you have to think that this is going to be a race towards bottom lane for both teams.
And it depends on who gets there first, because for the most part, of course, mid laners will get to level 6 much faster. Xiaohu, if he does get to 6, if RNG can get to that point much faster, Ben won't have his ulti to save them out in that scenario. Mystic won't have his ulti to be able to trade back. Overall, it helps RNG to make this play, to get it going faster the moment they communicate when Xiaohu turns 6.
And you know, normally at this point, we would usually see supports that are laning with Ashe kind of duck out of the lane to give her some solo EXP so she can get that cheeky lead on the level advantage. So Ben is finally skirting out of lane now, but it's now a matter of how many minions and how much solo XP will Mystic end up receiving.
So far, it's just one wave as Ming is managing to hold it while Uzi gets his own tier recall. And Xiaohu is keeping Ben occupied mid. He's continuing to invade into the jungle with Condi as he looks for some more vision, so perhaps trying to rush that level 6.
Now, it's too early for Ben to get his sight stone, but the fact that he's coming in because he's recognized Elise had... Oh no!
Oof. Xiaohu's doing great in this lane.
Xiaohu and Rookie were always the strong Talia players in the LPL, so it's nice to see Xiaohu again returning to form and returning to very mechanically intensive champions like Talia.
Yeah, so he's doing really well for himself. Gets level 6 as well, so that could be an opening, but Xiaohu could just very well go back to base for himself and get something. We'll have to see. But overall, just to hit that point, looking to Elise, she has her green smite, I forget what it's called, but is able to set up vision before he gets the sight stone on losing. Yeah. So she's going to be just fine. They look for vision. Of course, they got kind of pushed back by Xiaohu just earlier on.
Things nice and slow. Mystic does have a little bit of experience, level 5, and Ben just takes over, so a slight experience advantage for Mystic.
I feel like it's slow, but it's really tense. Like
really
everyone's just kind of like flexed and ready. Like you're waiting for Talia to make the rotation. You're waiting for Mystic to get to that level 6, and you can already see like Uzi and Ming want nothing to do with this.
Not entirely certain how close that Ashe is to level 6, so they have to respect it.
I mean, it's really funny because we never talk about the top side of the map because there's not much to talk about. Let Me and 957, they're doing the, just farming up a whole storm. They're trying to do as much as possible. 957 has been known whenever he does get a shove out, he does look to ward out constantly to get a good amount of vision to where the enemy jungler is. But for the most part, their job is to hold on to that TP. And that TP, if they're ever at a disadvantage, that bottom lane tower goes down at the very least.
Got a recall out of Mystic as he buys to reset that bottom lane. So many pings into the jungle of RNG from WE.
But it's very clear what was intended. So you get the earlier backs, you beat them into the invade for deep vision, and they're going to bring, if Ashe needs to rotate, she can. She's got the upgraded Zerker's Greaves as well as the flat AD of the pickaxe. But it's Ben and Condi are going to rush in, lay down deep vision, and try to make a play off of that. So Team WE, they're starting to set up the fingerprints of something bottom. Now it's a matter of will they be able to execute and will RNG follow?
Yeah, you've got a recall out of Uzi and Ming right now to look for some item and vision of their own, but that means the jungle is undefended.
Yeah, and so once again, Ben and Condi are working into this jungle to be able to get it down. Sightstone is up and available for Ben. It's going to be easier for them to track where this is. They can even check and place a good TP ward for 957. Stealing a good amount of XP.
Here we go.
Oh, but RNG are actually the ones who force the fight. Condi is caught out by a very level 6 Ming. He drops as Bebe gets first blood.
And you can completely understand the plan there, but unfortunately, Team WE are telegraphed. RNG see them come in and then just cut them off. Oh, disgusting wall.
Yeah, that was such a great play. I mean, they recognized what was happening. They were basing. They came back into lane. Malzahar did ping level 6, and so the play ended up happening. That was great coming from them. And, you know, they took down the jungler, so that's a free blue buff.
And this is so punishing from Jace, someone who's incredibly reliant on that blue buff, but also the fact that he's looking across from Talia. He needs to have control of that wave. Without the blue buff, it's going to be easier for her to get out to these side lanes.
Yeah, and it's not a level advantage. I mean, it's like not a level game anymore. Like everybody did ping 6. Everyone is at a comfortable advantage to look towards those fights in the bottom side of the map. It's who gets there first, who gets pressure in the mid lane. So CA does not have the ability to do that. He has so very little mana here. Look how low this tower is getting, but RNG, Uzi, and Ming, they're pretty comfortable combating this.
Yeah, they are trading so much back and forth. Arrow onto Ming.
Good
That's
exhaust.
Teleport is used by 957 onto the wave as Lemmy's there behind. Ben is taken by surprise as he shields himself up, but will it be enough? He flashes back. Lemmy pursues. Flash. Slam into the ground. And now 957 drops the cast to answer back. 1-4-1.
But as a general point, they were able to defend that. That was great from WE to be proactive and saying, hey, you know what? We've lost control of mid in that very specific time frame, and Ben and Mystic knew they were at an advantage. They were shoving into that lane. They were about to get it. They pulled the trigger very close to getting that turret.
Do want to compliment Ming, though. A fabulous exhaust to save his life there and stall out long enough that RNG could even look to trade 1-for-1 even.
As it is, though, it is currently 2-1 in favor of RNG. They're still about 500 gold ahead. Both top laners used that teleport as the fight exploded. But Mystic will continue to catch some solo experience. Without a support, though, that means Xiaohu and Bebe can start setting up some vision on that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, the longer this game goes on and how much damage... Okay, that was really valuable from Xie. He doesn't have much mana to his name at the moment. Didn't build tier as most Jaces in the mid lanes are doing at the moment. So he needs to be a little bit more worried about that. But looking towards the bottom lane, RNG is not going to give this turret up at all.
That's awkward.
Uh-oh.
He'll see it, though, as the ward.
Let's see if he takes that blast plant before.
Yeah, I think he actually just pinged it. Oh,
No,
he
no.
leaps over. Ming is there as
no.
well. And now, they
Okay.
see us now. Okay.
They see that.
That's fine.
That's fair. There we go.
Now, he's not going to feel as bad about missing that, but I like the idea of the play. Mountain Drake is on that bottom side of the map. There's a lot of vision for RNG. There's no chance for the top laners to follow up. A kill would certainly expand their advantage.
This is a weird play from RNG. They're kind of faking the pressure. Talia was just coming back from base. They were not going to be able to make any plays off that point. Once Talia does get this shove, then it becomes proper. But for now, they're just, clearing out as much wards as possible.
Yeah, they're just fighting over vision, like you said, as opposed to fighting over the objective. But these really sneaky wards at very awkward places are just kind of catching them out here and absorbing a lot of RNG's playmaking potential.
They've still got a lot of presence on that side of the map. They see Mystic bottom, not entirely certain if they know whether or not he's alone, but instead they're just going to pass blue buff over to Xiaohu and reset to their side of the jungle. Slightly disappointed that they weren't able to get any more than that with all of their ultimate cooldowns back up. So WE absorb the pressure. Clever ward placement keeps them safe for the time being. Ashe can continue to scale. Xie can get more items. And Condi is allowed to clear out his red buff. But right now, he's invading into Bebe's.
Yeah, they're trying to get the jump on Xiaohu right here. I just keep looking back at Ben. He keeps cutting up into the tri-brush, and he's just like, someone's going to ward this.
Someone's here.
Someone will walk into me. Careful, Xiaohu.
Yeah, just trying to progress forward. 957 gets pulled in and is forced to flash in lane. That is a very large cooldown.
And I mean, that's just going to happen. Of course, Gragos is like, I didn't touch the man. But of course, because you have the Bomby Cinder, you're going to get hit up on that one. So that was a good point for Let Me to just focus in on that play.
Here it comes.
Who's on the way. Oh no, he split Bebe away. He leaps over, but Ben is pinned against the wall. They arrow onto Bebe. Mystic gets flung back, and Bebe gets that kill, pinned against the wall like a squid in a barrel.
So they finally get Donald Trump bottom. He builds his wall. He cuts them off. They take the tower.
That's all you need, really. That's all you need. They're able to do exactly what it comes down to, but looking towards WE, they recognize they play. They look to chase down the top lane turret. They're not going to be fast enough to get that first turret gold, but it doesn't matter. At the very least, they respond to the play. Give 957 a little bit of an opening.
Yeah, bottom tier 1 goes down. It's RNG who get that first brick. Xie is trying to get some chip damage mid, but Xiaohu is on his way, while Uzi continues to press minions in to force Mystic to miss a few of these down here. And luckily, Xie has the presence of mind to recognize that Ming is probably on the way as well. He backs up, so it is only those 2 kills set up by RNG, along with the first brick comparatively. They've still got a lot of vision on this side of the map. They could be looking for that mountain drake.
Yeah, TP's up on the side of 957, but they're just not in position to look to challenge this at all. It doesn't even matter if this is known for it. I mean, the pings are coming down, but at the end of the day, RNG is going to be able to take it.
Ooh, mountain into infernal. That's going to be rough. But we'll see if maybe W are in a better position to fight for that one next time. They definitely have a great comp around arenas like that, especially if they can get their vision set up beforehand.
Yeah.
Jace is on clock, not behind it this time around.
Xie has got a lot of pressure on him this game. Mystic has been firing the arrows, but somebody on WE has got to be able to answer that RNG, the damage that RNG is putting out.
But this now fundamentally changes what we're going to do with our AD carry. So Mystic is in the bottom lane right now. I'm curious where he'll go. Will he go mid lane, throw the arrow, or will he go to one of his side lanes? You expect that Ezreal is going to go up into the elongated lane. He's super safe up there. He's got his Arcane Shift. And again, he doesn't have the Jhin or Ashe ultimate that he can throw it from Fog of War to break mid lane tower. He has to go out into one of these side lanes.
That comes down to where the jungler priority is looking, because look at this long lane that RNG is committing to, and the fact that they're looking for this means that they have to commit every person possible. Look towards where Ashe is with Lulu. Now, they're far, far slower here. That means that 957, he has to, at the very least, utilize his ulti for the next wave to try and slow this play down.
Yeah,
but
Xiaohu's
RNG,
actually there.
Yeah, they're not looking for the wave. They see the Gragas, and they want this man.
Oh, they pin him back against the wall. Gragas can body slam if they stand in front of him, but he's not even going to make it close. It was mobility instead as Xiaohu gets yet another kill.
Yeah, kill over to RNG. Right now, they're going to be going for the tower. Let's see who gets there faster. Oh, that's going to be WE. They're much faster because they didn't go for the kill. They went for the tower. Maybe they just go for the trade, go for the next one.
You have to really respect the push-through potential with Elise. She has that attack speed steroid.
Oh, the hook. They're turning onto Xie now. The turret trade might be answered back. He front flips over the minefield right onto Xiao, who misses. He flashes, tries to fire another shot, but will get one in answer. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Letme's working on this turret.
What a nice outplay coming out of Xie, because that should not have gone through. But you can see on the opposite side of the on these maps, of course, the trade does go through in favor of WE, and it was good that Xie was able to get the kill to make it in their favor. This trade works out for WE. They're still at a goal disadvantage, but let's take a look at that once more.
This is just disgusting, and you have to feel bad for Xiaohu. He already commits that he's throwing his shards out one direction, and Xie just gets on the other side of him. So great mindfulness from Xie to understand the mechanics of Talia and make sure that he can get on the other side of the queue.
Yeah, I just like that he was just right on top of Talia to make the decision once the queue comes through. It doesn't matter where you're going. It's like, I'm just going to go right in front of you then. It was kind of disgusting to recognize the champion that well.
True shot barrage to clear the minion. Arrow onto Ming. Condi follows up, but Exhaust slows him out. Ming flashes back and is saved by Uzi. The shock blast does not penetrate, and he gets out alive.
Now, they're going to feel a little bit sad about that one, but WE should be just fine. I mean, that's Ming going back to base. They're really 4-man strong into the mid lane, so unless if Xiaohu has something to, I mean, he doesn't even have his Weaver's wall, so he can't really do anything cute here to stop the wave from coming in. But it looks like he's doing it. I mean, that's 10 seconds until
WE are trying to force this tier 1 turret.
there
Let
we
me gets
go.
right in there and clears out the minions, but they force the fight. That's a lot of damage from Xiaohu. A hook catches 957 as Bebe leaps forward. There's the wall on cooldown. Xiaohu's right in there, but he's silenced. He does not have enough. Mystic gets off of the minefield in time, and that is nobody on WE dying, but they've dropped Xiaohu, even though their health bars are blinking red.
Just Let Me and Xiaohu just slightly on the wrong page right there. You could see what Xiaohu wanted to set up, bursting everyone, kind of putting his face forward into 3 members of Team WE. If Let Me was just following up with the Riptide, that could have been the difference of the team fight.
That comes down to the team cohesion, as you said, because, you know, I mean, Xiaohu definitely wanted to go on all 4 members. A good reason for that. WE entirely fairly low, but they knew the exit strategy on that one. They got the tower, they moved away as a team, and that worked very well for WE. So overall, big win from them.
Now 19 minutes in, WE find themselves in the lead as they are 4 turrets to 2. All 3 outers have been broken and the bottom tier 2 has been cleared out as well. They might be down in kills, but they've got more of the neutral map set up for them. And suddenly, WE might find themselves with a bit of momentum.
And again, that means a lot with a pick composition. You've got the Asher, you have the Elise. Jace can kill you from like 20 screens away with his acceleration gate, shock blast, BS combo.
Full lethality Jace, which he's going for.
And I mean, just take a look at this. 1 minute until the actual dragon comes through. But WE have full control here. Ash Arrow is up. You mentioned that BS combo. He's looking for it. So right now they have a position in which they can just set up around here.
They just need to make sure that their flanking vision is always on point, because again, that's the one way that RNG will be able to pop them if they get a hold. If they can dodge the Ash Arrow, dodge the Cocoon, and then just get the flank from the sides or the Talia ult, this comp is still very fragile.
They're going to have to just look towards Xiaohu and Xiaohu alone, because Nautilus does not have TP. That means RNG, of course, yeah, Nautilus has to press that B button, has to back. I mean, Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds, and he's out of position, so he needs to get there now. So WE has full control because RNG is just not in position.
Yeah, he's completing his recall right now. Spirit Visage already knocked out for Let Me. He's got a giant belt as well. So getting nice and tanky as he races down towards the mid lane. Looks like RNG might be prepping to fight this as they are grouped up on that side.
And if you don't have vision, you can't get picked.
No! Quick leap from Bebe gets him back, but the arrow follows up. Ming can only stall it out for so long against 4 members of WE. It's not enough. Xiaohu's there in the back, but it is too little too late. 957 catches him all alone, and suddenly Xiaohu is in a really tough spot. He's going to do some damage, but 957 is pretty tanky as well. Cask, and he gets onto the far side with a flash.
They should notice that the honey fruit is up and available. Mystic should be able to claim that, and that just means that this dragon is theirs. So overall, even if they're not afraid for it, that's just going to be them. Oh, I mean, just take a look at this. I mean, we're going to probably have the replay once again, but RNG were not in position to take the dragon. They didn't respect the pick potential coming out of Condi, Mystic, and the poke coming out of Xie. They had to respect it. It's very good that Ming was able to get hit with his passive on that one, so the Cocoon didn't turn into anything, but they're still going to be able to get the pick overall.
It's just always going to be the difference of the tempo advantage. Like you said, Team WE got there first. Why? Because they've been driving the tempo of this game the entire time. They walked into Fog of War, bam, Infernal.
Yeah.
Where's Baron?
That feel when Kha'Zix walks into 4 people. Little bit unfortunate, though he is starting to get a little tanky, going for that Phage into Black Cleaver second. As Bebe is slowly starting to scale up, RNG now find themselves on the back foot. No longer the flawless performance that we saw from game number 1. As WE are starting to find their stride in this setup, perhaps giving a little bit too much respect to RNG in game number 1.
I don't know. It's more so that they were able to get their early game off, but hold on, Condi.
And he repels up. Luckily, the rest of his team collapses. They turn onto Bebe. Xie follows up and a quick slam dunk turns it into a kill. Ming will almost die to the static field. It's volley from Mystic that locks it down. Redemption tops Xie off as Uzi takes a hit, but that's 2 dead in front of the Baron.
Yeah, and that's the jungler dead. That's the one you should be a little bit more worried about. They see the honey fruit coming in. That's their savior because they're going to be able to start this one up with Xie with full HP.
Yeah, now that ward has been spotted on the back, the control ward denies that vision as WE turn onto the Baron. Here comes RNG. Do they have what it takes to stall this out? Weather's Wall and True Shot Barrage is not enough, and WE just walk it off.
That was a very interesting Weaver's Wall, and by interesting, I mean bad. For the most part, that just comes to, yeah, sure, that showed his location. He was able to get out regardless. But if they wanted to be able to contest that, then he shut his own team out of that play. But overall, Baron going to WE.
Now they are securely in the driver's seat. The pick composition now with Baron buff is going to become very terrifying, pressuring up onto those next turret objectives in mid and top. There's no Weaver's Wall, there's no True Shot Barrage to clear out these minion waves. Suddenly RNG might be in a bit of a dire situation.
How can they hold on? They definitely have strong wave clear, although I don't think Talia has anything to write home about when you compare it to the likes of wave clear on Ashe, on Jace. Ezreal's wave clear is pretty lackluster. It's kind of like, unless RNG are all together, they can't really compete against Baron waves, which can open them up to like a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 split push pressure from WE.
As a general point, I mean, Weaver's Wall is down right now, but you have seen creativity in being able to stop these sieges coming through if you are able to stop the Baron wave coming in. At the end of the day, it only holds it. You're not going to be able to clear it, but that could be an option, but right now it isn't. We'll just have to see how they stop that. At this point, I think they should just look to concede this turret. They're going to try and fight for it. Let Me is far too back right here. He doesn't have any mana here, so WE are going to be able to look for this.
WE are very conscientious about a potential flank, setting up a lot of vision on that right side of the map, and now they're bringing 957 up as well. There is a very deep ward behind them that could be teleported on in the mid lane.
But Let Me walked off spawn, and he's just walking to the structure, so not looking for any sort of home guard shenanigans.
There goes True Shot Barrage, but against Baroned up minions, it's not enough. Mid-tier 2 falls, and the 5-man turtle of WE are starting to lumber forward.
Oh, that's a good poke onto Xiaohu. As a general point, RNG recognize where the TP flank is. They're not looking to take it. They do believe that they are far behind in terms of team fighting. Uzi is not online yet. In comparison, you look towards the rest of his team. Yeah, maybe you can think about Ming, Let Me onto Bebe. They can set something up, get one pick, but there is so much raw damage coming out of WE.
Yeah, they set up the siege. The arrow was fired. There's the Weaver's Wall. It has split WE right down the middle, but 957 is protecting GA and Condi is protecting Mystic. There's no chance for RNG to follow up.
And yeah, they've survived a couple of waves. We'll see how patient Team WE truly are if they want to continue to sit here or flood into other lanes. But I kind of have to look at Let Me there. You know, he's the big tank. He's the big go button alongside the Weaver's Wall. Like, he needs to be the one to decide, okay, we're going in now. And now they don't have a big cooldown.
Yeah, but they look towards WE, and that's so much sustained damage coming out of Jason Ashe. They don't want to pick that fight. Oh.
Kuhn finds Bebe, and 957 might have overextended for the cast. He flashes to get away from Let Me's hook, but that's a lot of ultimates being blown on both sides. The minion wave is cleared, and that turret is still standing.
What's scary about this for RNG is that GA does have blue bust. They can just sit here and do this for days. They use Redemption 2 to keep themselves topped up, so here comes another Baron wave. It's just not going to end.
Yeah, looking now for the next inhibitor. True Shot Barrage finds GA. 957 again eats the hook. Depth charge onto GA, knocks him back, but there's no chance for RNG to break into this mobile turtle. The siege is finally set up. The minion wave gets cleared out, and WE back off.
That's crazy. It was actually taking so long to clear out those Baroned up creeps. There was, you know, a good 3-second window where Team WE, if they were confident enough, could have done something. And it really illustrates the differences between these teams. You look at RNG last game, or RNG in general, if they get an opportunity like that, you know, they're diving the structure.
Yeah.
Or they're looking for the fight. Team WE, super conservative, very cautious, very respectful.
Yeah, and that was probably one of the lower, Baron power plays. You see 700 gold as a general point because they tried to look for something, couldn't really do anything. And the reason why Xiaohu, of course, is on the Talia, not going to be able to clear out the waves as much as you would want him to, is because, you use your Q. It actually does ramp down onto the wave once you start to use it. So it's kind of like, especially if it's a Baron up minion, it is so bad in terms of clearing the wave.
WE on reset, though. Go for the Infernal Dragon. They're second in this game. That's really going to help them if they find any more picks as the game goes on. 27 minutes in, they still retain control.
What, that's a double Infernal Jace? That in itself is just a disgusting statement to say. We've already been seeing some of the awesome damage that she has been putting out to that backline, and this is the other issue, Talia, she can't outrange the Jace.
And of course, Shea didn't go towards the tier seer, so he's actually he has so much damage under him just through items alone. RNG, though, are looking to kind of sandwich WE. 957's on the opposite side of the map, but he has TP.
WE being very studious in their vision, however. Seems like every time we see them press forward, siege, try to look for an objective, even that press top, they set up their vision beforehand, make sure there's no chance for a flank so they can see it coming. And Ben has been doing work with Condi to make sure that they don't get collapsed upon by RNG.
Yeah, so they look, as you mentioned, they're fairly conservative at the time. But what's going to help, of course, is, yeah, the double Infernal Dragons in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You know, Baron's going to stall, just come up. And so if you're WE, that's your main objective. That's your main focus. If you're going to be feeling a little bit too flat-footed looking for these team fights, Baron could just be your answer.
Which means you need to look into the vision of RNG. They only have one blue trinket on Uzi. Xiao, who is actually sitting on a yellow trinket.
Oh, there's the Reaver's Wallet. It will split Ben. He does have Flash, and 957 does not, but he's got Body Slam to make it over. Redemption tops RNG up. But that just stalls out the minion wave and allows WE to clear out RNGs without contest. Cocoon from the side as it's 5 versus 5 on top of this tier 2 turret.
Yeah, and focus is on Xie. If Xie is not poking anyone down, that one missed, then they're not going to be able to do anything off of this. So at this moment, WE should peel back, take control of this red side jungle, and then peel back to the Baron so they can get a pick. Right now, this is looking hard. Sure, they took half of that turret, but it's going to be hard here.
Oh, no. Spell shield. 957 is pinned forward, but Lemmy gets knocked back. He gets a knock up onto the back line, but Redemption will top WE back up to full health. Ben takes a hit, and the minion wave is cleared once again, and the fight will diffuse.
Yeah, they're persistent about this. The wave is going to take about 20 seconds before it hits that tower again. If they go for it. I mean, they got... Sure, they hit Bebe, but this is a little bit hard.
Condi tosses a Cocoon, but he doesn't have his team to follow up. He gets chunked out to half, even if he does remove Condi from the scene.
This is just the this is bad. RNG are making the wrong call 100%. They should have looked for a TB flank. Like, here's the thing. Like, I understand you don't want to fight this. This is very scary, but you're passively losing the game if you're just going to sit there and let Jace double Infernal throw ultimates at you. It's on Let Me. Look at that. They have a perfect ward for a teleport flank behind them when they were sieging up into that top tower, but Let Me gets knocked into the team, blows his ultimate, blows Flash, and then can't teleport in because he's like, I can't do anything. I don't have any of my power. You should have done that before you got knocked into the team fight.
And honestly, when you look at this, I think that a fair point towards RNG is they're just waiting for one power spike to hit up, and that's the Blade of the Rune King. Right now, Vici almost as his third item. He's got that Muramana. He's got his Trinity Force, obviously, so if he can get that Blade of the Rune King, if he's able to really deal with the front line of 957 and just blow him up with the rest of his team, then they're going to be a little bit more confident with their front line walking in like that.
And that's the strength of the momentum that WE have been able to get for themselves, because they are already that full half an item ahead. The Phantom Dancer now completed for Mystic. You now have got the Black Cleaver also topped off for Xie. And Baron is up. WE are setting up vision. RNG are aware that this is happening. What the flash engage onto Xie. How's that for poke, he says, as he runs for his life. Xiaohu can't follow, but he does not get out in time. Xiaohu gets the kill.
You see how much more effective it is when you just press the go button? Like, I understand different circumstance in a 5v5, but like, this is what RNG have needed for the last 10 minutes. They just need someone to go.
But that was their opportunity. That was that one play that they're not gonna, WE's not gonna be able to answer back to.
Oh, they're gonna force another flight. Hook is gonna be tossed out, will miss. The minion wave is brought in, but they're getting onto the turret. Mystic is able to fire out a volley to clear out some of this, and 957 is holding onto his cast.
Oh,
he forces it. Uzi gets knocked back in. A huge play from Mystic and 957 to set that up. With the main damage source missing, it's up to Xiaohu to try to turn this around, but it looks like RNG themselves are turning around as they run for the hills. All
right, so Xie going down is a big one. He's going to be coming up in 9 seconds. This means WE is going to be able to pressure towards the Baron. Uzi's going to have 20 seconds until he comes back onto the map. This is going to be disastrous for RNG.
All they want to do is really clear out this vision. If they feel it's safe, yes, they can try to burn it down, especially because, like you said, that Jace is coming up. But this is what they want. They want the pick.
Ooh, anybody who touches that ward, oh, you're going to have a bad time. But WE, maybe they're just going to press the button. Oh.
Yeah, just waiting for it. Let Me looks like he's the one who's a little unlucky. Ah, doesn't get the hook to the wall. He's trying to make his way around as Xie on the fresh respawn says, remember that thing you did? Well, have some back.
And he got the red buff on top of that. Xiaohu is just trying to answer with this mid lane. He's actually in a pretty good position to trade and push on forward for the next one. But that would mean that they would lose out on the Baron.
But
yeah,
look at
Bebe's waiting in the back.
Yeah, Bebe is. And you can see 957, he's hunting, he's trying to find the
Shot
Kha'Zix.
barrage, but it's too late. Baron is picked up, and suddenly Bebe is locked into the pit. He goes down. Meanwhile, mid-tier 1 has fallen, and 957 and the rest of WE recall with a Baron.
And RNG did their best there to try to make that play happen. They got vision of the Baron by throwing the True Shot Barrage across. Bebe, of course, late to the trigger, though, doesn't get the steal. So good patience from Team WE to walk away with that. Now, can they crack the inhib line?
That's the question we asked last time. The Inhibs have had quite some time to get their health back. Will they finally be able to do it? They've got Poke. They've now got the cleanse on Xie as he's got Quicksilver Sash. He's like, fool me once.
Oh,
That arrow,
not gonna
oof,
happen.
that would have been amazing.
But just looking towards WE, I mean, they're kind of just pushing onto this. They're not going to be able to get him. But you're starting to see the remnants of like double GA coming out of WE. So Condi's looking to pick it up. 957 is wanted as well. If they can pick it up, that's going to be like at that point. There's no excuse to being flat-footed and looking towards the dives. The dives are going to be much easier. You're going to be able to really run through it. So at this point in the game, they could just be waiting and stalling out for that point. But with the Baron buff, it really does feel easy to just go in and look for these pokes. Blue buff is on CA.
And here's the thing, RNG, they're running out of time. Team WE could siege up every inhib, depending on how prepped their waves are here. They have great siege potential, but I want to see them be bold, and I want RNG to also be bold. Like, the window is closing on them to make any sort of play in this game.
Yeah, 957 preps the bottom wave before grouping up with the rest of his team. It's 5 versus 5, and Uzi is trying to fire these shots to answer Xie's own damage, but he finds a quick hit on Xiaohu, who takes a third of his life with 1 bullet.
What's a little worrying is that they didn't set up these side waves. They're just going to go in, a little bit of a brute force, but they're going to get it.
That's the brute force we were looking for. Ming is going to try to slow down 957, but he's so tanky as everyone is just being knocked up. The damage is traded. They managed to drop Bebe, and that's another kill onto 957 answered back. WE are moving as a collective unit. They've killed Xiaohu as well. Uzi's in the back, but he's on the wrong side of this.
They're just going to
the
go for it.
minions are getting for the Nexus turret, and WE could look to end the game right here. Xie is working on the damage to those turrets, and he will be able to crack one, but the 4 members of WE got to back away for just a bit.
Yeah, so the rest of RNG did heal up. There is no reason for the rest of WE to look for this, but they're going to go for it anyways.
Uzi's trying to heal up, but he's running out of time and he's running out of health. Ming takes a huge hit from Mystic and gets demolished. It's now or never. 4 versus 2. True Shot Barrage is going to do nothing to stop them from getting on the Nexus turret. WE take game number 2 over RNG, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to an ace match.
And you can see the clear difference stylistically between these two teams. When Team WE find their victory, it's literally at 35 minutes. They are the 35-minute Elder Dragon team. Whereas when RNG are online and winning, it was a game at 28 minutes.
Just like that, WE fight back. They're able to find their momentum. They're able to find their stride. And no amount of arcane shifts and mystic shots fired out by Uzi is going to put a halt on Xie. 3-item Jace. You've got excellent play out of Mystic as well with that Ashe just landing arrow after arrow. And it was a slow roll, bit of a tough go for the first 15 minutes, but once WE found their momentum, there was nothing stopping them.
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. I think with WE, they recognized their first game was a lot harder because of just their pick and ban. So that's an easy throwaway. This time around, they do get the composition that they can really kind of bridge towards the early mid-game play. I love the Ashe, even though there are a few Ashe arrows that didn't go well. It just comes down to it. I mean, it comes back on cooldown, or at least off cooldown very quickly. So, I mean, they were just a lot more proactive, able to set up for those plays. Just take a look at that damage off of Xie. It almost looked like every single time you check back on him, he had a blue bush ready.
And I love that point, the fact that WE are continuing to suffer in the early game. It's what lost them game number 1 whole-handedly, but they did pick a composition that bridged them into the mid-game and let them find success.
Well, you know, Condi was also trying to kind of pick up a lot of that slack. We think about the early invades on Bebe when he was trying to team up with Xie, you know, the fadeaway shock blast that wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
But you saw the echoes of trying to get a snowball going for them. And I have to just agree with Raz here. I think the biggest difference was just really compositionally. They picked CC in lockdown, and they were able to get that Jace to where he wanted to be.
And they're going to be a lot happier that they're on blue side because Condi's invades were not responded to by a Kled ulting at his face. So, I mean, he had a lot more freedom to be able to do what he has been doing for weeks, to be able to invade properly and not get stacked up on that easily. And then they just exactly, they had an easier standing looking towards mid and top line. You look towards 957, he was pretty much I mean, he was literally a tank, but he was able to hold the ground for the rest of his team there.
It's actually kind of funny how we're seeing teams with easier compositions find success. Malzahar, point and click ultimate. Leona, point and click, well, I mean, skill shot ultimate. Lock someone down, force the go button, force the engage. RNG are very quick to respond to that, but I mean, WE, once they land an arrow, they did the same thing.
Don't put down Leona. Leona players represent.
Okay.
And also the fact that, you know, RNG were the ones that brought out like a Nocturne Leona, because so they've been doing some weird things. But I think what you're trying to get to is like this clear-cut identity, like go forward. Press R, play the Kled. And I have to look at RNG. I think the biggest failure, like, yeah, there were individual plays that kind of snowballed and amounted to that loss for the game. But I look at Let Me. He looks like a completely different player when he's on Nautilus versus on Kled. And he was really important for that composition to try to pull apart Team WE or get RNG back into the game. Because again, a double Infernal Jace, if you just sit under the tower and try to wave clear, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You have to flank. You have to fight.
There were definitely opportunities where you could look towards that, and I think looking towards the mid-jungle combination also helps in terms of that, because there were a lot of moments where you looked towards RNG and said, okay, you should be able to look towards this bot lane dive. I mean, they were able to get it much, much later on, but it was just because they were stalled a little bit in the early game, and they just needed to set up for that a little bit easier. And if it means pulling your support and getting the vision down earlier, that's what they should do. Looking towards Condi and Ben consistently, they set up very early on to the game before they even get Sightstone, and that's made the difference. A lot of the times they were able to push that dive off. So I think that just comes down to I know Bebe coming in on as like a newer player here, but that's just something that he has to force the issue on and calling his support.
That could be a little bit of a concern for WE moving forward. We saw when they did go for that super early vision, they pinged it out like 20 times. They recalled, they went into the jungle, and RNG collapsed and took an early advantage for the first 15 minutes. So RNG are well aware of this sort of style of play. Is this something they could capitalize on moving forward? As 957, as you can see on your screen, he's actually going to be the one who gets MVP here.
Yeah,
We'll return to that point.
He did have a lot of good active points throughout with his belly bop, as we mentioned. So yeah, he was active. I think whenever you look towards WE as a team, they move very well, and so that's just really hits the point home that as a team they play well. So really anyone could take the MVP for that one.
The biggest thing for me, though, is that this Gragas was just unkillable at this point in the game. Was laying out consistent CC, doing a good job with his cast.
Yeah.
The cast where Uzi got knocked into Mystic's Arrow comes to mind, where he's pretty much chain CC'd for the duration of his health bar. So definitely a good shout out from 957. And this is what's interesting, is that when you look at these teams, stylistically where they're weighted is very similar. Strong bottom lane, strong mid laner. But they're both fairly weak in the top lane.
We'll definitely have to see if Let Me and 957 can show us a strong performance, or if it is going to be the other teams that set us up for game number 3.
My little secret, I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Ace Match, game number 3 between Team RNG and WE. Number 1 in the league versus number 1 in the league. And only one of these two will walk away with that title after this game. Once again, my name is Dom. We've got our lovely analysts here, Raz and Frosco. And we're going to game 3. Let's get hype, guys.
I mean, who are you talking to? I mean, overall, going into Game 3, that makes a lot of sense. Both of these teams are stellar. And you see Game 1, it was a bit of a throwaway because RNG really did set up the pick ban fairly well. But Game 3, how you feeling about it?
Throwaway?
Yeah,
It's a throwaway, okay?
What?
Hold on. Team Raz says game 1 is a
No, but as a
throwaway.
general point, it is a throwaway. You
That's
look
a
towards the pick.
28-minute stomp. That's not a throwaway. They systematically dismantled them from draft phase to early game to mid game.
Yeah, that's why, that's the point about it being a throwaway. If you look towards your draft, you're not going to find yourself in that point anymore. That's the player's perspective on that point.
So let's move on. Get on into game number 2. We saw WE was able to come back. We're moving to game number 3. What is the setup? What is going to take this match? What will define who wins?
It's going to be hard for RNG, mostly because when I look towards what WE has been doing consistently throughout the league, it's their support jungle duo. Sure, they got caught out in the blue side jungle doing, just getting in there, maybe staying a little longer to get that camp.
Yeah.
But as a general point, they get walled off, they get killed, but it's been happening a little bit more frequently, and you look towards Bebe and Ming, and that's just not the same there. And you want them to be able to do that because they had the proactive composition. They had the Talia comp. They want to be able to look to open down to that bottom lane. They did it once, but it was fairly late on their end.
I feel like that was a little bit of the contrast from what we've seen between RNG with MLXG and RNG with Bebe. The fact that it's Xiaohu who's trying to instigate these plays with Ming instead of MLXG or / Bebe in this case.
No, I'd agree with that. Also, in the case of Let Me, we were talking about this a bit during the break. I feel like Let Me looks like a completely different player on Kled versus the Nautilus. And not that he can't play the Nautilus, just that, I don't know, he's not assuming that same responsibility. Now, Let Me in the LSPL was more of like a bruiser, carry-oriented player rather than just a straight tank player. It's kind of what he built his reputation on, so I'd like to see him go back to that now that they're on blue side.
And I mean, when you look towards the Kled pick, the reason why it was so good, it went up against the Gragas. It was a very, very strong matchup, so he could do no wrong for the most part because his team was setting him up as well. You look towards the Nautilus, it's not that it's a hard pick, it is a very easy pick. It comes down to whether or not you believe it is the time to engage, and they did not feel like that it was the time at the moment. You saw them pinging towards the flank ward behind them in the mid lane. They didn't want to do it because they felt like they were fairly weak, and honestly, they were. A lot of the times you look to other teams, you look towards the Xiaogu, you look towards the game talents, they'll do it anyways, and they'll make it a very, very skirmishing fight. But at that time, RNG just does not feel like that was the opportunity.
Yeah, hilariously, though, they were playing against the timer of WE. That, as you said, Frosco, that 35-minute mark is when WE goes from whatever speed they're going to 100. I don't know how, but they always seem to find an extra gear at the 35-40-minute mark.
They're just really good at recognizing where their item breakpoints are and fighting around those breakpoints. Like, Team WE are just actually a great team of looking, are we strong? Okay, let's go. And that seems so basic, but there are so many teams that will just run head first into absolute destruction.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in the early game that it was very tense, right? There was not much happening, but because of that, you could really just feel it in the air, and it was mostly because both of the teams really had compositions that made it very volatile in the bottom lane. Whoever had control of the mid lane had control in the bottom lane, and even though Xie didn't have blue, was starting to run out of mana, really needed to find a good time to back. They actually set up very well without him to get that going. So RNG are going to look back at that point and say, we actually could have set this up much earlier, much easier, because mid lane did have an advantage. So that's going to be a point where they go towards, or where they just sack it completely, go towards maybe a scaling composition, move away from the Talia so it's not too much, hey, we have to dive bottom lane.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun to see.
It also has been interesting to see how the teams have grown to focus on prioritizing that bottom lane. It started off with the AD carry first pick for RNG, second pick against the Lulu. And then in the second game, they both double picked AD carry and support. So we'll see if that bot lane priority ends up being big in this match once again as we get into pick and ban for game number 3 between RNG and WE. So far, it's Rengar, Malzahar for that immediate go button has been removed.
And Ben has been a fantastic Malzahar player. You look towards the Rengar, you got to believe that Graves has to get banned here unless Bebe will pick it up. So I like that RNG are just forcing this priority, forcing WE to make a decision here between Lulu, Graves. A lot open here.
Yeah, that Graves actually has just been banned away, so perhaps Lulu's a flop. No,
LeBlanc.
Elise taken off the table, but that means that LeBlanc gets through along with Camille, Kha'Zix, or Karma.
But
Well,
you
we're going
know,
with the hard C sounds.
the big OP left, the big karma in the face of the LeBlanc, Camille, Lulu.
Yeah.
RNG at this point, they want to look towards counter picking. They see a lot of picks open. They're probably comfortable, even though, yeah, you look towards Graves being banned out. You know, okay, that's fine. You said Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is open.
But I even would have preferred an Ezreal priority here, just because it is Mystic and Uzi. Like,
Here's the thing. Their mentality at this point, even if Ezreal goes in favor of Mystic, and it will, they're going to look towards and say, hey, you know what? Maybe we go towards the Ashe. We have Ashe and Karma. Whatever AD carry we get, we can look to provide the poke and the double poke with our support. So they just think that Karma is the priority picking it up. But, you know, that's Uzi on Ashe.
I would hope then, if they're going to put all of their eggs in the Karma Ashe bot lane priority, that they need a jungler who will capitalize on it. They need someone who's going to be good in skirmishes, good in invading. You would think it would be the Kha'Zix, which is why I like the fact that Condi kind of doubles down on Lee Sin. Like, he knows that someone's going to come into his jungle and go toe-to-toe.
And here's the thing. WE are just going straight for their comfort. You talk about Condi on Lee Sin, you go towards Mystic, picking up the Ezreal. This is fantastic. They know they're going down the line. Both teams, you know, they're the big teams in their groups. And they're going straight to what really works for them. So that's it. Even though you look towards this, it's like, this is not priority. Wait a minute, where's Lulu? Where's all these champions? No, these champions mean so much to these individual players.
Yeah, Son of Baron gets his namesake on that Lee Sin. Bebe is going to return to Kha'Zix in this setup, and
that's not just a hover. Okay, you know what? Just don't,
you can
don't
see him
overreact
chuckling
here, all right?
He's giving a good hard laugh. Final pick is going to be Caitlyn, now locked in for Uzi.
You want to talk about namesake champion? Uzi sees the gauntlet thrown and he picks up his Caitlyn. He made his reputation on this champion, so it's always a joy when we get to see Uzi grab the sheriff.
And then WE looking at this, they have to really worry about the mid laner that Xiaohu is looking to pick. Now, of course, yeah, they did pick up the Syndra, but I think they should outright just ban the Vladimir, because if you see the composition that's being laid out here, that would be a lot of disruption, a lot of space that would be provided to Caitlyn, and if they go to towards the mid to the late game, that would be hard to deal with.
As it is, that Syndra lock-in for Xie means that Xiaohu can cleanly and easily get counterpick. RNG get to decide if they want to pressure 957 or Ben in the bottom lane. And knowing how historically RNG has favored that bottom lane, we're expecting to see some Lulu support, perhaps Thresh or something else coming out as well, as Camille is taken away. Nami, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just going to double down on the Vladimir because it's a good matchup into Syndra as well. So WE probably recognize that and want that pick to go through.
Interestingly enough, it is a Rumble ban towards 957, so it looks like they aren't pressuring bottom just yet. They want to set up Let Me into a strong matchup, but WE, they'll get counterpick either for that support or jungle. One of those is a solo lane, and one of those is support. So we'll see what they decide to go for as WE look at their final ban for what is the last game against RNG.
Kled.
It is Kled taken away from Let Me, recognizing that when he's on that champion that can have a huge impact, he will certainly leave a mark.
They're probably trying to just pick up on what 957 is comfortable with the top lane being up and available. Yeah, you know, Rumble is not up in contention. Same with Kled. Maybe they can just go towards a Gragas that, you know, 957 was just fine with. So that's being left up and open for WE. You might see it just get picked up right here.
Yeah, there's the Lulu ban targeted towards Ben. So there's RNG finally looking for it. And again, the Gragas. It didn't wow us in game number 1. And it had a better performance in game number 2.
Yeah, you had a pretty good game there.
Well, here's the thing: is your tank top laners left are basically Maokai, Nautilus, Shen, and Gragas does well into all of those picks and throws a wrench in Maokai and Shen's plans, with his ultimate being able to disengage them or interrupt their ultimates. So.
Yeah. So looking at RNG's perspective, Let Me has a lot of options. Now we saw the last set, Jinnu was able to go up against that with real just disruptors, like for instance the Renekton. went up with the Fiora even. I think, like, yeah, sure, Nautilus gets picked up here. That's the safe bet. That's the safe choice into this. Gragas is going to be happy with it, and that's just RNG saying, hey, you know what? We could punish it in the lane. We've seen it with Let Me Be before, but now he's just picking Uzi, or at least picking around Uzi, because this is a good team fight composition. And it's a good composition to really let Uzi thrive.
Mm-hmm. And there's the Vladimir you were talking about, Raz. It's great into Syndra. The moment you see the orbs get pulled back, you just pop into pool and reduce the damage. As that is Xiaohu taking Vlad into Xie's Syndra.
Yeah, and that's just WE being more afraid for the top lane matchup, and so they wanted to really ban that Kled. But then now you look at the composition RNG has given themselves, and that's very powerful. So we've seen a lot of Vladimir, even though it has a low win rate. I mean, we looked at Vladimir and we see Doinby because you can see how much he can do. You can see how effective he can be. Sure, he does so much damage, but then you look to how much pressure he's creating towards his back line. So that's something that we'll have to look towards in Xiaohu, and how he can really A, do well in his own matchup, but B, then how, as the game goes on, how he plays these team fights.
My concern is that with RNG's composition, since it is so Uzi-centric, you know, creating a lot of zones, a lot of space in front of that Caitlyn, is that you're waiting for Uzi to come online before you can really start threatening with that cannon. You know, you gotta take the time, you gotta prep it, you gotta line it up, take your shot.
Load the barrel.
And that's where Team WE want to be. They like playing into that late game. Caitlyn, she doesn't have, you know, built-in attack speed steroids like other AD carries. She has a mid-game power trough. So I feel like if RNG don't play their early game, if they don't get Uzi snowballed ahead of the clock, that they're actually just kind of going to walk into where Team WE are already more consistent.
Yeah, and he is playing it into Mystic's Ezreal, not to mention a Nami for disengage, so it might be a little bit tough for him to take an advantage during the laning phase. Then again, it is Mystic on his namesake against Uzi on his own namesake, and you can see a big grin on his face as he's loading into this. Either he's not feeling the pressure or he knows something that we don't, because this is game 3 of the 2 best teams in the LPL right now. And you can see Mystic very appropriately looking very serious.
But here's the thing, if I look across at Team WE's composition, and yes, they have a reputation of being the 35-minute team, they have a lot of bridging tools to play the early game. They have the Lee Sin and the Syndra. They can really take over early game, bridge into mid, and then hand it off into Mystic when that Ezreal comes online. I think they're a bit more well-rounded, unless this game goes hyper late, and then you're looking at Uzi on Caitlyn.
Yeah, they could even end it quick and early. Having Lee Sin and Syndra early on, level 3, level 4, especially level 6, is that she can really barrel down through, Vladimir, but also specifically Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has to move around this lane as if it's the plague itself, so he cannot get stunned at all or he will die.
So perhaps that could be RNG calling out WE in this set, saying, we know that there's about a 20% chance that you pop off in the early game and take this match. We don't think it's this game. We think we have the opportunity to wait till late, to wait to scale.
Well, a lot of teams have this mentality that coming into a series, especially a series that weights so much as first place versus first place, you don't want to throw away, 3 games on a snowball
composition or setup.
Exactly. You expect that everyone's going to be playing very cautiously, very respectfully, and that it will automatically go to late game. So you need to have threats available there.
Yeah, as a general point, just going through, you don't want to have that ramp up. That's a point that WE learned from game 1, is just trying to find with like a very limited bridging options, getting into that mid to late game is very, very difficult. So this time around, they've have a very well-rounded up composition playing through mid and getting to a point where, 957, he's going to be your tank. If he can get a flank, then, Uzi's going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
But if that works, we'll have to see how Mystic is on his tried and true champion.
And perhaps the coach was also to give a few words to his lane opponent, Let Me, who didn't go for the flanks, who didn't try to teleport behind them, and instead just was forced by forced by 957 to use his ult during these sieges as Mystic. Ow, that's not a great way to start lane. With minions on their way down, he's going to start this lane at a huge disadvantage.
It's usually Ezreal and Nami that can actually deal with this lane level 1 and be able to out-trade, but it's not going to happen when Mantra Q and, of course, Uzi's Q going to be doing quite a bit to your health.
Yeah, that's the thing. Raz pointed out, we've seen it in the LCK. I know Papa Smithy's talked pretty much at length about it, is that no one really expects the level 1, level 2 power of Ezreal and Nami, but they've caught a lot of duos off guard because of the sustain and the reach and power of Mystic Shot level 1. But like Raz said, if you walk face first into bullets,
it's not great.
It's not great.
It was a good ward setup from RNG to get that going. It was Uzi's ward, so get that lane early for you. Don't have to worry about a bridging strength if you're able to take it from level 1.
Absolutely, yeah. Junglers are on this side of the map as well. Kandi just cleared out blue buff and is taking that Gromp as well, getting Smite to heal himself off. And immediately, Ming, with the push pressure that they're getting in lane, has cheated forward to get a ward. And it's already being pinged out by WE, so they know that this is happening.
Yep, need to make sure that Kandi can't get underneath and start disrupting the tempo advantage that Uzi has.
But here's a big point of this one. Kandi did just go Raptors towards this blue side. So he was able to clear out his blue. Kha'Zix is going to check this one out and say, actually, yeah, he's not here. This is kind of odd. Odd pathing from this man. If they ever get a glimpse on Lee Sin, they'll recognize he didn't do his red and he just doesn't. He only has the blue buff. And that's a very creative point for him. It will definitely change up what the lanes actually believe and where his positioning is.
Mid.
Bebe was able to get behind Xie, flashes on top. Kandi's there to save him. And Xiaohu now is probably feeling pretty great about this lane.
That's a big misstep from Xie. They knew that the jungler was going to be on that side of the map. They knew that they had lost vision control, so I don't understand why Xie was playing to his weak side and forced to flash.
Yeah, it was just very difficult for him because regardless of what side he plays on, that's going to be a ghost and flash Vladimir chasing you down because of how Xiaohu was able to just kind of hold the wave near his tower.
I love Uzi, just his confidence. He sees the bubble, so he decides to step forward with the Karma shield.
Under turret range as the minion is dying.
It's the little things that put him over the line and what has helped cement his legacy.
Truly one of the best.
But he's never won a domestic title.
He has not. Been to Worlds, never won it. Been to the LPL Finals, haven't won that either. So things, maybe this is his year, 2017, we'll see.
He says that every year.
Yeah, well.
It looks good, though.
You've got to have a positive mentality. If you're like, you know what, I'm going to give it a sit on 2017. 2018 is my year. And you just take a break streaming and then join a B-tier team and try to work your way back up through the standings. It just isn't great. All right? As Kandi might be looking top here. He's going to take a blast cone over the wall.
Yeah, they did.
Or is he?
Yeah, looks like he finally is. Has got the presence of mind to read 957's aggression as a gank incoming, so he plays it safe.
This Gragas is suddenly rushing me.
Yep.
I wonder if there's a jungler.
Mayday, mayday. Like, as a general point, that was great from Gragas to hold the wave near his turret once again to set it up. But, you know, setting up also means that you have to walk up randomly aggressively to let me. So yeah, that definitely is a telltale sign.
And while we're peeked in on this bottom lane, just again, something that Uzi does, Imp also does the same thing when he plays Sivir. Anytime Ben is going to be on this wall here, Uzi is going to start throwing at his Q because it pretty much means it's going to auto hit. So tip for everyone in their lanes, if you're playing Sivir, if you're playing Caitlyn, they walk against that wall, it's free damage.
Oh.
Xiaohu actually ghosts and still eats the Sonic Wave. He's Vladimir, though. He's got boots and a healthy amount of potions, so he should be able to heal himself up and catch these minions without problem. Bebe completed his recall, decided to go for his own warding smite as well. The Tracker's Knife.
Yeah, the back and forth in the mid lane so far with junglers impacting it. It's good that Bebe hit it early, really early on. It's going to be difficult for him to constantly look to do it, but he is inching in
But
there.
again, flash forward and immediately gets scattered under the turret. Xiaohu gets some damage.
Yeah,
So it is flash used.
That Scatter the Weak saved his
Oh,
life.
no! Level 6. Wait, the shield's about to wear off.
I think he's dead.
Hand off keyboard. Oh, first blood.
You can see it on Xie's face, too. He's just like,
Yeah.
man.
I should have known that one. That's definitely lethal right there. So they're going to be able to push this in, maybe get a little bit of damage, but at that would be a little bit too much. I think just use that to get some vision. No, they're going to start slapping it.
Yeah, it's dangerous because Kandi is so low health. It's forced Ben to rotate up into the mid lane to help out his mid laner. And like you said, now that they see that Ben's not free food or fish food, they're going to go ahead and back.
Yeah, but the one ward was actually placed by Kha'Zix in the wolf camp, so that was what I wanted him to do initially, because, you know, slapping that turret around maybe not going to get you very far unless if no response comes through.
Yeah, but keeping track of Kandi, that's where the real value is.
This is the LPL, Raz. You think they wanted the tower? They wanted the Lee Sin.
Of course they did.
Setting up for him.
With that being said, though, that's a recall out of Xiaohu nice and early. 13 CS up and that first blood. He is already a significant portion of the way towards that proto belt. Meanwhile, Uzi was able to get a nice, comfortable recall with that wave now pushing back into him. He can answer back against Mystic.
Yeah, and he's itemized into the Vampiric Scepter, so he's across from the Nami lane, has built-in sustain. We see Uzi react accordingly as opposed to going towards the boots. Also offers him a little bit of extra damage when he's already winning these trades.
Yeah, and it gives him the answer to the poke that Ezreal's looking for. So usually you're like, yeah, you know, Ezreal versus Ezreal Nami into this lane. If you can get the all-in, if possible, if you can find a mistake that Uzi makes, but at the same time, just kind of like try and poke him through the wave or around it. But not going to have that option because Uzi will always just auto-attack the wave or you, and will just regain HP.
Yeah, it looks like Ben is maxing that ebb and flow for sustain in the lane, so as it is, it's going to take a huge outplay or perhaps jungler interaction to really upset that bottom lane. And Kandi is down on that bottom side. He's got a control board and is waiting just outside of the vision of RNG.
Ooh, Xiaohu is making a bad mistake here.
Kandi finds him. That's an immediate teleport as he gets kicked back. Xiaohu has no flash, but he does have Pool and Ghost. Vladimir, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a little bit of a mistake.
He completed the
from
teleport.
Kandi. Yeah, that was a mistake from Kandi, though.
Surprise!
Oh.
Surprise!
Oh!
Yeah, the reason why it was a mistake from Kandi, he should have utilized his flash instead. He kicked him closer to the turret, should have clicked him right towards Xie, so Gragas had an opportunity to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, and because Gragas has, like you said, has to make this worthwhile, it forces Team WE. They need to get an objective here. Either huge damage on the tower, a dragon, a kill, anything. But in the end, empty-handed.
Well, for the most part, what they just need to do is kind of force Nautilus's hand, say that something could happen here if you don't leave that lane. It's good enough. Nautilus got the shove into the top lane, and he did look to rotate. So, oh, wait a minute.
Cute.
Okay.
He's got his arcane shift.
So at the end of the day, that's a TP advantage for
It
Letme.
is, yeah. Still first kill over to RNG, and they were able to chip out about half the health on the mid-tier 1, but Uzi and Ming are just harassing this bottom lane non-stop. Ben is like, I need more mana regen. I have to keep my Ezreal topped off.
And the thing is you really can't do anything about it. Yeah, the jungler can come down here, but because Nautilus didn't pull the trigger on TP, RNG have full control over the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
And just take a look where Kha'Zix is currently. These trades are being forced because TP advantage is in their favor. Bebe recognized that. The call is to look for this one. So Ben has no mana. He used it all just to sustain in the lane. Backed, but that just means Ezreal is all to
How
his
is that
lonesome.
not in vision? Bebe is able to sneak behind Mystic, and Ben actually completed a recall. He gets some more harass. Mystic is so low. Bebe goes in, proccing aggro, and will get that kill onto Mystic.
There's nothing you can really do right there. The fact that he was able to stay so close to the wall, get underneath the vision, it's just frustrating.
Oh, Kandi's there, and Bebe's dead. That was a little unlucky.
Yeah, and Ming's too far low, so this is not going to turn into a tower. At this point, you have to, either utilize Letme's TP early if you don't feel like you're safe there, or just hard shove the lane in so Bebe can actually come in.
Yeah, I think
Or you know what? Uzi's full HP. Let him tank the turret if he needs a way out.
Yeah, why was he there?
There's no reason for him to do that.
I think he was waiting for the minion wave to get in. But
As I said, he just needed someone else to tank the wave.
Do you think Uzi's going to take turret hits?
The word you're looking for is greed. He was greedy.
Okay. Kandi will leap over the wall and pursue. Uzi completes his recall,
Wait, why
though.
was I even setting that one up?
Yeah.
That man was way too damn healthy.
He was gone.
Yeah.
But that means that WE finally gets a chance to set up some vision and are forcing the fight on this Ocean Drake. Bebe is right there. He has respawned with a full Warrior's Enchantment boots, but there's no vision. Nobody sees this.
The Ocean Drake. How will we ever survive?
And as a general point, even though the jungler is there, what is he going to do? The rest of his team is right in front of him, and they recognize that Ming and Uzi did back to base, so there was just going to be a numbers disadvantage if it was only Kha'Zix that responded to that. Look at WE, though. They're setting up for this.
Once again, they group up mid and force teleport out of Letme. Xie is already dropping some Dark Spheres as Mystic is there as well. Letme completes the teleport and does some damage to the minions before going in, but the turret drops. 1 versus 5 is not enough. Xiaohu Hemoplay gets a lot of people, but there's just no follow-up.
That was such a good play from WE. They looked to rotate towards the mid lane because, you know what? Uzi was walking to the wrong lane. Now he's going to have to commit towards this tower, and that was just damaging for RNG.
Letme is just on a completely different page than the rest of his team. Like, obviously, mid lane tower for bot lane tower is not an equal trade. You get more control of the map from the mid lane because you can push it allows you to get deep vision into the jungle. But like, why would you teleport to that?
I mean, as a general point, I'm gonna be on the same page as Letme. You want to save that turret, and they had the tools of being able to do that. So Uzi was just on the wrong footing. But as a general point, stick to the same page with the rest of the team. Doesn't matter. which one's the right decision, which one's the wrong decision. He dies for that, so he paid the iron price.
But that is clearly a wrong decision.
Everyone made the wrong
died
decision at
and
the end of
lost
the day. All right?
objective.
That's what you
Everyone
talked about
did.
at the beginning of this set, however. Comparatively, we're running through all of the different lanes and matchups. It's Letme and 957 who are quote-unquote the weakest points. They're still excellent players, but I think we're just seeing a little bit more of the weakness here as Bebe is caught in his own jungle. Wah! Kandi follows up. Bebe is able to flash over.
Good flash, though. The fact that he doesn't, get overexcited and try to take Condi over the wall with him. Hello?
What? Oh, was that deliberate, I think?
I think the observer thought it was quite humorous as well.
Yeah, Ben gets caught. Xiaohu follows with the proto belt. He's speeding himself up. And now Xie is starting to chuck out some damage. He's almost got the power unleashed, but Xiaohu is pretty high health. Gets a slow, flashes the hook.
Go! Good flash there. Now Uzi in position, as Raz wants to talk about, and they're pushing up mid lane, but here comes the counterplay, possibly.
Gragas took far too long looking to rotate towards that thing. God WE didn't get hit up because he wasn't really that in tune with the rest of the map. Now they're going to be looking for this to just try defend this tower.
Hit up.
Hey, how's it going?
Hit me up. He just said that about a
Game
team.
3 of RNG and WE, the two #1 teams in the LPL. And we're talking about hitting each other up. So, 14 minutes in, 2-2, 200 gold separates these two teams. Still a very even matchup. We've talked about how Uzi has got a lot of potential to scale towards the late game if he can make it through a mid-game trough, and Mystic is looking to do the same. He's got his own tier stacking and nearly has Triforce completed. In the mid lane, Photobelt is up for Xiaohu, as he was able to put Xie down and get that first blood, but Xiaohu's answering with a Morelos of his own next recall.
But these are very different power troughs between the two AD carries. It's the difference between a Trinity Force immediate power spike versus BF upgrade, double attack speed, 20 million items before Caitlyn's like, I'm ready, guys.
Yeah.
Headshot, headshot.
And then if 957 gets ahead or is ahead of clock at all, then he becomes super tanky, and then Caitlyn needs another item because she needs to be able to tank bust.
And as a general point, it just comes down to what the strength of Caitlyn is at this very point in the time. Because it's not going to be towards fighting up, especially since the Trinity Force, once it does come through, Ezreal's going to have a little bit more battle strength. It's going to be Uzi looking towards these towers for the most part. So the siege is there. That being said, look at the tried and true Kandi Ben. Brothers in arms.
Setting up a lot of vision on that side, perhaps preparing for Mystic to push that top tier 2. Uzi and Ming are on their way, but they are a little bit late to the punch.
That is a very small window in which 957 has that TP advantage if it starts. Now it's good that RNG is looking to clear that out, but they're taking time to clear it out. That means WE is going to be able to get this tower.
It drops down, and now WE are 2-1 in turrets. Xie is continuing to hold on to mid, and there's no sign of 957 letting go of that bottom tier 2, so there's no answer from RNG.
And again, Letme's TP mid lane, now also punishing RNG's top lane. Like you said, the fact that they had that tiny window where 957 had priority on top side of the map, Team WE don't hesitate, pull the trigger, and now continuing to snowball slight advantages ahead.
Suddenly this Uzi-centric composition from RNG might be hurting them a little bit if WE can play around that strength and pick off turrets and objectives elsewhere on the map. 70 seconds for Ocean Drake to spawn with another recall. That's 957 heading top. And the rest of WE starting to set up some vision on the bottom side of the map.
And here's the thing, first Ocean, we'd be like, Ocean, how will I survive? Second Ocean, it's oh man, now they've got double Ocean and an Ezreal.
Oh boy.
Yeah, especially since the poke coming out of Caitlyn ulti doesn't really mean anything anymore. That's just going to come right up. So that's a little sad.
Yeah, now Rift Herald is the play from RNG. There's no vision from WE over here whatsoever, because who expects Rift Herald at 16 minutes?
And just take a look at the response coming through WE. They're shoving out this bottom lane pretty heavily. And so the question is, what are they going to do with that now? Mystic could just look towards the tower. That doesn't seem like very likely. Since Vladimir is not a part of this play, could just look to take this wave along with it and defend it.
Yeah, Rift Herald goes down. Mystic continues to shove up bottom, but Xiaohu, as you said, is answering. That's even True Shot being used as well. But you can see Ben is on his way down there with Kandi. They could try to collapse on this.
Yeah, Xiaohu's actually in a lot of danger, and his team is not rotating to him.
Yeah, here comes Kandi and Ben. Xiaohu is forced to play back as it looks like Ming is on the way. But Mystic is focusing on that turret. Good proto belt, and a Tides of Blood clears out the minion wave so quick. it's still up.
I guess I misspoke. He pulled a little bit of a Rorschach on them. He's like, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
You realize that Vladimir is a little bit too dangerous. Doesn't matter how many people in front of him because he can just
Totally.
waste a lot of time.
Yeah. But that's Ocean Drake being started. Kandi pulls it back before going back in. She is there as well, while 957 calls Mia on Let Me, who's coming out of the base. But there's no answer from RNG.
And
I think that was a third Ocean
not
Drake.
Gonna happen.
is that a third
I
Ocean?
think it was.
Yeah, it looks like
It would have changed to a different color.
I'm just saying, RNG get control of the early game. They get like back-to-back Infernals into a mountain. Team WE get control of an early game. Ocean Drake.
3 Ocean Dragons. I hope you like sustain.
Can you feel it? Can you feel the sustain?
Now they all feel like Vladimir. Just
Oh
a
yeah,
tiny
exactly.
bit.
What better way to answer Vladimir? Mystic is clearing out this minion wave. Oh, it is an elaborate ruse. They know he's there. Tidal wave completely misses, and now Xiaohu has got to go the wrong there
Oh,
way
we
around.
go.
He's 1 versus 3. That's the pull, but he's got the blood rush. Let Me gets in, but misses the hook onto Ben. Mystic backs out as 957 body blocks for him.
And just got a good response from RNG as a whole. Ming is looking into this one as well, but just check it out. That's a lot of time wasted by Xiaohu because he recognizes, okay, I mean, I can just pull up, I can hold him down. He overall, I guess he didn't even have his Zonias. So once he gets that, this is going to be a little longer too.
It also kind of speaks to how confident both these teams are. They're like,
Yeah.
do you want to fight? Let's fight. And
Yeah.
they just like immediately
Double
both
TP coming
teleport.
through.
Everyone's running down.
Well,
There's nothing down there.
It's
There's
even great because they all showed up. They were like, let's fight. Oh, you don't want to fight? All right, well, let's just go our separate ways.
just like, it's hilarious to me. The dragon just went down. It's not like we're TPing over a Baron.
I'm pretty sure we just saw the reprise of West Side's story where the Jets and the Sharks show up, they snap at each other and sing a few words and then leave.
Wow.
That's all you really can do. I really like that reference. Pull out a blade.
But we get to the...
They tried.
Did you see West Side Story?
Oh, I was thinking of the outsider. Oh no.
Stay golden, pony boy.
Oh,
Stay
no.
golden.
All right.
We're going way
Pull out
too
a
deep.
blade. Okay.
Oh, boy. 20 minutes in. WE, slight gold lead over RNG because they were able to take down one tier 1 turret. It's still a very patient game, but WE are starting to slowly eke out advantages. Don't let that Dragon Bar fool you. WE, in fact, have got 2 Ocean Drakes right now with a third one on the way if they manage to take it. And they're still scaling.
Obs guy was like, is it really worth it?
Oh, they don't know that WE's sitting in there. Oh,
They know now.
But the pick coming out of WE is really impactful. So the fact that both Ben and Kandi are just doing their best to control this. Sure, 20 minutes into their game, they can't really commit to the Baron, but the fact that they're able to hold it down is really strong.
It's also the fact that they know that they're strong right now. Again, we have the Trinity Force. We've got first items complete on most champions. Whereas poor little Uzi, he's just like, I got a Hurricane.
I can clip minions. Oh, he stacks headshots up real quick, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's where these teams want to fight. Where Team WE, they can fight anywhere. They can look for the siege. They've got that double ocean for the sustain that they can sit there. They've got the Trinity Force. They can sit in the jungle, try to find these picks. Whereas RNG have to fight around their towers.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to try to do here as Xie collapses onto Let Me. He hooks himself back to safety and gets pinned. But not enough damage to break through Spirit Visage on that Nautilus. They will pin him down. He's got the power unleash. The full combo is not enough. He turns it
Okay.
around. The turret falls, but Xie trades his life for it. 957 now trying to get away from red buff Kha'Zix. Does not land the Void Spikes.
Couldn't get the slow, but that was a good response from Bebe to be able to get the kill. When you look to the opposite side, Xiaohu's just looking to take this top lane tower.
Ah, I love it. You're going to ace on the hole me? Well, take this Mystic shot.
Trading damage.
Do you ever really expect him to arcane shift forward into you like that?
Into-
Like
yeah.
if I'm Uzi, I'm actually frightened.
But that's Uzi. He would do the same thing
What do you
on the other side.
That's true.
Yeah. I half expected Uzi to 90 caliber net into Mystic afterwards. Both of the 80 carries get in the melee range and just start auto attacking.
Suddenly
each
everyone's
other.
flashing on top of each other.
Yeah.
She's just
The
like
wild
pistol whipping
escalation.
him repeatedly.
I have this gun and just smacks him in the face with it. But they don't do that. Instead, they continue farming. Uzi's looking for more and more gold. He's at 223 right now as he's ahead of the clock, and Mystic is keeping him occupied in the mid lane. But as you said, WE are willing to fight anywhere.
But this is why it's so cool what RNG are doing. They're just sitting out in the side lanes. They're putting Xiaohu, kicking him out into the top lane. He's taking free structures. They manage to get some kills bottom because, again, Uzi is in full farm mode. They want to draw Team WE back into the lane so they can just absorb all of this farm before he has his break points on items and then try to fight.
Yeah, and you're seeing WE get a little bit impatient. You saw it with Syndra rotating towards the bottom lane, looking, thinking he had enough damage on Let Me. Not going to happen. And so, sure, you get the tower, but what do you really get out of it? And so now you're looking towards WE, towards this top side of the map. They're starting to lose the vision. They don't really know how to push this strength and control forward.
This is the deciding factor between the two best teams in the LPL right now, RNG and WE in Game 3. Only one of them will have the title at the end of this match.
And at this point, you have to look towards WE and say, well, what do you have to do? And I think Uzi being able to push this far out, you mean that outer turret is not available. If you push in the second wave and really threaten Uzi to go towards his own tower, then you can actually push into the blue side jungle of RNG and make it harder for them to get their own camps, to push in defensive wards. This is something WE should do, but they are not able to do at the current time.
I mean, you can already see the defensive vision that RNG have set up on that side of the map. 3 control wards, another 3 on the farther side of the river to keep an eye on any sort of Baron play.
And the window has closed for Team WE. Uzi now has the Infinity Edge, so he's going to be much more comfortable matching them and going toe-to-toe should skirmishes and 5v5s break out.
And good timing overall. 5 seconds in the next Ocean Dragon. So right now, RNG, they're in position. They're setting up the traps. They're at a really good point in which they can take this one for themselves.
And in fact, you can see 957. He's going back. He's got TP. They could be looking for a home guard flank play.
Yeah, there's a ward right on top of that dragon, plus a few more around it. One deep into the Raptor camp. Xiaohu's really far back, and WE are allowed to reset and get vision on this. There's the teleport out of 957 to zone WE away. That's Mystic and Kandi trying to finish off this Ocean Dragon. Let Me gets rushed in by his team. 3 Ocean Drakes for WE as Mystic starts firing some shots off, but here comes the flank from Xiaohu. He gets into the back, a huge 4-man Hemo Plague. She is not able to zombies in time. 957 tries to separate this, but a lot of AoE is being dished out. Gia is firing these shots with Mystic, but it is not enough to break through Xiaohu and Let Me. They will hound after WE, even though the hook misses. A bubble turnaround as Xiaohu gets bursted by Mystic. The first death of the fight, but certainly not the last. As another stun follows up, Ming goes down. Uzi flashes the wall to escape as Let Me drops, but Uzi is the sole survivor with Bebe. They are running for their life, and Mystic will let him off with a warning.
But now the question is, what do Team WE want to take with this advantage?
I mean, that was just a massive turnaround, and they're already pinging on towards that Baron. So that's the play that they're going to be looking for. What a fantastic setup from Ben to be able to get the bubble to turn around. The damage was not coming through from Mystic. He was just hitting a wall on that Let Me, and so that bubble, that was really all it really could have happened. So right now, Uzi's trying to answer. Baron for inner bottom lane turret.
Yeah, force a trade. He's actually going to go for the blue buff instead, but WE taking the Baron 25 minutes in. They're now 3,000 gold ahead and feeling a lot more comfortable about that advantage.
And that's just disastrous. As we take a look at this play, like Raz was saying, it's really all eyes on Ben. He hits a phenomenal turnaround bubble, but then also Xie layers that with even better Scatter the Weak that nails Uzi on the back half.
Overall, just taking a look at this looks like a major win from RNG, but then they overchase at this point. They go in, and massive bubble here. Xiaohu gets completely demolished, who was a major disrupting force for their team. And then this is when Mystic starts to go off. You start to see the stun come through, Ming falls through, and then Uzi had to move away behind the structures. Overall, that was just a great play from Ben. He is the MVP of that fight.
Huge turnaround for WE, puts them into the driver's seat in this matchup. They're still down about 400 gold after that Baron, but you know that they've got this next objective set up as Kandi rushes forward, sets up flanking wards. You've already got 957 shoving bottom with his Baron buff. And with Mystic and Xie firing out some harass, they're going to set up the siege on this tier 2.
I mean, this time around, it's going to be easy to break the outer structures, but RNG do have a lot of safe waves clear with the Caitlyn on Hurricane as well as Vladimir and then Karma. So I'm curious if Team W will actually be able to break the inhib here.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it time and time again amongst with Aime even. When you have that Vladimir and Caitlyn, it is so difficult to be able to push these turrets down if you are not willing to fight. So right now, this is good for WE. They're able to get these inner towers. Question, as you've mentioned, is these inhib towers. We have to see if they're decisive enough to look for it.
They're going to have to break through a trap line right now as they've got minion waves and pings towards mid and top. So Xie heads over mid, and the rest of WE will stay bottom, but Bebe might be setting up a flank, and there's the hook. They're going to force the fight. 957 is slowed down. Here comes Bebe, caught in the tidal wave, knock up on the 957, but Xiaohu is behind him. He's going to get to two-man chemo play. Kandi goes into the front, and Mystic will zone him away, heals himself back up with the redemption, and WE stay collective as a unit. They keep their calm, and they turn the fight around. Xiaohu's stopping the minion wave, though. Yeah, this is going to be big, but they do have enough of a wave here to be able to take this tower down, take the inhib. So Vladimir is in a bit of a bad position. They don't have enough to be able to take the Nexus turret, so that just means they're shifting focus towards the mid lane. They're still moving forward to the next inhibitor turret, though. Baron up minions are rushing in. They take a few shots, but a fully topped off RNG are ready to fight them once again. There's no sign of Xiaohu just yet, but Xie destroys Uzi and removes him from the map. The first the second inhib turret goes down, and now they're on to the next structure. And that's all they needed there. Uzi going down. Xiaohu was not available. He was trying to be cute, and this could be the game for WE. They keep pushing forward. Lemmy is zoning as best he can. Xiaohu's pulling these minions aside. Looks for the Proto Belt to clear out the wave, but Kandi is now tanking it. At relatively high health, he's able to leap away. Mystic might have been left behind, but he arcane shifts to his team. Yeah, they have to back away. That wave is far too off. So right now, that's a big win from WE. Look towards the Baron power play. 3K gold. That's massive.
This time around, so much more decisive. But the thing is Team WE weren't being proactive with their Baron power play. They were still being reactive. Ultimately, it was RNG's mistake. Xiaohu thinking that he could actually pull a maneuver, get a flank like that, and actually threaten Team WE's backline when they just called his bluff. And then immediately turned and killed the rest of the team. RNG are then at a numbers disadvantage. They make picks, and they snowball that into 2 inhibs. These 2 inhibs are RNG's mistakes. That should not have happened. Yeah, as a general point, we mentioned how it's very hard to be able to open up RNG, but it was RNG's own mistake, as you mentioned. So it just comes down to, is it far too late? 2 inhibs open. It's very easy for WE to just be able to focus 5-man down this top lane. Yeah, they still got Baron on them for another few seconds. It's about to wear off, and it immediately does. They turn to the next tier 2, recall out of 957 to give them a home card teleport if their fight were to break out, but instead they take the tier 2 uncontested from RNG. Might as well press their luck a little bit more. They've got teleport ready, but the minion wave is stalled out. And now RNG are in a disastrous position. This should have just been, giving up all of their inner turrets. Suddenly now second Baron will respawn. Their Baron inhib is down, and it may have cost them the next, 6 minutes of playtime on the Rift because they need to protect their base. One benefit for RNG is that, Vladimir is very good at holding and being able to clear out super minions. He was able to do that in the mid lane. It's still coming down, still crashing down. You look towards the bottom lane. They haven't even felt that pressure yet. It's still starting to crash down. That's a major wave coming in. So I give them 30 seconds before they cannot move around as a team anymore. Yeah, WE are just sitting top, and they're keeping 957 mid. So they are playing towards that timer as the minions are slowly pressing forward. You saw Xiaohu just looking for a flank, and 957 groups up with his team. That means Xiaohu has to decide, defend or clear out the minions. Hook finds Ben as Lemmy goes in. Bebe leaps over to follow up, and Xiaohu gets kicked out of the fight. They're getting damage onto Ben, but he's the support with triple Ocean Drake. If they don't kill him now, he's just going to top himself back off. And look to where the essence, where the Mystic was able to use his ulti, use it towards the bot lane. Look at that massive wave starting to crash into this lane. So WE resetting position off that fight is very crucial for them. They're going to be able to take this tower on this wave. Yeah, they're pushing in now. Uzi is firing these shots as quick as he can, but he just doesn't have enough. Mystic will take the hit to clear out this inhibitor turret. A hook actually pulls him forward. The tether is going to follow up as exhaust does not do anywhere near enough. Uzi can't press forward. The turret falls, but they might just lose their Nexus turret in lack of response. And again, the damage has been done. Baron will be spawning up in 1 minute. Team WE, though, wow. I actually really like this. Again, even if they lose here, they don't lose anything really other than a Mountain Drake. They still have enough time that they would be able to reset, get back in position for Baron. But if they win here, they win the game. But look how crucial these 3 Ocean Dragons are. Because they're able to disengage so frequently, they're regaining so much HP and so much mana in the meantime. They can reset constantly and just stick to this play. So they're going to back away and just look towards getting items. Look how... I mean, Ezreal's going to be coming back a rich man. This guy definitely found a lot in the new world, so he's good coming back home. Yeah, full blade of the Ruined King. There we go. But I think more importantly, that Baron is up in 20 seconds. It's also the fact that the elixirs are coming through. Yeah. So Team WE, they know that it's not just about the Baron. They don't technically have to look towards the Baron if they don't want to. Again, the inhibs are still down. They will be respawning soon.
Oh,
But
man.
this is it. This is the final stand.
Uzi looking a little bit nervous in that player cam. Perhaps this could be the set where we finally see RNG defeated.
This is a good point for RNG to be able to solidify their defensive wards because of the back time is coming in from WE. But they have to move now. They don't know that this Baron is getting started immediately. It's a lot of damage being taken out.
Their blue trinket is on the other side of the map, and WE will force the fight. Oh, man, Ming gets demolished. It's actually Ben who gets that kill. Stun will miss, but that means that the Baron has been halted for now. They've lost a lot of health, though, and Bebe's at half.
Yeah, and Xiaohu was looking for a flank, not going to be able to do it. And look how much time. I mean, they're going to be able to burst this, but they can actually hold on to this even when RNG is looking to threaten because of that bottom wave once again. It keeps creeping up on them.
Yeah, it's now pushing onto the inhibitor. A super minion is going to do a lot of work. Someone has to answer. There's even a minion wave up top looking for that inhibitor. It's Recall now out of Let Me. He's got teleport, and it looks like WE have given up this Baron for lost.
Yep, RNG, the fact that they're throwing the white flag, that they pulled Kha'Zix back into the base. They're not going to try to look for the smite contest. They may even lose their inhib. It's cutting it close.
They're trying to keep the Baron, the building standing, but they're going to be up against a Baroned up WE for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. You're seeing the final backs come through. You might even just see their elixirs. We already saw the Haunting guys here from Syndra. So, I mean, it's a very cheap item. It's a very cheap purchase because right now they recognize they need just spend all your gold, every single one of it.
Buy now, buy now.
That's because that's
Perfect
the last
sell.
opportunity.
You have to think, though, RNG losing here, this would be so frustrating.
Yeah.
They go into a single 5v5, lose out, lose Baron, and then their own carelessness to think that they had a window where they could pick off WE members loses them 2 inhibs and the second Baron.
The last time they lost a match was in week 1, their very first game against IME, the first game of the LPL in early January. And WE, they had a rough few weeks in the beginning, but they have certainly found their momentum. And even in this set, they looked a little rough in the beginning, but now they've found their stride.
And this is the thing about WE. They're the only team in the LPL where you can call them consistent. It's 35 minutes into this game. If this is not the definition of the 35-minute consistent team WE, I don't know what is.
Yeah, both these teams right now, they're massive. It just comes down to the point where you mentioned it, RNG, they haven't really lost, they haven't lost against, I guess, to everybody except IME. This would be a massive one, and honestly, they could just kind of wipe their hands and say, we didn't have our jungler. But they don't want to make excuses for it. Not now.
Ace in the hole gets fired out. Uzi's Banshee's Veil has been popped. The inhib gets cleaned up. Xiaohu looking for the
Crimson
flank.
Rush.
Gets into the back. Hemo Plague onto 4. He gets a lot of damage onto Mystic, but Uzi is separated from the fight. That's the knockup. Mystic is still alive. Xiaohu does not finish him off. He doesn't have pool just yet, so he's trying to cut it out, but drops to Xie. Uzi, in the meanwhile, is firing at 957, now turning to Condi, but the Sonic Wave gets it. Condi's in the back line. He's snared down, and Uzi is stunned. Ben follows up with another. 957 executes Uzi. That is the ace. His Guardian Angel is popped for Let Me.
That was
And he is running.
massive from Ben, and they were able to wipe them off the map completely. This is WE set.
They turn it onto the Nexus turrets, and WE have done it. They are now the best team in the LPL.
80 carry, 2017. That's all I have to say. Uzi threw like 15 auto attacks and couldn't get through either Gragas or Condi. Meanwhile, Mystic was just running amok in the backline, deleting everyone.
He almost died in that last fight. It almost came down to it. That was a great dive coming in from the Vladimir. Xiaohu really set them up well. He had that Crimson Rush, almost ended up killing Mystic, but at the end of the day, they were so far behind, it almost didn't matter. Even if Mystic died in that entire fight, he just, that was the last stand. That was an exciting end to this whole set, and it comes out that W.
Low.
Yeah.
It was so close.
Yeah, so WE comes out ahead of this one.
Yeah. You can see them shaking hands right now. Bebe putting on an excellent performance for his first time in several months competitively, and he just wasn't quite able to pull it through in this matchup as WE give a nice deep bow.
But you have to think, MVP, who would you give it to? Because I'm looking at Ben right now.
It has to be Ben. That was the best Nami play I've seen this play out of anybody.
And we came into this matchup, you know, these are two rookie supports that have been built by long-standing organizations, you know, pillars of the LPL. Ming on RNG side, now the shot caller, so much pressure on his shoulders. Bin comes in, I believe, week 3 to take over for Zero. You know, a guy that's been to multiple world championships. And he steps up and he has a performance like that against Uzi in a bot lane. Like, that's incredible.
Excellent performance there. You can see Xie with a relatively nice smile on his face as he walks backstage. Good shots on those Syndra. Laning phase was a little bit tough, but he was able to keep track of Xiaohu and prevent him from popping off on that Vladimir, no matter how hard they tried. They found the flanks, they found the attempts, but again, it was Xiaohu trying to force the issue for RNG, and he just wasn't able to do it.
And we get that cliffhanger ending. We didn't want it. We just wanted to see WE come out straight ahead of this one, or RNG come out straight ahead. But it was a cliffhanger ending because people are going to be left after this series thinking, what would have happened if MLXG was on this side, on this lineup for RNG? They didn't have him on there. It really did come down to 3 games in the set, and honestly, anyone could have taken it.
I honestly think that RNG were still playing exceptionally
They
well,
did,
despite
yeah.
the fact that they didn't have MLXG. I don't think it's a cliffhanger at all. WE won 2-1 in this set. They were able to take game number 2. They were able to take game number 3 and close it out. Sure, RNG made mistakes, but would MLXG have been the sole reason they didn't make mistakes?
I mean,
Yes.
no one's going to ever...
Can
I mean,
you
she's already going to say yes, and
Can
this
you
is going to be...
confidently say that?
Yes.
Well, I'm just going to come in between
Was
both
Bebe
of
the
you.
reason they lost?
Right.
MLXG is part of their shot calling.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they didn't have one of their shot callers and one of the most vocal members on the
Yeah.
team, as well as
Sure.
like one of the best junglers in the LPL against Condi. Like, you cannot look at that and be like, oh, they didn't have their starting jungler. Team WE are already the best team.
I understand.
Did Team WE play exceptionally well? Yes. The only thing you can take away from this, though, is you can say Team WE are truly the most consistent team in the LPL.
Yeah, so that just goes back to her earlier point, and it really does say the reason why you can't say it confidently is because you don't know how the result is. That's why it's a cliffhanger, god dang it, and that's why when it comes down to it, I mean, RNG played it very well, regardless at the end of the day. The members came through, and they made it seamless for Bebe to be able to play out this set. So that was a good game from both of them. Hashtag Team Raz. But overall, if you look towards it, WE coming out with a big win and really surging out ahead in their own group, and that's really interesting. How at the very beginning of the week, or at least before week 1, we did predict WE to come out and take it decisively. But you know what? It's turning into a really, or at least on their group. I saw your face.
Sure. You said we expected them to take it decisively.
I mean, we're always going to
And
run into that pun.
was that the royal we, the inclusive Razzleplasm, or the full
That is
analyst
full group.
desk?
Sir Laplasm to you.
Oh, there
Yes.
you go.
Okay. Alrighty. But that is, as you said, WE taking the set,
Yeah.
and a lot of good things that we can take away from that. We're just about ready to get into the MVP. Final bets?
Ben.
Still
Ben.
Ben?
Ben.
Going for the big
Ben.
bubbles. Is that
Ben.
going to be
Ben.
what it will
Ben.
be?
Woo!
Hey!
There we go.
2-0 and 92% kill participation. This guy pulled it together for WE.
It is so nice to see his support get some love, get an MVP right there, and this guy deserves it. Again, this guy came in, took over for Zero, I believe around week 3, and he has been nothing but phenomenal for this team. Unknown name, untapped talent, and it seems unrivaled ceiling.
And honestly, it's such a feel-good moment because remember his stance when he was on IG, got the boot. I mean, when it comes down to it, like, it's just being able to showcase that he is still a very, very, like, he has the drive. He is still a very good support player. And now he's able to get this MVP in one of the most hyped up matches of the split.
Yeah.
That was really solid for him.
I think it was also really exciting that we got to see the AD carry gauntlet being thrown in both set. Like Uzi taking Mystic's Ezreal in game 1 and 2, and then
Oh.
Mystic getting to break it back in game 3 against Uzi's Caitlyn.
That's a shared champion pool, which is hilarious to say because you think of Ezreal and you're like, well, yeah, Mystic. But at the same time, Uzi's Ezreal has always been fantastic. And so, like, that's great to see both players just pick it up and kind of use it up against each other. And at the end of the day, the person who had the Ezreal won out. So I'm just going to leave it at that one.
Game 2 RNG would like to have a word with you about that Ezreal victory.
No, I mean, it just comes down to game 3. That's all everybody remembers, so that works out for
Okay.
them. Yeah.
In addition, we also got
Nailed
to
it.
see Xiaohu and Xie play at the top of their game. Xiaohu was trying so hard this set.
I know you hate me because you just like hard advanced to a new topic, but I actually want to talk quickly.
Let's back it up. We'll get to the mid lane later. Tell me about that bottom lane.
No, what's interesting about Ezreal and the higher priority on 7.4 is how quickly and easily he itemizes into Blade of the Ruin King comparatively to Caitlyn, and it really showcases in that last team fight. The fact that Uzi was on, like, throwing repeated shots into Gragas and Lee Sin, and he couldn't do anything. He couldn't kill them at all. She doesn't have any of that tank-busting ability, whereas Mystic, on the other hand, it didn't matter who stood in front of him. You got a triple kill in that last fight.
Yeah.
And it shows why Ezreal is globally becoming a higher priority pick.
And Caitlyn works well if you can set up around it well, and they tried to do that in the idea that they can get towards those late game team fights, which is just means, I mean, WE went through that in game 1, and it didn't work out well for them. So it just comes down like where you just have to play a much sturdier early mid game, and if your AD carry is not going to be able to do that, I think it worked out well for RNG because Caitlyn just works well for dealing with turrets early on. So taking outers are going to be a little easier, but once those goes down, I mean, you don't have much in terms of that Caitlyn. Just sit mid, be able to wave clear, and then you'll lose the game.
Now you can hard advance.
Let's talk about mid lane. Xie and Xiaohu also played crazy. I mean, so I guess the point that I wanted to talk about a little bit was the fact that Letme was huge in game number 1 on that Kled. He was able to hard force these fights for RNG, but then in game number 2, he took that Nautilus, and he just wasn't quite up to snuff with this. Xiaohu was the one who was forced to try to take these engage, who was forced to flank in game number 3 time and time again. He was trying really hard, but he just didn't have what it took.
And it's one of those things about consistency. You know, you look at game 2 and game 3, and it was Team WE capitalizing on RNG's mistakes, not necessarily Team WE creating their own success. Does that make sense? And a lot of it goes to Letme and Xiaohu to a lesser extent. Again, you think back to that late game flank play with Vladimir. You know, what was he possibly thinking there? Because it cost his team so much. But Letme, you know, not having the confidence, and it's not necessarily always on him. You have to look towards the shot calling. Like, is Ming not telling Letme, like, we need to make a flank play, like, you need to go back and teleport in? But for whatever reason, they needed to pull the trigger, and they didn't do it.
And I think even just making it, like, running it back to a more simple point, where I think Condi and Ben, even though Ben took the MVP because of his plays, just the most visual, like, yeah, throw out a bubble, you get 2 people, that's fantastic, you know, thumbs up. But overall, something that other teams around the league should just look towards is just the mid game, or just the early game in general for both Ben and Condi, because constantly they are setting up vision and it's not being challenged. There was one time it was challenged with the Talia, but from that point it's like, well, the vision game's not being fought for, it's not being challenged, they're able to get it freely, and for the most part when it does come through, then you see a lot more plays, like for instance WE is able to get the top lane tower very freely because of it, and so I mean, it just gives the WE a lot more freedom in the mid game.
And the one time that it was contested was Xiaohu using that ultimate on Talia to catch them as they were going for the deep vision and punishing Condi for trying to take the direwolves instead of just warding and leaving. So that's going to be a problem for RNG to look forwards in the future if they can continue to capitalize on making sort of picks on looking for this sort of vision. But again, they're still excellent team. They don't get to take the mantle of #1 team in the league this week, but they've still got a lot of times to improve. Don't go anywhere for our next matchup between Snake and EDG. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final set of the evening. We've got Snake taking on EDG, second place, versus currently tied for third place, I believe, as Snake have made a bit of a surge lately, trying to refine their form that they once had just last split. They struggled a little bit early on, but now they seem to be finding a little bit more success with a stable setup. Crystal in the bottom, SOFM back in the jungle.
And here's the big point about that, right? It's looking good for them. They were able to get a 2-0 week. That's sound. But you look at their opponents, it's up against Vici, it's up against Newbie, and this was Newbie that, of course, we're seeing a different Newbie right now with Swift really getting along with his team, or at least much more synced with them. But yeah, they were on 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 up against WE, OMG, and LGD. I want to see if they can go up against EDG and maybe not take that win up against Clear Love and Mouse. That's maybe too big of a mountain.
Yeah.
But if they can challenge them, that's a big play for them, I think.
But the key word there is Clear Love. And if you guys haven't heard, Clear Love's back. So starting roster, Clear Love will be on it. I'm super excited because EDG, the only weakness that we've seen in this team, Snake, it's been a rotating roster of musical chairs, but EDG, it's been their macro play. And Clear Love is the shot caller of the team, so theoretically, that should be shored up.
Yeah, and when you see EDG, a lot of the times, you're talking about sometimes it's Fire Lolly messing up early on in the game. You look towards Koro, and Koro is definitely right now just kind of having bad moments in his set. So it's just Mouse is much better of the two top laners. And you look towards the jungle, 100%, this could be an interesting point to put in Clear Love, who has historically been the top jungler in the league, king of the jungle. Now, there have been rumors that he's been a little bit weaker in scrims, so maybe he's not really adapting. But if there's a time to find out, it's going to be today. He's coming on. This is his first time.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on SOFM versus Clear Love because SOFM also seems to have found his mojo for Snake. I personally like to think of it as Snake deliberately put him in the support role to see what it was like when the bottom lanes get ignored. So he would have that experience when he returns to the jungle like, hey, I should actually gank bottom. I should interact with my lanes.
I think it's maybe close to that the team just really value SFM's
I mean, that too,
input.
but yeah.
And you are correct. He did have a very roller coaster up and down over the course of the LPL in terms of his individual decision making and performance.
Yeah.
But it's recently picked back up. We're seeing kind of the return of very innovative, very creative jungle pathing. Recently, kind of his Krug half steal thing, and then he immediately backs and then runs to enemy Krug. So watch for that to see if you can catch Clear Love off guard.
He is a incredibly offensive jungler when it comes to looking for counter jungling. I guess you look towards Swift and Condi and saying that he's maybe second, third to them. But SOFM has been playing incredibly well recently when he's back onto the jungle position. And so this is a great test to Clear Love to see how he's doing currently.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that performs. Of course, we've also got some exciting matchups elsewhere on the map. Scout is taking on Zatai in the mid lane. And Zatai, we saw a little bit of roughness. The tank was recently subbed in, and now Zatai seems to be making a bit of a comeback. But we've also seen some similar up and downs from Scout. Early on in the LPL, he was looking great. And since then, we haven't really seen him go back up to that 10.
I don't know. His 1v1 across from Rookie was definitely peaking a little bit. But yeah, it's fairly hard to kind of climb back from that 1v9 like Super Saiyan performance against WE. But Scout is still definitely the X factor on EDG's current roster. It's more about kind of consistency between Fire Lolly and I think Zet a little bit.
Yeah.
Koro is also kind of the other big question mark, although it looks like they're starting Mouse today. And I actually think that Mouse is stronger than Koro currently. But with Fire Lolly, being replaced, it's now what form is Clear Love in, and can Zet step up to match the lane presence of Mako?
Yeah, and I mean, Zet and Mako have turned out to be a really, really solid bottom lane early on in the split, and they have been doing incredibly well as the split gone on. I think when it comes down to it, their bottom side of the map, including Scout, Zet, and Mako, have been strong. Their top side of the map, just echoing your point, I just want to see if Mouse can consistently play much better than Koro as he has been. But look at that sign. That sign says a lot. Clear Love is definitely back. And you mentioned it. What form is this man in? What champion is he playing? Suddenly Gragas is coming up and they suddenly want to play him. I mean, maybe that coincides.
It should be said, though, that Clear Love decided that he wanted to come back as Dark Clear Love. If new LPL viewers are unfamiliar with the metaphor, in China, there's two different versions of Clear Love. There's Light Clear Love and there's Dark Clear Love. You can think of it as like carnivore versus herbivore type of jungler. So we're looking for a very aggressive, very in-your-face, playmaking carnivore jungler.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at Clear Love. This is his first game coming back in this split. He wants to make a name out of himself. He doesn't want to find himself getting benched by Fire Lolly the next set afterwards. So, I mean, there's a good reason why this change is happening, because going up against OMG, losing that set, which they have never I mean, 3 years ago, that's the last time OMG was able to take a victory off of them.
Yeah.
So they just haven't been playing well recently. Even went to the full 3 set up against IG and then losing to RNG. So they've been up and down. 6 and 3, I believe, currently in the standings. Second place. There we go. So right now, this could be the change that really accelerates their improvement in the set.
Yeah, and to bounce off of your point as well, this is an excellent matchup for EDG stylistically. They punish so very hard when teams mistakes, and that's sort of what we look forward to and sometimes harp on, because when teams don't make mistakes, they struggle. Snake certainly seems like the kind of teams that can give them openings, and if Clearlove wants to show up as Dark Clearlove, what better way to do it than just smashing Snake into the ground?
Still very scary, though, that he's looking across some SOFM. You would think that they would start Clearlove on a bit of like a training wheel or something, you know, like an easier jungle opponent, but they're like, nah.
Yeah.
Final boss, sub him in.
You could do it. Well, can we still call him Final Boss with Condi playing up so well?
I mean, no, you are correct.
Hoping that MLXG...
It's Condi, MLXG are the top tier, but SOFM is returning to form. We always have to respect his jungle prowess.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be seeing his performance right there as we run through EDG. Oh, man, it is exciting indeed. Zet and Mako on your screen right there. But first, we're getting through the roster of the blue team. It is Snake, Flandre, SOFM, and Zatai, along with OQ and Crystal.
And you touched on Zatai a little bit. He has been coming in with a much more flexible champion pool, and it's nice to see him come out now.
Yeah, their opponents on the other side, Mouse, Clearlove, Scout, Zet, and Mako. It just feels good to say it like that.
We haven't seen this all split, though. It's literally week 6, day 3, and we finally get Clearlove back on the roster. I'm a little bit worried. I mean, this game will hopefully clear a lot of these questions up, but like, is it too little too late for EDG?
It's certainly time to find out. I mean, as you said, it's week 6. They need to show us with this game that they deserve to be at the top set of the standings, that they deserve to be in the run for playoffs, along with the likes of WE, Chaogu, RNG.
But here's the thing. That was never enough for EDG. Like, obviously, they are still going to make playoffs. Obviously, they are always going to be a top-tier LPL team. But that is not enough. They are the premier team. They are the best team. And unless they're the best team, it's downhill. Last split, they were undefeated domestically. Like, this is frankly unacceptable by a lot of their fans.
Yeah, but remember there was a time where they were definitely shifting around in terms of jungle, top lane. It has happened, and this time around they're doing the same. It's a spring split. Maybe that's the idea that they've had this time around. Take a gander at that man. Smiling, and there's good reason for it. I mean, this is going to be great to see how he performs here up against the man himself, SOFM.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's certainly coming into it with a big smile. You can see Mouse right beside him, giving him some laps as well. And we will certainly be hoping to see at least some form of consistency from Snake. I think the consensus that we had in the conversation is, before even seeing Clearlove, we were expecting EDG to 2-0 this matchup. Now we're seeing Clearlove. Does that expectation change?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I expect that if Clearlove's ready, that he's going to take exactly up or pick up exactly where he left off, and it should be a very refined, controlled, and fast EDG.
And if you take Clearlove out of the name entirely, Scout, Zet, Mako, and Mouse have been performing incredibly well on their own. Clearlove just has to show up. Like, he doesn't have to overperform. He just has to perform. He just has to sit there. So even if he just AFKs in his jungle, I expect the lanes to win out. And so, I mean, it's just going to be a big focus to see how Clearlove does up against SOFM, simply because the last time we saw him was in the old jungle. This new jungle, I mean, the Raptor camp, the Krug camp, you do fall so far behind if you lose control and if you get punished off that against the enemy team. So you need to take control of your camp, and I mean, for the most part, SOFM has been incredibly aggressive in counter jungling.
Yeah.
So as a team, if him and Crystal are able to just take control of his Raptor camp, this is not going to be a good first showing for the man.
Yeah, perhaps we could see SOFM deliberately aggress onto Clearlove to try to set him up to fail and just, as you said, invade some of those camps, try something a little bit cheesy early on. Of course, eyes are going to be on them in Champion Select to see if they go for any wacky picks, but EDG, they won't have priority in this set. We're really expecting Snake to start on blue, so they will have counter pick, but this is EDG, currently second in their group. They've dropped a few sets. They haven't been looking quite at the top of their game. could this be the reset that brings them back up to the top?
The thing for me is going to be their mid-game shot calling and decision making. It's where they've had the most holes and the biggest glaring weaknesses. Even if they lose the set, but they tighten that up, I'm gonna call it a success.
For W, oh, that's interesting. I know that they're going up against IME next week on day 2. That's going to be great to see because that's their old sister team, of course. Being able to take them down is going to be fun. If they lose to them, obviously, that's just but overall, I expect a dominating play from EDG this set.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that mid-game for EDG. Of course, they could set themselves up for success in that mid-game by having a smashing early game. We know that they're capable of it. They've done before. We'll have to see if they can pull it through. But we've got an into champion select for our first set between Snake and EDG. It will be Snake on the blue side, Malzahar and Jace banned away, and 2 jungle bans taken away from SOFM, along with Elise to follow it up. That's 3 bans right away, and Clearlove has got a big fat grin on his face.
See what they go for on red side. Priority pick has been everything from the supports to the AD carries. We've seen a couple of Elise priority picks, although this time around she's hit the ban bench. So what will Snake choose to look for?
Yeah, we'll see. They've got Lulu, they've got Camille. Lots of very strong priority picks, as you mentioned. Kha'Zix, of course, able to be picked up as well. And with the old lock-in, 58% win rate so far. SOFM has done some work on the champ.
And now the jungle pool is very small for Clearlove, so where does he enter back? We've seen a couple of Gragas jungles kind of peeking their head in, although with all of that jungle focus, it does mean that Scout gets to grab hold of the LeBlanc there. LeBlanc has a pretty slim win rate in the LPL in general.
Yeah.
Scout hasn't really helped contribute to this.
He's been one of the big proponents for it, but as you said, he hasn't seen a lot of success on the champion. And on 7.4, LeBlanc, she's even getting she's been toned down already. She's being toned down again in 7.5, so he must see something that we don't in this set. And with Lulu to help it out, perhaps that could be the combo.
I mean, I really like LeBlanc. I think she is a strong champion. I just think for whatever reason, LPL teams have been failing at the execution of her. The thing is she offers so much pressure. If she gets unlocked from that lane, she can just walk into Fog of War and you almost have to respect giving you free structures. But our LPL mid laners just never leave mid lane with LeBlanc and then just get outscaled because they don't snowball the early game.
And now to help keep track of that LeBlanc in the mid lane, Zatai has taken Rise. Of course, excellent at wave clear, very capable of keeping up with those minions that LeBlanc is going to shove in, and also very able to keep up with her mobility later on. So Karma is also the pickup once again for Crystal. He's got an MVP on it before. Looks like he wants to do the same this time around as Clearlove returns to Rek'Sai in the LPL.
The tried and true. Now, Rek'Sai has been played by a couple of LPL junglers, most recently by Swift, but not to a lot of success. She still doesn't fit very well in the current meta just because she's not great at dueling, but she is, however, great at tracking other junglers. So we'll see if Clearlove can keep track of SOFM and kind of throw a wrench in any plans and plays he tries to set up.
Do you think we can see Dark Clearlove show up on a Rek'Sai, or is this going to be a light Clearlove game?
It used to be that if EDG were on blue side, now of course they're on red side this game, that you would have to ban Rek'Sai against EDG because their maneuver was always to go over that wall in bottom lane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From the enemy blue buff.
Enemy try, yeah.
That said, we'll see. It's definitely a comfort champion. It makes sense that, it's been a while in a competitive match. There's like 15 jungle bans currently on the board.
Yeah.
Might as well go back to the tried and true.
As long as it works. Next set of bans are going to be towards the top lane. Gragas and Rumble taken away from both Flandre and Mouse. Still haven't seen any AD carries yet as it's mid, jungle, and support from both teams. So that means top and AD carry are the next setups. Let's see if EDG decide to continue to focus on Flandre or if they turn their attention towards Mako. And yeah, it looks like they do want to keep Flandre from popping off as that's a Camille ban as well.
Can't stop the Flandre. He plays everything.
Yeah.
He's got the tanks, he's got the bruisers, he's got the weird, fizz double smite.
7.5.
Top.
I'm telling you, it's going to be coming back. Actually, I'm pretty sure Raz was the one telling me that Tank Fizz is coming back. Oh, scary day indeed. But Shen taken away from Mouse. Excellent global combo with that LeBlanc. Instead, we'll see what's next as Nautilus is now picked up. Sorry, by Mouse.
And this tells me that, typically you would pick up the AD carry here and then you get the counter pick in one of your solo lanes, but the fact that they went for the Nautilus first tells me that they were considering the Ashe, but they don't know if it's necessarily as safe, or possibly looking at the Sivir. You know, it's always going to be that question of what does our team comp need to round it out? Does it need that hard engage of the Ashe and the Jhin, or do we need more of kind of flexibility and engage with Sivir?
Looks like Snake are... Oh, hey, they swapped it over. Last second Sivir lock-in for OQ. And they've got a lot of mobility on that team so far. Not exactly a lot of tanks to deal with high damage from EDG, but who needs a tank when you could just turn around and run away?
I mean, Maokai would fit really well here. Doesn't have a great 1v1 matchup across from Nautilus because Nautilus has push priority. I also like this response in that you would punish the Nautilus in the top lane. You'd also open up the ability to 1-3-1 with the Sivir. And then if it comes down to a 5v5, you're still Kennen with Sivir. You just run in.
Looking for the big flank plays, or in Sivir's case, the run-at-them plays. Of course, very simple composition from Snake, and we've seen more complicated compositions fail for these sorts of teams. Perhaps this could be exactly what they need.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Should be keeping tabs, however, on the build that Kennen likes to go. Most often it is that
Wits End, Blade of the Ruin
End,
King,
Hurricane,
Revans.
Frozen Mallet.
Yeah. AD plus Magic Resist. Final pickup for Zed is going to be Caitlyn in the bottom lane. And with that, we've got our comps rounded out.
So, doesn't go for the Ashe. Wants more of the long range. There's a lot of siege potential on this composition. I also think that Caitlyn works really well with Lulu. We'll check in on what Mako's maxing, if it's going to be an E or W max on Lulu.
We'll certainly see. Of course, we have already seen Uzi on that Caitlyn earlier today hit that sort of mid-game trough, looking for huge items, but not quite able to do enough damage.
But this time around, he does have a really good bridge point of the LeBlanc from Scout, but that means that Scout needs to perform on the LeBlanc, and we don't have any doubts on Scout's individual ability. He is a very mechanically gifted mid laner, but for whatever reason, LeBlanc right now is just a sinkhole of a champion.
Mid laners keep on taking the pick and trying it out, but just not finding success. Perhaps this could be the time that Scout can demonstrate it. We have seen him take it once before, though, and not once before in general. He's taken it a lot of times. No, he's taken it once and won with it, if I remember right.
I believe it was cool, but you could be right. He's taken it more than once, but the one that sticks out to me is when he tried to get the flank play and just didn't get anything done. But it's fine because he's got Clear Love behind him now. And in theory, EDG should be much more organized on the Rift with their primary shot caller back in the position.
Yeah, that is the big hope. Not to mention that EDG have been doing rather good without that primary shot caller. They've already gotten second place in the LPL. Suddenly you bring Clear Love back and it's like, okay, is this them at 100%?
And again, I sound overly harsh and I sound like a broken record, but second place was never good enough for EDG as an organization. They have gone domestically undefeated. They hold the only international title that an LPL team has ever won in MSI 2015. They are the flagship, the crown jewel of the LPL next to RNG, and anything less than perfection is a failure.
Don't speak with words, speak with results. It's time for us to see if EDG are going to put up some results here. As we load onto the Rift, you can see the crowds chanting loudly for their team. Snake versus EDG.
Chanting Jael means refuel or good luck. Kind of like fan the flames.
Well, they are certainly stoked in this setup as EDG, as 3 look for a delayed invade onto the Raptor camp of SOFM. Zatai is ready and waiting. Practicing that APM as he's moving back and forth.
Checking in on the Keystones. Again, another Wind Speaker's Blessing. Lulu as opposed to Thunderlords.
Yeah, it looks like that Storm Raider Surge on Zatai. Typically when we see Rise into LeBlanc,
Courage of the Colossus.
Courage of the Colossus is an excellent way to just pock a quick shield.
Yeah, again, 7.4, she has been tuned down a little bit. It will continue to hit her with the Nerf bat, but, you know, not necessarily as afraid in these trade patterns.
Excellent Soul Flare out of Crystal to follow up as Flandre will find Mouse and look for a few auto attacks, just being a bully.
That has got to be the ugliest Kennen skin I think I've ever seen.
He's just heading top instead. But Clear Love gets to start off on his Raptor camp unmolested.
He looks like a Tic Tac.
What kind of Tic Tacs are you eating?
Oh, the orange ones,
They're supposed to be
apparently.
yellow.
Oh, okay. That said, Clearlove does make off with his Raptors fine, so traded a bit of health on Mouse, but ultimately the jungle paths have not been disrupted.
Junglers starting off with those red buffs, as is standard. Zet and Mako taking a bit of harass from Crystal early on, but that's as we expect. Looks like Scout did go for the Corrupting Potion in mid lane instead of for the Dark Seal refillable, or even for the Doran's Ring.
So here is something, is that SOFM and Clearlove are on opposite sides of the map. Anytime this happens, it does open up that window where we could see a gank without a counter gank in response. We'll keep our eyes to see how they path. Because again, old school Clearlove, you'd be running bottom, and he is in perfect position to do that right now. Although, if they don't control this wave well enough, I push forward.
Yeah, it's going to end up pushing. Perhaps they could try to hard shove it and bounce it. Clearlove still has to do blue and then Grump. But right now it looks like he's heading for the Scuttle Crab instead, just to prioritize vision on the side of the map.
Yep, his bot lane's extended, wants to keep them safe. This is, again, very standard 2016 Clearlove. No pathing has been changed up, or any priority has been changed up,
Yeah.
really.
Okay. Even that is good that we wanted. That is something that we wanted out of Clearlove, to see him come back, but not just come back. Don't come back below where you once were, as Satai is really trading with Scout, forcing him to burn out those Corrupting Potion charges.
Yeah, it doesn't look uncomfortable there with these Storm Raiders.
Yep. Satai now going for a quick recall, should have enough for his tier. You looked at me funny. Did he not have the Storm Raiders?
I only glanced at the screen and I saw a shield pop, and so I was curious if the graphic was incorrect. But I will keep closer attention to see if I can see Courage of the
So
Colossus.
if he does get the fully overloaded rune, that also gives him a shield. And
Yeah.
he was getting a full combo onto Scout.
Exactly, I only glanced at it, so I
Yeah.
was like, I just need to pay attention, make sure that it's him or
Whoa.
his passive.
Clearlove on the invade. Tries to steal out the Krugs, and you can see them freaking out about this as they're not liking it at all. But Crystal and OQ were definitely fighting over this. Crystal wants to get last hit, but Krug resets.
This is brutal too. No one touches SOFM's Krug camp. That
Yeah.
is his Krug camp. In fact, he'll take your Krug camp.
I think he already has.
That is straight up the #1 way to tilt that guy.
I think he actually already has. The top Krugs have been cleared. Clearlove wasn't exactly top.
That's pretty brutal.
Yep. That's first recall out of Mouse. He heads back to the top lane.
And we do need to touch on this top lane because it is wildly swinging
Yeah.
out of control. That is 32-18. We said that Flandre will be able to punish, hit the option. He hovered Maokai, decided on the Kennen. It means that he gets to punish this 1v1 individual matchup. It's now like, can Mouse hang on and survive and make more in like the 5v5s? Or will Flandre just run him over and start split pushing EDG to death?
Yeah, Mouse just needs one of those inspirational cat posters next to his station on the desk right now as Scout misses the chain. Clearlove was there. He was ready. Perfectly timed as well. I mean, Zatai's pushing forward. He's got a control ward in the river. Did he know? Because SOFM is waiting in the back for a counter gank. They could be trying to bait this out. He's got a fully charged rune. He gets the speed and the shield flashes, but Clearlove follows up. Can they burst him down in time? They do. It's Mako who gets first blood, flanking from the bottom lane.
And suddenly, EDG from 2016 returned. It is the classic Clearlove from one side, Mako from the other side. Just a party in that mid lane.
And Scout's going to be enjoying that as he now has boots. Along with that refillable, he can go straight into damage after this. OQ will try to get some harass onto Zet with a larger minion wave, but Mako shows up. And Zet is totally fine.
And have to remind everyone, if you just saw EDG from Worlds, you would think that Pawn was kind of their primary mid laner of 2016, but that's incorrect. Scout played far more games than Pawn did and was the starting mid laner. They chose to start Pawn on the international stage because they didn't want to take two rookies to a World tournament and start them in groups at the same time. So trying to calm nerves. So this version is exactly the same as last year's EDG, other than Zet.
Scout is going top right now. That's the slicing Maelstrom. Flandre flashes out of the chain, but it's a hook onto the minion wave. He's able to get a Mimic Distortion onto Flandre, gets a quick stun before he dies to an auto attack. EDG are 2-0.
Yep, so now Scout has been snowballed because Mako and Clearlove spent time in his roam. It helps unlock him after his back. He's now spreading the love around, giving it to Mouse, and helping him short that CS discrepancy.
Oh, he's not even going to miss minions mid. Teleport LeBlanc gets him right back in, and Zatai is left wondering, what do I do? Clearlove is on top of a ward, and will trade one control ward for another as SOFM tries to defend mid, but I'm pretty sure Clearlove is fine with where Scout's at right now.
It clears out the control ward and SOFM just places it back.
Yep.
That's like the most passive-aggressive ward wars I've ever seen.
So that's one of my favorite things. If I've got a ward in my inventory and I see someone's clearing mine, I'll drop my control ward to clear the other one and deny them 30 gold. It's brilliant. It's just a little mind game.
You ward your own Nexus, you're like, ha!
Yeah! 75 gold to prevent you from 30. That's actually 100 gold, Snake. Don't do that. That's a whole control ward.
It's about sending a message, Dom.
Yeah. There's a reason I'm still in gold. All right, SOFM takes red buff now as it's 7.5 minutes in, and EDG, they've got a pretty solid momentum for themselves. We're still seeing some trouble in the top lane as Mako will finally go out and clear the control ward that SOFM set down, but Crystal is chasing really far forward. He eats a chain. Luckily, the rest of Snake is there to follow up. That's yet another chain. He's tethered down for quite a long time, and what the damage! Scout follows up in an auto attack. Disrespect will cost your life.
The cheeky double chain right there. C sees him long enough for Clearlove to get involved with the Prey Seeker as well and put that damage over the line. Scout, 2-0-1 right now at 8 minutes in the game. This is the LeBlanc performance we wanted.
Mako once again roaming towards the mid lane. This support will not be locked down. Zet is having a great time as he gets level 6 nice and quick, and Scout races back in. Mako's already there. Zatai still has no flash. Again, EDG collapse, and Mako is 2-0-1.
The spine of EDG is back.
Yep.
I know we always call them like, you know, the heart and soul. UG, the heart and soul.
Yeah, Doinby,
exactly.
Swift.
But the thing is EDG were always the strongest team in the LPL because they could pick where and how they could you. Yes, Clearlove was known for camping the bottom lane, but the thing is he had someone like Mouse or Coral in the top lane, someone like Pawn or Scout, and then Deft. He had these 3 carries, and he was just like, I'm going to funnel all of my resources into you this game. I'm going to beat you through mid lane. Now I'm going to beat you through bot lane. And this time I'm going top.
This time it is Scout who looks to be doing, or Mako. I mean, he's 2-0-1. Would love to see that full AP Lulu. Call back to old 2015 EDG.
I mean, it's so nice to see Mako teaming up with Clearlove. He looks far more comfortable with him than he ever did with Firelord.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to remember, it was FCZF, Clearlove's old teammate from Team WE days, that hand-picked Mako to kind of succeed him on this team. So Mako has been pretty much raised into this role.
Yeah.
Best friends forever.
Suddenly they're all back in the car and driving towards that destination, driving towards that premier spot at Worlds. But it is only 10 minutes into game number 1 of Clearlove's return, week 6 of the LPL, and EDG are down 2 games in second place at 6-3 to the 8-3
And
of
let's
WE.
quickly check in on SOFM. Meanwhile, on Rocket Camp,
Yeah. He is clearing that out. What's he doing?
he deep warded, but it just kind of is funny how proactive Clearlove is being on the map, and unfortunately SOFM is a very farm-heavy oriented jungler. He said this multiple times in documentaries and interviews that he believes in getting himself ahead first, and then he will spread that around the map. But the problem is if he never gets ahead, he's never coming to your lane.
Yeah. He's still sitting at Raptor Camp. I mean, that's a long time to wait for the cooldown. He's actually going to try roaming mid, but it's against a LeBlanc. EDG are taking use of this time to set up vision bottom, shove in the wave, and now take the Infernal Drake, even using the decoy to make sure that SOFM isn't there. He's still waiting there. Should we? Has he fallen asleep?
He's sitting on that ramp for a good 30 to 45 seconds.
Even the player cam of SOFM looked confused. The Scout now chases Crystal. He's still got no summoners. That's a chain. Clearlove is going to follow up. Flash, knock up, and Mako! The true carry of EDG.
This is just brutal to watch.
There it
SOFM's
was.
like,
He got the timer. Got it.
this is what I've prepared for.
Oh, Zatai actually face checks into Mouse. He's got Flash, and that's a full snare with that Runic Prison. SOFM leaps over the wall, and Mouse will walk calmly towards his turret.
He flashed, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not as calm as I thought.
And there's still a 30 CS discrepancy between Flandre and Mouse, so that is kind of the bright beacon of hope for Snake, which is why they're converging all of their resources top lane. We're in a race, but for top.
And it is EDG who are set to win that race, getting that first brick. Gold split between Clearlove and Zet. whereas Flandre will get solo gold on his own if he actually has enough to finish this. Wit's End doesn't give him too much attack damage, and the minion wave gets cleared out. He does not finish it in time. SOFM is still there. He could have helped. There he goes, shoving in the next wave. Mouse is actually heading towards the mid lane, so they are giving this up for lost, and EDG look to swap their duo top.
I mean, ultimately, Flandre's going to get it, like you said, so SOFM didn't necessarily need to help.
Yeah.
It's like the double whammy. Not only do we get the tower, but I also get his Krugs.
And his Raptor camp. But you were there for 2 minutes. And his Raptor camp.
I mean, he was looking for Clear Love to counter gank, but like the fact the time sink into that, where he was just so laser focused and like,
Yeah.
I know this guy's gonna come.
It's dedication. You got to give him points there, but how far will that dedication get him against a team like EDG? Now they've got Clear Love back in years of experience compared to Fire Lolly, and it definitely shows.
I mean, he's next to Zatai, probably the most veteran player of the LPL. You also have to look towards Uzi. They've all been playing for about 4 years. Zatai's been playing since he was 14, 15 years old.
I remember the official celebration of his 17th birthday after he had already been playing in the LPL for a while, as SOFM tries to force a fight onto Mako, but he just pops ult on himself. And Zet chases forward. They get that ward advantage. Now Clear Love follows up with a quick rush in.
It's fair, Snake. I forgot they had an AD carry too. I haven't seen him for the first 13 minutes of the game. What is it, Caitlyn?
OQ, what?
To be fair, Zet's just putting in time, doing his job.
Yep. Up to slight CS advantage over OQ, but again, that Sivir will be, or excuse me, Caitlyn will be scaling out.
Yeah, the thing is that he's just been safe while Mako has been roaming around the map. So the fact that he's been confident enough to be left alone to his own devices.
So EDG are setting up for something right now. Scout is shoving mid, while Zet is keeping something occupied bottom, and both Mouse and Clear Love shoved out that wave. What could they possibly be looking for? Or is it just using their momentum to maintain lane dominance?
Well, right now they're trying to siege up onto the mid lane tower just because it has so much damage down to it. And Clear Love just even threatening here because he can go over the wall forces them to back off the structure. They'll get it for free.
Yeah, and he trades out a lot of his health, but will force SOFM back in order to make that happen. So the mid-tier 1 falls down. It's 2 turrets to 1 right now. And EDG, 5 kills up, have got so much momentum in this set.
And now they should start rotating that momentum up into the top lane. Now Scout's trying to get the cheeky chain on Zatai.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Yep.
He tried. He was looking for it. Zatai, though, playing very conscientious of that. He pinged the Mia on LeBlanc several times and knew that that blue buff was spawning. So that's why we see SOFM on that side of the map. He says, thank you very much for the honey fruit. But decides that vision is more of a priority. So, taking stock of the matchup, slight CS lead for Scout, not to mention those 2 kills. Slight CS lead for Zet, who has been relatively left alone. And again, Flandre, he's up in CS, but Mouse is Novelist. He's just going to get big eventually.
But likewise, Flandre will also start getting the push on Mouse, and Mouse won't be able to do anything about it. So EDG needs a snowball ramp ahead of the clock, so they're stronger in the 5v5s. And they also need to make sure that when they're setting up these plays for 5v5s, that they're executing. Because if they mess up using that TP summoner, Flandre will 100% punish very well in these side lanes, especially as the game goes later and he starts getting things like possibly Hurricane, Blade of the Rune King, you know, whatever it is that he decides to itemize next.
Does have that Wit's End already with teleport available for both top laners. Mouse is pushing in a bottom wave as EDG shove a quick minion wave into OQ. He's already ready to catch it though.
Do have to note that both teleports are up for EDG. Scout has his as well as Mouse. Again, they're placing a lot of deep vision, just kind of bouncing waves and pressure points in between top and mid. Eventually, you have to think that they're going to find the pick that they want, or Snake will be able to mount a defense and make a counterplay.
Hold out eventually, yeah. They will continue to fight over vision here, just pressing it further and further forward. Scout looking for Flandre, though. Flash, depth charge. Flandre uses his own, gets the slicing maelstrom up in time. Scout is trying to outrange it, and he does so perfectly. Zatai shows up just in time to watch his top laner die.
So it's not the play top lane, but Zatai can't match the pushing or roam potential of LeBlanc. Scout manages to make his way out to the side lane, and now Cannon's put even farther the pine. This Nautilus is just getting a free trip into the game.
Still down 30 CS, but those 2 assists are going to help out quite a bit. Not to mention he's got bonus damage from the first Infernal Drake, and with Cloud up in 20 seconds, you can see Zet recalling along with Mako. We'll see if they decide to head bottom to prioritize it, or if they return top to look for the tier 1.
And what is Cannon supposed to do to him at this point in the game? Like, eventually Cannon can be a threat against the Nautilus, especially now as he has the Vampiric Scepter, so looking for that Blade of the Ruined King. But right now he's got Ninja Tabby, Chain Vest. Like,
Yeah.
that Kinnon's not going anywhere against Nautilus.
I mean, I can throw Shuriken at him. Maybe I can stun him once or twice. A lot of good it's going to do you against the Nautilus, though. Cloud Dragon spawns. Looks like Zet and Mako return towards the mid lane, and they will prioritize this neutral objective. This is classic EDG.
Yeah, and it seems so small, but just like how clean all of the back timers
Yeah.
are, and how they're always there at the right appropriate time, the vision set up beforehand. Even just like the ganks for Clear Love, you know, he was right on time. The wave was pushing in, Scout was looking for the chain. Scout missed the chain, but Clear Love was in position.
Yeah. Amazing how all it takes is just swapping out one core component of your team, that jungler, Fire Lolly for Clear Love, and EDG go from previously an A tier and occasionally S tier team to so far, they have had an S tier performance. They've dropped a single turret. They haven't died once. They're 2,500 gold up with complete control over this game.
Just makes it look very easy. But still fight left in Snake, and they
Yeah,
still have
you're
a
right.
very strong 5v5 composition.
It is only game one. I'm getting a little bit too excited to see Clear Love back in. Got it. Unbiased, Dominic. Unbiased. Unbiased caster. EDG with an advantage. How does Snake get back into this?
Hold on.
Got a lot of AoE as red buff is smited by SOFM. Yeah. Scout was able to keep Zatai occupied down in the bottom lane.
So Snake really need to have kill pressure, or at least Flandre needs to be across from Nautilus safely. Again, he's itemizing towards that, so there is a break point there. They just need to wait it out long enough, but right now they just need to absorb farm. Once they have those items, match EDG's lane assignments and make sure that they don't get the full 5v5 that they want, and then exploit Flandre's advantage over Nautilus.
So what big items are we looking for? Is it the 2-item spike on Sivir or the 3? Because she's going for the Essence Reaver route first.
I mean, Sivir is really a non-conversation point at this stage in the game. You are
Okay.
correct that, you know, later down the road she'll be relevant.
All right.
But for me, it's more so, again, Kha'Zix and Kennen are really what needs to be looked at.
Yeah, you can even see a little bit of miscommunication in Snake there as they can't make up their mind who should get the Rift Herald buff. EDG are already making use of even that tiny window by Zet, shoving a minion wave in along with Mouse and Mako towards that top tier 1 turret. Scout is left to try defending mid, but LeBlanc isn't too great on her own against that wave clear.
But Nautilus and Rek'Sai are both roaming down, so they're going to get the tower for free, and they should be able to protect mid.
Yeah, that's a chain. And Scout will be able to get a snare. Mid is defended successfully by Scout. He doesn't lose too much health. Zatai is still shoving bottom. He's got Teleport and Realm Warp, and Scout has to answer. He's not even using Teleport to get in there. So there's something that EDG are prioritizing. Looks like it's that top tier 2 as Zet and Mako swap over.
And like you said, the fact that they're hanging on to their TP tells you that they want to play cross-map, especially because now the Dragon and the Rift Herald are down. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Again, it's the LPL.
Yep.
You never know.
That purple worm, so important. Taking away the blue buff as well. Clear Love hops over the wall just in time. Kind enough to give that over to Zet. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 is still standing as Zatai decided to play it safe and back away early. He does have his Rod of Ages completed. Still no sign of that Staff of the Seraphim yet, so he's still scaling up as this game goes on, but we're already starting to see some big items out of EDG.
But at this point, what EDG really need to start purchasing are their control wards, picking those up and moving them deeper. They need to start prioritizing deeper vision, getting control of waves, bouncing them back and forth over their deep vision, and then making picks around it. So
that could be why we're seeing them hold on to that teleport, because the only big neutral objective is that Baron. If they find a pick and turn it into a fight, they're up 3,000 gold. That could be very early Baron. Infinity Edge Runan's finish at the 20-minute mark for Zet. He is pretty far ahead of the clock.
feeling really good, especially because poor little OQ still only has that Essence Reaver and Zeal.
Yeah. Getting some big crits as he looks to shove this out.
And the nice thing for Caitlyn across from this composition is really the tankiest member on this lineup is kind of Ryze, because he went for the Rod of Ages. So she isn't so reliant on kind of a tank busting build or an armor shred build, and will get a lot of bang for her buck out of Hurricane Infinity Edge at this point.
There goes Flandre. He does have Blade of the Ruined King and is actually burning through Mouse's health. He's forced to flash and chain, but there's another stun. Clear Love to the rescue. Pops up, but Flandre's not done with you yet, Mouse. Do you have the damage? Do you have what it takes? You do, but at the cost of your own life.
Might lose a lot more than that. There is a wave prepping behind EDG, and they've now moved the appropriate members in response.
Yeah,
Snake
Scout
threatening
teleported
mid.
bottom. He's trying to rush for that tier 2. Zet is racing mid, as you said, to clear out the minion wave, gets a few auto attacks, but there is SOFM and Crystal. He kites it out excellently and is able to hold on to that one, but Scout is working on the bottom tier 2 turret. Zatai tries to answer on the other side of the map.
But the problem is that Mouse is going to spawn in 17 seconds, and Rise doesn't threaten inner tower fast enough for it to matter. So he's like, Nautilus is just going to walk up here, I have to pull off.
Oh man, evolved leap from SOFM, sorry, Void Spikes. Is he leaps forward onto Mako and gets a bit of damage there. The tier 2 falls. There's no answer from Zatai on the other side. Mouse is able to go top and catch that minion wave. Snake don't find a pick, and EDG are now 4 turrets to 1, 7 kills.
But they could have, and that was kind of the bright light for a second because Flandre went down and Mouse now has even more global gold because the tower then soon fell after Flandre. It's a sticky situation, but for a small window, you saw what Snake were looking for. You know, they needed that lane assignment to win, the Kennen versus Nautilus. It was winning when it was isolated in a 1v1, but Caleb had to come and ruin the party.
Shown up just in time to make it worth for EDG. Whoa. Could that be the whole meta theme of Clear Love showing up today? Showing up just in time to make their run worth for EDG? It is week 6. He's already showing in this one set a lot more unification of EDG.
I'm just curious what form they'll look like against more top-tier teams. It's so unfortunate that RNG versus EDG had to happen so early on in cross-conference and week 1 of cross-conference. Again, we won't see those 2 teams clash until playoffs if they meet.
Yeah.
We really just have, you know, kind of WE as the big benchmark to look back to. Snake have been a roller coaster. We don't really know where to judge them right now. They're not the team that we were so excited for in 2017, you know, going through a lot of growing pains with their roster. Crystal now in support. And it makes a fine Karma, but we haven't seen him play anything but Karma.
Nami.
1 Nami and Lulu game.
Yes, 2 champions a support pool makes. Not really, though. Unless you're in solo queue. In that case, you should focus on several limited champion pools. But this is the professional LPL.
This is solo queue tips with Dom.
Yes.
Don't waste control words.
Don't waste control words. Focus on a specific champion pool. Oh, boy.
What else you got for me?
Always trade at level 2 on Talon. That's actually true.
I didn't dispute you. You were the master there. It was your show. It's the Flandre show, though, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, takes the bottom tier 1. Finally able to knock down a second turret, but EDG seem content to trade that over. Mouse has to play a little bit further back as he now has Sunfire and Spirit Visage. And you can see Zatai invading, is ready to punish if Mouse wants to fight him.
Setting the trap for the Mouse. There's a pun there, but we're going to ignore it.
It's a great board game as well.
No. That doesn't even count as a board game.
Mousetrap?
There's like 20 different pieces to that.
You roll dice. It's actually just gambling. You just roll dice, and if you lose, you end up in the mousetrap.
It's just fun because you get to put it together. It's like really cheap Legos.
Yeah, but Legos, they move with your imagination. The mousetrap actually, like, things happen. Balls move, levers swing.
You're right, and when you step on Mousetrap, your foot doesn't fall off. So what was I thinking?
Comparatively, yeah. 25 minutes in, EDG are just making this look effortless. They're taking it very slow and respectfully, though.
I don't think I've seen Zatai get a single blue buff this game. It is consistently challenged by EDG.
On spawn timer, ace in the hole. Doesn't do too much damage to SOFM.
Something that EDG were always very good at when playing from blue side is anytime the mid laner and jungle would move across map for blue buff, they would always challenge top side of map, especially for very early Baron rotations. Naturally, it's much harder to do that on red side.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly taking their time. They've got a lot of vision on that side of the map. Don't know if they see Zatai, but they certainly see the sweeper. That's Realm Warp.
To check the Baron.
Oh, man, they have got no vision at all.
That's scary.
You can already see how Snake are starting to fall apart under the pressure. The threat of EDG.
But if Snake can just hold out long enough, and as I say that, EDG are like, nope.
We're going to force the issue. Yeah, Scout and Clearlove trying to solo this. Clearlove isn't that tanky. Zet shows up with the 90 caliber, and that's sped in by Mako to finally dish out some auto attacks. Snake have no idea. Mouse is teleporting in for some reason.
It's because Clearlove's low health and they didn't see where Snake were, so they were gearing up for a potential fight if Snake decided to Sivir ult at them.
But I love that EDG are already looking 2 steps ahead, and Snake are 2 steps behind. Oh, there's a teleport. That's going to be Flandre trying to get in and force this. Mako gets into the back. Mouse is doing some work, but Flandre is forced to flash out and gets away. No, Scout follows before resetting. He's still alive, ace in the hole through the fight, hits SOFM. Mouse chases after Crystal and should be able to get it. Clearlove buys the kill as Scout doesn't get his chains popped onto SOFM. So far, it's only 1, but they've still got the Baron, and they force Zatai's flash.
And they've now got proper positioning on the mid lane tower. Zatai cannot approach without his tank line in front of him. And unfortunately, Flandre is back in base, and SOFM is nowhere to be seen from. So the tower falls without much refute.
Yeah, this next one looks to fall as well. Zet moving very far forward, destroys it. The headshot onto SOFM is huge. Zatai is caught by a hook and popped by Zet. And EDG are making huge use of this Baron. Scout doesn't follow up with the chains, but the inhib has fallen. 9-1, 8,000 gold in.
On the bright side, Snake have a kill, so we're on the board.
Yeah, they got that one 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome to the game, Frosco.
I was just trying to. I was trying to dig real deep to find the bright side.
Silver lining, silver lining.
And you just had to take it away from Snake like that. It's been an uphill climb, doll.
Look, these are some dark and stormy clouds for Snake right now because EDG, we were. Hold on, I wrote down a very specific line in my notes. We were expecting them to take a 2-0 and let's actually go through
that. That was a replay as SOFM was dying. Yeah. So we look back on this. Flandre, you know, he gets a good ultimate, but again, it's an on-hit cannon. It's not an AP cannon, so you don't get that big burst damage. Then it gears up enough time for EDG to get their big, beefy tank line in front of them. Mouse and the, Nautilus and the Rek'Sai. They chase down the kills, they've got the position, they've chunked out enough health.
Yeah, they managed to kill Flandre over the course of that replay, and they are not relenting at all. 3,000 gold advantage with that Baron buff already. A hook falls onto Crystal, and he dies as well with 2 dead. They might even try to end here as Redemption fills them back up to full health. I don't even think they took any damage before that, as they now move on to the Nexus turrets. OQ is trying to fire out these auto attacks, but he just can't afford to get close to EDG. The amount of damage they're doing this early on is crazy. As the next turrets go down in Snake, they just seem to be ready and waiting for this defeat. From the steps of the fountain, they watch as the Nexus falls. And EDG take game number 1 in convincing fashion.
Ooh, welcome back, Clearlove. You can see it on his face. Happy man.
So, what I was referring to earlier was in my notes, I have written down, we are expecting another 2-0 from EDG. We need them to demonstrate consistency and prove that they deserve to remain at the top of their group. Raz, welcome back. Do you think they qualify to remain at the top of their group?
Check mark, and I guess, yeah, check mark.
Yeah, triple check mark.
Yep.
That's a good report card to bring home.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's not my report card. So, but yeah, overall, that was really, really stunning from EDG. We expect this from the laners overall to be able to get the advantages because just take a look at that, and that's what you expect. So, Scout being able to utilize his advantage mid to go top, and the moment, you know, Kennen dies in that top lane, you're like, all right, wash our hands with this one. And we saw the front line coming in from EDG, and it did work.
But Raz, when Mako and Clearlove ganked mid
oh
lane,
yes,
was it just like
it was a song? Just I heard only music.
2016 once again.
Let me sing you the song of my people. We have 3 good teams in the LPL again.
You want to talk about 2016? We're in the future. But Rek'Sai pick. I mean, come on now. This guy just like really Rek'Sai. I mean, he makes it work. He did a lot of work on it, and that just comes down to team play. Doesn't matter what meta he is Clearlove. He is working really well with the rest of his team, takes control of mid, takes control of top. The reason why this game was just a done deal very early on, and it was because they had it early. Like, that's just a team that I've ever seen. And when you look towards Snake, their last set up against Vici and Newbie, we said that, yeah, they're on the upward trajectory, but we haven't seen them play a good team. I mean, they just got washed out.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
They certainly have. So I also want to check in on something that you mentioned a little bit earlier before the game. For this matchup, we specifically want to watch EDG's mid-game decision-making and shot calling. I feel like they kind of closed it out a little bit. They did slow down, but did they improve in that regard? Are we seeing EDG show up?
Oh, yeah. It's so I use the phrase objective identification, and basically that just means picking what is the most efficient objective to contest on the map. And there's always an objective. It doesn't always have to be a monster objective like Baron or Dragon, or a structure objective like a tower or an inhib. It can be something like the Raptor camp, that ward, the blue buff. The blue buff was never given to Zatai. And this is what EDG with Clear Love are always very good at. They take micro objectives and they snowball them into bigger leads.
Yeah, and think of it this way. If you're contesting for Dragon, that means they can't take your blue buff. But if you're contesting Raptors, they can't go for Dragon. If you continue to push the line and push the vision control farther and farther, then you literally you are able to completely clean out the rest of the map. And so this is something that we talked about WE in the last set not being able to do, that they weren't able to shove in Uzi in the mid lane, and they weren't able to take down the, or at least both camps, both jungle maps. And so it was a standstill. EDG were able to completely push them in so far and just completely take the rest of the map from them.
Very good ownership from EDG in order to do that. And of course, the return of Clear Love is no small celebration in itself. To see him come back at high form, as you said, he hasn't exactly been doing great in scrims, but was able to show up huge in this game. Scout, though, is going to take the MVP at 5-0-4 on LeBlanc in the mid lane.
What's the deal there?
That was so easy to give Clear Love the MVP on his return to the LPL, and they were just like, conscious effort. No.
Nah, he's gotta, make him work for it.
What? He set that guy up. The only reason Scout is 5-0-4 right now.
Here's some replays to show you. I mean, I don't see a Rek'Sai whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I don't
He's
see
able to
3
get-
people in Scout's lane.
I only see a Scout for this one. And then you see on the top side of the map, and this is what I think I can actually look to attribute to Scout, is when he did go towards the top side of the
Yes.
map. And that was a great play from him. And the moment he kills the Kennen, I was like, oh, that's painful. We've seen it before. Ken is not going to be able to come out of that from that point. It's going to be such a hard win for Kennen to be able to come out even in that matchup, especially since Nautilus was able to get ninja tabbies from that point, attack speed Kennen into ninja tabbies, and the rest of the armor items coming from Nautilus. It's going to be much harder for him.
And that was the thing. It was so important for Snake's composition that Kennen had to stay equal or get ahead of the Nautilus for them to exploit anything around the map. And because Flandre fell behind, he couldn't 5v5. He's attack speed Kennen. What's he going to do?
Yeah.
He couldn't 1v1 because the Nautilus got ahead and had all of that armor. Snake were just like bleeding out in every lane.
And I like the difference between AP and AD Kennen. The AD Kennen is like, well, I should be ahead in the lane. If I fall behind, I'm done. I can't team fight. AP Kennen is like, if I fall behind in lane, if I get the certain item, I can team fight, just to like outplay a situation and get ahead. So obviously we haven't seen AP Kennen in quite some time, but that's just like an opening. Hey, you know what? If you're going to find yourself in that much of a deficit, change your itemizing or change to a different champion.
If you too can't lane, AP Kennen's for you.
There we go.
Call the AP Kennen hotline. I think, though, that the whole celebration for EDG is, of course, exciting, and we're looking forward to see how they perform again in game number 2. How do we look for Snake to bring this back? How do we look for them to see any sort of growth whatsoever?
SOFM has to do something. He literally sat on that Raptor. Raz,
For
were
what,
you
2
watching
minutes?
that? He was sitting on the ramp waiting for Clear Love to gank mid for like 45 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I'm just going to say this now. My only point to Snake is it's so hard for them, right? Because they need to play as
I
a
could
team.
tell.
It is very hard because they get completely outplayed. It was a smashing victory from EDG because they made every contest, every situation a 3v2, 4. Like the numbers game was always in their favor because Mako played like a boss. And so I'm looking towards the side of Snake. That's going to be hard to ask for them to like try and commit that much because that takes a lot of practice for them to do.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can improve in game number 2. We'll be right back with that set.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 words. tightrope, the hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Who you want to be? Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
Welcome back, everyone, to what could very well be our final game of the evening. We're about to get ready into Game 2 of Snake versus EDG, and that man on your screen has finally returned. Clear Love, the king, is back.
And joining him, of course, is Mouse Scout, Zet, and Mako. And Mako, in particular, is having a phenomenal series. He just looks like a completely different man next to Clear Love.
Yeah, Mako or Breako. I wonder who put down that pun. Miss Frostcurin.
Not deft, but definitely good enough.
I love that one. But yeah, overall, I think this team is looking quite well. I mean, that was just one game, but that was a smashing victory. And I think we're going to have to see how it goes into Game 2. What do you think? I'm going to pose this question to you. Snake. I mean, I already said it. We went into the break. Do you think this team has what it takes? What would you think the smallest pointed difference means to, like, at least make this competitive?
SOFM has to be proactive in his lanes. I feel like he was non-existent there. You could see that he was trying to keep up with Clear Love, but ultimately, I just want SOFM to do his own thing. Like, why try to match Clear Love? Why not just try to make ganks happen on any side of the map that you wanted?
Hopefully, SOFM will be able to show us a stronger performance in this setup. Finally returning to the jungle for his team, and now immediately forced to play against the likes of EDG. We were hoping to see at least some form of strength from Snake. At the very least, they looked unified in their defeat, and they haven't been falling apart, but this is just a team on a completely different level than EDG.
Yeah, and that just comes down to doubling down, all right? Like, when you come across a team that is so willing to send their support at you multiple times, what's the answer to that? Send your support as well. So a lot of the times, unless, of course, if you can really look towards pressuring bot side, Mako understands his lane very well. He's played support for a very long time, and you can tell where I'm going with this one. Crystal needs to start learning how to, like, deal with that a lot of the times.
He did invade a few times for vision and had a bit of punishment.
Learn your place, Crystal. You are no longer the Draven King. You're not spoon-fed anymore. Now you spoon-feed us.
Yes. Things have changed on the Snake roster. And the question is it for better or for worse?
I mean, for the better. Like, that's just the general. I mean, it's so hard to think of Snake being able to take a win against EDG. If they are able to take a win, that's great, right? Even if they lose this set, if they take that one victory, that one sweet win, then you know what? Your job is done. Snake wants to be able to showcase their 4-4 in their group right now. They're third place. So I think they're at a really good spot. This is a time which I just want them to be able to learn.
I just have to question if this is still the strongest iteration of Snake. You know, they actually have a support player sitting on their bench just waiting to play. Why not? Like, they value OQ so much to not play Crystal AD carry, Mo support.
I don't know if it's like, I think we've had this discussion a lot. I don't know so much if it's an OQ thing rather than it's a Mo thing, because every iteration that we've seen, every change that we've seen from Snake, it has been without Mo. And so we'll have to see if that's the case. Then they can very easily look towards a new roster change as the season goes on, even going into the next season. But right now, this is something that's working for them. Maybe not to the initial expectations that they had about being a fourth place team and up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they might have to change their expectations. They're running out of time to start taking wins, and we're starting to see other groups in Group A slowly make the climb towards the top and look for that third, fourth place spot. Snake are going to have to fight for it.
Well, I mean, third and fourth place, that's what they're tied for. If they get into playoffs, that's all it takes.
Wow.
See if they can take this one.
We'll certainly see. if they can make the climb as the weeks go on. But we've entered into Champion Select for game number 2 between Snake and EDG. Once again, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Raz. Thank you so much for your analysis. And he'll be joining us after this set to break down the series. As EDG have already gone for the next 3 bans, it is Rengar, Rise, and Varus taken away from Snake. Malzahar and LeBlanc banned away from Scout.
So this time around, they should be able to get a jungler that isn't Rek'Sai. Big picks stand out like the Graves, Elise, and Kha'Zix are all available.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to prioritize that as, yup, they do. There it is.
I'm so disappointed that it's not Kha'Zix. I completely understand why it's Graves, but Clearlove was the OG Kha'Zix player before Kha'Zix was actually a relevant thing. That said, Graves has kill pressure on so many champions. Like, if Kha'Zix ever has to use his E to get into range of Graves, he's pretty much already lost the trade. Like, you have to come around Fog of War and just find him in melee range, otherwise you're just SOL.
Well, in this case, SOFM is hoping not to be SOL. And will try to keep track of Clearlove a little bit more successfully than in the previous game. He had some clever pathing, but EDG were able to keep track of it with some good timing, a good timed roam from Mako. This time, though, it is Crystal on Lulu, and SOFM is returning back to that Kha'Zix. But Scout takes Syndra, and Scout of the Week is a great way to keep Kha'Zix off your face.
Yeah, it's also very terrifying if Graves ever gets ahead over that Kha'Zix and you can start unlocking the Syndra, moving her around with you, and having kill pressure on pretty much anyone on the map.
Yeah, the follow-up, though, is going to be Nami now picked up for Mako in the bottom lane. EDG have a very clear-cut idea of what they're going for, and it looks like Snake, they're getting some strong champions, but is it going to be strong enough against EDG?
And you would think that Ezreal is probably going to be the pick of choice here for Zet, now that Nami has been shown. They work very well together, so we'll see if they just let that one go through. They do have first pick out of red side, so they could take it away or possibly even ban it.
Yeah, now Echo picked up for Zatai. He has seen a lot of success on this split-pushing Echo and has actually taken them to victory in their last set against Vici and then Newbie the week before.
The key word for me there is split-pushing, though. Zatai was mid laner, turned top laner, back to mid lane. But in his identity as a top laner, he actually developed a really good feel for split-pushing and when was the appropriate time to do it. And it's nice to see that that has transferred back over into mid lane, and he's still able to execute on it with picks like Echo.
Yeah, with Kennen banned away, EDG might be showing that they are looking for another tank in the top lane to answer that split push Echo. Or perhaps they could go for something a little bit more straightforward and just try to rush it down the mid lane, as they still need to pick up their own AD carry. So we're looking at AD carry in top once again for both of these teams.
Power picks still available. Camille, Shen. I know, you were like checking the bans,
Yeah,
like Camille's open? What?
Yeah, Gragas is actually banned away from Mouse. It's getting very far down the roster, and Flandre is very strong on the champion. EDG have to know that that's a strength, or do they try to target OQ instead?
I mean, Shin's still available because he wasn't banned, and so it does offer you some sort of counterplay against the Camille. He favors very well in the 1v1 micro matchups, so I actually like the fact that they ban away the Rumble, kind of force you into that.
Yeah. With that banned, it's 4 top lane bans on this final set. Camille immediately the hover for Flandre to take into the top lane. He's picking it blind. His mouse going to show us that he can play something a little bit more than a tank this time. Or, you know, just Chen. I was like, Renekton. Oh, no.
So why Shen does really well across from Camille is when he procs his W in between her Q. Typically that forces Camille to kind of max or put multiple points into W, just so she can kind of match his wave clear and sit in the lane and sustain up.
As it is, though, EDG, we're giving that Ezreal a hover as you predicted, now swapping through all of those big AD carries. Perhaps the long-range Ashe engage, or just the safety of the Ezreal. When in doubt, trust your analyst. It's not like they know the game.
It's the fact that EDG could have 2 winning lanes in their side waves. So we talked a little bit about the Shin versus Camille matchup and how he's kind of been considered one of the standout counters for Camille that arrived early, whereas Nami and Ezreal have a very potent, you know, early game or early few levels against pretty much any 2v2 in the bottom side. So even the likes of Ashe and Lulu here, but they do need to execute on it. So it's not a freebie and a gimme because they get push priority, it's about your trade potential.
With that Lulu in there, there's a lot of shields, and of course we've already seen some creative jungle paths out of SOFM who might be able to tilt that matchup in their favor. But of course, OQ and Crystal have got to be well aware of that bottom lane pressure coming out of the Ezreal Nami combo. So we'll keep an eye on that bottom lane early on, but Graves for Clearlove creates a much more volatile set for EDG. Perhaps we get to see Dark Clearlove rear his monstrous head.
I would love to say so. Last time we saw Clearlove on Graves, he was strong, a strong performer on the champion. Again, disappointed that we don't get to see Clearlove's Kha'Zix now that he's kind of back in the swing of things. But taking a look at Snake's composition, because they have Camille and Echo, they actually have a really good 1-3-1 comp, especially if SOFM decides to evolve his W, so he gets that three-pronged safety of the slow, so he can actually keep Lulu Ashe safe in that middle lane. But that's really dependent on Echo, or excuse me, Zatai and Flandre getting ahead. So that's what we need to look for, and to see how SOFM can help snowball them, or if they do it passively by themselves.
We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that, but the person who's going to try to keep them down is Clearlove, making his return here. And, of course, the laners, to try to keep track of that, Scout and Mouse have been doing a pretty solid job on their own. Of course, Scout getting MVP in game number 1 on that LeBlanc, totally popped off. I know we're a little bit torn on who actually got that MVP. Was it the person who gets pushed into the position to succeed, or the person who actually succeeds?
I'm pretty sure it's the person who sets up the ball.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Scout played well.
It's one of those debates for the ages, and this is actually a conversation that we've had a lot on the NALCS as well. How do you define MVP? The person who helps the team win the most, or the person who wins the game for the team? It's all about the perspective at which you approach it. But this is a much deeper conversation that has nothing to do with the actual game.
No, I think it's an interesting conversation. I know where I sit, but like you said, I think it's fairly definitive an answer of just the perspective that you want to look at it.
Yeah.
In terms of...
I think we can share the perspective that EDG are looking really strong with Clearlove back.
It's also nice to say that they get to continue to have that identity where they get to pick where they beat you. You know, they don't just have to rely on Deft in the bottom lane. You know, now that they have Zet and Scout's the performer, and Mouse is now stepping up and performing above and beyond expectations that he ever showed domestically. You know, Clearlove has this arsenal of weapons that he can put his resources in. That said, he's also
great. Pick and
Graves.
choose.
Maybe he just goes full Swift and decides, I'm going to be the carry of this game.
I mean, what better way to welcome yourself back to the LPL than just going full solo queue on the enemy team? So far, though, looks like EDG are very defensive on the bottom side. Mouse actually sitting up top, but 4 members of EDG waiting bottom, looking for that inevitable Raptor invade from Snake.
And I like the adaptation here from EDG to make sure that they're also covering the try. A delayed ward 130 from Mako. See if they're actually going to help with this Raptor camp.
Yeah, but OQ and Crystal are actually going for something a little cheesy by sitting down inside of the bottom rush of bot lane.
This is the classic Afrika Freaks, where they just try to chunk you out. Nope, they give themselves away, and they're now pushing the wave. But this is cute. So a very quick level, what?
Should be 3, or no, not quite yet.
No, because they changed the experience now. But just a super fast ramp time for his
on the
jungle.
other side. He will be spotted out by a ward from Snake, so they see this coming, and SOFM is on that side of the map. He's cleared out his own red buff, so we won't pop 3 either. But they see that Clearlove is here. He gets a ward, spots SOFM. Actually, LQ is getting pulled up as well.
Oh
Lands
no,
a slow
Nami.
with the volley, but here comes Mako. He's still level 1. He drops exhaust, but Clearlove tries to go in, putting out some damage with the red buff, but it is not enough.
Wow, good patience from OQ. In the end, he does burn his heal, so it's heal for exhaust there, but a lot of time wasted for Clearlove, and any sort of advantage or tempo advantage that he had been given by that hard leash on red has actually now been absorbed in terms of Kha'Zix versus Graves. Because SOFM just got to sit there and continue to farm his jungle. Mako did all the hard work for him to slow Clearlove down.
As it was, Snake probably feeling pretty comfortable with the fact that Dark Clearlove, he tried to show up, but so far his ugly head has been kept down. SOFM shows up mid, but Scout is already under his turret. I say ugly head, he's an attractive man. It's not actually an ugly head.
I was
It's metaphorical.
thinking you were going more for like a metaphor, you know, like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
horn demon.
Yes.
So I know, Clearlove.
Whoa.
Nice looking guy.
Going really aggressive. Gets the whoa! So he got the auto attack. It was homing in midair. Echo gave him the empowered auto attack. So it did enough damage to burst Crystal.
flashes after too. That has to
Man.
sting in so many ways.
If he hadn't flashed, I think the attack would have hit him half a second sooner before Mako had popped the E. He might have caused his own death.
Likewise, he was also trying to, oh, because you're saying the travel time
Yeah.
that he put the cast on. Likewise, he was also just trying to get out of range of the Q.
Yeah, whoa. Welcome back to the LPL, Clear Love. I hope you like dying.
Get him, SOFM.
Yeah.
Show him that's your Gromp.
So, SOFM is doing something. He actually gets smite over the wall for a heal, but Mouse misses his shadow dash.
SOFM's doing a lot. Hold on.
Man, Scout gets out of the stun as he knocks Flandre back, but Zatai on the invade keeps scaring him away. Mouse is still there, but suddenly he's 1 versus 2. Flash is not enough. SOFM is 2-0.
That is your jungle, SOFM. You tell him.
Yeah.
It's my control board, too. Get off my lawn. Now, SOFM, finally, this is what we want to see from this guy. He's now ahead, 2-0-0 on the Kazakhs. There is no excuse for him not to spread the wealth, you know, spread the love around his other lanes.
I mean, theoretically. But it is also SOFM, and he might just return to his jungle to farm with this advantage.
No, he is very good at once he's ahead to exploit those advantages. I have faith in SOFM.
Oh, Scout gets the auto attack. He's got another Dark Sphere ready. Doesn't quite have enough damage this early on to get a kill onto Zatai, and Zatai knows it, holds onto his flash, and we'll just let the wave get pushed in instead. Recall from SOFM is 2 long swords along with that tracker's knife. He's got a control word and refillable. What does he look for next? Looks like it's wolves.
Yeah. So things need to calm down a little bit for EDG. They need to pump the brakes, slow down the game. They're down a lot of key summoner spells, especially in the top side of the map with Mouse. That said, Mouse still fairly safe in the lane because he has his taunt, although Flandre, closer to level 6, does have E, and Kazakhs, I'm sitting here debating, like, is he actually safe in that lane? It could very well be very scary.
Yeah, he has the ability to block, but he has a lot of experience down, and with SOFM on the invade, he will spot out this Gromp. Clearlove does see the remnants of that ward, but SOFM is right there. Mouse is waiting in the wings. There's no summoner for SOFM. He steals the Gromp and just hops right out. Welcome back to the LPL, Clearlove.
Got what I came for. And it's nice that SOFM is recognizing that they are so much stronger on the top side of the map, so continuing to exploit that advantage there. Ducking in, invading, taking away resources from Clearlove, continuing to put him down, and now even looking top. This could be a potential dive. Flandre is level 6.
Yeah, he's now been spotted out by a ward, so Mouse just has to sit under his turret and keep himself safe. Clearlove's invading on the opposite side, so it's all up to Mouse. This is a big minion wave coming in, and he just has to sit there.
Oh, this is risky. He doesn't have flash. I don't think Mouse can do that. I think this is the wrong call, but we'll see.
Yeah, Flandre gets the engage, immediately pops Hextech Ultimatum. SOFM taking a few turret hits. It baits it out, and they weren't attacking him.
Yeah, Mouse just... I don't know if that's me just being straight up wrong or them just not targeting the right thing.
Flandre procced aggro, then used Hextech Ultimatum to become untargetable and reset aggro. SOFM did a hit and red buff, swapped aggro over to SOFM, so he had to leave.
Brutal. That was a huge creep wave. Ultimate on Flandre. No flash on Shin. He should have died.
Oh, yeah. Clearlove's actually still bottom, and Scout is now showing up as well. They found Q flash. Bubble catches him. He's pinned against the wall. And that is a very dead AD carry. Scout picks that one up.
So mis-execution by Snake top side of the map, but perfect execution by EDG on the bottom side of the map. And no blunders with the tower aggro that time around.
Ooh. Good Shadow Dash. Mouse is finally level 6, so he possibly could have helped that as well. Looks like Zatai is actually heading back towards that top side. There's no ward in the river to spot this, but the control ward at the very top in brush.
He doesn't have his ultimate, however, so Zatai's actually just walking up here with simply his 3 abilities and flash.
Yeah, he sees it now. Mouse, you outplayed it once. Can you do it again? He is currently stunned, but is able to block the auto attack from Zatai, so it takes the 3rd hit of the Z drive. Still no auto attack, misses his Shadow Dash. Zatai goes down! Mouse! You're being gifted this!
What is happening? Snake, please!
Oh, Bubble is going to go down. Smite is late from SOFM, I believe. That was EDG that got the blue buff.
Why would you choose? You didn't... He chose it without his ultimate to go for that. Like, they're like, okay, Camille doesn't have ult. I don't have ult. Now let's dive.
Yeah, Clearlove got the smite, so he stole the blue away from SOFM, denied it from Zatai, and now he's taking his own red buff. Despite the fact that EDG lost the first few kills. They were 1-2. They're now up in gold by nearly 1,500. They've taken the first turret of the game in that bottom tier 1 and already unlocked Zet if they so choose. Mako is freely moving around the map with an early sight stone.
I mean, no reason for Zet to really go anywhere else right now. Mouse, like you said, has kind of just been gifted himself back into this game. He was put so far behind, but mis-execution after mis-execution by Snake. Zet, the waves push back into him. He's little Ezreal, is super safe by himself, very self-sufficient champion. Oh, round 3. I see Zatai like moving bottom like, I can't dive top, can I dive bot?
Yeah. Maybe just stay in the kiddie pool for a little bit longer. Oh, hey, there he goes. I mean, you're not supposed to dive in it, but we've seen crazier things. SOFM get some vision onto that side of the jungle, but it was recently cleared out by Clearlove. The only thing remaining is that Krugs. Looks like they're going to try diving mid now against a Syndra.
But Syndra has complete knowledge of this, as well as the Shin Ultimate Stand United available, so I say come at me.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, trying to bait Zatai forward, takes a big hit, chunk down to half. Still seeing SOFM wait over the wings.
Here comes Lulu as well, so Crystal's being pulled, as well as OQ.
Yeah,
Where's
OQ's
the arrow?
level 6. SOFM shows himself, but is now stunned, and that is a lot of damage! Dive me now! EDG are just getting all of these kills.
What is happening, Snake? Okay, hold on.
It's like they're trying to eat soup with a fork right now. They've got the right idea, but the execution is just completely off.
Thank you for that visual. It's quite fitting.
They're now taking Ocean Drake and EDG. They lost the first 4 minutes. They were down. And now they are in complete control. They're 2,000 gold ahead. They've got Ocean Drake.
It's fine. Go long.
All
Anyway.
right. Yeah. So, okay, Snake, how do you get back into this? Put down your fork.
Just execute. Like, they have, like you said, the right idea. They've got all these cool ultimates. They can have so much dive potential. You know, it's really important on their composition that Echo and Camille get ahead.
There is just something not there.
Something's not clicking.
Yeah.
It's the buttons. It's definitely the buttons in the right order.
Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, taking stock of the game. Despite it being down 15 CS, Mouse is up a kill. So he's definitely even in gold and is just trading freely with a Camille. Zet is up 1-0-1 and 15 CS over OQ, so huge gold advantage. He's going to be hitting his Triforce spike well
The
before.
Tri-Sword.
Yeah.
The legendary. Mouse and, yeah, I almost caught Fondry there.
So close.
So they're swapping Zet and Mako up into the top lane because they're like, okay, it's time to snowball this. We feel really confident. Let's take the next tower. Mouse, kick down to the bottom. I'll see you when I need your Stand United. Okay, round 3. Get up.
Oh, if he landed that stun, you know he would have gone in. He's trying. Oh, man. Panic ultimate from Scout, perhaps? Or maybe he's trying to bait it forward?
I mean, it's massive damage. You never know what Satai's going to do. He's the type of dude who you think he's going to back up and he rolls forward.
Oh, gets the stun, and Satai's able to tumble away. Now healed up by Mako, not to mention that Ocean Drake topping him off.
But Snake do have the inside track bottom.
Yep.
So maybe round 3?
It's 4 at this point.
Mouse versus Snake?
Yeah, round 3 for Mouse.
They're bringing Zatai. They got it.
He's running. Shadow Dash. Uses Flash to escape the slow, but he's going to be caught by it. Gets out of the arrow, but he's still followed up by the stun. He's shielding up so much, and finally, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But fool me 3 times, don't get fooled again. Yeah!
We got it.
Bottom tier 1 is about to go down. Snake looking to take that. They will secure, but it's traded right back for EDG.
Okay, Snake, back on the right track. This is what we want to see. They pick up the kill, they trade the tower, they're pushing through, and now we're in a race.
Alrighty, tier 2 versus tier 2. EDG are pushing forward.
Big tempo advantage to Snake, however.
They're already on it, and they will be able to break it down. Teleport is up for Flandre, but currently he's holding mid, and Scout looks like he's heading up towards the top to intercept.
And everyone can forget what happened between minutes 5 and minute 7 for Snake. It never happened. We're back on track.
Oh, man. Very confusing set of minutes, but they finally got themselves back together. They finally execute on the play. Still down about 2,000 gold. EDG have got the momentum. Don't have the game just yet.
And back to Rift Herald.
Yeah, this time EDG are going to be the ones to take that. Zet does a lot of damage.
So now that we have these really extended and long lanes, I would assume that everyone's probably going to funnel into the mid lane because that's what everyone needs to crack. We'll see if EDG can exploit the fact that they have control of the top side with deep vision on that top side and maybe try to pull people off of the mid lane tower. Whereas SOFM and Snake and crew need to exploit the advantage that they have bot side, which is what they're doing now.
Yeah, they've got so much vision down there. They see Mouse, but they're actually catching the red buff as it spawns. True Shot Barrage sees that it's being stolen. Lots of pings going out. Meanwhile, OQ is actually pushing up minions in the mid lane. He gets half of the health on that turret before EDG can respond. Perhaps he could capitalize on that later on.
Sorry, I just hear people
Yeah, I know.
distantly screaming.
Our producers the next room over are losing it this game. We can hear you guys. Through a headset in the next room over.
Yeah.
This is an amazing set. EDG are trying to get back in. And Snake are looking to answer. 2 minutes up for that Ocean Drake.
It's much easier for Snake, however, to just kind of sit here passively and absorb the farm, slow down the pace of the game. You know, they've got the Ashe, they've got the big trigger button. If EDG want to pull the trigger, it's really on, I almost said Xiaohu because I saw Syndra, Scout and Mouse. So they're much more about kind of like reactionary play with the Shin. They're not really put in the driver's seat with this composition to be like the quirky Shin, catch you out of position. It's more like you jump on us and then Shin teleports.
They're reactive. Almost like they want to sit back and wait for Snake to make a mistake, like they've been doing. All right, Mouse finds Flandre. He's got Sunfire and is slowly burning through that Camille's health.
He is destroying Camille.
Yeah, that's not looking great,
Run!
Flandre. He flashes, but Mouse is hot on the heels. Meanwhile, Scout tries to force this fight with Zatai. Mako's up there as well. He's staying in front of the Chrono Break Shadow. Lands the stun, so he's got a shield. Scout is just going crazy right now.
Continuing to chase, however, they've now got pressure in both lanes, so EDG fine to take the lane assignments like this. Like, Mouse is huge. Gifted the early game. We just saw him destroy the Camille.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you talked about before we got into the set. If Zatai and Flandre are going to set up into a 1-3-1 so OQ could pressure mid, they have to be successful in their lanes. Flandre can't keep up with Mouse, and Scout, Syndra, is keeping pace with this Echo.
And over time, this means that EDG will just kind of passively win the map. Snake have to find some sort of numbers advantage, or they need to find a pick. So everyone has to look at OQ. My problem is that I have no doubt that OQ can play an amazing Ashe, that he's a very strong AD carry. I do have my doubts of how coordinated and how well he communicates with this team, because he has so much responsibility for them.
He's trying to do the best he can right now, empowered by Clear Love, the Clear Love buff. He's doing some work. Ocean Drake has respawned, and EDG are already setting up vision. They've got Mouse on the top side of the map, almost as if they knew that this was coming. And instead, they will focus some push priority onto this mid lane. OQ's going to try to clear it out, but Volley and the Void Spikes only do so much.
And now we go back, pick up the farm bottom, take the Ocean Dragon. If Snake think that they can take the 5v5, then I think EDG are just happy to do so.
Yeah.
They are so strong
they've
right
got
now.
some damage, yeah. That's Haunting Guys, needlessly large rod on Scout. He hasn't finished an item, but he still does crazy work. Triforce.
KFC variety bucket of mid lane.
Yep.
He'll just hit you and you'll explode because it's Syndra.
Yeah. Ocean Drake is going to be taken, but it looks like Snake are set to trade the top tier 1. They've already lost their mid tier 1, so EDG are still coming up in the neutral objectives. But this is table scraps being left aside by EDG. This isn't Snake getting themselves back into the game by any means, though it is only 500 gold difference between them now.
I mean, anytime you can trade objectives, it's always going to be nice. Yeah, like you said, they are a tower down, so they still technically have some standing gold on the map. It's a better position for Snake to be in, especially because they were in between item points. You now have the Trinity Force completed on Camille, but you look at poor little OQ right now. He's got a Caulfield Hammer, BF Sword.
Hasn't even finished his Essence Reaver 18 minutes in.
I mean, if Scout is like the variety bucket of like great items from KFC, OQ's more like the mac and cheese.
And one cornbread.
But you know what no, you don't even get the cornbread.
Oh no.
Like, that's actually really good.
Can I get some napkins?
There's not like a single biscuit. It's just that mac and cheese that's just like stuffed in a corner.
Oh man. Do you ever think that we go too hard on these imagery, these analogies? Clearlove is actually going super aggressive for the Scuttle Crab, and SOFM managed to get his smite off, so I think he stole that away.
It's the little things for SOFM.
He's like, yes, Scuttle Crab.
I may have given up a lot of ground in this game, but I will not. This is where I draw the line.
Proceeds to get pushed back to 5 kills.
He's
This is where I will draw the line.
He's only down 800 gold, so Snake very truly still in this, especially because, what, 1,000 of that gold is in a freestanding tower, since it's 3 to 4.
And now Snake have set up that 1-3-1 we were talking about earlier. Mouse is trying to answer Zatai up top, but who's going to answer Flandre on the bottom if not Mouse? Right now it looks like Scout, but that tier 2 is already down. You gotta be afraid of Camille's dive.
Certainly needs some respect because Syndra is a squishier opponent, but Arrow!
Ooh, dodged by Mako as he gets to the side. SOFM does not get the assassination, but Zatai
Going
collapses
Zatai.
mid, showing up from behind, and he does not, in fact, go in. The bubble catches SOFM, and Zet is popping off. He chases forward. Mystic Shot does some damage, but SOFM and Crystal are out of there.
But here's the thing, it's a 1-3-1. Again, Camille and Echo still have the priority waves behind them in the mid lane. They will have threat on this tower. Maybe not Flandre, but Zatai certainly.
Oh, that's Hextech Ultimatum, and immediately gets pushed right on out. Here comes Clearlove as well. He manages to get the stun. Collateral damage is not enough. Flandre needs to make up his mind. Run, fight. Run, fight. Looks like it's run. Clearlove says fight. He actually flashes and is going to escape with his life.
Those boots are made for walking. And she just walked right out of there.
Does Camille wear boots?
Knife boots.
Okay, my brain went to a weird place. I was like, but what if she had the fork on her legs? And that's why they were trying to eat the soup. And then I decided to pull it back. EDG now are trying to clear this out. Flandre is able to escape with his life as he now has a Tiamat as well. So he's starting to stack up and get a little bit bigger. Ty, though, will be punished for trying to take the blue buff of Snake as SOFM smites it to secure it.
And we're now back in this tug of war over mid lane. OQ did land a great arrow the last time around, and again, that's the big responsibility and kind of the big cooldown that Snake need to use appropriately. Unfortunately, Zet was a god and turned the fight around, but we're back in the 1-3-1.
As Scout is now a jungler. Looks like it's Scout answering Zatai.
Yeah, just patience here. Like, Snake have to be so diligent with their flanking vision, which you can see that Zatai has spotted them out on that Baron ward, to make sure that Camille and Echo are continuously able to do this.
As it is, that means that EDG have got to hold up against Snake. Once again, pump the brakes, prevent this 1-3-1.
But we saw that vision from Snake that was kind of left over in the river. Now you take a look at that river. That's 3 control wards, 1 on Baron.
Yeah.
Everything's cleared out. And suddenly Snake are losing any ability to look for a 1-3-1. And Flandre is standing in river like, do I join the team? Do I not join the team?
Yeah, with Mouse bottom, with that split push pressure, if they find a pick onto SOFM or take a strong fight, that could very well mean Baron. Scout is waiting for an assassination, but SOFM's jungler senses, how do they know?
He's learned his lesson.
You can't just walk by Dark Vision.
No, 2 weeks ago, SOFM just would have, like, face first.
Into the pixel brush.
Right into that brush. He's like, Scuttle Crab's mine.
Ooh, Flandre's going to try to fight this. Mouse is actually taking some damage. True damage, does a lot. He's caught by the slow, gets the Shadow Dash, but not sure if he wants it. And Flandre says, you know what, I didn't want it.
Getting a bit more even, though, now that the Trinity Force is complete, so Flandre looking better, and eventually Camille will tip over.
I love how Mouse even went for the Tiamat before getting even tankier. So just straight up calling the bluff of like, I will fight you. And EDG, they've really had to slow down their momentum as the 1-3-1 for Snake has found its fruition in this match.
And then one of the big things that's lacking in EDG's composition is their hard engage. They're pretty much entirely reliant on Scatter the Weak or Taunt. So if Shin and Syndra aren't involved in those plays, they don't have any way to say, you are fighting us now, and they definitely don't have any long-range engage. I mean, unless you count the rolling tides of what's normally a disengage ult.
Yeah. Maybe a miracle bubble. We saw Ben do it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh. The immediate, oh god. As there is a quick pause in this, we'll try to get that figured out as quick as we can. But Snake have found some momentum. They've managed to slow down the game.
A much better game than it was from game 1. And like you said, they've got the momentum, they have breaking points late game, and they've done a great job of kind of pumping the brakes, finding the pause, and absorbing a lot of kind of free resources and free farm from EDG to get closer to that late game win condition.
They certainly are trying to delay things a little bit, but what is the win condition for Snake then? Just continue to tear EDG apart with this 1-3-1?
We can see Camille in the 1v1 across from Shen getting, more competent. And so if SOFM can just keep OQ safe, EDG aren't gaining a lot of ground because they're just getting kind of these passive throwaway dragons, ocean into cloud. That's not great.
Yeah.
So Snake aren't being punished for, again, pumping the brakes on the game, trying to catch their breath.
And Triple Ocean. A little bit unfortunate, but we've already seen what Triple Ocean Sustain can do.
If you're ever in a sieging position, which EDG haven't been.
So far, they've been playing rather reactionary to Snake, who have been the ones trying to break this setup. And once again, Zatai gets a few auto attacks on the top tier 2. SOFM shows up to support for a flank just in case. And this is certainly a play for Snake. 24 minutes in, there is no vision for EDG. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, and Blue Trinket is at red buff. There are pings on the way, and suddenly EDG realize what they're missing. It's vision on Baron, and it is going to cost them. They're racing forward as quick as they can. Stand United, they're actually going to try to force a fight as well, as that is going to be the tsunami.
Run!
Snake all evacuate the pit. They catch Crystal on the backside, but that is one death for the Baron. Scout gets that one. EDG continue to chase. Mouse doesn't quite land the slow. He's trying to get over there, and Blast Cone. SOFM waits. They actually turn it around, but Flandre makes it over the wall. Baron for Snake.
Yeah, they sneak it away before the teacher catches them. Kids scram. I always love it when teams just, everyone flashes out the back of the Baron pit. Scatter!
You saw nothing.
But this is a huge play from Snake. Again, they need to get closer into that late game. What better way than with the Baron? They can now even go on the offensive if they get a good setup.
Yeah, Flandre gets the sweep. OQ's on his way down there, and SOFM is as well, but...
A good setup.
Flandre?
Good setup, Flandre.
There we go. Where do they keep getting these forks?
I don't know.
They are scooping up something, as now Clear Love is trying to go for OQ and will bully him away. Arrow catches Mouse, in and out. Meanwhile, SOFM is at a tier 1. What is going on?
It works, though. The classic SOFM grabs the creep wave from behind you, but this time he's got Baron.
But last time he did this, he swapped to support for 3 weeks. This time he was able to take a tier 1.
Can he get out alive?
Yeah, here comes the rest of his team.
Oh no, with the red
Blast
buff
Cone, and he
over the
leaps
wall.
over. Oh, there's no follow-up. He's safe.
I think he's turning around for the taunt. Meanwhile...
Ooh, Zatai is on top of that Dark Sphere, forced to Chrono Break. That's now teleport as Flandre's on his way up.
Siege structures.
Or fight them, as that's what Zed is doing. He gets damage onto OQ, but it's not enough. Mako gets silenced by Crystal, and SOFM actually saves him temporarily. Mako back against the wall, drops to SOFM. Now Mouse is the squirrel. He's chasing after him.
Double teleport. Here comes
Crystal is
Zatai.
down there. Yeah, Zatai is actually heading down towards the bottom. Who needs Baron when you can get fight?
What?
Lateral damage to the face. I love this region so much. Mouse is now caught by Zatai's Chronosphere, and he's just going to walk it back to the tier 2.
Siege the structures. Why are we... What is there to fight over?
Oh, recall slowed. Arrow follows it up. Zatai stacks the stun. And Mouse, 4th time he goes down.
But we've got the creep wave. We've got OQ.
There they go. Sieging structures, and the minion wave is cleared.
That was amazing.
For 4 minutes of Baron buff, they sieged a structure.
I think they double teleported for that fight. There wasn't even a red buff. So here's my my confusion. I see this all the time sometimes. Is that you always want to make sure that you're fighting over something. I can tell that both teams are keen to fight, or more so Snake feel that they're very strong right now. That's a win rate and a half if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, fan vote. Woo.
But Snake can flex their power in more constructive and efficient ways around the map.
4 minutes of Baron, a grand total of 6 seconds were used to siege turrets. And that was SOFM backdooring a tier 1. I love this region so much.
My favorite was SOFM, just no emotion, takes the grades
Yeah.
up to the face.
Just standing outside of vision. EDG now are down 5,000 gold. Snake are the ones in the driver's seat. The 1-3-1 is proving effective, I think.
It's still working. That's a big Baron power play.
It is, yeah, 5,000 is a lot. They took one turret. No, that's not true. They did take the top tier too. I guess Zatai was able to finish it off while everyone was fighting
They
the red.
split pushed, they got a bunch of creep waves, and they
Okay.
definitely completely warded that jungle.
Yeah, they got some kills too.
That red jungle was theirs.
Oh man, they're just prepping for that third Ocean Drake. They can't let EDG get that triple Ocean.
I mean, at this point, they want the Ocean Drake just because, again, we want the Thunderdome, if you will. But really, it's about that second Baron. They didn't break, into the init blind. We still have an inner.
What
Wow.
is SOFM doing? He just leapt in and ulted to stop a support's recall.
To be fair, that is a really obnoxious recall. So I would have died for it.
But why? What are they doing? What is Snake doing right now? They're 5,000 gold ahead. They've got a 1-3-1 setup.
So they're trying to buy time for Camille and Zatai. Zatai is actually standing in a bush right now because he wants Mouse to go away so he can continue to push, and they're just slowly pulling EDG around the map. Eventually, they'll get their buttons in the right order, where they'll catch EDG, rotating to one of these points that they're pulling them around, and they'll find an advantage off that. Or they'll feed and
lose.
lose.
Yeah, there we go.
But you can see, it's very clear. They
Yeah.
pinged it. We want these two structures. We want Camille and Echo to continue to apply pressure in sideways, and we want OQ, Crystal, and SOFM to dance around the mid lane.
Yeah.
The problem is, you've got a support who was formerly an AD carry. You have a import slot from Vietnam in your jungle, and then you have an import slot from Korea in your AD carry. How are those three talking to each other?
A very elaborate system of clicking noises.
You can see all of the pings going down.
Yeah, I know. Zatai is keeping Mouse occupied, and EDG are forced to group his forward, which means Zatai gets the minion wave pushed down bottom. EDG are forced to back up as SOFM creeps a minion wave towards that mid lane. And now Zet is trying to answer Zatai.
And the problem is that Snake are never pressuring forward where they have, pressure at the same time. So it makes them easy to collapse onto. And they also just can't get around the lane assignments that EDG have thrown at them. We've just hit a brick wall, and we're just, we're trying to, I feel like, get through it with our foreheads.
It's like watching somebody who's never parallel parked before try to parallel park. And they just keep going in and out, like, I'll get it this time. No, a little bit more. No, too much. Bump it into the curb. Now EDG is on the dragon. All of this momentum that Snake had set up to prepare for this objective is gone, but they're looking for the tier 2 mid lane instead.
I actually like this. This is a much better trade for the Ocean Dragon if they can get the tower or get some sort of pick or dive someone or just kill anyone.
Zatai is actually stunned under the turret, taking a lot of turret shots. He's forced to use his chrono break to get out. Dragon is picked up. Mid tier 2 is standing. They had the right idea, but it's the execution.
I hate that skin. Let me sing you the song of my people from 4 screens away.
That and Ghost Bride Morgana.
That's the worst. I thought the Ken and Tic Tac skin was bad.
Oh man, at least we fixed Corky's Gatling gun bug, where the sound is there all the time. I've never been so annoyed at a xylophone.
Okay, though, it's the Baron, the Thunderdome. 2 teams enter. 1 team checks vision with True Shot Barrage.
Meanwhile, Zatai's on the other side of the map. Snake are like,
He's
yes,
taking blue buff.
Baron.
And then he's going to go bottom. He's got double teleport. He can be there. See, he's got a very clear-cut plan. Taking blue buff, going bottom,
Split
causing
push.
problems.
Yep.
Eventually, someone will get a numbers advantage around Baron, and then we'll get it, and then we'll win. That's Snake. EDG
Well,
are
that's
like,
what Snake wants.
these
but
guys.
They just gave up the Ocean Drake and didn't take anything for it.
it's an Ocean Drake, Dom.
But it's 3 Ocean Drakes now.
I understand that 3 Ocean Drakes is actually quite significant if you ever get to
If you're
use your
sieging.
sustain in an elongated fight. But do you think that Snake are going to take an elongated fight? These guys are like so hit and run.
This is guerrilla warfare. Came out of the trees, man.
Just sneaking through your jungle.
And once again, Mouse is trading with Zatai. He's actually doing a lot of damage. That's full AP Echo, man. You're not supposed to be able to do that, Mouse. And he's just casually trading it back. Flandre is recalling or not, I think, maybe? He's canceled it twice so far. We'll see if he does it again. The rest of EDG are grouped up in the mid lane. There he goes. Actually cancels it. And now they swap. Zatai's like, I can't fight Shen. I want to go top.
Everyone's just trying to dodge away from Shen.
Yeah. Mouse is doing work. I mean, despite the fact that he's down 50 CS, he's able to trade with Zatai. He's able to trade pretty effectively with Flandre.
So big thing is that EDG need to get control of their side waves if they want to prep for this Baron. Otherwise, they're constantly going to be in this limbo where they're just waiting for Snake to mess up and then trying to capitalize on it. But unfortunately, like, EDG cannot catch a break.
Zatai actually goes for the cheeky double two-man bottom. If we can't 1v1 him, what if we 2v1 him?
Camille is piecing out.
Yeah, already. Flandre's like, nah, I don't want to try this. I don't think this is a great idea. And EDG are just going straight for the Baron. They both have teleport, though.
They're just clearing out the vision. Like you said, it's both safe for Zatai and Flandre to be down here. This is quite significant if they're able to kill the Shen, because then they can use their numbers advantage on the Baron, or they can even just take the inhib and force EDG to respond. So, like, this is the right play from Snake. It's just now, does Mouse mess up?
That is the question. So far, he's holding on.
Yeah, because if he's caught here, like, you'll lose inhib and Baron.
Certainly not something you want to give away towards Snake, but they are continuing to maintain this defensive setup. Flandre and Zatai, they are investing a lot of time down here. I mean, they've got the double teleport, so they're trying something. Mouse sees the Chronosphere, actually steps forward, and they're just going for the turret. They're calling the bluff of Mouse. Shadow Dash is only going to do so much, but you don't have an inhibitor to defend you. Meanwhile, EDG are trying to force this, but Mouse dies. Snake are just calling the bluff of EDG. Baron is being burned down, but the minion wave is rushing in, and Zed is now making his way out.
They can't do it. They're waiting for the creep wave to come in. They can continue to push, and now Snake have control of the Baron.
Oh, that's True Shot Barrage being fired across to try to clear out something, but there are no minions there. Zed is recalling. Surprise, says SOFM. Scout shows up in time to keep him alive, and now will leap away. That's Power Unleashed, but it is not enough power, as SOFM is still fine. Mako and Clearlove try to force the fight, but they're losing a Nexus turret, and Zatai is on his way, Flandre is on his way over there as well. They're base racing this. EDG have got no way to back up. SOFM just needs to stall this. He tries to assassinate Scout and will be able to succeed. There's not enough, and Snake are on the Nexus. Azanias from Zatai for style points. And Snake, I mean, they tried hard enough, and they showed that, yes, you can eat soup with a fork.
We told that their win conditions were super late game, that eventually Camille would tip over the edge, that Echo would be able to win the lane assignments. We got to that point. They called EDG's bluff, just dove past Mouse, took his structure, killed him, then took the game.
Yeah. They did the thing that the top-level teams in the LPL have had trouble with. They committed. They went in, and they forced the play. Raz, what's your take on this set?
I think every bit of these members had their brains off at some point. Like, you can really just pinpoint it just 'cause if you look through the VODs, dot it down. Actually, I think the graph does it for us. So around 22 minutes, the brain started to get turned off. You saw it really. It was happening where like these countless TPs were happening. I think I heard it very well from you, Frostgarian, and you're like, what are these guys doing? It's like, wait, what's happening here? And it was kind of ridiculous. Even take it to the very early point of the game. Just kind of dial it on back. You know, Kha'Zix, SOFM tries to gank the Shen. Do you want to gank a Shen? Shen has taunt, Shen has W to hold on to you, especially since both of them are auto-attacking champions. You need a third member for that, to be able to get that dive. They do it, they die from it. Okay, the next time, Echo comes up top. Where's the jungler? He dies. It's actually a disaster because Snake doesn't ever commit 3 people to the dive. If you're going to dive a Shen, that's possible. Bring 3 people.
Just make it happen.
I mean,
Cirque du Soleil.
yes. I actually, a couple of weeks ago, I watched Barbu, and honestly, this act was a little better. This was good.
It just, like you said, like, I have no idea what was going through Zatai's mind. Like, they waited for Camille's ultimate to be down and Echo's ultimate to be down. Like, let's do it. Let's dive.
Yeah, even with the ultis down, I mean, sure, Mouse played it as poorly as possible. He missed his taunt. His W was just kind of was premature. But overall, don't dive the Shen if you don't have the third person. They had a lot of possibilities. Even Echo going topside is like, oh, so the third member is available. just not the jungler. Nice. Okay, I got that. So that was just a small point because remember, Snake did end up winning this set. And how did they win? Based off of the split push, and we have to really look towards EDG. And I think we have a replay on this. We definitely do when we just see how the game turns to develop. Look towards the Baron play. This is just happening. Shen is dead. Why? Because he was trying to defend a tower. He has no way to defend. Sure, he can auto attack and try to clear out the wave. They're not going to let him do that. And so it's all up to Snake to stop them from backing. At this point, you could just see how many brains are turned off at this point. Snake is like, all right. SOF is like, okay, I'm going to stop your back. Great. The rest of the members, Scout comes in to stop him. Why are you trying to stop this from happening? Why are you trying to make this fight? Why are you trying to commit? Are none of them looking? I feel like they all have locked cameras at this point because they're not checking on what's happening to the bottom side of the map. You know what's happening? Cannon waves. Cannon waves and push champions. So that's just a very obvious mistake. And Nami went in there as if she could stop them from bubbling.
I will bubble them to
but
save the Nexus.
But overall, this is just like very key, very obvious responses that EDG could have done to just kind of stop this game from coming through. And Snake made some very obvious points early. EDG had a massive lead. They just and a lot of dragons to their name. They just weren't really playing for the win conditions, and the win conditions were towards the dragons. So MVP of this game is definitely SOFM.
Yeah, 5-1-1, 75% kill participation. Did 30% of his team's damage.
I mean, just taking a look at your face, I can understand your perspective on this one because if you look towards what really won them this game, it was the constant split pushing, right?
Yep.
It was the Echo, it was the Camille. If you look towards it, you were like, all right, you know what? Snake would not have won this game if it wasn't for that 1 point in which they really got into it. But at the end of the day, I'd say Kha'Zix, if we're discounting the early game, was pretty good. It's just a lot of discounting to be able to get to that point.
Sure.
It was EDG that lost the game, really.
It certainly was. What do they do to bring it back in Game 3?
Draft hard engage. I think that was the biggest thing that was missing out of EDG's comp. They got stuck in a position where they're just getting 1-3-1 to death, and they just can't engage on either the 3 members that are sitting in the mid lane because they have the Ezreal Nami, or they can't engage or match lane assignments to the side wave. So I actually think this was a bit of a drafting issue, or because they never got control of their mid lane wave to use their hard CC, which was Scout. He was always trying to match Echo or trying to match Camille. Maybe they could have just tried to throw him behind Ezreal and just like 5-man run it up mid lane, see what happened. I'm sure Snake would have taken the fight.
I think as a general point, their comp was fine as long as they played to their condition towards getting Dragon and then moving towards Baron, but they had that point in the game where they just didn't know what they wanted, apparently. So then they're going to have to find and have that soul searching next game.
Yeah. Join us for that final set in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the evening. We're about ready to get into game number 3 between Snake and EDG. After EDG showed an S-tier performance in game number 1, we got to see what it looked like when Snake wins a game, and it was a little bit different, but they were able to take the
That's
win.
one way to put it.
And they're bringing us back to a game 3.
You know, you look towards game 1, it's like, this is artistic, this is great, this is beautiful, and then you look to game 2, and I was like, yes, this is this is messy.
I feel like this is like the perfect series for the LPL. It's like everything that you would want. It's like, you've got the great gameplay, and then you have the other gameplay.
The other, yes. As if you were trying to cook something, you just grabbed a handful of stuff and just chucked it in a bin, and it worked like, oh, hey, this is actually a salad. Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know why there's a can of beans in my salad, but why?
Yeah. But overall, I mean, that was an interesting game. Overall, EDG had we can even just focus it on the early on point of the game where EDG just had the strength for it. You didn't like the fact that they didn't have the CC to make it easier for themselves, but overall, they would have still easily won this game had they just stuck to their game plan. They had a lot of dragons for themselves. They can continue to force fights, or at least force Snake to pick those fights because they needed to. But Snake could just very easily start focusing the Shen lane. They could easily just go towards the towers and play the tower game because EDG was in constant just stalling out. And so that's something that can change.
Yeah, so I actually need to bring us back to what we talked about at the beginning of game number 1 and at the end, at the beginning of game number 2. EDG's problems lately have been their mid-game decision-making and shot calling. And I think we got to see that rear its head a little bit here in game number 2 when they started to fall behind. They didn't have an answer for the 1-3-1 split push, and they just kind of stalled and waited until they lost.
To be fair, they did have the answer earlier on. Shen was a beast not getting dived by these people.
Well, certainly 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, even 2v1 apparently. He was doing well up until the point where the items like Lichbane was coming through. Like Camille, once she gets levels on her Q, as the game goes on, she's just going to shred those turrets. They didn't even care about Shen at that point. Near the bottom lane, they just literally dove past Shen to the tower.
Yeah.
Because they just did that much damage.
Down, no minions.
Yeah, and so it just comes down to the fact that EDG found themselves in a game where they didn't need to get to that point. We even saw, like, during that entire fiasco, Zed definitely lost his brain as he E'd into 3 people in what seemed like a 2 or a 1v3 moment. So if they calm down, sit back in their chairs, if they play with their hands and not their feet, they can go far.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to call it a write-off because, like you said, it was EDG suffering from kind of the same problems despite Fire Loli or Clearlove being in the jungle, but that was pretty inexcusable to have a lead like that and throw it away.
That being said, I like this from Snake because, of course, their confidence. I look towards the composition that they were able to pick for themselves. And one thing I definitely said in the back was like, all right, we got Echo in the mid lane. We have Camille in the top lane. We have Kha'Zix in the jungle. These are outplaying champions, and when we see Snake playing in the last split, when they found themselves in these deficits, they just go back to what was comfortable, and that's relying on their mechanics. And if you rely on your mechanics and just essentially go all in certain points, in certain moments, then you can just come out win. Even though you are in a bad scenario, they are just confident enough to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and that is one of the ultimate points. How far can mechanics actually get you when one of the best teams in the LPL doesn't respond?
Yeah, and I mean, there's that point where they were going into pure mechanics, and then near the end of the game, that was just outright poor decision-making coming out of EDG. So there's no excuse for them in that one. But yeah, we'll have to see where EDG goes from this point forward. Game 3, you have to reset, and if they don't, you know what? Snake can take another victory, and they'd be 3-0 in terms of sets in a row.
Yeah, and they would have defeated EDG with Clearlove. Whom after game number 1 looked like an S-tier team. Well, see if they can bring it back here in game number 3. We've entered into picks and bans. Looks like that's Malzahar, Rengar, Jace, and Graves taken away.
I'd like to see SOFM not on Kha'Zix, so for EDG to contest that, especially now that the Graves has been banned, they don't need to take it as kind of the higher priority over the purple bug. But we'll see what happens. LeBlanc, Camille, Rise, still all left open.
Yeah, there goes the LeBlanc ban.
Varus.
Not going to let Scout get that. We'll see if Varus is going to be the next ban. Yep. It's almost like you've done this before.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah. So that's Rengar, Graves, and Varus. You mentioned Elise is open right now, but
Kha'Zix.
so too is Kha'Zix. And with Rengar taken away, will they prioritize SOFM once again, or do they look for Camille? No, they don't. It's Lulu.
So I like the Lulu pick. We've seen it cropping up because it dissuades teams from picking the Rengar, or even the Kha'Zix as well. But there is an opportunity for EDG here to just be like, screw it, give them Lulu, let's take Rengar, Elise, or, excuse me, Rengar Camille. I was just caught off guard.
Well, it might be a little bit tough with that Rengar ban, but Elise Camille could be the setup, as that Elise is now picked up for Clear
I
Love.
hate that monitor because I can't see the third ban.
Clips away. Yeah.
Which happened to be the Rengar ban.
Yeah. But Elise is the pickup. Now we'll see how EDG decide to prioritize after that. If it is towards the top lane, or if they look towards the bottom lane instead.
So looking to remedy the fact that they didn't have long range, hard engage to start these fights and catch Snake out. I like the adaptation already. I'm putting Zed on Ashe. He's also a phenomenal Ashe player. Will put the red flag up for Clear Love on Elise, however. He is not an Elise player. Something about Clear Love is he is notoriously slow to adapt to metas. He does have a very wide champion pool, but it takes him a lot of ramp-up time. So we'll see if he's been practicing Elise in the off-season and can play it at a serviceable level.
So Elise came out in 2012. It's 2017.
He is not an Elise player.
Alrighty, alright.
Like, yes, he can play the Elise, but if you think about Clear Love champions, you're thinking Nunu, Evelynn, Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix.
Yeah. The jump onto their face and do damage. Well, somebody who will be doing that is Mouse, taking Camille into Flandre's Rumble in the top lane.
I see you split push, I split push.
Yeah, I too split push. Echo's still making it through pretty far, so we'll see if Snake decide to return towards that for Zatai after the obvious success in game number 2, and of course in other sets where he has had it banned away from him. But we still haven't seen an AD carry yet out of Snake, so banning away Jhin, perhaps following it up with a Caitlyn, could force OQ onto Sivir. Or maybe Ezreal, something with a little bit less engaged for the rest of his team.
Or you could even look to shrink the the mid lane pool.
Yeah, for Zatai. Zed now banned away from Scout. No outplay for you, sir. Fight me one-on-one, but not with Zed.
Syndra still available, as well as the Rise, so there's a lot of options there that Scout would be comfortable on, and it's not the Caitlyn or the Sivir.
Interesting. Ezreal banned away from OQ, getting rid of some survivability, perhaps.
Also a big comfort champion for OQ.
Yeah.
He's, I mean, every AD carry has shown a limited pool, but OQ has shown a particular strength on Ezreal. It makes sense. Again, you can tell that he has difficulty kind of communicating with the team or communicates with them in a limited way. Having a self-sufficient champion like Ezreal.
And you can see this right now with his communication with the coach on screen.
Yeah, can make him feel safer.
So there goes the Karma ban towards, the Nami ban towards Mako. That means Karma makes it all the way through the set. Ashe Karma bottom lane for EDG into Lulu something for OQ. We'll see what he decides to go for, obviously. He was just speaking with his coach, and you can still see him just on the side of your screen speaking in.
A very heavy pushing bottom lane. They have probably the highest trade priority, pushing priority of any of the 2v2s.
Yeah.
Is he going to lock that in? I was going to say, there's no way.
With Caitlyn on the board, that would be a little silly. Maybe he's just calling out towards Imp and being like, hey, remember that time I walked into a turret and died? But yeah, the Echo is also going to fall through for Zatai. He will have to pick it blind, however, so perhaps something a little more standard is more towards his style. With 8 seconds left on the clock, Crystal has got to time it and will lock it in. So that's Syndra in the mid lane.
Lot of magic damage on this team.
Oh man, do it, EDG. Oh.
No, do it, EDG. That's not an moment. That's a Katarina.
I know, but the Katarina's great. Like, when you lose to an Echo and Camille, and then you just pick the same set and play it back against them, I think that's great.
Is he going to do it?
He's laughing right now. I think Mouse is going to lock it in. No, he's swapping over at the last second. That's why he was laughing, isn't it? It's got to be. It's not. It's locked in. Echo Camille for EDG.
So the reverse matchup, Scout says, anything you can do, I can do better. And this is literally Snake's composition, really. It's just minus the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, swap out Lulu for Karma, swap out Kha'Zix for an 8-legged bug.
It's a 1-3-1 comp, and you still get the same thing, that you can keep Ashe, Karma, and Elise safe in that middle lane if Echo and Camille choose to get ahead. On the other side, Snake do have what EDG did not, and they have long-range engage tools. So EDG need to be that much more conscious and aware when they are overextending in these lanes that the equalizer doesn't come down behind them and they get run down.
Of course, they do have Karma to speed them up if they find themselves in a bad situation, but it will take a lot of vision setup, and we'll be looking towards Mako and Clearlove to make sure that that 3 is nice and safe, as those are going to be the 2 core members of that. But of course, Scout and Mouse will be exciting to watch as they are trying to match up against a composition very similar to the one that they just played themselves. It's kind of silly when it's like, hey, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Oh, I see he threw rock. Well, I too will throw rock.
I think it's exciting. I think it's very telling of kind of Scout. Like, you saw Mako on your screen. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see Scout's reaction, but Mako was very lively and laughing a lot. To just kind of pick that, you know, this is Zatai's champion.
No, this one. But yeah, the Echo. Or like the sure you don't want Katarina? Go for the mechanical outplay against Syndra?
Again, I still have question marks, though, for Clearlove on Elise. I have no doubt that he can press Elise's buttons. Like, she has been around the jungle for a very long time.
Yeah.
But Clearlove was never known as a fairly competent Elise player on a competitive level when you think about, like, what you expect from the best Elise players.
Clearlove, yeah. Well, yeah, there's also, like, there's the Clearlove bar, then there's the Elise bar. And he doesn't quite hit either when he's playing Elise.
It's been a little bit disappointing, but hey, haven't seen him for a while. Maybe we see Dark Clearlove rear his head.
Ah, yes.
Infernal
The eternal
Drake.
question, and yeah, there's going to be some fire in this game. As we load onto the Rift for game number 3, our second ace match of the evening. LGD found victory today, and so too did WE, so our preconceived notions of the best teams have since been turned on their heads.
Well, calm down. I think LGD is a great team. I've got a bet writing on it. Look at those Keystone
I'm gonna
Masters.
let you sit on that for a second. Well, are you keeping track of the odds? How are you looking right now?
It's not good, especially with the return of EDG.
Yeah. And the fact that Jinu is still playing.
Jinu played well today,
He did.
but Zatai, no!
Ah! Okay. Ooh, 10 gold. Zet actually gets that. So going to be a little closer to level 2. They've already got push priority into that bottom lane.
I like the priority, though, of killing the ward versus, like, throwing
Chasing down to tie.
a volley out or a Q,
Yeah.
forcing a flash.
Well, when you say it like that, it just doesn't sound anywhere near as appealing.
But this is why it's important, so they know that they're not spotted here. So there we go. The priority of why they would want to take out the ward, to take away the single raptor.
Yes, but that did go to Mako. So slight experience for both Zet and Mako as they race down towards the bottom
Oh,
lane.
Scout's going to finish it off. He's
Yeah.
like, no, he's just going to ward. Come on, Scout.
Decides to return back towards mid lane.
But again, the big thing is that you're denying EXP from SOFM, and I feel like you're just secretly just, like, twisting the knife. Like, SOFM's going to go over there like, I swear I had another one.
Aren't there 6 raptors in a camp? Not 5? He seems like the kind of guy where it's like, when the mailman throws the paper and it just kind of barely falls into his lawn, he gets angry. It's like, I didn't do anything. It was the mailman who threw it. And he's like, but you need to keep track of your paper.
The thing is he's just so, like, the number one thing that we immediately noticed out of SOFM is how obsessive he is with timers. He is always on time. He is always contesting enemy Krugs, always denying, like, these small incremental advantages away from his opponent jungler. And it's just something that makes him very unique and very clever to watch. His jungle pathing is one of the most unique in the world.
Yeah. His opponent this time is Clearlove, who went for a full clear on top side and burned himself out of mana entirely. So, interesting to see this pathing from Clearlove. That means SOFM on the invade has got nothing to take as he'll hop over the wall.
But that does mean that he might look top lane. Mouse is not necessarily overextended, although it doesn't matter as SOFM just takes the blast cone and disengages. But as long as EDG as a unit recognize that Clearlove's not going to be around for any sort of counter gank and play to their strong side of the map like Scout is doing right now.
And you can see Scout just standing in the river, being a human ward to keep an eye on where SOFM ends up going. There are 6 Raptors to this team. And Clear Love will get his blue buff. Scout just trading away with Zatai as we expect, before returning to his own jungle. He's also got Scuttle Crab as well, and SOFM trying to optimize the back timing, I guess? Or just taxing mid? Like, they took one of my Raptors, I need your minions.
He's trying to allow Syndra to back is what it looked like as the assist ping goes down. But he needs to now push the wave in.
Yeah, uses the Dark Sphere on those caster minions and still is mid.
Yeah, they want to back on the cannon wave, so Zatai will back after this. Doesn't have any mana, wants to buy. Making sure that he has his jungle there for safety, and also so no one can freeze the wave on him.
That means Clear Love might have a bit of an opening. He cheats forward and will skirt around the vision. Gets a ward onto that Raptor camp and sees that Krugs are there for the taking.
And it allows him this free passage into the bottom lane. So he is on the Krugs. We'll see what he looks to do with it. I don't think he can dive just because he hasn't time well with the wave. But a ping is going down. And they do know that SOFM is in mid.
Oh, they find Clear Love and a big headshot chunks him down. He's now silenced, but will escape the Piltover Peacemaker.
Really nice heads-up play from Crystal and OQ to recognize that Clear Love was probably on the Krug camp since SOFM showed himself mid. Diffuse any sort of play that could be possibly set up there.
Yeah. Instead, it is just Clear Love going for his delayed recall as Tracker's Knife is picked up by SOFM. He manages to clear out the control ward. Mouse is able to heal himself up with just a bit of rejuvenation of a bead and that corrupting potion. That's teleport used by both top laners, and Flandre is happy to keep burning down this top lane.
Another CS discrepancy opening up between Mouse and Flandre. This is, I think, every single time in multiple different matchups that Mouse has been on the losing end of that.
Not been having a great performance in terms of laning phases, but his team fights have really been what we have been looking for.
Oh, hold on, Scout's on the roam. So, as you notice, as Scout's taking this roam, is that both pings have gone on both junglers. So both teams are aware that Clear Love and SOFM aren't participating in this, but I don't think anyone really expects Echo here.
Flash from Crystal, all stunned just inside the sphere. First blood picked up by Mako.
And again, phenomenal job from both Snake and EDG, knowing exactly where Clear Love and SOFM were, but Scout gets the priority push, and he makes the cheating roam bottom.
In response, SOFM looks to steal away the Gromp from Clear Love because he has to hold on to mid lane. And that means a slight CS advantage for Zatai as well. He's now 16 CS ahead of Scout despite that assist gold. So a minor gold lead for Zatai. And he's able to get out of the laning phase just fine. And Zet with his first recall is going to pick up BF Sword as well. So still very even in this set. Clear Love not wowing us in the first few minutes on this Elise.
I mean, he's just slowly been power farming his jungle, but it's been kind of the small windows that have made the most out of it.
Yeah.
They need to clear out their own jungle, however.
There is a control ward inside of that brush, but Mako and Clear Love right on time are going to clear it out, but they will check forward, baited in by the candy trail of wards. They're actually continuing to chase onto Crystal, and that Lulu doesn't have any summoner spells. Clear Love follows up. Flash low onto Zatai, but he uses his cleanse way too soon. Gets a big ultimate, though. Scatter the Weak plus Unleash Power means he gets a 3-man stun and walks away alive.
And Crystal died for your sins. How do you feel about that, Snake? They thought that they had the cute setup play because they got in earlier, had superior vision, tried to make the pick with the Syndra level 6, but unfortunately couldn't find the pick. And now reverse tempo, Clear Love stealing his red buff.
Yep. However, Clear Love's red buff is up. But SOFM, he's going to be good guy, jungler. Gives over blue buff to Zatai. We'll see if he decides to invade afterwards because Flandre still has push priority on the top lane, even though he is recalling, so that might be a little tough to invade.
The big thing are the different windows on the TPs. Not necessarily for Mouse, although he could, but more so for Flandre. Again, it's an Infernal Drake. You would assume that both teams will want to play around that dragon early. Snake has a bit of an advantage there because they do have the Rumble.
Yeah. You can see EDG have got a lot of vision now set up on that side of the map, all over the bottom side of SOFM's jungle. Though there is a good set of wards from Snake over there as well, so Clearlove will be able to get both of those red buffs. And blue buff will certainly be gifted over to Scout once he starts to need more mana, but Mouse looks to hold on to his teleport as Flandre is looking for the cooldown on his own.
And you would think by the time that Clearlove kind of makes his way bottom to hand off the blue buff to Scout, that Zet will then be level 6, and there will be an opportunity to play bottom. In fact, he just got the arrow now.
Yep. And with this push priority, this means that we could see some potential movements for EDG, or perhaps they're looking for a opportunistic recall before that Infernal Dragon. They're actually trying to control vision on this river. They spot out SOFM and Zatai there, so they know that this is the next big objective for them to take. A Scuttle Crab is getting a quick lunch. And Equalizer is used on the minion wave. Flandre, perhaps Snake are just giving that Infernal Dragon up.
We'll watch what Flandre does. He's ducked into Fog of War right now. And over the side, he's actually taking Scuttle Crab. Interesting.
Yeah. That's surprising. His teleport is back off of cooldown. SOFM drops a ward instead of just relying on that Tremor Sense. So good knowledge to make sure that he won't be caught unawares by a sneaky Zet and Mako standing still, which is exactly what they were doing. Expecting a ward from SOFM. But he doesn't fall for it. He plays it smart. He plays it safe.
I like the response vision from Snake. They see that EDG have the potential to make a play bottom when they hand over blue buff. Immediately on time, SOFM's peeking his head in, like you said. He catches Mako and Zet standing still, but ultimately they get the information that they need and they deny it. So Scout's having to get quite creative about where he's going.
Just on a journey there.
He wants to get the wave pushed in.
Yeah, it is in fact pushed into him. Zatai now roaming towards the bottom side as Clearlove looks to gift that blue buff over towards Scout. He's a few seconds late though. Zatai looking for the steal. It's at 230. You can't get leashed by the enemy team, Zatai. That's not how that works. Oh, the arrow
no.
just misses Scout. Drops the Chronosphere. He'll pick up a shield for himself or actually ignore it as he continues to chase onto Zatai. Does not land the slow with the second hit of his Z-Drive.
And just unfortunate the arrow doesn't connect, because you know if it did, it would have been the kill. That said, Scout does need to clear out this wave and head over to that blue buff.
At some point, he would like to get some mana regen. There we go. Clearlove starts it up once again. Now he's pinging on the way. A lot of the vision in the river for Snake has also been cleared out while we saw that entire engage. So as a unit, EDG were able to reclaim some control over there. Still not seeing it explode into any advantage, however, and we're actually seeing a CS lead for Snake result in a net gold advantage as Flandre is doing work in the top lane.
And a very different type of game so far for game number 3. It's just been this very slow tug of war, I guess, between the junglers and the supports over vision points in particular. A lot of deep vision traded back and forth, a lot of information acquired about where Clearlove and SOFM are. So again, it kind of puts that emphasis on the likes of Zatai, Flandre, Scout, and Mouse to make the plays happen, since the junglers are just locked down by so many eyes.
Yeah, so much vision on the map. Mouse sees Flandre and whoa, just pops an ult on him. And immediately he's on top of an equalizer. Clearlove is there as well. Tries to follow up with a stun. Flandre has flash and he's in the danger zone, so he can do some damage, but he flashes away but gets caught by the cocoon of Clearlove. Now Flandre turns around, but it is too little too late.
You would think that Flandre is backing there because he wants to take the 1v1 against Camille. Like, there's no other reason other than you're baiting out. So kind of curious if that was his intention there, as it looked like Mouse was getting the better trade all by himself, even before Clearlove was involved. That said, it gives Snake the stronger side of the map on bottom, and they're using this to try to bully away the structure.
Yeah, Arrow finds Zatai, and that's a teleport. Mako is totally fine eating that stun.
TP as well.
Yeah, Scout gets in.
Here
It's
comes
not
Camille.
Mouse at all. There he goes. Trying to get in from behind, in fact. But he eats a big headshot and is forced to back away. Flandre on the respawn teleports in, getting a lot of damage with that Danger Zone Flame Spitter. Can't turn around when tethered. And Zatai now joins the fight. He's got the power unleashed. Clearlove is making his way down as well, but nobody dies.
Yeah, unfortunately for both teams, Camille nor Rumble had their ultimates available, which pretty much saved everyone's life. But that's so much expended when neither team is going to get a tower or even a dragon, although EDG might change that up. They might say, we used the TP on this, we took their health bars away, we chunked them back to base, we need to pull the trigger now.
Yeah, you can see Mouse is actually already making his way top, so EDG were making this with the expectation that if there were to be a full fight, they would be down a few members, but they're able to take it no problem. Infernal Drake secured, still at a 100 gold deficit all in all, but EDG content to wait it out.
And they're going to time very nicely for the next Infernal Drake. It'll be around 18 minutes. We saw that the last time we had an Ashe, even a Caitlyn, that were ending around 20 minutes, 23 minutes for Hurricane Infinity Edge. So now it's a race for Zet. Can he get those item breakpoints by the next time his team needs him for a big 5v5? But small window that EDG capitalized on there.
Yeah. It's those small advantages that they need to take use of. Propel themselves further and further ahead as Zatai picks up blue buff. And things are relatively calm outside of that, yeah. Junglers are farming up. There's just so much emphasis on vision that we're not actually seeing a lot of picks. The skirmishes are based on when someone's able to sneak through the vision, such as SOFM cheating top.
But the issue is that EDG are much more reliant on creating those picks. You can see that, like you said, they're naturally kind of losing in the 1v1 lanes. 30 CS difference between the top lane, about 10 CS between bottom and mid, respectively.
Mouse is sitting up in that top brush. He knows he's got Clear Love nearby, but no sign of SOFM for the last few minutes makes him a little leery. So he decides to play it safe instead. Even Clear Love dropping a ward on the far side of red buff. Now they know that Rek'Sai is heading elsewhere on the map.
It tells them that Rek'Sai was in base for the split second, and then, like you said, heading somewhere else on the map, which frees up Clear Love to suddenly start rotating up top lane. He wants to slip into this back rush and then catch Rumble as he's coming back into the lane. And SOFM, meanwhile, is bottom, which EDG, you can see the danger ping. They understand where the strong side of the map is. So Clear Love's like, okay, the jig is up.
Oh, once again, they're going to try to force the fight onto Flandre. The Cocoon misses. He looks for Clear Love, but Mouse has been tanking aggro just fine. Another kill for EDG.
And they're going to try to push down this tower and race Snake. Unfortunately, though, they don't have the creep wave behind them.
Yeah, they look to lose the bottom tier 1. OQ and Crystal are just a little bit faster, and they break it down. With positioning from Zatai and SOFM, that meant no defense from Zet and Mako. However, EDG will answer just a few seconds later.
It's always going to be that question of what do those few seconds really buy you, though, in terms of your advantage. Unfortunately, for Caitlyn and Lulu, it should just be a swap towards the top side of the map to continue pressuring another objective, as opposed to someone like a Jhin or an Ashe who can rush mid and try to throw off a cooldown.
Also, it's interesting to note who that gold ended up going on. OQ and Crystal got the gold from that first turret in the game, whereas on the other side of EDG, it was Clear Love and Mouse.
And hold on, because Snake might not have the ability to throw a long-range engage ult like Ashe can, but they are sending their Caitlyn and their Lulu mid lane, so if SOFM had caught out EDG, they would have been in position to follow that up with the Syndra, with the Lulu, with the Caitlyn.
Yeah, now they see SOFM on a deep warding mission, start clearing out some of his tunnels. Zet still looking for that Infinity Edge rune ends, as is so vital. That is a Zeal picked up and a recurve bow, so he's getting there, but
So
quite a ways away.
a lot of respect is being given to Camille right now, the fact that they don't want Caitlyn and Lulu lane assigned from her in an elongated lane. They think that she'd be dangerous, or just even a lot of confidence for Flandre. He's pretty much been bullying Mouse around this entire series, and he's going to continue to do so.
Snake try to find an opening in EDG's positioning on the map and pressure the mid-tier 1, but are unable to, as EDG respond and defend, but Flandre is pushing Mouse in up top. The completed Leandri's and 25 CS lead is doing work for him.
The scary thing, though, is that the longer Syndra would sit there mid lane with Caitlyn, the more she loses out because you're splitting your gold resource between your two carries. So it was kind of that one go that Zatai gave it before he kicked himself down to the mid lane, or excuse me, bot lane.
As it is, Zatai now has to answer Scout down there as Mouse, once again, he's got the Hextech ultimatum as if on cooldown. There's no turret for Flandre to run to, and Mouse will solo kill him in lane. So CS are great. CS is great and all, but dying isn't exactly the way to do it.
And here's the thing, Snake had multiple options about who was going to face across from that Camille. So again, it could have been a thing that they just weren't confident enough to have the Caitlyn and the Lulu there, but Rumble can't stand across from her either.
Yeah. Suddenly this Camille is getting pretty big. Now a Sheen picked up. looking for that completion of the Triforce. Had to delay it temporarily by getting a Hex Drinker, and will actually continue to push as the rest of Snake head towards the bottom lane. Flandre is up in 5 seconds, so he could be trying to force the teleport here, but Snake are setting up vision around that next Infernal Dragon.
The first Infernal Dragon was quite delayed in the game. We'll see if this one immediately goes down or if EDG can try to stall this one out a little bit. Again, get inch closer to those breaking points on champions like the Camille, like the Ashe.
They're now trying to defend those side waves. You've got Scout playing back with a control ward behind him to make sure that he wouldn't get flanked by any sort of wacky play. And yeah, they can see everything there.
The double vision.
Yep. I can see it with my eyes. Things certainly a little bit more slow in this game 3. We're seeing Snake actually play a much more tempered game, not risking any execution errors, but finding themselves coming short in their decision making. They will find Scout in rotation and get some good damage onto him as he resets and ends up on the backside of Snake before retreating away. The arrow goes wide. Zet eats a stun, and Unleashed Power is not enough to kill him. Flandre's almost got the cooldown, but that's the flash used by Zet. He doesn't want to bait the range of that Flame Spitter, and Snake actually win the fight here despite not taking any kills.
That said, it was a 4v5. Mouse still has teleport, but unfortunately for EDG, because Zet needs to go back to base, you'd think they have to give away this Infernal.
Yeah, Flandre has got teleport, so they will try to trade this over. He's rushing it out now. That's Infernal Dragon picked up. Scout is getting sneaky, but will not find anything.
Trying to see if he can get a straggler there. If Crystal would be just a bit farther behind the rest of the group.
The greedy recall. Mouse is still working on this turret. We have not seen the recall completed yet out of Flandre. He's actually shoving bottom. Are they just going to give this tier 2 over? Zatai is on his way, but the tier 2 has fallen. So it is a tier 2 trade, a little delayed, for that Infernal Dragon.
Can Snake succeed where EDG failed? Again, this is the exact same composition that Snake ran in game number 2 to their success. EDG lacked hard engage to punish a 1-3-1 comp. EDG will start to open themselves up into that formation. You can see Echo running towards the top side, Camille now running towards the bottom. Baron is up, so...
I think it's even hilarious that Snake also don't have hard engage. Caitlyn Trap?
They've
Silence?
got the long-range engage potential from the
Of
Equalizer.
an Equalizer? Well, yeah, but you just walk off it.
Yeah, but
It's
still
it's a
hurts.
question about positioning. Can you catch EDG in such a spot where they can't, or they're forced to walk inwards instead of backwards? Really is a dangerous setup from Snake, as they now find themselves on the receiving end of what they just delivered in game number 2. Is that clearing out the minions? SOFM flash knock up onto 2, and that's a dead Ashe. Turns out flash engage from Rek'Sai is the way to go. He's actually snared under a turret by Mako, but will be able to tunnel over to safety. Meanwhile, they lose bottom tier 1, but should be able to answer with their own mid-tier 1 turret.
And that was the answer we were looking for. So they used the flash knock-up potential from SOFM. It's nice to see when this jungler is online, and ultimately they get what they came for and even more.
Yeah, now 3-2 in turret. Snake breaking that open and giving a lot more map control towards SOFM, though his flash is on cooldown. He'll certainly be looking for that engage method later on. And now EDG are the ones forced to clear out a bit of this vision from Snake, who find themselves returning the momentum of EDG. A much slower paced return for the exact same composition.
They need to make sure that everyone's up and live on the map to reset it before they look to split push their side waves.
Yeah.
So anytime Zet's picked out like that, no longer can Scout and Mouse be so far extended because they have to immediately back up and respect the fact that Snake could then just collapse around them and pick up even more. So unfortunately they lose a lot of time anytime someone messes up that formation.
They certainly do, but now after the 22-minute mark, Baron has spawned. Well, since the 20-minute mark, he's been spawned, but vision is a priority around this objective. Scuttlecrab is secured, and they are sweeping it out on this side of the map. You can see Clear Love is already up there with a fully stacked Tracker's Knife, and Mako is not far gone as well, as he's in the mid lane. Crystal not going to greed. Missed that one just barely, but he knows that it's there, and he knows that it doesn't have a lot of time left. So it will take another ward inside of the Baron pit soon. Mouse is trying to keep that bottom lane occupied, and you can see Zet playing very far back, knowing that Snake could be on this side of the map. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of EDG are waiting in that mid lane. And now Zatai has been spotted out by Clearlove.
It's just everyone kind of looking at each other.
Yeah. Giving him the stink eye.
No one overreaching, putting themselves in a precarious situation. I'm curious how much better Flandre is going to fare now that he has an Hourglass competing. Guess we're going to find out.
Well, I mean, not quite yet, as Mouse misses his hook shot. But yeah, that Hourglass is going to help quite a bit the moment the Hextech Ultimatum goes down. As ooh, suddenly Elise from the brush. 3 members of Snake will be able to clear out that control ward. Mako is ready with another. So he'll set that down. Mouse actually hops over the wall.
There's a lot of pressure on Mouse right now, level 15 to level 13, although Flandre should be close to taking over into 14.
Yeah, Mouse also has his Triforce as well, so he definitely wants to get the True Shot procs.
But he needs to force Flandre out of the lane or somehow take the advantage here, because you can see that SOFM is doing such a better job than EDG did last game about kind of punishing this Ashe, Karma, Elise 3-man unit.
With a recall to buy wards, EDG used the opportunity to clear out some of the vision of Snake and set up some of their own. Clearlove, he has an opportunity to go for a Cocoon to make the hard engage pick happen, especially with an Ashe on his team, but so far 1-3-1 seems to be how EDG want to play this setup. Scout is playing very far back, really respecting Snake, but it is up to Mouse to make something happen, and we keep on checking down with him. Recall means he's now got a Vamp Scepter, so that could very well be Ravenous Hydra, Camille.
Although, hold on, Snake have finally started to move in. They've got all the control wards. They want to clear out EDG's deep jungle. And there we go. Finally, someone's brave.
There they go. That's recall out of Zet. Mako is on his way as well, and Clearlove is racing across. Hawkshot spots this, but SOFM are committed. 6,000 down to 5. It's getting lower and lower. Arrow finds SOFM. He's their smite. Can they turn on to him? That's teleport from Mouse to get in. He's getting into the back. The AoE is layered. Equalizer tries to force this fight, but Mouse is doing work along with Scout and Flandre. He's burning him down, but the rest of his team has already died. EDG, they take the fight, and now they turn their sights on Baron.
And Snake completely overstepped there. That was disgusting damage. Everyone was like half health or below before the fight really even started, and then Scout got a beautiful flank. It will now mean the Baron, and suddenly the tides have turned away from Snake.
Indeed they have. 9-1, 5,000 gold lead for EDG. Here's that fight again.
And just so much low health. It's a good arrow to make sure that the primary front line in SOFM is weak before the fight goes down, but look at Scout and Camille's damage on those targets. Just absolutely melted.
Yeah, Mouse,
and from there, the fight's over.
Mouse effectively solos Zatai, while Scout effectively solos OQ. And with those 2 big damage sources dead, and Rumble caught in the Zanyas, there was nothing that Snake could do. Ocean Drake is picked up as a consolation to that, and now with Baron buff on them for a good 3 minutes, EDG. How do they break the base? Will they find more success than Snake did in their previous game? They took 38 minutes to do it. EDG are 11 minutes ahead of that.
You would assume that they would go bottom just because it's the last standing outer tower. Excuse me, inner tower. It's the easiest one to acquire. Camille, of course, is going to continue to be split push so that if Snake ever make a positional mistake, that they're going to lose 2 objectives on top of 1.
Yeah. Baron is the play, and EDG are trying to push it forward. They're taking their time with it. They don't have teleport on Mouse, but they do have it on Scout, so it looks like the 3-man unit is cheating up towards that top side.
Why are we playing top side of the map? Why? What do you want? Do you think that they'll try to collapse on Camille and you guys will just make a advantageous
I think
pick?
they actually just cleared out the residual vision in River to prevent any sort of teleport flank from Flandre, but SOFM is actually looking for the engage and flashes onto himself.
Okay, this makes much more sense that they're pushing down the mid lane and then they can swing bottom once that wave crashes.
Yeah, you can still see there are a lot of wards down the middle lane, so they are not taking any chances for a flank. Instead, they rely on Scout to pressure into the bottom lane and bring out minion wave. The first tier 2, the final tier 2 goes down for Snake, and Mouse is now working on that inhibitor. SOFM tries to call the bluff with Zatai, but Mouse just pretends to be Spider-Man for a bit and hops away.
We made it in the end, however, and now we're applying Baron in every single lane.
We are indeed. Slowly but surely, the defenses of Snake are falling, but they are trying.
You would assume that Scout's just going to ult. Yep, there he goes. Rubber band's back.
Tops himself off, picks up a few items.
I wish I could see what item he picked up.
Ooh, look at the damage on the Flandre. Mouse is going to punish him a bit as that cannon minion starts firing off. Scout, meanwhile, holding down the fort and bottom, and the rest of EDG holding it out in that mid lane. Super low cooldown on that chrono break. Down to 60 seconds as he's level 16, and Zet fires on that mid inhibitor turret. EDG are tearing Snake apart, and it looks nowhere near as shaky as Snake did in game number 2. That's the equalizer forced on the Mouse. He flashes, doesn't risk it at all, and dodges the Electro Harpoon. Power Unleashed does nothing as Redemption tops him up.
That's so many big key ultimates and summoners. Flash now down on the Syndra, as well as Equalizer and the Unleash power. That's just going to spill over into the rest of their base.
Yeah, middle inhibitor goes down, and Zet shreds through that first structure, now rotating up towards the top to collapse onto Mouse's minion wave. They've now run out of Baron buff. They still got so much pressure. The top inhibitor is being turned onto. And while there is a lot of minion wave clear, Scout now gets in. He dives onto Zatai, who's caught by an arrow. Cleanse is only going to save you for so long as he now turns on the Flandre. The inhibitor falls. EDG take the fight. This just looks clean.
Just smothering Snake, and unfortunately, EDG are one of the smarter teams in the LPL in understanding that we don't have to funnel as 5 members to just ram it down someone's throat and allow them to wave clear. We can actually pull them around the map, force them into all 3 lanes, and split up their wave clear.
I love the juxtaposition between Game 2 and Game 3. The exact same compositions on swapped sides. When Snake was doing it, we were like, why are they eating soup with a fork? But now we're watching EDG do the same thing, and it just makes sense. It looks easy. They hardly look like they're at risk at all.
It's not as clean as it could be, however. They're still not as efficient around the map.
Compared to Perfect League of Legends, but compared to Snake, we're still like talking a full tier.
Well, I like Perfect League of Legends.
I've got some bad news for you, Frostkira. We're in the LPL.
It's perfect in its own imperfect way. But one of the issues I have had
That's a very romantic view of League of Legends.
Is that what it is?
Sure. Oh, they're going to try to collapse on Mouse once. Again, SOFM doesn't have flash, but he is able to get behind him, holding on to the knock-up. There's the equalizer as well, and Mouse is gone.
But that's fine, because the ping goes down. Mouse, just distract him. Look high in fiber. Look delicious. We're going bot.
What does that even mean? We're high in fiber?
I mean, see, all he has to do is make them want to kill him.
He's actually 1v3ing, so I would want to kill him after that. That's a knock-up, but it's not going to stop him. Mouse now turns on to SOFM. He is massive. OQ even shows up and starts firing shots, but he's caught by the slow. Mouse turning this 1v3 into a 1v4. There's a teleport from Scout to follow up as the arrow misses, but the final inhib is being cleaned up on the other side of the map.
Meanwhile, Scout canceled its TP, didn't want to land on that trap, and he's continuing to force a wave into the mid lane, so they're going for the end.
Yeah, that's teleport from a freshly topped up Mouse. You thought he was bad 1v3, well suddenly he's got a whole team with him. EDG turn onto the Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself. 32 minutes in, they are going to do it, unless there is a miracle defense from Snake, but this is not a miracle defense. This is not their day, this is EDG's. And they take the win 2-1.
Welcome back, Clear Love. Leads EDG to a victory over Snake after their last defeat against OMG. And you can see it on their faces. Flandre not looking very pleased.
Oh yeah. SOFM as well. You can see some big smiles on Zet and Mako. Giving some good laughs for EDG. Finally able to take a win. That will maintain their position in second, however, because WE was able to take a step ahead. And now, this is EDG. The king has returned, but does he deserve his crown? Raz, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going? That was a fun game. Overall, just taking a look at it, yeah, as you mentioned it from the very beginning, definitely just nabbed the composition from Snake, or at least the 2 central picks of Echo and Camille. And I think that Mouse and specifically Scout really were able to make it work for them.
Yeah, you drafted this, I drafted this.
Just much better executed in terms of the mid game and even late game than Snake did in the previous game, where you just kind of saw them losing their minds in the red buff jungle and then deciding to just dive Shen and kill him.
It did look a little shaky, but EDG were finally able to pull out rather victorious. To what do we attribute this win? Was it just cleaner decision making? Was it simply the composition?
I think looking at it, Scout in both games, or just the set as a general point, really was incredibly impactful. This time around in this game specifically, going towards the bottom lane was great from him. He was able to make it really work for him really early on and get the game starting to roll for him. It was great to see that. I think, in fact, looking towards clear level Elise play, he was very, very conservative, because you look towards the top side of the map, and level 6, level 7, level 8, like Camille is such a good diving champion up against Rumble. You leave Rumble in a 1v1 versus Camille, and for the most part, you know, Rumble will burn down Camille, will be able to hold control of the wave. And so that's what we saw here, but there is so much diving pressure. But Rumble was sticking under his turret. He was sticking very close to it. That should not be a sanctuary. And so this is a good replay in the sense that, yeah, he was able to get a pretty clean fight. Clearlove finally shows his head after getting a CS advantage of like 15. I mean, I hardly ever see farming Elise, but he made it, I guess he made it work, because his solo lanes were doing very well for themselves.
I mean, Mouse was having trouble during the laning phase itself. He was down about 25 CS for the big majority of that.
But that is natural. That's just how it's supposed to work. It's not so. The moment you draft Camille and Elise, you dive that lane. That just didn't happen from Clearlove to really look to pressure it out. He just farmed for the most part. Even Scout's advantage when he went to the bot side of the map, that was Scout being able to make that pressure for himself. So I think this is a good moment for Clearlove to be able to grow from this point forward. This was his first set, so I don't want to be too hard on him. But, you know, this was a good set, but that was a mistake that he made playing this Elise and not playing as aggressively as I would want him to.
Yeah. Tragically, though, that wasn't the top-tier Clearlove we were expecting. I mean, we were looking for the dives. We were hoping that over the break he could show us that he has learned Elise, that he has come in and he is dark Clearlove. But he's still very light, at least in this game and the game before, and somewhat of game number 1 as well.
I mean, from both game 1 and game 3, and you can attribute it to the solo laners and to the bottom lane. They played incredibly well. We expected them to be able to defeat Snake, and they did just that. So overall, I think this is a good start from them, of course. It's a good start from Clearlove. He needs to ease himself in back on the stage. How long? When was the last time we saw this man on stage?
It's been a few months.
It's been
Worlds, I'd say, right?
Yep.
Since October.
That's
what
a
is that?
long time.
6 months?
That's
Half
a lot.
year?
That's a lot of metas that he would have to go through. It's just the metamorphosis of a man, just kind of waiting on his time to really, learn the game. And I mean, if being through scrims, like that's nowhere near being on stage,
yeah.
especially in front of the Chinese crowd. So it's a good first step for him.
Yeah, I think the big concern, though, was we were hoping to expect a clean 2-0 stomp from EDG. And this was before we even saw Clearlove get in. But it went to 2-1. They lost the second game. It was rather messy when they did lose. And then they took a really long time to close out game 3 as well.
You could see, though, that they recognized what the faults were and corrected them in the draft phase. The fact that they picked up the Ashe, they took away the Gen, so they denied any sort of hard engage potential from Snake's composition, knowing that they would run 1-3-1, and supported this guy on your screen.
Yeah, Mouse getting that MVP at 5-0-4. Despite suffering in lane, he was able to pop off.
Yeah, and I mean, Mouse and Fire Lolly created a good, and I love how we're just going through this one because
the casual on V3.
Yeah, exactly. And this is him helping the rest of the team by just creating so much pressure. You look towards the bot side of the map, that's the rest of the team being able to accrue a lot of advantages and just take turret and turret, inhib on inhib, just going off of the pressure that he was able to commit. And I mentioned Fire Lolly because Fire Lolly did gank the lane quite a bit from Mouse. And I'm afraid that we're going to be going back to the same old EDG where Mouse gets left on the island even though they pick towards that. That's my fear, right? So I don't want to see Mouse in a positive matchup for himself with the Elise involved, finding himself in that CS deficit where he had to be able to be creative and get those solo kills on his own. Overall, I mean, it worked out for him.
This time against Snake.
I
who
mean,
are
it's-
just barely on the up and up.
I mean, it's floundering SOFM. Even in the 2v2, 1v1, that is still very like a good tall task for you to be able to accrue. That's good. I like that coming out of EDG, and I think going up against IMA, which should be in their next set going forward,
Yeah, next
that
week.
will be really interesting to see. I think one of the biggest points I can look towards Mouse is saying that he was in the bottom side of the map for a very long time, trying to hit up on the tower when he could just be roaming towards the mid side of the map. So I would like for him to roam a little bit more on the Camille because you can get a lot of picks off that. Going up against Amazing J next time around, Amazing J is the roaming top laner, so that should be fun to watch out.
Yeah, and of course, it's very possible that the meta changes as well as we move into 7.5. I know you yourself are super excited about those Blade of the Ruined King bruisers and top laners. Could this be an opportunity for Mouse to really expand and look towards like the Aurelias and the bruisers?
Very well, so.
It's the comfort pick for Mouse is naturally his Aurelia, but I mean, if Clearlove's not going to give him the time of day, that is a big issue, is that EDG, even in a meta that wasn't about bottom lane, we're always a bottom lane team. It helps now a little bit more just because we want to play around it naturally anyway. But as Raz says, if the meta moves away from that, if top laners get more and more power, our EDG just going to get patched out.
Yeah, and the benefit to LPL, not so much the viewers out there, but to the teams themselves, is that you get to watch globally other teams play on that 7.5 and understand really what that means. So yeah, you can go in there and scrim and go through solo queue and say, well, this feels good, this feels good, this feels good. But then you look towards EU and LCK that, yeah, you know what? This is what 7.5 is being played globally, and maybe they can fit in their own style, their own bot lane style. Or maybe they just say, hey, we need to look. I mean, Mouse has been playing. He's been on fire for the past few weeks, and now they should look towards prioritizing his Aurelia play or really anything that he tends to love.
There's also the issue that I think Mouse is a more consistent performer than Zet is currently. Not that Zet is a bad AD carry, but he is nowhere near as consistent as Mouse has been for the team. You think about his arcane shift forward into 3 people. He's good Ezreal, but he's no Deft.
To be fair, there was also the fight in game number 2 where he arcane shifted into 3 people and then proceeded to beat them back single-handedly off of his tier 1 turret.
Like I said, he's not a bad player. He is just not Deft, and I think Mouse has still been more consistent to EDG success.
And I think to even just hit this point, I think that Zet is a really amazing laner. So how he positions as the game goes on, I guess that's a question towards EDG as a whole, because when we talk about him as like going into 3 people, honestly that was everybody on the team doing that. That was the collective team of EDG just falling down on their faces. So as a general point, we'll see if they want to play towards bot side, that is an option available to them because Zet is an excelling performer in the bottom lane. And how they move around that as the game goes on, that's just up to them. But I think this is a good first step, and I think that Scout and Mouse have been showcasing a lot of strengths throughout the season.
Yeah. In addition, how long do we continue to compare this current iteration of EDG to old EDG with Pawn and Deft? Or when do we start identifying them as the new?
I want to get rid of Pawn. Pawn is out of the picture. Pawn was never in the picture in 2016. Again, their primary mid laner was Scout.
Sure.
Pawn only started on the international stage, really, because they were afraid to run rookies. So if you actually look at Mouse, Clearlove, Scout, and Mako, like that is the 4 core members. The only new member is Zet.
So how long do we continue to compare him to Deft, one of the most mechanically gifted AD carries in the world?
Unfortunately, if you think about the highest ceiling that EDG have ever accomplished, it was with Deft, and that's what you're going to compare it to. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and that being said, it's also with like Pawn. So like you're always gonna have to compare the two, right? Because that's just how it is when you see the first team. Like
but Scout was their mid laner.
No, but my general point is that people always tend to compare the two teams, right? And see where EDG is now. I mean, spring split, we'll see where they go from this point forward. If they can really go far in the spring into the finals, maybe even go into MSI.
I mean, it's important to take stock of where they are right now after this win. That's going to bring them up a little bit higher in the standing. Let's go ahead and take a look. Currently tied for second. In fact, technically third because they are 7-3. They played one more set. Is EDG right behind WE, who are now tied with RNG, but they did win the head-to-head.
With the asterisk there, that MLXG was not starting for RNG, but yes, a successful game for Team WE and hashtag Team Raz.
There we go. You know, got the asterisk and the hashtag in there. Good on you.
In addition, LGD finally was able to take a win. They're now at 3-7 instead of 2-7, so they are making their way back up. But one more win gets them tied for 4th with IMA, OMG, and Snake.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking to the bottom point of Group B, Vici definitely not having a good time. They're definitely having a really rough schedule that they need to work towards. Meanwhile, Newbie, if they can continue just what we saw from them last, then it'll be very difficult for Vici to be able to get themselves into the playoff bracket, and you might see them into relegations. I mean, it's very early to have this discussion, but this is definitely an internal discussion that they should be having.
We've got to start looking forward for some of these teams. I mean, the rankings are certainly very volatile, and while some of them have taken steps to insulate themselves, I think Invictus Gaming starting to push forward, Chaogu are doing the same, and you're really starting to see the sort of top 2, top 3 shakeout for the groups. The bottom halves are still looking really rough, and when, what is it, 3 or 4 of these teams on the bottom half are like, do we prepare for LSPL promotion or do we prepare for playoffs?
This is really rough for LSPL teams because we saw our 6v6, or at least 6th place versus 6th place match, and that was actually much better than I thought it would be. LGD is, like, we always talk about how LGD, like, sure, they are the 6th place team, but you have your bet going that they could be much more. And then you look towards Vici and putting an Ocean, you're like, ooh, I mean, that's like, what is that, right? But he actually had a good performing game, and as a whole, Vici definitely looked like they were improving. So, I mean, other than Young Miracles, as a general point, you look towards LSPL teams, you're like, yeah, this is going to be hard. You might have a tough time in the promotional tournament. Good luck.
Yeah, certainly is going to be a little tough. Frosco, final thoughts on the day? We saw EDG take the win 2-1. We saw WE take their own win 2-1, and LGD finally were able to get another win on the board.
I'm still not ready to say that EDG are the 3rd best team. I know that that's what the standings say, but I still feel that other dark horses, be that whoever you want, Invictus Gaming, QG, have higher highs than EDG showcased. I definitely think it's better that Clear Love is back on the roster and they look a bit more cohesive in their shot calling, but they still have a ways to go, and at week 6, they don't have a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment.
Clock is ticking off. Raz, final thoughts?
Oh, I just said I agree with that. There's not much to that one.
Well,
EDG have a lot to go for, and going up against IMA, that will be another test to see if they continue on with Mouse and Clear Love.
Yeah, we'll have to check in on their performance next week. Of course, that's going to do it for us. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and our production crew, thank you so much for watching. And be sure to come back tomorrow for our final day of this cross-conference week. See you tomorrow.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. 7-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let